hearing in my headset.
Good morning, everybody, or if you're on the East Coast, maybe afternoon for you. Welcome to the Roar 10-Scale Dirt Electric Off-Road Nationals presented by Hobby Wing. Pleased to bring in my color commentator this morning, Sean Miller, joining me this morning. Our man we know as Sexy Leg. Of course, we have Sam on production, Travis on the camera. This is Jared Barton on the play-by-play for you. You are looking at the start of our very first race of round number 2 of qualifying. Mr. Mike Braun, our track announcer, was quick to the draw. He wants to get it underway this morning. First of all, Sean, welcome in. Good to see you back here, and thanks for joining me today.
Morning, Jared. Good to be here with you guys, and thanks to Live RC for bringing me into a little Saturday, Sunday action here at the Roar 110 Scale Off-Road Nationals. And we're getting ready to rock and roll. 11:01. We are off and racing. Mike is on it this morning.
Mikey was ready to go. He had the quick trigger finger. Just wanted to cover some of the storylines from yesterday as you see our first heat rolling off. Got to talk about the domination of Dakota Fend, of course, taking care of business in two-wheel drive modified buggy. Of course, Brock Champlin, that awesome way to finish off round 1 yesterday, beating Chase Lemieux by just 54 thousandths of a second. You think about Austin Riley, who we'll see in the next race. He took care of business in 21.5 buggy. The feel-good story of Sammy Moran, TQ in 17.5 buggy yesterday, along with other storylines. Just a great way to start off our event, and you got to think that it's good. The intensity is only going to get bigger from here on out.
Yeah, Sam's had a couple weeks, and he's out here racing his RC cars, and that's actually sometimes the best thing. RC car racing can be therapeutic sometimes, and while you're at the track, you don't focus on anything going on back home or the chaos going on in life, and it's kind of nice to just rip out the RC cars and focus on that for a weekend, and then when you get back home, you can kind of, focus down on everything else going out. But very therapeutic as far as racing goes, to get the mind off those things back at home.
Certainly couldn't agree more. Yeah, of course, racing with a heavy heart this weekend. Of course, all of our thoughts and prayers go out to Sammy and his friends and family. Just getting underway here. 1 minute 45 into race number 1 of 21.5 two-wheel drive buggy. Of course, this class presented to you by SXT Racing Products. Big thanks to Jeff Brown back in Michigan for bringing us this class, courtesy of SXT. You're watching Mark Robinson out in front so far. His quick lap was the opening one, 19.0. Out in front so far. Leader is that orange car with the yellow wheels hitting the straightaway. Hitting the sweeper. Little bit of pipe there to that center tabletop. This is one tricky layout, Sean.
Yeah, it looks like it. I'm actually enjoying it. It's got some high-speed technicality to it, which I'm always going to create. And then, we are on real dirt, so there's a few bumps out there, as you can see, actually coming up right here on this little dog leg to the right. There's just a little bump right there that's been creating some havoc, especially with the mod cars. Obviously, they're going a little quicker, but these guys are professionals. This is the Nationals, so these guys are pretty used to technical layouts, and that's what we expect from them this weekend.
Absolutely. You could just saw Mark make a little mistake there at the end of that sweeper. This track is tricky. It doesn't look like much on the video. I've been telling people all weekend, and even some of the best racers that we caught up with will tell you, pictures and videos are not doing this track justice. Chris Raymond and the whole SDRC crew made a very elevation-friendly layout. A lot of times your car gets light, gets heavy. You're off camber, you're cambered in. Very few spots in this track where your car is sitting flat and settled. You can see these drivers, even some of the best in the country, are struggling to be mistake-free over 5 minutes.
Yeah, we got that's Jermaine Robinson's dad out front right here. So Jermaine, like you had mentioned on the broadcast yesterday, mainly geared towards A scale and actually one of the fastest young racers in the country right here, making a name for himself, making a lot of big A mains and stuff out at the professional level with A scales. But he's taking a splash here in 10 scale. I believe it was your top seed, if I'm not mistaken, from a Friday morning after seeding.
Yes, Austin Riley was top seed in round number 2. I don't believe he ran the first inning, but yes, Mark was strong. It just all comes down to putting down the 5-minute run, as we've discussed all weekend. Is the nation's best are struggling to go 5 minutes mistake-free. You just saw you hit the start-finish line there. There's a bump there that you can't see on the video. If you go over that bump, You're launching straight into a concrete wall, and unfortunately, the concrete wall wins about 99 times out of 100, so they're trying to keep it square. You can see Robinson now has a 2.4-second advantage. Despite those couple bobbles, he comes back with an 18.6, backs it with a 19 flat. So Mark relying on the speed right now. Maybe doesn't have the consistency over the 5 minutes, but he's got the speed to keep him up front. Byron McDermott is second, 3.8 seconds behind Mark, but he's having a long lap this time by Eric Irvin's in the third spot, Eddie Kellogg, Jeremy Sanders, Felino Vasquez, and it looks like James C. did not come back. Our 2-car having trouble here on the start, Sean.
Yeah, that's a bummer, but that's racing. That's why you don't throw in the towel if you have a rough one in any one of these rounds, because like you had explained, we are taking our top 2 out of the 4. So you're going to get a couple little throwouts here, and we all need that from time to time when we're racing, especially in the off-road. You even tap those walls with these light little 10 scales and total destruction, especially with the concrete walls and the large pipe out here.
Absolutely. Think about the throwaways as we were just getting into that point. You got to think if there was a hard luck award yesterday, it would have gone to Kevin King, top-seeded 2-wheel drive and third-seeded 4-wheel drive Masters classes, and he broke out of both, so he's certainly grateful for a throwaway round. He's going to be in pretty good shape, though, today. Just has to put in 2 good runs out of 3, and he'll be right back in the hunt.
Yeah, he's going to have to put his head down. One of the local fast guys out here, been racing out in Southern California for a long time. So I expect him to get things turned around here early this morning and get that momentum back on his side.
Could not agree more. Clock has run out. You can see the drivers are going to continue running until instructed done by Mike Braun. Looks like everybody has finished, so Mark Robinson's going to win this first heat of 21.5 two-wheel drive buggy. A 15.502 will get it done for Mark. Byron McDermott's going to go 15.515, followed by Eric 15.522, and then we have 14 lap brackets for Eddie, Jeremy, and Felino. And there's the Rayman Hobbies race results screen showing you that Mark Robinson will assume the early TQ with 2 heats left to go. Up next is race number 2. And a good way to start it off for Mark Robinson, like you said, father of Jermaine. Jermaine turning some heads this weekend. Primarily an 8-scale Offroad racer, but top-seeded 17.5 stock 2-wheel. Not an easy class, 29 cars deep, and I think about 20 of them have a chance to make that 10-car main, so there's going to be a lot of people shut out. That probably shouldn't be, but when you go to the Nationals, got some deep fields, Sean.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is, Jared.
Saw your A-Main Hobbies grid lineup for race number 2. Mitchell Berkey's going to head the start here. He had a good run yesterday, put in a good one. Edward Garcia is going to roll off second. Bryson Miller will start third. That's the son of Nick Miller. Nick Mellon's going to go fourth. Nate Champeau fifth. Grayson Leonard, that they call him Racing Grayson. And then Carlos Shamaradian and Lester Brooks will be your full grade lineup. There's your Avid Jump Cam highlighting our awesome quad right here by the driver's stand. 21.5 cars primarily are going double-double. Most stock cars are going triple-single. And then, of course, the 4-wheel mod cars. Saw Chase Lemieux in round 4 yesterday, quadding every single time. It was nasty.
Yeah, that was sick. Dude, what a year Chase Lemieux is having. Let's give the man his accolades. Getting himself a 2-wheel drive modified championship down at Maximus RC in New Hampshire, Seabrook, New Hampshire, just about a month ago, maybe a little bit longer. And then he goes out and he was the highest running X-ray finisher at the World's Warm-Up. I have been really impressed with Chase Lamia this year.
I couldn't agree more. I think over the last 12 months, you put him up in the list of drivers that have had the biggest accolades for sure, and couldn't ask for a better guy. Chase is a great dude. Of course, his father, Paul, deep roots in this RC industry, and he's very easy to root for.
Awesome. We got Miners Treasures in the chat. What's up, Tiny? He actually came out and met me when I was out in Texas last week. I thought that was really cool. So thanks, Miners, for making the trip out there. Got obviously there for some racing, but that was cool. He came and said hi. I hooked him up with some Lone Star stickers, man, and I just thought that was really cool. So thanks, Tiny, for tuning in. We're in San Diego, California, Miramar to be exact, but we're in San Diego.
San Diego SDRC Raceway, coined the finest city in America. I tell you what, man, ever since we've been here, it's been sunny and 75 degrees, exactly as advertised. It's been great. You can see that we're just rolling off our second heat of 3 for two-wheel drive 21.5 buggy, brought to you by SXT. Bryson Miller comes off with an opening 18.4, but drops to a 20 flat. That's going to put Nick Mellon to the point. Nick showing up a little late, fashionably late. Hey, it looks like no ring rust. Back-to-back 18.4s could open up. He's your leader.
Yeah, Nick Mellon, I believe if that's the Nick I know that's representing Rainman Hobbies out there in Bakersfield, California. So big shout-out to Randy and Jonna, the owners of Rainman's RC, and it's good to see Nick Milan out here doing some battle, but it's going to be one of my local boys from Hot Rod Hobbies, Carlo Shaw.
Carlo
taking
looking
over that race
great.
lead.
Yes, he is. That 18.3, of course, he's got Christopher here with him as well this weekend, so a full family effort for the Shaw Meridian family. Ed Garcia running second, Bryson is third, Nick Mellon goes to fourth. Looks like a small bobble this lap drops him to fifth. That'll put Berkey in fourth, Mellon fifth. Leonard, Brooks, and Champeau. Just to go back to Nick Mellon, like you said, Bakersfield, California's own on a Schumacher chassis with Hobby Wing power. So,
yep.
Part of the Matty G camp down there. Matty, of course, one of the locals here, one of the big cheeses at Hobby Wing, has a bunch of drivers he's supporting this weekend. He's running one class, but he is definitely wrenching for about 25 cars this weekend.
Yeah, Matty G, a huge following, and that is not to be downplayed at all. He has made a huge name, not only just as a racer, just being a great guy in general, but now taking the Hobby Wing role and working in the industry. So a little less racing, a little more working, but as you get older, you gotta pay the bills. Martin says you can't cut the grass forever. That's his father. So got himself a big boy job in the industry, which is nice. So he gets to be a part of the racing action and still do a little racing as he is racing. I believe one class out here this weekend. Maybe you can help me out. I think it was a two-wheel drive stock buggy class.
Yes, it was. Two-wheel drive 17.5 buggy. He was strong yesterday. I believe he put it inside the top 5 in round number 1 of qualifying. So former national champion, two-time national champion, actually here at SDRC in 2022. He won both stock 2 and 4-wheel drive buggy classes. So never know. Even though Matty G's getting to be young status in his mid-20s, he can still get up there and contend. I remember, us guys in our 20s got to stick together. I'm 28 years old, and we're ancient in terms of 10-scale years. All these young kids coming up in their teens are making us work a little harder.
Yeah, no doubt. And I've actually talked with some of the racers over the last few months and stuff just about the technology of these vehicles in the last decade. I mean, LiPo batteries and what you can do with your ESCs now, and get all the motor temps and the feedback you're getting from your electronics, man. The technology has played a huge part, and it's really cool that Hobby Wings brings Charlie and Matt out here, and they kind of help everybody dial things up and teach them how to use all this real nice equipment that they provide for us nowadays.
And you talk about Charlie and Matt. You can't think of many better people that bring support to their crew. They're out everywhere sponsoring events. They send Matty all over the place. They send Charlie to places. I mean, you got to think about, in terms of in-person support, Hobby Wing is one of the elite companies in that department.
Yeah, well said. All right, here we're things winding down here. 3:45 down, 1:15 to go. It is the Garcia Shamaradian show, separated by 1.4 right here. And you got Nathan running top 3. You got Nick Milan on a little bit of a rebuttal as he dropped down towards the bottom. Lester Brooks running top 5. Berkeley, Miller, and Leonard. So, fun fact about Lester, we were doing a JBRL out here about 4 or 5 years ago, and he came out and played the national anthem on his electric guitar out here. I just thought that was the coolest thing ever. So, not just an RC hobbyist, but the man behind the strings right there, too. So a little shout-out there for Lester Brooks.
Very cool. Good fun fact there, Sean, for sure. Ed Garcia, Carlo are separated by 4 seconds. Carlo was a little bit closer, but the last couple laps had a couple small errors, nothing crazy. But right now, Ed's on a 16.504. That is looking to put himself currently, where is he at on the grid? I can't see quite yet, but at 16.503 is looking to put himself currently in the 10th spot, and that is on the bubble, my man. I do believe we're going to have to change to qual point scoring once the second round has been elapsed, but at this point, Ed Garcia putting in a solid run to try and take it home. Carlo still in the 2 spot. Nick Mellon now jumps back into 3rd with that 17.9. Quickest lap of the race is Mitchell Berkey, and down in 5th with a 17.4. We got 5 seconds left, Sean.
Yeah, things winding down here in our A qualifier coming up next here in the 21.5, and it's been all Austin Riley here so far this weekend. So we'll see what he can do in 18.507. These guys, just to show you how fast he's gone, these guys on a 16.504, so 2 laps faster. It's about to get a little warm here in the 21.5 two-wheel drive class.
Absolutely, Sean. Couldn't agree more. Just finishing up here, waiting for Nick and Lester both to make their final laps. That's going to do it. And Carlos Shamaradian's going to take it down. Actually lost a little ground there at the end. Ed Garcia losing it at the end with a 21.9. So Carlo going to take the win in this one, 16.506. Shout out Hot Rod Hobbies. Garcia's going to finish in the 2 spot, 16.507. Nick Mellon does get back to a 16-lap pace on a 5.13. 15s apiece for Nathan Mitchell and Lester. Then Bryson and Grayson going 14. There's your Rayman Hobbies race results screen. And race number 3, as we mentioned, coming up. That is our final heat of round 2 of qualifying for 21.5 two-wheel. We'll go straight into 17.5 two-wheel up next. Brought to you by ProTech RC. A lot of two-wheel drives coming up, Sean.
Yeah, dude, I'm all for it. It's all two-wheel drive here this morning for our first, I don't know, we got 8 or 9 heats or so, 10 of them. Let's jump into the chat here. My twin brother, Robert Tapley Miller, all tuned in right here. And we got Team ARC. ARC sponsoring a lot of drivers out here. I know he's got Nick Milan out here and Jeremy Hayes Jr., a lot of fast drivers. So I want to give a shout out to Anthony Ramirez, tuned in back at home. And we got our A qualifier here for 21.5 two-wheel drive buggy. So
yes, just a shout out to Jeremy Hayes Jr. Yesterday put it 3rd in round 1 of 4-wheel drive 13.5 buggy. He was doing fantastic, and he was pretty stoked. I caught up with him after the race, and he was all smiles with his awesome handlebar mustache.
Yeah, very high energetic guy, super positive. You know, you can't tell whether he's having a good or a bad weekend because, you know, he puts life in perspective. You know, yes, we want to all do well and win every single race we enter, but he a very nice kid right there, a young man, I should say, and I'm happy to call him one of my good friends out here. So very fast on this West Coast local circuit that he runs out here and starting to make a way for himself across the nation.
Yes, second-generation driver, of course, Jeremy Sr., a very classy gentleman as well.
Yes. Yep.
Off we go with the start of 21.5, heat number 3. You ready for this one, Sean? I sure am. Austin Riley leads him out, followed by Johan Blizzard, Aiden Spencer, Trent Rigby, Christopher Shamaradian, Tuser Carrera, Riley Christie, and Jay Neal. That's how they're rolling off. You folks on the screen, if you're following on the scoring, may see that numbers are a little bit out of order. There's a reason for that. They kept the same car numbers. There will be a resort after round number 2 of qualifying where they'll reshuffle everything and get people back in their proper heats based on where they scored the last 2 rounds. As we mentioned, the scoring will go to qual point format. It'll be best 2 rounds out of 4. And for those of you that are new at home, it's just like golf. Low score wins. Your goal is to go as fast as you can in the rounds of qualifying. The slate is wiped clean every time. So if you can score a 0, that means you finish first in your round of qualifying in your class. And, of course, that is the goal. Austin did that in round 1 yesterday. If he can do it again, he puts himself in a prime position to take overall TQ, Sean.
Yeah, he's going to have a little work to do here. He had a real rough lap as we were following along with him. And now it's going to be Trent Rigby. That's Chris Rigby's boy out there, another one of the Rain Man Hobbies racer out here. So he's out here racing with his father and taking a swing at it here at the national level right here. And he's having a pretty good run as he's only a 1/10 of a second up on Riley Christie. And then one of the other locals from out here, Tracer Carrera, are in the top 3. And we got Johan Blizzard, Spencer, Christopher Shamaradian, who's older brother to younger brother, Carlo, right there. So they're both racing in this class. Bragging rights between brothers, of course. And then Jay Neal and then Austin Riley, your TQ from round number 1 yesterday, sitting in the basement. But he does have hot lap of the race, the only 16-second lap of the race. So he's got some work to do. The good news is there's still 3:15 left on the master clock.
Yes, couldn't agree more, Sean. And just goes to show the parity in this division. You can see the numbers are jumbled all around on your screen. The 5 car is leading at Riley Christie right now. All 8 of these drivers have a chance to take this second round top qualifying rundown, and they are smashing TQ right now. Previous run was a 16.506. Right now it's an 18.514 for Tuser Carrera. So again, Carrera, Blizzard, Christie, and Spencer all less than 2 seconds apart. Then you go down to Trent Rigby in the 5 spot. Didn't make a huge mistake, but one small error dropped him from 1st to 5th. Christopher in the 6th spot. Jay and Austin the full rundown. Again, Austin, quickest car on the track, but not having the best fortunes here in round number 2. But he's got 2 more rounds to get it back.
Yeah, we got a tight battle right here. We got 0.3 of a second. Let's make it 4 now as they're coming up to the loop here with just about the halfway point, 2:30 down, 2:30 to go. We got a TQ battle brewing right here.
Track looks treacherous this morning. It looks like the grip may be a little bit lower than what we saw yesterday. We were talking with Chris Raymond, the track builder, earlier, and they do believe that the grip comes up throughout the day. Usually as we get closer to evening time, we'll see a little bit higher grip. Right now, these drivers a few tenths off the pace of what they were running yesterday. I believe Austin's highlight yesterday was a 16.4 or 5, so they're a couple tenths off of that, but 16.6 just put up from Trent. He's on the charge as, again, the top 4 are 3 seconds apart. Anybody's race with a minute 50 to go.
Yeah, we got Johan Blizzard taking it over, one of the Rain Man Hobbies boys, and then here comes Aiden Spencer, one of the locals out here. He is out here a lot right here. Does a lot of the JBRLs with us and stuff. So you never cut out Aiden Spencer. Always the local fast guys. Anywhere you go are going to kind of take a stab at those heat wins and stuff. And he's kind of within about 3 seconds of those race leads. So he'll need a little bit of help. But right now it's all Carrera and Blizzard at the moment here, separated by a half second.
And as you mentioned, too, 21.5 tends to be a bit more of a local class. A lot of California, a lot of Arizona on my demographic sheet here, and a lot of straight out of San Diego right here in town. So it's really cool to see some of the local fast track people running. And Tucer Carrera currently the fastest of them all at an 18.513. 8 tenths back is Blizzard. Then Spencer falls a little bit back now, 2.8 seconds behind Johan. Kind of a 2-car race with 55 seconds to go. But as we've seen, Sean, anything can happen and usually does here in these 5-minute heats.
Yeah, racing on slicks, obviously when they're really good, lap times are lower than as far as being on trade. So everybody opts nowadays here for the slicks. But there's also a smaller window, and of when they do and don't work, like you were mentioning earlier, in the morning and in the evening. And you don't want to get outside that race line here on the slicks. It gets a little dicey.
Absolutely. You pick up some of that dust. I was actually chatting with Brennan Schimel. He goes, you go a little too wide one time. It takes you a couple laps to clean those tires back off and get back to it. And, of course, Schimel, a modified racer from Virginia Beach, Virginia, won 4-wheel drive last year at Hoosier and won 2-wheel drive last year at Hoosier and was about a minute away from winning 4-wheel drive as well. I'm sure he's wishing that AC vent wasn't dripping water, but you got to think when somebody like Brennan Schimel of that caliber is saying it's tough, you got to take his word for it pretty well.
Yeah, and a lot of tracks have gone to a treated track, whether it's glue or whatever and stuff. But we're kind of going old school right here.
Yes, no glue here at SDRC, so it's pretty awesome to see the kind of, like you said, more of a grassroots style clay racing. The clock has run out in this race. Watching either Johan or Tucer trying to take down this first round TQ in 21.5 2-wheel drive buggy. Johan is cut with an 18.513. Tucer's going to have to put in a hot one here at the end. And it's not going to be enough. Johan Blizzard's going to TQ 21.5 2-wheel drive buggy here in round number 2. And 18.513 is going to get the job done for Blizzard. Congratulations to him. Tucer Carrera's going to go 18.515 and a bunch of 17s down the board for Spencer, Shamaradian, Neal, Christie, Riley, and Rigby. Congratulations to all those guys. They all go 1 through 8 on the grid. And we will catch up with Johan in our one-up race report. And Sean Miller, considering he's one of our locals here, I'm going to turn it over to you for our race report.
Here we are with Johan Blizzard. Johan, man, taking the TQ here in round number 2 on our one-up racing interview. Cam, yeah, give us a little insight on how you're feeling right here.
Feel pretty good. Car's amazing. Definitely getting it figured out, but thanks to Maddie, I couldn't have done it without him. Same thing with pretty much everyone that helps me out. It's amazing. So,
yeah, great job out there. So. I don't remember exactly how round 1 went for you, but you came out swinging this morning, and that's got to feel good.
Oh, yeah, it feels amazing.
Awesome. Anybody want to give a shout-out here before you jump out there to Marshall?
I wanted to thank pretty much everyone who helps me out, especially my mom. I know she's just an amazing person,
Awesome. Well, good job out there, young man, and good luck the rest of the weekend.
All right, thank you.
All right, back to our live coverage. Thank you, Sean, for taking that interview. Always good to catch up with the young kids. I love watching 21.5 two-wheel drive buggy. It shows the next group of racers that are coming up, and congratulations, of course, to all of our racers. So now we have first heat of 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy, stepping it up a turn on the motors here. This class brought to you by ProTech RC. Huge thanks to Troy Hansen and the whole group at A-Main Hobbies for sponsoring. They are, again, a huge sponsor of all these events that go on. They also have Coyote Electronics sponsoring the division. So thanks to Troy and crew. Skylar Mandela rolls it off first, followed by Tyler Hicks. Good to see Tyler back. It's been about a 5-year layoff for racing for him. Gavin Miller is in the third spot. It's not Moeller. I was corrected. It's Gavin Miller in that 3 spot.
Really?
Daxton Hoskins, Ryan Prince, Audis Jones, Robert Pauley, Robert Beatty, and Logan Hall is how they start off. I was pretty surprised with that. I was caught off guard. I said, "Well, wow, Miller," but it works out. And a fellow Miller here, Sean Miller, spelled a little differently, right to my right here on color commentary. So, hey, it all comes from different sides of the English language. And Gavin Miller starts off up front with a 16.7, Sean.
Yeah, 7th most common last name in the country, Miller is. So there's quite a few of us out there. But, pronouncing last names and first names, not the easiest part of the job. But we do our best, and that goes for any of the racers out there. They hear us out there butchering their name. Just come up and give us a second of your time and let us know how to pronounce it, because we want to pronounce them correctly too, and I know you guys want to too. So just come up and let me know. But not the easiest part of the job. I know everybody back at home in the keyboard warriors like, man, he's butchering that name. Well, I always suggest come on up here and see how easy it is, and we want to make it sound correct too, not just for them but for ourselves.
Absolutely could not agree more. Oh, you saw right there. that was I believe that was Tyler Hicks that almost took off, like we mentioned, toward that concrete wall. Tyler with some fast reaction time brings it back down. But great start here for Wisconsin's Skylar Mandela on a 16.3 fast lap, backs up with a 17.1. Hicks is only a tenth of a second back, followed by Ryan Prince moving up to that third spot. Ryan has been looking strong here in 17.5 two-wheel. Daxton Hoskins in that fourth spot, followed by Robert, Gavin, Audis, Robert Beatty, and Logan Hall. Man, I'm telling you what, great racing all weekend long here in this division. And Tyler Hicks takes the lead over as Mandela has a rough lap, 16.7 for Hicks, leading the way with 2:10 in, 2:50 to go, Sean.
Yeah, Hicks on a nice little run right here. Got himself a little bit of breathing room with a 4-second lead, an 18.505. TQ pace was a 19.507, so only, found himself in the C qualifier after seeding. Not the worst thing in the world, not the best thing, not exactly what you're striving for, but to be honest, to be a lap off of the TQ from yesterday, that should actually, it shouldn't be too bad of a run here as the day goes on.
I couldn't agree more. We will see some 19-lap runs in this A sort. I definitely wouldn't count that out. Got a great race coming up next in race number 6. You can see our ticker at the bottom of the screen showing you that we have the A sort of two-wheel drive buggy 17.5 coming up next. It'll be Ivan Moreno Jr., who had a great run yesterday. Then Hunter King, Connor Espec, Brendan Edwards, Aaron Mitchell, Nate Sutherland, Luke Pravacek, Caden C., Keaton Grant, and Ethan Hoskins will be our A sort coming up in about 2 minutes.
Hey, we were just speaking about Jeremy Hayes, Sr., father of Jeremy Hayes Jr., and he's actually in the chat right now. Good morning, Jeremy. We were just showing him and his boys some love out here, so his ears must be ringing. Maybe we woke him up.
Yeah, of course. Hey, it's good to see Jeremy. Of course, the man at AKA for many years now. He's over with the Proline group. And, Jeremy, your boy's doing great this weekend, and we hope you're enjoying the coverage. Thanks for joining in with us. Minute 30 left to go. Tyler Hicks is your leader at an 18.509. Then Paulie, Prince, Moeller, and Mandela, all 18-lap paces right now.
I see.
Minute 10 left to go here. It's still got Hicks on an 18.509. Great start for him. Prince, Paulie, Moeller, Mandela still the 18 laps, followed by Hoskins, Jones on 17s, Hall and Beatty on 16 and 15 respectively.
So we got 4 down, 1 to go. Our first heat of 3 for 17.5, two-wheel drive on the track. And, of course, this is the C qualifier here after seeding. And as we go, naturally, you're going to get a little bit faster. But, some of these guys are just on the wrong setup or the tires weren't quite broken yet. So if you're down here in the B and C qualifiers, not the end of the world. So you can still see some guys. You see actually quite frequently a guy that finds himself in the B qualifier, goes out there, slays down a good run, and actually can still TQ from that B group and get into the A main no matter where you are in your seating group right here. So we're just running out of time right here. Fast lap of the race, 16.2 for Skyler right there in the number 2 spot. Hicks also with a 16.6. So about half the field right here, dropping 16s right here, and it's only 1.9 from Hicks to Prince right here. And Prince, I believe, one of the Arizona boys right here, coming out farther west. He's already out there in the west, representing from Mesa, Arizona, with that team-associated John J. Concepts Hobby Wing car, and also Hobby Action right there, representing. That's his local track out there for Prince. So it looks like Hicks in control of his own destiny here as we're running out of time, but Prince and Miller taking a swing at it here as they're only 2/10 back apiece.
Yes, thanks, Sean, for taking that over for a second there. And you can see that we are finishing up here. As we've mentioned, though, with staggered start qualifying, just because that horn goes up does not mean you just stop what you're doing. You keep running until Mr. Mike Braun calls you all finished. Waiting for Robert Beatty just to cross for his last lap, and that's going to do it. Tyler Hicks, 18.507. Not showing much ring rust here, Sean. 18.507. Going to set the TQ with 2 heats left to go. Ryan Prince going to bring it home second, 18.509.4. Beats Paulie's .9. Skylar Mandel, 18.510. Nice recovery for the young man. Also drops a 16.2 on lap 14 for the quickest of the race. Gavin Miller drops to 5th, followed by Daxton Hoskins in 6th, all on 18s, followed by 17.03 for Honest, 16 apiece for Logan and Robert Beatty.
All right, you guys can see our main hobbies qualifying results there on the screen. 18.507, top 10 went 19 laps yesterday. So it's going to take 19, I feel like, to be in the show, and then top 10 transfer straight to the show with no LCQs out here. Are you a big fan of the no LCQs? I enjoy a good LCQ, but I'm also fine just taking the top 10 fastest drivers straight from qualifying.
Yes, I'm an old-fashioned racer, Sean. I come from the pan car, on-road, and oval racing background, and I can also understand on the race directing standpoint where if you try to implement bumps, especially with limited classes and not as many heat races as normal, it's always tough to implement bump ups. And I feel like if you're going to crown a national champion, if it's not a fuel run car, if you're going to crown a national champion, more than likely, 999 times out of 1,000, the winner's going to come from the first 10 cars on the grid. And if you can't make the show directly, I know this is going to sound harsh, I don't mean it to be, but if you can't make the show directly, then you probably weren't going to be there anyway, is what I'm trying to get at.
I think that's fairly well said. As you can see, a great shot of our Avid jump cam right there, not to cut you off right there. Just got to throw in a little shout-out for the Avid RC jump cam. Thank you, guys. But, yeah, I agree wholeheartedly. If you're going to bump in from at this national event. Now, I think your smaller, more regional events, I actually encourage it, and it gives somebody, that didn't have a good run, a chance to get into that A-main, and get a little hardware. But at the national level, I think you nailed it on the head there, Jared.
Yes, I could not agree more with you there, Sean. On a regional level, like a club event or like a rural regional, I think bump-ups definitely have their place, and especially in nitro racing, that makes sense with fuel-operated vehicles. But in terms of this case, I feel that the top 10 kind of earned their spots, and again, agree to disagree. If anybody in the chat agrees to disagree, that's fine. That's your opinion. I got mine, and again, very much respect yours as well.
Hey, you're entitled to your own opinion, brother. We all are.
Of course, brother. Well, thank you for that, and no worries on the sponsor plug. We want to give all our sponsors love, and yes, shout out to David Jor and the whole group from Avid RC. They've been making some big strides recently with their new carpet tires and continuing to make improvements, and I wouldn't be surprised. We've seen R1 come out with a chassis. I bet you Avid wouldn't be too far behind potentially coming out with their own car. So keep your eyes peeled to the Colorado boys.
Yeah. I think everybody, might as well have some fun when they come out with their own car and see if it, you kind of hit something right there.
This is where we step it up, Sean. These drivers right here in 17.5, you can just see a clear difference in corner speed. These drivers have some massive rip, like we mentioned, a lot of different companies bringing out their best stock racers to this race. And Nate Sutherland starts off with a 16 flat, O to a 2 to an O. And Keaton Grant starts off second. He's going to go fourth, but look how close that field is. It's Sutherland, Pravacek, Caden C., Caden Grant, Ethan Hoskins early on, and Hunter King jumps up to 5th. That puts Ethan down to 6th. Aaron in 7. Ivan Moreno, Connor Espek, and Brendan Edwards, and everybody still close. Really only one car out of the mix. Top 9 are within 3 seconds, Mr. Miller.
Yeah, this is what I expect here at the national level. This ain't your local club race here this weekend. This is the best in the country right here, and they came to do battle, and these guys are armored up right here.
Could not agree more. Nate Sutherland working his way through that big quad, takes triple single with ease. That exalt horsepower flexance muscles right there, working his way around the left side switchbacks. He's got that back end hanging out. This time by 16.4, 19.508 the early pace for Sutherland. Like you mentioned, this is only the B sort, proverbial B sort already seeing some 19-lap runs. This is going to be a crazy class to try and make the feature in.
You know, I want to touch on something we had mentioned earlier about being down in maybe the B sort. Nate Sutherland, one of the fastest stock racers in the country, just coming off a big Stadium Truck National Championship at Maximus RC at the Carpet Nationals a month ago. And we find himself in the B sort, but you can just never count out anybody in these lower seeding groups right here.
Absolutely.
Nate's going to bring it, as always.
Nate is one of our most covered drivers, and for very good reason. He continues to just dominate. He had a really awesome 2025, continuing his run right now in 2026. He's a 4-time national champion. He knows how to get it done.
4-time, man. That's something to be proud about right there, and that was cool to watch him win his 4th out there at the Carpet Nationals just about a month ago.
Absolutely. Nate, one of those multifaceted drivers. He can do it in 8-scale off-road. He actually runs 12-scale on-road as well. He ran some races with Josh Shirrell at Accelerate there for a while, and I think we'll see him back on the on-road scene. Him and Josh had a good time working together, and I know that he's now on the big Schumacher team. He's already been running some touring car, and I can't wait to see what Nate does on the carpet once again.
Yeah, very well said. We got Troy Hansen in the chat. What's up, Big Troy? That's Mr. A-Main Hobbies and ProTech RC. Thank you for all the love that you show to us and our racers and sponsoring all of our events, man. Troy, just one of the coolest dudes in the business, and RC is very thankful to have Troy on our side here.
Yes.
And A-Main.
Absolutely. Thank you, Troy. Thank you, A-Main Hobbies. And just wanted to throw in one point here. Florida's Hunter King is up front right now. This man is definitely in one of the ranks of not a category many drivers want to be a part of. It's one of the best drivers to not win a national yet. He's definitely in that conversation when you think of stock racers that have yet to crest that mountain. Another one, Aaron Mitchell, in that 2 spot, man from Iowa. He swept the Top Gun shootout here last year in both 2-wheel drive and 4-wheel drive stock buggy. Aaron Mitchell from Iowa is going to be one that we watch all weekend long. Right now we are following King. You can see him right there. And again, a very nice run through this quad. Looks like he's going to go double-double right there as King decided to take the safe route. King is that purple and yellow car, and just behind him is going to be Ivan Moreno Jr., so we're following 2nd and 6th on the respective race clocks with 40 seconds left to go. But Mitchell now takes the lead by 0.4 of a second. Mitchell is the blue and white car with the yellow wheels, the Associated Ride. Switching teams this year.
Yeah, top 3 separated by 1.1 seconds right here, and Sutherland only another second back right here. So actually, top 6 only separated by 3.5 seconds right here. So it is on here in round 2 qualifying for our 17.5 2-wheel drive buggy class, and we got our A qualifier coming up next. So right now, 9.5-19, so top 5 on a 19-lapper. It took 19 to get into the top 10 yesterday. I expect very much the same here in round 2.
Totally agree, and just wanted to shout out Keaton Grant. Very impressive drive from 10th on this grid up to 3rd. Young man from Reno, Nevada, putting in a great effort here for his Mr. Keaton. Clock has run out. We're going to let everybody finish up. Mitchell and King going to try and settle this for the win. Grant just a few tenths back. We'll see who's going to take this one home, but Mitchell and King both sitting pretty on 19.5-13s. Let's see who's going to win it, Sean.
Yeah, but it's going to be a photo finish here. 0.3 of a second between Mitchell and King, with only Grant 0.8 back right here. So we're going to find out here in the next few seconds who's going to take the heat win here.
Looks like Grant, the last car to finish. That 10 car puts it 3rd. Everybody running is finished. Aaron Mitchell holds on to it by 0.3 of a second. He will reset the top qualifying time. 19.513.591 beats King's 9.72. And Keaton Grant goes 19.514. Sutherland 19.516. So a nice recovery for Nate. Back up to 4th after a rough middle section. And then, like I mentioned, Sean, 18s for Moreno, C, Kravicek, Esbeck, and Edwards. And it looks like Ethan Hoskins, unfortunately, suffering some trouble there on lap number 10. But Aaron Mitchell doing a good job trying to submit his bid for his first national. Reset in TQ with 1 heat to go.
Yeah, let's see. What's that pace here now? It looks like, well, it's gone off the screen here. Still showing that TQ from...
It was a 19.513 from Mitchell.
19.513. So, yeah, they're still working on a few technical issues right there. It's showing Sammy, but we'll get that thing fixed up here on timing and scoring. And there it is. There's our A-Main Hobbies grid lineup right there. Sammy the Killer Moran.
And, man, he was a killer yesterday. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, he didn't get that nickname by accident. That was a great shot.
Nicest kid you're ever going to meet. There he is with the red hair and the one-up racing shirt. One of the nicest kids you're ever going to meet, but he is cold-blooded on that driver's stand. I like Matty G's stance. He's elbows out, man. Look at him. He's up there. He's wheeling that bad boy.
Yeah, he must have been a dirt bike rider in his last lifetime. He's got those elbows out defending that position up on the driver's stand.
You saw Ryan Moore there, the TLR driver from Sacramento, and then the last driver on the stand there was the handlebar mustache of Jeremy Hayes Jr.
Yeah, he's been working on that over the years. It gets it's cool, man. That's how mine naturally comes in. I'm not a big mustache guy myself, but dude, the handlebar mustache, that's got to be worth at least a few tenths, a lap, right?
Oh man, Sean Miller with a handlebar mustache would feed families for generations, my man. That would be awesome. We gotta get somebody in the chat to work on that with like an AI chat GPT image. Just put like a very typical 1940s handlebar mustache on Sean Sexy.
I don't know what you just did right now, but I'm in for it. I feel.
Oh, my goodness. We got to keep it fun here. We're in for a long day, folks. Thanks for joining us wherever you might be from. We're out here in San Diego, California, but we have watchers from all over the country and all over the world, Sean. They're from Canada, Mexico, all around the world. Thanks, everybody, for joining us. We have great numbers in all of our streams, so thank you very much. You're watching the start of race number 6 out of 20. This is your final heat of 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy, brought to you by ProTech RC. And Sammy Moran, as we mentioned, rolls them off. If he can put up another TQ run, Sean, he's going to be in prime position to try and take that overall TQ going to rounds 3 and 4.
Now, if you think he TQs, does he leave the car alone, or do you think he's still searching for something? Maybe we'll be able to pick his brain if he does it again here. But there's going to be some pretty stiff competition out here. I think some other racers are going to have something to say about that.
Yeah, Sean, I think with all these, with how this track is going to continue to evolve and how fast and how close these drivers are, I don't think you can ever get complacent. I think they're always working on your cars. Because when we spoke with Brock last night after his 4-row mod TQ, he even said he still was wanting to find a little more pace out of his car. So you got to think, Brock Champa, one of the best in the world, defending world champion in two-wheel drive buggy, he's still working on his cars. I would think all these drivers are still going to be working on their cars, even if they're still sitting on top.
Well said, because I asked Davide Ongaro after beating everybody by a lap in that 60-minute main, and he's like, my car was okay. I got work to do. And I think the rest of the world, along with me, was like, what?
Champions never settle, my man. Champions never settle. And after speaking with Brock early in the weekend, he said, if anything, winning the IFMAR World Championship only makes him hungrier to do it again. When you get to the top, you want to stay there. You don't want to just have your one time and then fall back into the shadows. You want to stay there as long as you can. And Brock, one of the hardest workers in this industry for sure. Dom Passione starts it off up front. That is the new R1 Works R1B two-wheel drive buggy, and that thing is flying right now. Passione, a two-time Roar National champion, but both of those in four-wheel drive. Once on carpet, once on dirt, and telling you what, man, Dom Passione, very talented, very kind young man from Salt Lake City, Utah. Another one that's easy to root for. He's very, very well-mannered, very reserved in his comments, and always takes the time to thank the people that help him. Of course, R1 Works, his main sponsor, along with his home tracks back at Utah.
Yeah, well said. I mean, here comes the track star, R.C. Schumacher of Jeremy Hayes Jr., only 4/10 back, with Meeks another 3/10 back from him. And then Jermaine Robinson with that associated running 1.3. So I got less than 2 seconds between my top 5 right here with the killer Sammy Moran, your TQ from round 1. And then you got Talon Henley, Glitch, Butterfield, Templeman, racing Mason Templeman, we call him in the 9, and Ryan Moore 10.
And you're talking about lap times, man. This is a new echelon here. Every driver, Les Moore, has gone 15 seconds, and Moore's only at a 16:02, so he can still very much re-up that hot lap. These are the 10 best on the racetrack for good reason. Top 8 drivers currently reset Mitchell's TQ. Templeman currently sitting 12th, and Moore sitting 22nd, but they still have time to improve that with 2:10 left to go. We're following Passione, and Hayes not far behind. He's right now got Gonzalez right now. Gonzalez is behind Passione, and then Hayes, the blue and white car, just out of frame there, will be the third car in line. And Dom Passione is laying it down here for R1 Works and trying to bring this one home back to Utah. Jeremy Hayes Jr., though, like you mentioned, half a second back. He put up a fantastic run in four-wheel drive stock buggy yesterday, trying to replicate those fortunes here in two-wheel drive.
Yeah, Passione looking good in that R1 right there, the R1B. And I heard yesterday on the broadcast he said possibly, you don't want to give out too much info, but possibly working on themselves a little four-wheel drive.
Oh, I'm sure that's been the number one question that Dom and Steve Villanueva and the group's been getting. And like you said, Dom was reserved, but he said just keep your eyes out. There's definitely some things in the works. And like we mentioned with Steve Villanueva, I was able to catch up with him earlier this weekend, and it really shows you where R1 is as a company. Steve basically said, we've been working on this car for the better part of 5 years. We had one chance to get this right. If this car doesn't work, then we're kind of, we don't want to try it again. Like, he wanted to make sure it was done right the first time, and obviously the results are showing it. Very talented driver in Dom, and he is currently leading stock buggy here by 0.8 of a second with 50 seconds to go.
Yeah, passing on still. It was about 0.8 last time by, but Dominic with the 16.1 and Hayes a 15.9. So Hayes standing it here late in this race with only 40 seconds to go. We got a body flying at us.
We just had
here.
some debris coming at us. I believe that was Ryan Moore's TLR car that crashed off the quad, and the body almost came up over the monitor. That was crazy. Just to run down a couple of our DNFs, unfortunately, Bryce Butterfield having some trouble sitting there. You can see him on the bottom of the screen in the infield. Looks like he may have broken a left front or maybe lost the wheel. Not sure which. But so got Passione and Hayes 1.4 seconds apart. So right now, Dom trying to hold it on a 19.505. Still top 5 ahead of Mitchell's TQ pace, but give Aaron a call. 6th place, good way to recover after not an ideal first round for him yesterday. Definitely doing a good job, Sean.
Yeah, quite a few guys having a rough one here in the A qualifier as Mitchell, King, and Grant from that B qualifier would go 7, 8, and 9 from that B qualifier. Good run for those boys.
Yes, and Henley looking to go 13th, so Talon definitely going to be fighting from behind the next couple of heats. But as they cross the line, you're watching these drivers race into that checkered finish line down there underneath the Hobby Wing sign, and Dominic Passione is going to win the heat race, 19.505.548. He beats the previous TQ by 8 seconds, Sean. That was awesome.
Wow, what
Jeremy
a rip
Hayes
right there.
Jr., and again, give a call to Hayes Jr., 2nd place. 19.506. Caden Meeks goes 3rd again. 19.508. Sammy Moran, 19.509. Gonzalez, 19.510. Mason Templeman, 19.513. Then we have 18s for Talon and Ryan. 17 for Jermaine and Bryce out early. So Dom Passione going to TQ round number 2. We'll catch up with him on our one-up race report, and we get to get his comments on the new R1B two-wheel drive buggy from R1 Works. Standing by with Dom Passione, a fantastic run there in 17.5 two-wheel drive. You and me are speaking a lot this weekend, Dom. That was a great job there in that heat race. Of course, one of the spotlights of the weekend, the new R1 Works R1B two-wheel drive buggy. Pretty good show right there. Showed that car's capable right out of the box. Tell me how you're feeling after taking round 2 down.
That was really awesome. Yeah, I was super happy with that run. Yesterday had a little struggle with just a little grip. We made a few adjustments. I changed some stuff on the tires, and overall the car felt really good. Pretty comfortable to drive. We'll definitely keep searching for a little bit more. I know there's more potential to be found, so that'll be the next step.
Awesome, Dom. Well, Sean and I were just talking on the broadcast, and it's a great time to ask you this question. Do you feel that this field is so close that you can never stop working on your car? Even if you TQ around, I feel like you still have to work on your car. Are you going to go back to the drawing board, or are you just going to kind of stick with what you got?
Yeah, definitely keep working on it. Actually, probably compare it a little bit to the mod guys. They're always the ones to be chasing, especially in the stock car. Try to get as close to possible as them, because if that's where you can get to, then you're on one.
Awesome, Dom. Thanks again for your time. Just wanted to let you plug your sponsors before I let you go.
Oh, yeah. R1, TZO, HobbyRec.com, new home track, RMCR, Donathan RC, CX Factory Racing, and everyone supports me.
Thanks for your time, Dom. Congratulations, and good luck the rest of the way, my man.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
All right, dude, we got the legendary Peanut in the house. Travis Amescua. What's going on, Travis? We got Big John Schnepp. Hey, how's it going, man? Cheering on all the JBRL boys out here. Miners Treasures. We got, let's see, Jamba Brohanen. Wow. Jerry K1, Eric Hayes in the house. What's up, guys? Thanks for tuning in. Frankie Contreras. What's up, Big Sean? Hey, what's going on, Big Frank? Good to see you, man. We had some fun last weekend out in Texas. We got Tammy Templeman out there. That is Racing Mason Templeman's mom right there. And I'm sure she's walking back home. I just saw Clark walk by, and we got Madison, his sister, all tuned in here with us this morning. So, man, it is popping in the chat right here. So I always want to give you guys a little shout-out. Of course, we're going to mainly focus on the racing, and then we'll dive into the chat and show you guys some love for checking us out. You know, you guys show up and give us a little love, and we want to give you guys some back too. So thanks, guys. Let us know where you're tuning in from and who you're rooting on here on a Saturday qualifying day at the 110 scale Roar Off-Road National Championships.
Thanks, Sean, for taking that over. It's like I had to go dap up Don Passione after an awesome run. That was cool. There, the drivers come right down the driver's stand right next to our broadcast booth. Had to go congratulate him on his run. And right now we're watching Chris Versailles, man. He was fast in his qualifier yesterday. Remember, this is the same race order from round number 1. They just start by the finishing order of round 1 yesterday. And Chris Versailles trying to take care of business. He won his heat race yesterday from this proverbial B sort. And doing the same thing right here. Just made a little mistake at the end of the sweeper, but should still be able to hold on to it along with Nick Miller, 2.3 seconds back, Sean.
Yeah, Chris Versailles, man, one of my buddies right here. We have so much fun racing RC cars. And, good, clean battles are fun battles, and one of the cleanest racers you'll ever meet. He's fast, he's respectful, he's always smiling and having fun, and real fast on a dirt bike, too. So, just want to give a quick shout-out to Big Chris out there, man. Haven't had a chance to say hi to him yet, but one of the funnest racers that I really enjoy racing with out here on our West Coast circuit.
Man, we are in dirt bike country, too. I think about Anaheim, how much history Supercross holds, and of course, there's got to be a bunch of Supercross fans, not just in the chat, but at the racetrack as well. How about Kenny Roczen winning his first championship at 32 years old? I know we were all watching at home. Even though I'm from New York, we still have a very rich history of motocross down there. And my one of my best buddies, Colton, was he doesn't show much emotion, but he was jumping up and down rooting for Kenny Roczen. And got to think about one of the best feel-good stories in sports.
Oh, there's no doubt about that. And not to discredit Hunt or anything, I think he will end up a world champion. But at 32 years old for Ken Roczen and the injuries that man has had and everything that he's sacrificed and endured through his life, I was elated to see him win that national championship. I'll be honest with you. I was perfectly fine until I saw his mom and his wife come up and everything, and I had some tears in my eyes watching that man. Everything he's gone through in his life, he's had some of the worst accidents you could ever imagine. Most people would pack it in and call it a career. Not Kenny. Congratulations, Kenny Roczen, man. I'm so happy to see him get the big one in Supercross 450 class.
Fully agree with you, Sean. I couldn't have said it better myself. You're still following Versailles on an 18.507. Got to remember, Randy Tanaka and him have been having some good races together in both the 40-plus divisions. They're doing it again here. Randy's only 1.3 seconds back. One of the whipping RC drivers out of Nevada, so good to see Randy running well. Joshua Oddmark's running third. Nick Miller in the 4. They're all in 18-lap runs. Then we drop down to 16.01 for Rob Moots, then a 16.06 for Sean Niblink, and Brian Hoskins on a 15.502. Chris Versailles, man, like we mentioned yesterday, just taking care of business here in this B sort.
Yeah, he had that little mistake early, but he never, he doesn't get too stressed out over little things. That's racing. He's been racing for a long time. So he had a real nice run on 18.506. I think that's still going to do okay and be a top 10 run here by the end of the round.
Couldn't agree more. Oceanside, California native, and he's got the triple threat, if you will. Associated chassis, Reedy Power, J Concepts tires. Tell you what, that's one deadly combination on any vehicle.
Yeah, hats off to Jason Rohn and the J Concepts team. They have signed a ton of the fastest racers all around the country and the world for that matter, and they've had a really good 2026. So good job, Jason and crew over there at J Concepts. I believe a Florida-based company right there.
Groveland, Florida, yes. And the reason I know that, I just got an order delivered to my house a couple days ago. So thanks to J Concepts for always giving us the best products we need for our off-road needs. Clock has expired, and once again, Chris Versailles trying to bring this one home and set the early pace for 40-plus two-wheel drive modified buggy, brought to you by TZO 200 Tires. Nick Hernandez in the house this weekend. Good to see Nick out here with us, and he's always providing trackside support. Spec tires for 21.5 and 17.5 two-wheel, along with 13.5 four-wheel, so a lot of TZO T1 slicks in the building this weekend. Just waiting for a couple cars to finish, and Chris Versailles does, in fact, win it, 18.506, and a little round of applause from our man Sean, and well-deserved. 18.506 will be the early DQ pace for Versailles. You'll see the AMA Hobbies race results screen showing you that Tanaka goes second, Oddmark 3, Nick Miller 4. They're all going to go on the 18-lap bracket, followed by Rob Moots grabbing 17.519 at the end, Sean Niblick 16.503, and Brian Hoskins 15.510 to finish off our first heat of two for 40-plus two-wheel drive modified buggy, brought to you by TZO Tires. So well done to Chris Versailles. We'll have one more heat coming up. You can see Alan Horn going to head the field here from Highland, Michigan. followed by Jimmy Wright, Track Star RC himself, Andrew Swanson, Brent Telke, Ben Jones, Jose Newman, and as we mentioned, Kevin King had some rough luck yesterday, but he was your top seed for good reason. I fully expect Kevin King to throw his hat in the ring here for a round 2 TQ run.
All right, what's up, Pork Chop? Pork Chop tuning in here this morning. Ian Ortiz, I want to thank Ian Ortiz for giving me the hot setup on my hobby wing last week. Of course, Matt Gonzalez was off doing other race duties, was not out there. So Ian Ortiz says, I know my way around these hobby wings pretty good. Gave me a nice hot setup for the JBRL in Bakersfield a couple weeks ago. Good shout out right there to my man Ian Ortiz, rooting on all the Bakersfield boys out here and just the West Coast guys. And well, what's up to Noah Hagemeyer, Top Line RC? They are always in here. Spoke with Top Line RC, and they're coming out with some new bearing oil and stuff. So keep an eye on Top Line RC, guys. They're coming out with some new products here in 2026.
Mike Winders checking in as well from the Schumacher team. So good to see Winders checking in. Thanks, Mike. He's always a very avid supporter of these events and keeps those Schumacher boys in line. They get to be a rowdy bunch over there.
I think that goes for most RC racers, if I'm not mistaken.
Absolutely. You can see we just fired off this heat race, and for those of you that are watching at home that might be a little bit confused, as in why are they not all going at the same time, there's a reason for that. This is staggered start qualifying. Sean, these drivers are on their own race clocks, and I was mentioning this yesterday, but I wanted to get your thoughts on it. There's a different kind of pressure. It's not like heads-up racing where everybody's going at the same time and you're racing each other. When you're racing the clock and it's up to you to go fast and not make mistakes, that's a different kind of pressure.
Yeah, I think you tend, when you're only racing the clock, I think you tend to overdrive a little bit or really think, I need to hang it out right here, because you're not really sure what everybody else is doing. Heads-up racing, you can kind of see the car in front or behind you and kind of pace each other a little bit. But great point on the FMAR. Your race strategy changes so slightly. I think you're going for more of hot laps and stuff. Yes, you want to be consistent, but, you kind of race the race in heads up, and you're kind of racing the clock, so you really don't know what other people are doing. And, of course, they're going to announce it up on the driver's stand. But how many of those guys up on the driver's stand are actually listening to us race directors anyways?
Oh, man, you hit a nerve with me there on Sean. No, I'm just kidding. But, man, I'm telling you what, we're watching this shot right here, and we talk about how it's kind of tough to set your own pace and do your thing. But look at Al Horn with these clean lines. Who says you couldn't have a second prime when you eclipse 50 years old? He's looking awesome right now as Mr. Al Horn. He just won his first national championship last year in four-wheel drive modified buggy, and he almost had two-wheel drive, but Paul Ciccarello ended up beating him out. I believe that was on a tiebreaker at the end with Ciccarello. So tell you what, Al Horn from Highland, Michigan, keeping his boy Aiden in line. I'm sure Austin's watching back home, and Al Horn doing a killer job here. He was TQ yesterday in two-wheel drive, trying to do it once again here in round 2, Sean.
Yeah, he did a 19.514 yesterday, and only one car going 19 right here, and that's Kevin King, who had a pretty horrendous day yesterday. It was only the first round of qualifying, so I expect something to come out of that, but take a peek who just jumped up to the top of the board.
Al Horn and Kevin King, a classic battle right here, 4/10 apart, and yes, like you mentioned with King, pretty rough luck yesterday. He is awfully grateful that we have 4 rounds of qualifying and only 2 of them count, because round 1 will certainly look to be his throwaways, and that red and white car of King, you see him right in frame here behind Brent Telke, the red, white, and blue. They're both running solid together. It's Horn out front of King by 4/10. Swanson, your four-wheel drive TQ yesterday, is 5/10 back of King, followed by Telke, Ben Jones, Jimmy Wright, and Jose Newman at the halfway point.
Yeah, Horn getting it done so far, man. This is a bit of I guess we can call it a legends class right here. But, and you may tease him a little bit about being 40-plus. These guys rip. There's no doubt. We got so many years of experience out here with these guys, and pretty much any one of these 7 drivers can jump up here and win a heat at any point.
Well, what do they say, Sean? 40 is kind of becoming the new 30 with how technology has advanced, and these drivers continue to show you that the age number doesn't necessarily matter anymore. I go back to the on-road background that I come from, and you think of Donnie Leah, owner of 360 Raceway, and former NASCAR Wheel and Modified champion, has won a Truck Series race, but he is one of the best small-scale on-road racers in the world, and he's 45 years old. And he's only getting better. He's only gotten better the last couple of years. These guys are showing you that just because you're a little older on the age number, you can still get it done if you work hard, put the time in, and Al Horn is living proof of that right now.
Yeah, and of course our eyes, deter us a little bit as we get older in our reaction times. But just like you had mentioned, you put in the time, you put in the work, and, you can still get faster even as you get older. We're like a fine wine. We just get better with age.
Yeah, like fine vino for sure. Al Horn, 19.516, currently stretching the lead at 1.2 over Andrew Swanson. But give a call to Andrew. Yesterday in the four-wheel drive class, it was really the Horn versus Telke show, and Andrew stole all the headlines and took that four-wheel drive run down. And it's not very far apart. 1 second between those two. Kevin King is 7/10 behind Andrew. So right now, field is separated by 1.4 amongst the top three. Telke a bit of a ways back. He's been shut out for a little while here in the 40-plus classes. Telke, normally the first guy you think of when you think of the 40-plus classes, did not win any 40-plus nationals last year. And right now, it looks like he's kind of got it covered from Horn and Swan. So let's see if he can find some more pace as the weekend goes, though.
Yeah, 4:30 down, 30 seconds to go. And Swanson, he was a long-time OC-RC racer and 10-scale racer out here in Southern California. But recently, he's coming off a bit of a break. So Swanson been shaking off some rust and racing some A-scale down at the dirt in Paris. And a bit of a dark horse this weekend, I would say, because he's only 1.5 back from Horn, like you mentioned. He's your TQ from 40-plus four-wheel drive yesterday. He'll be one to watch as the weekend progresses.
I would add to that, Sean, and say I think the whole TLR team is a dark horse this weekend. You got to think about the youngsters, Luke Pravacek and Ryan Moore, were rock solid in four-wheel drive stock yesterday. The TLR team definitely making big strides with the release of the new cars, and they've definitely got a revived effort, if you will. Clock's about to expire right here. You can see these drivers are continuing to run. Horn gets away by from some traffic, and he's going to try and take this one home. How about another 19-lap run, 2 for 2? And Al Horn will, in fact, TQ round number 2 of 40-plus two-wheel drive modified buggy. So once again, Highland, Michigan cheers for their man Al Horn. Andrew Swanson going to finish second on an 18.5 flat. Only 7/10 back, though. Kevin King finishes 1 second back of Swanson on an 18.501. Brent Telke, 18.507, finishes fourth. Ben Jones, 18.510. Jimmy, 18.511. And Jose, 16.507. So top three going to reset the previous run. How about Chris Rosellis going fourth in round number 2 of qualifying? And Tanaka from the B sort as well goes sixth. One-up race report coming up shortly. We'll grab a word with Al Horn, and I'll turn it over to Sean.
All right, here we are, round two TQ right here. All right, Alan Horn coming out swinging in round 1 and then locks it in again here in round 2. How we feeling?
Car's feeling good. The tires are working really good. The grip's a little low this morning. Hopefully that'll come around more during the day, but it feels a lot better than practice. My car's good, man. I got to just drive it. I got to just execute, and that seems to be the hard part for me, so we'll keep trying to dig throughout the day and make it happen.
Yeah, so you had actually mentioned something about the track. Are you going to be changing the car, or sometimes is it better to just let the track come to you and just kind of trust your setup and your tires on there?
Honestly, I made one small change for that run just to try to find more grip, and I just been leaving the car alone and just trying to drive it so it's not different when I go out.
Well, you're at the top of the leaderboard after the first two. You get the next one, and it's over right here, and then you can really make some changes and try something a little bit
Yeah,
crazy,
we'll wholesale that baby if we get the next one.
Race them on Sunday and sell them on Monday.
For sure.
Cool. Congratulations, man, and hopefully to see you back up here again for another interview in round 3.
Thanks, guys.
Absolutely. That's our one-up racing interview, Cam and Alan Horn, with 40-plus two-wheel drive TQ here, rounds 1 and 2.
Oh, you saw Al scamper back to his Marshall spot right there. You see he goes down by the driver's stand. And here's our first heat up of two-wheel drive modified buggy, brought to you by J Concepts. And, man, Doug Lerviere had a solid run yesterday. I believe he put up a 7th-place effort from this B sort. So we're following that red machine of Dougie Fresh right here, Associated Reedy Power, of course, on J Concepts tires. And strong start for Doug. Chase Raymond also in this race. Mark Sousa, the man from Canada, representing Schumacher TZO in the 400 RC compound. Levi Raymond, of course, both the Raymond boys in this one. Camden Lime from Arizona running the S-Works car. Brand new S-Works two-wheel drive buggy that they're working on. And I'm telling you what, Camden looking pretty impressive here. Really not much 10-scale experience in terms of last couple of years. And he's coming out here racing the best in the country, doing a good job, Sean.
Yeah, he's been doing a little bit of racing with those cars down at Hobby Action out in Arizona since he's an Arizona native. And I was talking with him last week at the World's Warm-Up, and he's like, yeah, actually, I'll see you next weekend out at the 110 scale Offroad Nationals, I said, no kidding. He said, yep, we're working on some new cars, and I want to get some R&D race data. And you know what? I think that's really cool. Camden Lime, not necessarily known as a 10-scale racer, but if you're a ripper in any RC car, you're going to be just fine with anything. So he's cutting some new threads here with these new cars out here in San Diego this weekend.
Could not agree more in terms of if you can drive anything, it basically just translates pretty easily. You think about, we're talking about the stock classes, Bryce Butterfield, normally an asphalt touring car racer. He is up near the top of the field in stock classes, along with Jermaine Robinson at 8 scale. Camden looking great here for the S-Works team. You think about teams, the S-Works team, one of the fastest growing teams, and for good reason. Cars are good. Support from Brent Densford at Beach RC is second to none, and they certainly have earned their place in the market, Mr. Miller.
Yeah, there's no doubt. They have made a huge splash over the last few years.
2 minutes down, drivers, and 3 left to go. Levi Raymond on a 19.5.04. So the youngster Levi, twin brother Chase running third. Right now, Doug is the meat in the Raymond sandwich there. They're 0.8 of a second apart amongst the top 3. B6 Billy in that 4th spot. Billy Hayden, one of the lead engineers at Team Associated. Good to see Billy out here this weekend, along with Sousa running 5th. Tater Sontag, former world champion, in 6th. Camden Lime 7th. Zach Noya 8th. And Hiro Nakaya, Osaka, Japan's own, residing in Surprise, Arizona. Glad to see Hiro out here racing with us at the Nationals. 2:30 gone.
We got a battle up towards the front. Only 7/10. All these guys on the 19-lap pace right here. So Levi, Dougie, and Chase. The 2 local guys out here, Levi and Chase. I've known them for about the last 10 years, and I think they're only, 15 or 16 years old now. So I've known these guys since they used to come up to my waist right here, and it's been really cool to just watch that progression over the years. I mean, I literally remember when they were racing rookie at the JBRLs, and then they went to Sportsman, then Expert, and now they're in the modified classes. So 2026, first full season running in that mod class. They've had some good runs out here at Hobby Action early in the year, and they went to the Carpet Nationals and had some pretty decent runs right here. But I expect them to shine brightly out here at their home track this weekend.
Yes, and awfully impressive in terms of, we talk about not just their driving abilities, but I'm awfully impressed at just how professional they are at such a young age. They're, I believe, 16 years old, 15 or 16, and telling you what, they are wise beyond their years in terms of poise on the driver's stand. Very professional, very mild-mannered in their comments, and tell you what, Chris does a great job with those young men, and they're going to be forces for decades to come in this industry, Sean.
Yeah, that's kind of like the proteges right there for Uncle Matt Gonzalez right there. He's been really working with those kids over the years, and he's been a huge part of their program. Obviously, it takes the drivers and everything, but Uncle Matt's been in the back pocket here this whole time, and I think it's really cool to see these kids progress.
Nice that we're talking about Levi, as he is who we're following, and he is your leader on a 19.5.04. This is a great run here for him, but twin brother Chase only 0.6 of a second behind. Doug now 1 second back of Chase in the 3rd spot. Sontag making a nice move up to the field, and check out the hot lap, 15.4 for Sontag, making some good progress in that black and pink X-ray. Billy Hayden running 5th. This is the best he's looked all weekend. Sousa, Lime, Noya, and Nakaya with 35 seconds left to go.
Yeah, Sontag rocking those ProMotion tires here for 2026. And that's kind of cool to see, and we touched on a little bit last week, but the TZO tires and companies like ProMotion have, they're not new to the game, but they haven't been around for decades as far as some of the other brands either. So it's really cool to see these newer brands come in and make a splash. And of course, Nick Hernandez and the TZO crew came out with some A-scale tires first, and they worked on a 10-scale tire, and they've really found something with that 10-scale tire right out of the box.
Yes, they have. Just wanted to catch up on Levi and Chase, 0.2 apart with 5 seconds
baby.
to go. And we have a battle big time. Doug only 0.6 back, so 3 drivers with a chance to win it. Tater 4, Mark 5, then Billy, Camden, Zach, and Hero. Clock has run out. We're going to watch these drivers to the finish. Oh, my goodness. 1/10 of a second is the interval, as it looks like Levi and Chase are both cut. Levi's going to best Chase this time. How about a 19.504.255 for Levi? He's going to beat a 3.74 from Chase. And Doug only 0.6 back on an 04.883. Sontag, a nice recovery to 4th, 19.507. Then we have 18s for Mark Sousa, Billy Hayden, and Camden Lime. 17 for Hero. And unfortunately, Zach with his second DNF of the weekend drops out with 16. So tough break for Mr. Noya. But check out our A-Main Hobbies race results screen. Both the Raymond boys, 19.504s, followed by Dougie Fresh. Sontag leading the 19-lap charge.
Yeah, you can see Levi and Chase coming off the stand here. Of course, their dad, Chris, a big, huge part. And we'll give a shout-out to Mom Heidi as well. It's a racing affair down here. I'm sure we'll get Heidi down here at the track some point this week.
Hailing out of El Cajon, California, just down the road, so it's not too far for those folks to get here. And here comes your final heat of two-wheel drive modified buggy, brought to you by J Concepts. On the pole, Indiana's Dakota Fend, Davey Botta from right down the road at Coyote Hobbies in that second spot, followed by Aiden Horn from Michigan, Chase Lemieux with the X-Ray from Wisconsin, Brock Champlin from Utah driving a Schumacher, Brandon Schumann from Virginia Beach, Virginia in his Schumacher machine, Spencer Rivkin from Arizona piloting an associated car, Ryan Cavallari from Huntington Beach, California, the 31-time national champion in that 8th spot with the one-up-backed associated ride, Tom Rinderneck in the Schumacher from Iowa, and Cole Tallard also in the Schumacher ride, and Cole hails from Amro, Wisconsin.
We got the best seat in the house here for some of the best drivers, not just in the country, in the world.
Man, you and me get to wear the headsets. We get to be two race fans that get to yap to you guys on the live audience. This is about the best opportunity you can get. So thanks, folks, for joining us here on the live streams. Whether you're watching on liverc.com, Facebook, or YouTube, we appreciate everybody joining in. And, man, I'll tell you what, it happened yesterday, it happened again. Once the final heat of Modified comes up, the number spikes of who is watching, and they're for good reason. These are some of the best, not just in the United States, but in the world, in 10-scale dirt off-road racing, and we're in for a treat, Sean.
All right, man, we're racing off-road this weekend, so they're tuning in for some big internet. As you just saw, that Avid RC jump cam giving us a great shot right there. Now, we're sitting on the lander of this quad right here. We've already had a body fly into the Live RC broadcast booth. I'm expecting a little more carnage this weekend, and I'm all for it.
Yes, we're truly in the field. We're getting dirt chunks thrown at us when people case the quad here, and like you mentioned, Ryan Moore's body almost flew right up here into the broadcast booth. So we're watching for the start here. Dakota will launch first, and you'll see Mr. Braun, of course, a very well decorated race director, calling them off in number order based on how they finished round one yesterday. And as mentioned, Braun spacing them out nicely. Check out all this real estate that these drivers have to work with. And if I do say so myself, Mike Braun just spaced those cars out perfectly. We'll see what these guys got for the opening lap. As we covered yesterday, Dakota Fenn was your round one TQ, but we caught up with him earlier in the weekend. Here is my pick. I'm submitting my pick for this weekend. You know who it is? Davey Botta.
Oh, I like that.
Second so many times. We already talked to him. We said, I'm sure you're sick of hearing it. You're the best driver on the modified circuit that's yet to win a national. Is this the weekend? And he says, I sure hope so, because he's been coming down here working hard. He's already mentioned that he's been staying over at Matty G's house, driving the three-hour trip one way, so a 6-hour round trip. And if there's one guy that's going to get the fruits of his labor, I think this is Davey's weekend.
What a great pick right there. Botta is really put a stamp on the two-wheel drive and four-wheel drive modified class. Of course, finishing second last year in the two-wheel drive modified class at the Worlds in Australia, only to Brock Champlin right there. And so that's pretty cool. He's a 9-time JBRL champion and a 2-time stock champion at Aurora level. But let's see if he can't get himself the big one here in the modified class.
Yeah, unfortunately, that was broadcaster Curtis Davey just going for a roll at the end of that straightaway, so it's going to put Brock Champlin to the front. Telling you, there's some drivers in this field, they don't care about the feel-good stories. They don't care about the narratives being pushed. You think about guys like Brock and Dakota, sometimes good defense still gets beat by better offense. And you think about Champlin and Dakota, probably two of the fastest men on four wheels in the world.
Yeah, defense wins you championships, and that goes for RC racing as well, too.
Dakota and Brock, just as we mentioned, 0.2 of a second apart. Dakota just took the lead back with a 15.3, fastest lap on lap number 7. Rivkin in that third spot. Rivkin's been the model of consistency the last couple years. He hasn't had many big wins to his credit, but he's always in the mix. So Rivkin can never count him out. Of course, Helen for Hobby Action Raceway gets a lot of useful practice down there at Larry Tom's racetrack. Aiden Horn jumping up to the 4th spot. So Aiden putting in a good run right here. And Cavallari, like we mentioned, 31-time national champion, former IFMAR world champion. If there's one guy that's going to keep working hard and continue to be in the mix, he can never count out our man Cavallari.
Yeah, 4-time world champion. So there's something to be said for that. And none of us are getting any younger, but that man still has it. The pace right there, it looks good. So I'm really impressed on Cavallari. And I think he's got quite a few more years left in the tank.
for what Cavalieri might be lacking on pace from that age, like we mentioned, he makes up for it by working his tail off. Him and Randy Castor's one-up racing. Randy gives him all the tools he needs to go out here and compete, and he's running great right now. Of course, running hot race tires this weekend, so making a nice move over for tires there for Cavalieri, showing that he's still got the speed to get it done. But right now, Dakota Fenn showing him how it's done, 6/10 in front of now Rivkin, who takes second place over from Brock Champlin. Horn still fourth, and Brennan Schimmel jumping up to that 5 spot. Brennan's kind of been fighting from behind. We were documenting it in the seating practices. Brennan a little bit off the pace from what we saw last year at Hoosier, but he's working hard at it. That Schumacher machine on J Concepts tires, Exalt Power, you got to believe that Brennan's going to have his name in the running before this weekend's over, Sean.
Oh, I couldn't agree more. He was your TQ, I believe, 2-wheel drive and 4-wheel drive modified. Almost did the double up last year at the Dirt Nationals, and it fell a little bit short in 4-wheel drive, but I think he'll have something to say by the end of this weekend, and he'll be working on those Schumacher rides until he gets them dialed in. At this level, I mean, it could be as simple as a 1 mil shim here or there, or just a little camber adjustment on the links and stuff. So he's right there. He does have hot lap of the race at a 15.3, so he's obviously found something here, and I expect to have some pretty good runs from Shim Shady out here this weekend.
Could not agree more. We talked about how Davey, experienced the heartbreak last year of getting passed by Schimmel in 2-wheel drive, but Schimmel also experienced hardship in 4-wheel drive in AMA number 3. The AC vent at Hoosier was dripping just coming onto the entrance of the triple, and nobody's fault, just kind of the way the conditions fell, and Brennan wasn't able to clear the triple cleanly. Dakota was, and Dakota ended up taking away the national championship. So Brennan's experienced the highest of highs and the lowest of lows, but he'll be definitely a threat here before the weekend's over. With 20 seconds to go, we are following Rivkin, who is in a solid second, but Dakota Fenn, like we said, sometimes good offense beats good defense. 1.9 second lead over Rivkin, just stretching it out. 15-2 on lap number 16. He's trying to take home his second TQ on the weekend here in 2-wheel drive. Just has to finish about one more lap to do so. Rivkin 2, Champlin 3, Horn and Bada, your top 5 will let it finish out. Once again, Dakota Fenn showing you why he is one of the best in the world on that X-Ray chassis. Coyote Electronics and the Matrix Tires, new tire company kind of coming in the U.S. and showing you why they're quick. But it looks like Dakota made a bobble on the last lap. You can never call it done till it's over. We'll see who's going to take it. It's either going to be Rivkin or Champlin. And yes, it was Rivkin at the end. I'm telling you what, this track will sneak out and bite you. Fenn had it in his grasp and gives it up at the end. So Spencer Rivkin sneaks in here and takes round 2 TQ away on a 5:13.0, followed by Brock Champlin 0.5, and now Dakota drops to third on a 5:14.5. Horn goes fourth, 5:14.7. So top 5 going to reset along with Davey Bada in fifth on a 19.501. Tollard, Cavalieri, Schimmel, and Rinderneck all on 19s, and unfortunately, tough break for Chase Lemieux, dropping out after 15 at 4:08. So Spencer Rivkin, sometimes you just have to be in the prime position. He takes advantage of a Fenn error, and we'll grab a word from our one-up race report.
Thank you.
Oh, my goodness.
Spencer Rivkin. Telling you what, man. It looked like it was a foregone conclusion, but that's why he always raced to the final buzzer. You just took round 2 TQ here at the Roar 10 Skill Dirt Offroad Nationals. Let me know how you're feeling about that and how that builds momentum for your weekend.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the start of the race was a little bit slow for me. I kind of got into a good rhythm, and I knew Brock and I were pretty close, and then it was about like a half a second to Dakota. Going into the last lap, I was really more in thoughts of where I was in relative to Brock, because at one point Dakota had a second and a half lead. He kind of put together a couple of string of laps that were just like a little bit too risky for me to continue to be at that pace. And just mostly kind of building some confidence. Yesterday I had a bad run. So this was a good boost. I've been making some serious progress to the vehicles. And obviously this weekend is the Nationals, so Jay Constance kind of came a little bit prepared for some test compounds. So we're kind of doing some compound testing and kind of building some momentum with the entire JC team. Seems to be in good direction. So, yeah, it was a good run. Looking forward to building off of that and then seeing how it kind of plays out for the rest of the day.
Awesome, Spencer. That was a great drive from you. And we just saw when you panned over to you, took a deep exhale. You guys are working hard on this racetrack. Can you give a thought on how this track is reaching out and grabbing you guys and just give a comment on this layout?
Yeah, well, this layup in particular is much higher speed. It's like a speedway kind of layout, so the cars are going much faster miles per hour wise around every single section than traditionally that we've been here in San Diego. So you're on edge. There's a lot of uneven surfaces going on through the whole track. It's wavy and a little bit of choppy, and then you add into high grip. You add in bumps, and you also add in other competitors on the track driving. You're making your way through lap traffic or whatever it may be. So. It's super challenging, and it's really on an edge that where you sometimes if you're overly confident can kind of help you kind of not worry about the bumps, but if you're a little timid, it makes it a lot worse. So there's a fine line because you don't want to crash, but at the same time, if you're going timid, you're probably not going very fast.
Great summary there, Spencer. Thanks for giving a thought on that. Listen, you're a 12-time national champion. You're a former world champion. Give me your best sponsor, Rip, to thank those that bring you to this point.
I mean, I would say the big three: Team Associated, Hobby Wing, and J Concepts. And of course, my parents. My dad, I know, is watching at home, so I love you, Dad. Kind of turned it around from yesterday. My dad texted me yesterday. He was a little bummed. He's like, "What are you doing out there in two-wheel drive?" And kind of got me a little upset. So, but no, definitely associated, and Brent with the team manager and Jason from J Concepts, and of course my family support watching. So I definitely couldn't have do it without those guys. And at the end of the day, this racing is a hobby for most people. I still treat it as a hobby, even though it is a career for me. It's a privilege to come out here and race and have fun and compete. That's really what it comes down to it.
Great perspective, Spencer. Keep RC fun, my man. Well, good luck the rest of the weekend. Congratulations on your TQ run.
Yep, thank you.
Yeah, that was a great interview right there. A lot of little insight right there. And a shout-out to Ronnie. What's up, Ronnie? Ronnie, one of the coolest dads at the racetrack right there, always taking care of Sexy Leg out there at the races. And just a great human being in general. So great interview right there from Rifkin. I enjoyed that.
Rifkin's always one of the best interviews, Sean. He really gives you an inside perspective on what it's like to be a professional RC racer, and I did like that. I like that Ronnie's kind of a tough critic on him. Sometimes you gotta be told some things you maybe don't want to hear, but maybe you need to hear. And I'm telling you, when you get Spencer Rifkin motivated, that's bad news for the rest of the field. He knows how to get it done on the highest levels, and I think the rest of the field is now on notice after that TQ effort.
Well, whatever Ronnie told him, it worked. So, dads are going to dad.
It certainly did. We're getting back into racing here, though. We're currently 2:45 into this first heat of 13.5 Stadium Truck, brought to you by Team Associated. And Christopher Shamaradian right now to 17.517, leading Jose Newman, Aiden Spencer, Edward Garcia, and Sean Niblink, your current top five. John Blizzard is 6. Daxton Hoskins in that 7th spot. Eric Irvin, Byron McDermott, and it looks like, unfortunately, Nick Miller having some early mechanical trouble here, Sean.
Yeah, Shamarada in a privateer with that Team Associated ride out there. Of course, he's also sponsored by TZO and Hot Rod Hobbies, one of our local kids out there racing with his mom, Teresa's out there, and dad, VJ, over there watching him race. I haven't seen Teresa out here, so we might see her later this weekend and racing with his little bro, Carlo. But right now, Chris Shaw having a nice little run right here with, obviously, our stock tire sponsor out here this weekend, TZO. So putting his sponsors in a good light.
Absolutely, man. Like we were mentioning, just wanted to give one more plug to TZO. They've got the big three classes for the spec control tires: 21.5 2.0 buggy, 17.5 2.0 buggy, and 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy. And I got to think, I can't speak to this from a manufacturer standpoint on tires, but how many sets of tires do you have to have prepared for that? I mean, you got to figure. You never know when you come to a track like this, because I know at Hoosier last year, the drivers were saying they really could have one-run their tires and gotten new every run. I wonder if the tire wear is anywhere close to that. And I mean, how do you plan for that as a manufacturer? I give Nick and all the manufacturers in RC a lot of credit for that.
I think you come up expecting more than less. So you just bring a handful of tires out here. And now on a racing on a non-treated surface like this, I think there's a certain amount of break-in period, and there's gonna be a pretty large window. I'm sure they can get quite a few runs out of these tires. I think a brand new set, our freshly broken in set aren't going to be as good as maybe a set with 4 or 5 runs on it, and maybe a little treatment, whether they're sanding them or burning them in. So I think they're going to get quite a few sets, but Nick looked a little tired when he came over here and saw us this morning.
Oh, my man was definitely putting in those long hours. The whole TZO team, just wanted to give them a shout-out, as well as all of our sponsors for this event. These events don't happen without all the support of the racers and the sponsors. So everybody that's lent a hand at this event, thank you very, very much. Clock has run out here, Sean. 17:5:17 for Chris Shaw. You're looking to take this one home, the only driver on 17 laps, with Spencer second, Jose Newman third, Daxton and Edward. We'll let the clock finish, and we'll give you the final order. But right now, Chris Shaw put himself in a good position for this next heat of stadium truck. They're going to have a run to go get this time. 17:5:17 is nothing to sneeze at.
Yeah, that was a solid run right there for Chris Shamaradian. So good run for Chris, and we'll see how that stacks up here with our A qualifier coming up next.
Yes, sir. Looks like we're just waiting on John Blizzard. He is done. He drops a spot to 8th. But, yes, Chris Shaw-Meridian actually bumps up to a 17:5:16 at the end there. So a good run for Chris Shaw and a bunch of 16s there for Aiden, Jose Daxton, and Edward Garcia. That's your top 5, followed by 15-lap brackets for Eric, Sean, and John. 14:5:04 for Byron McDermott. And, unfortunately, like we mentioned, Nick Miller having a little trouble in this race. Luckily, he gets to use this as his throwaway round for 13.5 Stadium Truck. And we got one more heat on the way up, and Stadium Trucks have looked at more of a support class this weekend here, Sean. But check out these names at the top of the field. This is not any cakewalk here for these 13.5 Stadium drivers. There's your driver's stand shot, showing you our fastest 10 after round number 1.
Yeah, great shot right there of our drivers. And you can see one to watch out for this weekend is Ivan Moreno Jr., like you had touched on with Jermaine Robinson. Naturally coming from the 8-Skirl world, and same thing with Ivan Moreno Jr. representing for Tijuana over there at the Baja California. So he'll be one to watch out here for, even though he mainly runs 8-scale. Obviously a wheelman. I think he's seeded into all the A groups here for the 3 classes he's racing. But he'll be one to watch out here. That young man is a ripper.
Yes, the 8-scale contingent are submitting their bet this weekend in terms of what is the most difficult thing to race. Because if you can wheel your 8-scale nitro car around the track, you got to think you can drive just about anything. And Moreno and, of course, Jermaine Robinson are living proof of that at the moment.
Yeah, and I'm a firm believer, if you can drive a 2-wheel drive 10-scale, you can drive anything. And look at the best drivers in the world where they came from. They came from 10-scale, Mayfield, Cavalieri's, and just so on and so forth. They all started right there with the 10 scales, and so you don't naturally see the 8-scale guys cross over, but I'm assuming these kids have been racing 10 scale a long time too. They just are just more well known on the national level as far as 8-scale, but these guys have been racing all forms of race cars for a long time.
And, as much as things change, they still stay the same. We put different tires on. We go to lay-down transmissions, and we move the electronics forward, but you still see the same big names at the top of the board. But it's awesome to see names like Robinson and Ivan Moreno jumping at the top of these stock fields. They will be fun to watch. As you see Doug Lerviere TQ'd yesterday, round number 1. Let's see if he can do it again. But he made a little bobble through the first corner. So right now he's got Caden Meeks up in his business. It's Meeks, Moreno, Moran, Moore coming out 2nd through 5th. And then Hoskins, Edwards, Grant, Hicks, and Esbeck as they come around for their first completed lap.
Yeah, it looks like Lerviere looking a little off the pace here this morning with that truck. As Meeks all over him, man. Don't look in that rear view mirror for Lerviere. Meeks is looking good right here, but man, right on cue, Ivan Moreno Jr. to the point.
My man knows how to put himself in the box. As Benny Parsons used to say, he said he'd walk around the NASCAR garage and teams would say, "Come on, talk about us on TV." He says, "All you got to do is put it in the box, and we'll talk about you." And Ivan Moreno doing that just there right now. He's your leader, followed by Caden Meeks, a 10th of a second back. Check out Meeks, though, with a 16 flat that time by. This young man really put himself on the map last year at Hoosier. Had some great runs. The man from Fernley, Nevada. He's continuing to make that statement here, the blue and white associated truck. We're following him here on the dynamic camera. It's Meeks to the front by a 10th over Moreno. Then Sammy the Killer, Moran, up to that 3rd spot, followed by Moore, Esbeck, Edwards, Grant, Hicks, Lerviere, and Hoskins. So like you mentioned, Dougie a little off the pace early. Let's see if he can get his act back together with 3:30 left.
Yeah, he does have the hot lap with the race. He's the only one running sub 16-second laps with the 15.9. The car just looking a little hard to drive. So right now we got 4 seconds between my top 7, and now it's going to be Meeks to the point by 6/10. Sammy the Killer Moran in that associated factory-backed one-up racing ride. And then Moran in that number 2. Ryan Moore, let's see. Oh, a little swapping back and forth. Moran 2, 3 now, Esbeck 4. That's the youngster Connor Esbeck, one of my youngest racers out here today. He's a local out here from SDRC. He'll be one to watch. Lurier, Moore, Edwards, Hicks, Grant, and Hoskins, my top 10 here with 2 down, 3 to go.
Yes, Meeks running awesome right here again from Nevada, and then you have Moreno, Moran, Lurier, and Esbeck, and yeah, I'm sure Father Tom is watching on Connor closely. That whole crew from SDRC, they got a lot of good support on Connor's side. And then Ryan Moore had made a little bobble. He was up to 4, now drops to 6, but still in the mix. And another long lap for Doug. He made his way back up to the 4th spot, but drops back into 7th, as it is Meeks leading by 1.2 seconds over Sammy Moran. And again, Caden continuing to submit his bid here in Stadium Truck. Moran, Moreno, Esbeck, Moore all separated by 5 seconds. So pretty good spacing amongst your top drivers. It's 1.3 between Caden and Sammy, then 7/10 between Sammy and Ivan. That puts the gap from top 3 at 2 seconds flat.
Yeah, so Meeks 1.5, and then it's the back that you can see battling. We're actually live right here. That is Moran in the number 2 spot, and then Ivan Moreno Jr. 3 right in front of him. A little bit of mistake right there out of Ivan Moreno Jr., and he's just going to let Moran on by, man. That's your driving is your business card, so they remember things like that, and they give you the same respect in return. Nothing like some good, clean racing and respectable driving. I love to see that.
Oh, man, Sean, racers have long memories. They don't
Yes,
forget.
we do.
And, man, I'll tell you what, that was a classy move by the young Moreno. He definitely could have shoved it back in there and gone side by side with Sammy. But I think that, like you said, you earn a lot of respect with how you are on and off the track. Sammy, one of the most mild-mannered on and off the track. I'm sure he got a little bit of love there from Ivan just from his track record.
Yeah, these are both West Coast racers right here, so they have a long rapport of racing with each other. But, sometimes when that tone goes off, that's not necessarily the case. But, I think, obviously, Sammy would have done the same thing for Ivan, and that's just good to see that. And it just makes for some good, fun, entertaining racing.
Yes, one thing this weekend, I got to give a big shout-out to not just the drivers, but also Roar has a referee up on the driver's stand. They have the whole weekend. Clayton Young, the president, is up there being the referee, and I've seen a lot of really good, clean racing this weekend. Drivers are kind of being informed of where the leaders are at. You're battling this person, you're not battling this person, and you love to see good, clean racing, and really have the drivers earn their spots on the grid, more so from their outright speed, not so much from attrition or things happening out of their control.
Yeah, and I think it's something more that you see over in Europe and stuff that, that's very common to have a referee up on the stand. But you know what? Even I haven't heard him make any calls this morning, but it just kind of lets everybody know there's an eye in the sky. We're watching, and that actually makes a difference, just him being up there and letting everybody know, saying, hey, we want you guys to race. We want you guys to duke it out, make some good hard passes, but if it's dirty and I see it, they're going to call it.
Absolutely, and that's how it's done. I like the stance they're taking. Is they're not here to be the judge and jury in a court case. They're looking more just to make sure things are in line, making sure things are running as operated. If they have to take action, they will. But at this point, Caden Meeks trying to nail down round 2 TQ here in 13.5 Stadium Truck. What a run he's putting in here on a 19.511. Moran, the only other driver on 19 laps. You're watching Caden bringing around the final corner. One more run on the straightaway, and he's going to do it, Sean. 19.511.7 for Caden Meeks. Round 2 TQ here in Stadium Truck. The top 9 will all move in front of Chris Shaw's previous TQ. That puts Sammy Moran second on a 19.511. Then a bunch of 18s down the board. Moreno's going to grab that 3rd spot on a flat. Doug with an 05 in 4th. Moore with an 08 in 5th. Brendan Edwards and Connor Esbeck both going 5.12. They were 4/10 apart. We're 6th and 7th. Keaton Grant 18.516. Ethan 17.514. And Tyler Hicks 16.504. So congratulations to Nevada's Caden Meeks taking TQ home for the Associated Hobbywing and J Concepts teams. We'll grab a word with him on our one-up race report and our man Sean Miller.
All right, we got Reno, Nevada's very own on our one-up racing interview cam. Caden Meeks, our round 2 TQ. Give us a little insight of what's going on in that head.
The truck was pretty bad during seeding. I made some big changes, put it back to a different front end on the truck. Truck is way better that run. Finally coming around.
Awesome, man. The truck was looking real good right there from the get-go. Doug's truck was looking a little off pace. I don't know if he had made any changes or anything, but you were pretty much took that lead out front early, and you never looked back right there. And whatever changes you made, dude, I would keep wrenching. You're on to something right here.
Awesome. Thanks, man.
Cool, man. Anybody you want to give a shout-out to getting you out here?
Just my sponsors and family.
Awesome, man. Well, thanks. Get out there and turn marshal, and good luck the rest of the weekend.
Awesome. Thank you.
a man of few words. He's a businessman, you know. He lets the driving do the talking.
Yeah, and I'm fine with that personally. You know, we just had Spencer up there and had a nice long interview, which I'm fine with that too. But hey, sometimes less is more, and some people really have some good insight and want to give it back to us as we ask questions, and they'll give us as much as little as they want. And I'm perfectly fine with that. You know, there's no judging as far as interviews right here.
I dig it, man. I like that young man. He's got a good demeanor about him. Very friendly when you walk up to him in the pits. And he was feeling pretty good about his chances. He's got 3 chances to do it. Of course, he's running all the stock divisions, both 2- and 4-wheel, as well as a stadium truck.
Yeah, making his sponsors proud right there. And like you said, letting the driving do the talking.
Absolutely. 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy, your first heat, presented by One Up Racing, is firing off right now. And our man Nick Mellon, as we mentioned earlier, will start it off first. Riley Christie, J. Neal, Carlos Chamaradian, Bryson Miller, Grayson Leonard, that's Racing Grayson Leonard, Logan Hall, Byron McDermott, Eric Irvin, and Felino Vasquez was your full starting grid, as you saw in your One Up and your A-Main Hobbies grid lineup. Mike Braun calls them all out, and here we go.
All right, we'll give him a minute to get things situated. While we're doing that, we'll show some love to our viewers. Thanks for tuning in, guys. We got Mango Cichlids in the house. Good morning, Mango. We got Logan Thompson, one of the local fast West Coast guys out here, racing both 10 scale and 8 scale. And then we got Leland Wolffork. What up, Leland? Tuning in, checking out all the racing action on a beautiful Saturday afternoon now. We got a pretty late start out here. It was an 11 a.m. start. I was a little surprised at that, but I'm all for it. Got a chance to sleep in a little bit.
Yes, definitely wouldn't mind the chance to sleep in. It was a pretty long one yesterday. 2 rounds of seating, and then, of course, Q1 was at 5 p.m. Pacific yesterday. And I wanted to give one more shout out. I really appreciate how SDRC and Roar worked on the schedule. I feel for this size event, 177 entries, this was the perfect schedule. Yesterday you had your seating and your 1 round of qualifying. Today we get the last 3 rounds of qualifying done, so Q2 through 4. Again, we'll finish tonight around 7:15 Pacific time in the evening. And tomorrow, all of our mains, of course, AAA mains for all of our divisions. And I think that's the perfect compromise on schedule. It's a big ask of these drivers to take a lot of time off of work or school or whatever they may have. A lot of these drivers, there's very few paid drivers that work for a salary here. So you're asking people that have day jobs and lives to take time off of work. I just want to give a big shout out to Roar for keeping that in mind and cutting this event down from a normal day. Usually we'd be starting things off a day early. I believe this is the perfect compromise.
I agree. I guess it's a bit of that Southern California West Coast style right there. You know, we're just laid back here in beautiful San Diego, California this weekend.
Well, when the weather's sunny and 75, everybody tends to be a little bit easier going. So I will say my first experience on the West Coast has been wonderful. Everybody's been great. Sean, it's been a pleasure to work with you, and only going to get better as the weekend goes. So we got Carlos Chamaradian. We got a lot of TV time for the Shaw family.
Yeah.
Christopher and Carlo both doing a heck of a job here in their respective divisions. And Carlo doing a good job out here. I believe he's missing a wing. One of those cars is missing a wing. I'm watching for Carlo. He's okay. Yeah, Carlo's on the far side of the track. There he is in that yellow, blue, and green. But one car, the dark blue, was missing a wing. And, man, Sean, I know we both have raced 10-scale off-road. When you lose that wing, they are not fun to drive.
Does this sound familiar? Give it a lot of throttle in the air.
Yes. You definitely gotta whip out the panic throttle when you have a wing come off in 10 scale. But man, I'm telling you what, these drivers doing a great job. You got to think this is the first heat out of 4. This is technically the bottom heat of 13.5 4-wheel, and every single driver in this division of the 40 car field knows how to get the job done. This is probably the toughest class in all off-road racing.
There is no doubt, and I say that all the time because you're a race director much like myself. The bigger the class, the harder it is to get into that A-main event, and that's just how it goes.
It's not just the size of the field, too. It's just the depth of talent. I mean, we were mentioning the 17.5 field. A lot of those drivers double classing here in 13.5. There's going to be 10 cars in the A-main, but probably about 20 or so deserving people of that. Just saw in the broadcast, one car clanged off the wall here just by our broadcast booth. We almost had a car join us in the broadcast booth, but just to get back to that point, to put a bow on it, yes, there's going to be about 20, 25 drivers that are deserving of making that final show on Sunday, and there's going to be a lot of people that are shut out.
Like you were saying over this front side quad, not the first time I'm going to be hit by an RC car, and not the last.
Absolutely. We were thinking about asking for a catch fence, but you know what? This is what's called real in the field reporting. We're really in the elements. It's almost like I compare it to somebody from the Weather Channel being out in a hurricane wearing their poncho and
exactly
being out there in the elements.
That's it. We're giving you the full report this weekend. We're not scared. We're not hiding behind a catch fence. In fact, I encourage them jump on inside the Live RC broadcast, and I'll give you guys a little sponsor on your stickers on your RC car for doing so.
Without a doubt. Carlos Shamaradian, as we've been goofing off around here, has been making a great run of it here. 18.509, only driver on the 18-lap pace right now. Grayson Leonard right now in that 2-spot, 17.504. Jay Neal's third on a 17.505. Logan on a 17.506. Then we drop down to 16-lap paces for Nick Mellon and Byron McDermott. A 14 apiece for Eric and Felino, and it looks like, unfortunately, trouble for Bryson Miller. That Miller family just snake bit my mechanicals this weekend so far. Hopefully they can turn that around.
Well, being a Miller myself, that's just sometimes how racing goes. So, they're having a bit of a rough go here, and that's why they give us 4 rounds,
Yes, luckily the weekend's young, but sometimes RC can be cruel. It gives and it taketh away, for sure. We'll hope that Nick and Bryson get their game sorted back out. Both very strong competitors. Watching Carlos Shamaradian trying to bring this one home. He's looking to take one more clean pass down the straightaway. He will do so. 18.509. Good opening run here in 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy for Carlo. It's going to be the early
Carlo.
TQ with 3 heats left to go. Yes, good job. I echo that. Jay Neal taking second at the end away from Grayson. You can see Grayson making a small bobble down there. That's going to let Jay take second on 17.502. Logan with an 06. Grayson 07. Nick Mellon jumps up to a 17 at the end there. 17.517. Byron 16 and 14 apiece for Eric and Felino. Bryson and Riley both experiencing some early trouble. A-Main Hobbies qualifying results screen up on the board right here. And again, you can see we are live from SDRC Raceway in San Diego, California, here for the 2026 Rower Electric 10-Scale Dirt Off-Road Nationals. Presented by Hobbywing North America. Big thanks to Hobbywing, our title sponsor on the event. Hobbywing continues to support the industry in every single facet. Also want to thank the rest of our sponsors: SXT Racing Products, ProTech RC, Team Associated, TZO 200 Tires, J Concepts, One Up Racing, Techno RC, Team Coyote, RC Speed Secrets, Visit Design, and of course want to thank our Live RC sponsors: Avid sponsoring our Jump Cam, One Up sponsoring our race reports, A-Main Hobbies sponsoring our grid lineups and our race results screens, and of course J Concepts always hanging out at the top left of our screen right there in the flyout as one of our primary sponsors here at Live RC. You're watching the Roar 10-Scale Dirt Off-Road Nationals with Jared Barton on the play-by-play. My man Sean Sexy Like Miller to my right on the color. Sam is in production, and Travis on the moving dynamic camera here for Live RC, bringing you all of the coverage, and thanks for joining us.
Man, this has been fun. It's my first time ever actually in the Live RC broadcast booth, doing the double up right here. And we got a chance to meet each other at 1 a.m. last night for the first time. As I walked into the hotel room, you were already in there, and I got in late last night. Scared the bejesus out of you. Nice to meet you, Jared.
Hey, man, that was a nice introduction. It's not like we weren't in communication. I knew you were coming. I was just I was out cold, and my man walks in. I'm like, hey, what's going on? And he goes, oh, it's just Sean. I go, all right, cool. So that was a nice introduction. Then we actually got to formally introduce ourselves this morning.
Yeah, I appreciate you reaching out to me earlier this week, and that kind of help a little bit with the formal introduction at 1 a.m. this morning.
Of course, man. One thing that I love about this Live RC team, we all work as a team, and it's always a pleasure to be out here in California. A New York boy wouldn't normally find his way out here if it wasn't for LiveRC.com. So thanks, folks. Brandon Rohde back home at HQ, Cam Leung, and the whole group. Thank you guys very much, and we're certainly doing our best to bring you all the action here from SDRC. Race number 14 is rolling off right here. You can see Ethan Hoskins opens up with a 15.8 opening lap here in 13.5 four-wheel drive heat 2 out of 4. This is 14 out of 20. We will take a short break between rounds 2 and 3, but folks, we urge you, do not turn those streams off during the break. We have plenty of bonus content to bring you during the break. We'll also stick around and do a little crowd work with you. Let you folks ask some questions. We'll do our best to answer them. Again, plenty of bonus content coming up. We've caught up with a bunch of drivers and gotten their thoughts on how the weekend's been going so far, some household names, and maybe some names that you're haven't heard of yet, but you soon shortly will. How about that, Sean?
Oh, there is definitely somebody going to come out here and make a name for themselves at the Nationals. That's what it's all about on this. You got one of the biggest playing fields here and the best coverage out here. So come on out here, make a name for yourself out here, and really let the world know who you are. And I expect a couple of races to do that here this weekend.
Clayton Young checking in with us there in the booth. Yes, we do have all the scoring working as proper as advertised. So thanks, Mike Braun, for the quick fix there. And I'll tell you what, both the Hoskins boys in this one. This is a Michigan brotherly battle, and right now Ethan besting Daxton. I'm sure Brian, his dad, says, "Come on, don't take each other out. Just be nice to each other. Brotherly love out there will definitely play dividends." But right now, Ethan looking great. 15.5, the fastest lap from Ethan on lap number 5. He's on a 19.5 flat. That is going to be challenging for TQ time, because remember yesterday, Nate Sutherland was your TQ at a 25.11. So at this point right now, Ethan Hoskins from the second heat out of 4 putting in a great start here. He is on a 20-lapper. Whoa, sends it over the quad. He was able to bring it back, had a little wheel-to-wheel contact with a back marker. That was pretty awesome, Sean.
Yeah, he's in a bit of a pack right here, so that can always get a little iffy when you're IFMAR qualifying.
Man, fantastic save there. He makes a little bobble through that center switchback, but once again, just laying that thing over the quad. I love watching those cars whip through the air. They correct him with the servo and the throttle and brake inputs. Off-road racing, definitely one of the sexiest forms of racing in terms of aesthetics.
There's no doubt. If I'm not winning races, at least I can do is go out there and throw the sickest whip of the race. You know what I mean?
Could not agree more, my man. Especially if you can do it in an 8-scale nitro or electric car. Those things with all that power, you can just do some crazy stuff. 3 down and 2 left to go in race 14. Hoskins is controlling the field right here, 2.9 seconds in front of Audis Jones. Good run for that young man in second place. Another young man, Keaton Grant, in third. Tusa Carrera in the fourth spot. Gavin Miller in the 5. Then Johan Blizzard, Tyler Hicks, Daxton Hoskins, and Christopher Shamaradian. Looks like some trouble for Robert Pauly. He did not make the first lap. I believe he checked in, maybe had a mechanical failure on that opening lap, Sean.
Yeah, I don't see any cars sitting out there. Well, that's just racing in a nutshell sometimes.
And that tech inspection team of Cal Southworth and Josh Richardson, two very friendly guys, but they're going to make it toe the line in terms of running the proper battery voltage, the minimum weight, and all the other specifications for these buggies and trucks out here. So these drivers have been encouraged all weekend long to pre-tech their stuff to make sure that they are in accordance with the Roar rules. And, of course, we're following the Roar rule book to a T this weekend at the Roar Nationals. Oh, no. Hoskins getting tangled with a lap car right there. That may have been Jones and him getting together. Unfortunately, Jones paying the price. That was pretty rough.
Yeah, long lap right here. Going to drop into the number 2 spot as early. He was on 25.15 pace. Looking pretty good out there, but unfortunately, with those cars all stacked up with each other right there, there's always going to be a little bit of carnage.
Keaton Grant picks up the pieces, moves up to second place. He's only 2 seconds back of Hoskins, so Ethan's got to clean up his act here to keep this heat race win in hand. Like you mentioned, falls off the 20-lap run, so really you're just in damage control now, trying to finish as high in this round as you can.
Yeah, and that's just kind of part of being in the B qualifier, or the C qualifier. You want to obviously go out there in seating and put in your best effort, and what that does is it kind of sets you up with the rest of the cars that have been driving at similar speed. So it's so important in these lower C qualifiers and B qualifiers to work together, because the more you guys bump and bang, the slower you guys are going collectively as a group. Now, it also goes for the other way. The more you guys work together, the faster you guys are going collectively as a group, and it gives you a little bit more shot at those top 10 runs to make the A main, with the B and the A qualifier still yet to come.
As you're wrapping up that point, Sean, you saw Ethan that hit that braking bump there at the end of that straightaway, and he went for a ride. We'll see if Keaton Grant can pick up the pieces here. Ethan drops to a 19.509, so Grant has a chance to steal it away. Keaton making his way around the final corner and making one more run toward the start-finish line, and he takes it away on the last lap. Does Keaton Grant 19.508.2, so Ethan Hoskins going to be stung after this one. He led the whole way and lost it on that last couple laps there. So Keaton Grant going to take it down 19.508. The top 7 all reset the previous time from Carlo Shamaradian. So right now Keaton, Ethan, Audis, Gavin all on 19s, followed by Tuser and Johan, both resetting the previous time as well on low 18s. Then Tyler Hicks 18.503 in 7th. Christopher Shamaradian 18.511, and Daxton Hoskins 18.512. So Keaton Grant kind of laid back in the weeds there, Sean. He was there, he was in the mix, but Hoskins and Audis had their both individual incidents, and Keaton Grant snuck in there at the end.
Yeah, Hoskins had fast lap of the race, and Grant had the second fastest lap of the race, and he just seemed to be a little cleaner through traffic right there, and it paid off in the end.
Absolutely. So there is your 8-man Hobbies grid lineup for Heat 3 out of 4. And again, look at these household names: Pravacek, Moore, Both the TLR boys had great runs in this heat yesterday. Ryan Prince, Ivan Moreno Jr., one of our most talked about drivers. Mason Templeman, two-time champ Mason Templeman, followed by Austin Riley, Connor Esbeck, Brendan Edwards, Caden C., and Skylar Mandela. Your lineup here for race number 15 out of 20, or 30-4 for 13.5 4-wheel drive buggy, brought to you by One Up Racing.
All right, TQ time to beat a 19.50 heat 8 in our B qualifier here.
I think we're going to see that because yesterday I was watching Pravacek and Moore. They just like we mentioned, they worked together out there and put themselves up in 1 and 2 in their race. I believe yesterday Pravacek was 7th overall in round number 1. So great job for the young man from Wisconsin. I know they worked very hard at their program down at Trackside Hobbies, and I'm sure the whole Pravacek family is pretty stoked about that.
Oh yeah, I would be too. Anytime you can go top 7 right there from the B qualifier, I would be thrilled with that.
Absolutely. So you can see Mr. Braun's brought them all down to the starting grid. Getting a check in there on Mr. Templeman,
yep,
associated
like
R1 Works driver. And Luke Pravacek is going to lead us off here. You'll see all these cars fire once the number is called. We'll let Mike call them off.
Yeah, I've known Mason Templeman for a long time, almost about 11 years now, since he was just a young little man. And this kid's gotten really fast, and he's a 2-time national champion out there. Took a little break. He got himself a big boy job, and he's been working really hard over the last couple of years. And unfortunately, playing a little pickup game of basketball, tore his ACL. So he's off of work here for a little bit, and that's kind of what brings him back for the little rebuttal here in the RC car racing world. So it's good to have him back. And hopefully he's enjoying his time. And I expect some pretty good things out here for him. Might be a bit rusty. I know he's been putting in some work over the time. But when you're not following the national circuit and you're not used to running the pace with some of these guys, it takes a little time to get back on the horse.
Certainly hope he sticks around. Was quite impressed when I spoke with him yesterday. He's quite a professional young man. He really kind of understands that this is really about having a good time and representing the teams that he runs for great. And I don't know if anybody's ever told him this. His celebrity doppelganger kind of looks like Justin Bieber. If you ever looked at him, you're like, kind of looks like Justin Bieber. I wonder if he has any hit singles that he's coming out with shortly. But Mason Templeman trying to put up a hit single here in a TQ run, 25-12 for Mason. Flexing not just the vocal cords, but the muscle as well. It's Templeman, Moore, Mandela, C, and Pravacek here after the first couple of laps. Then Ivan Moreno Jr. in the 6, Brendan Edwards in the 7, Austin Riley, Ryan Prince, and Connor Esbeck. And right on cue, 15-3 from Templeman. Fast lap of the race on lap number 5, Sean.
So check this out. TQ from round 1 yesterday, 25-11. That's what Templeman's on right now. He is dialing up one here in round 2 of qualifying on a Saturday afternoon.
You do not want to see Templeman heat up. He will wreak havoc on this field. He's not a 2-time champion out of an accident. He's done it in 2-wheel drive and stadium truck. This is the one class he's missing that championship in. You got to think that he would love to put that on his resume at weekend's end.
Yeah, Templeman rocking those Pro Line tires right there. One of our loved racers out there from Hot Rod Hobbies out there, driving that team associated one-up racing ride.
R1 Works horsepower. That car is flying on the straightaway. You can see he hits that braking bump, just keeps it on 2 wheels. These drivers are flirting with disaster on that braking bump just after the start-finish line. Those cars get light, the suspension unloads, and they are saving it every single lap. To go fast in stock here, you need to put it all on the line. You can see Templeman doing just that, leading by 1.8 seconds. But check out Skylar Mandela in that second spot. Young man from Wisconsin doing a great job. Luke Pravacek, as we mentioned yesterday, winning his heat race, having another good run here in third, followed by Moreno and Prince, your top 5.
Yeah, Mason got that sticky kick strapped up here, man. A little shout out there to Ray Dog with Sticky Kicks RC, man. That car looking good right now. Mark my words, I think this is going to be a top 5 run here.
I wouldn't be surprised. If he can hold 20 laps, I think he will stay inside the top. I'm going to call it top 7. I think this next heat is going to throw down some serious pressure because you got to think about the track getting a little bit quicker. Like we spoke with Al Horner earlier, the grip was a little low. Looks like to me from the eye test it's coming up just a little bit. And when you got names like Sutherland, Butterfield, Hayes Jr., Henley, Robinson, Passione, Moran, Mitchell, Meeks, and King in the next race, they're going to be throwing down some massive heat, Sean.
Yeah, I think this is going to feel pretty good, but when you just rounded off that stack field coming up next, there's a little something to be thinking about in the back of the mind.
Well, we've set our betting odds. You say top 5, I'm saying top 7. But again, we can't call it done yet. Mason's got to keep it clean for another minute 20. But man, if he continues this roll like he's on right now with a 15-1, backs up with a 15-5, he's going to put himself in prime position here in round 2 of qualifying to put himself in that top group. Remember, folks, Rory is going to resort after round number 2, so we will see a new heat order after round number 2. That's how they're going to have the drivers renumber their cars after round number 2, and that's how they're going to finish it out for the rest of qualifying. So
interesting.
Resort halfway through, and usually that'd be a little bit more predictable given the fact that you usually do 2 and 2 for rounds of qualifying. Because we ran Q1 last night, it'll be just a little bit different, but there is an intermission for drivers to properly re-sticker their cars.
Yeah, and that's I guess you can go either way on that. Usually that's what seeding for, and then that's how you would qualify. So they're going to go a full resort after round 2, huh?
I do believe that's what I was hearing, but of course Roar has final call on that, so I'm not going to put words in their mouth. But that's what they would follow with the trend. So we will of course correct that if it ends up not being the case. But we're currently expecting a resort for round 3 of qualifying. Just wanted to jump in here. Tammy Templeman watching her boy Mason put up a fantastic run, 25-12. Your boy's doing it. He's just got to finish a couple more laps here as the clock has expired. Mason Templeman putting in one for the ages right here, and this looks like the Mason of old, Sean.
Oh, yes, it does. This is the Mason I expect to see at the racetrack. No matter, okay. Well, now we're talking about him. We gave him a little race director's curse, I guess you would call that, but a little mistake right there. And still going to be a pretty good run, but he was still out there on his last lap. So he's only going to go 20 laps right here. Unfortunately, going to cost him a few seconds. But a 25-15, I think he might be on something about 7 or 8 here now.
Gets the extra lap still. That was the important part. He still got the extra lap. So despite having that mistake, he was able to hold the heat race win. But check out Ivan Moreno. Nice recovery at the end to go 19.501 for second. Skylar Mandela, 04 for third. Edwards going to go fourth at 19.05. 05s for Edwards, Moore, and Pravacek. Moore besting Luke there by just a couple hundredths of a second, followed by Ryan Prince, 19.509, Riley, 19.514, and Connor Especk, 19.516. Your A-Main Hobbies qualifying results show that Mason Templeman resets TQ 20.515.224. The bets are set, Sean. I'm going to say that puts him in 8th.
I think with that little bobble right there, I think you're pretty on right there. He's going to need a little help from these guys in this one if he wants to go up into that top 5. But it's still, I think, an A-Main run nonetheless here in round 2.
We have seen crazier things happen before. How many times have we seen a big run like that from the B-sort hold up for the TQ pace? So you can never call things concluded until it's all over with. But Mason certainly put himself in a great position to put up a nice low score here in round number 2. We're warming up our final heat of 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy brought to you by One Up Racing. Heading the field will be Haverhill, Iowa's Nate Sutherland on the Schumacher chassis with Exalt horsepower, followed by Bryce Butterfield going off in that second spot. He's been one of our drivers we've been covering this weekend. Butterfield has been awfully impressive in that second position here, trying to continue his run through the field, followed by Jeremy Hayes Jr., the third spot, Talon Henley, Jermaine Robinson, Dominic Passione, Sammy Moran, Aaron Mitchell, Caden Meeks, and Hunter King. Sean, we're in for a treat here in these next 5 minutes.
Yep. And just touching back on the seating and maybe a possible resort, it don't matter how you guys stack them up. The cream always rises to the top, and you know that. So
that is a
to
fact.
us, it doesn't really matter. We're just trying to bring you the correct information.
That is a fact. And again, just don't want to speak till it's all done. That's just what we have been speculating. But of course, we will make sure to give you the proper information once the round 3 qualifiers are set. So it always comes with an asterisk, doesn't it, Sean?
Yeah, no doubt. Especially when you're traveling and you're running a certain format this weekend, and then the next weekend you're in a different state, in a different city, running a different format. We do our best to bring you the proper information, but we're not perfect, and we strive to be perfect. But that's just not how this world works. So we always like to just cover our bases, if you will.
Couldn't have said it better myself, man. Well, here we go. Final heat of 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy brought to you by One Up Racing, and Nate Sutherland leads them out, but we're going to see some big lap times right here. The fastest we saw from Mason was a 15.1. I wouldn't doubt we see a 14-second lap here in this race. We were covering it yesterday. 14.7 was the quickest lap from Chase Lemieux in modified, so you think we're less than a half a second off of lap times here in 13.5. The new 13.5 stock motor technology is just insane.
Yeah, we're going to see a 14-second lap here because if they come out with a 15-1 on lap number 1, some guys are sprinters and come out early real hot, or do you kind of play it safe on lap 1 and 2 and then you kind of build on the momentum and get that race pace strapped up? That's actually how I prefer to do it. If I go out there and crash and get a turn marshal on lap 1 the rest of my race, usually not so good because then I'm playing behind the 8 ball. I just try and go down there and get a couple solid laps under myself, kind of build a groove, and then work from there.
That 15-1 lap was, in fact, from Dom Passione, but he makes a little mistake. And Dom, not normally known as a sprinter, he is going to be smooth and steady to the end, but you think the strategy changes just a little bit now that he's down in the 10th spot. Jermaine Robinson jumps to the top of the board. We've got Eric Hayes cheering on nephew Jeremy Jr. Easy for me to say, but whole Hayes family showing support for Jeremy Jr. this weekend, and for good reason. Your man is putting on a great show with his Schumacher rides, doing a wonderful job.
Yeah, no doubt. Robinson only 7/10 up on Sutherland right here with Sammy Moran another 3/10 back, and it's going to be Talon Henley and Jeremy Hayes. 1.5 between my top 5. King, Butterfield, Meeks, Passione, and Mitchell. So Passione having a bit of a rough one right here. He does have hot lap of the race, so he came out swinging. But, when you come out that hot right there, it's hard to hang on to that pace, especially in the A qualifier here for our biggest class of the weekend.
Yeah, big mistake there from Robinson there at the end of the sweeper. He actually jumped inside of the pipe and got some dust on those tires. This should move Sutherland back to the front, and Nate can play major spoiler here because if he TQs 2 rounds in a row, he really is in a perfect position to try and take that TQ run away overall. If he TQs 3 rounds, nobody else can catch him. Of course, we go to tiebreakers if we get a situation where drivers TQ 2 rounds apiece. We'll get into that math as the rounds progress. These numbers are hard, and we'd like to try and have our facts right the first time around. Sutherland right now out front, and check out Talon Henley, New Albany, Indiana. Stand up for your boy from Hoosier RC Hobbyplex. He's in that second spot, only 6/10 back of Nate, followed by Sammy Moran on a 25-11, 1/10 back of Talon, 2 more tenths back to Bryce, 3 more tenths back to Meeks, 600ths back to King. That spreads the field of the top 6 by 1.5 seconds, Sean.
We got a battle brewing right here. So right now, that would put Templeman from that B qualifier up to a top 8 run right there. What could have, should have been without that mistake at the end. But right now, still sitting top 10 as we expected.
Templeman was holding 5:12 before that last lap. So you got to think, we'll see how these 13.5s tail off. But right now, 5:11 from Moran, who takes the lead over by 17 thousandths over Sutherland. We're following Nate right now. Nate responds with a left hook, 15.29. His fastest lap that time from Nate. So Sutherland trying to put himself back in the mix. Moran now a 10.5 back as he goes 15.5. We're following Sammy right here. Caden Meeks in that 3rd spot. Man, Caden is really putting himself up there in that top echelon. Very impressed so far by Meeks this weekend. And, of course, you got to throw in Bryce Butterfield, who jumps into 2nd place. Top 4 are currently a 10th of a second apart here, Sean, with 1:05 to go.
Man, we got the Coyote Hobby Boys leading us around right here. Big shout-out to David and Mona Bata out there, the owners of Coyote Hobbies in Victorville, California. And these guys have been putting in the work, and they're running up towards the top 5. But as I look over, now it's Caden Meeks, who had a real good run going on in that stadium truck, and looks like he's going to catch lightning in a bottle twice here in round number 2. It is 3/100ths of a second between my top 2. Butterfield, Sutherland, Meeks, and Moran and Hayes. They are 1.9 separated. They are bringing the fireworks here in May.
Anybody's race amongst the top 4. Little gap back to Hayes in that 5 spot, so really it's anybody's race in the top 4. But again, Jeremy charging. Look at that fast lap of the race from Hayes Jr., 15.156. We have plenty of drivers with a chance still with 20 seconds to go. Sutherland, Butterfield, Moran, and Meeks. Caden falling back 1.4 seconds now, but he still has a chance here as these guys coming up on traffic. Again, Rural Referee is going to be working hard up there trying to clear some traffic for your leaders with 5 seconds to go. This is going to be close, Sean. Nate can try and TQ his 2nd round overall, but Bryce, Sammy, and Caden have a say about it. Here we go.
Sutherland with a rough lap, going to drop down to the 3 here. As you heard the tone go, so these guys are going to be racing till their names are called. The Victorville boys back out front. Who's it going to be? Is it going to be Moran? Is it going to be Butterfield? It's going to come down here to the final lap.
This is going to be close. Sammy goes to the front there at the end, but again, it's going to be close. Butterfield submits his last lap, 15.46. Here comes Moran. He's going to win it by 24 thousandths over Bryce Butterfield. Nate Sutherland just 0.2 of a second back. Caden Meeks goes 4th, 0.8 off the lead. Hayes Jr., Passione, Robinson, Henley all go 20. Hunter 19.508, Aaron Mitchell out early. So Sammy Moran, check out this results screen. We have our top, Mike, I can't count. There's 8 drivers within 3 seconds here, Sean. That's incredible.
My goodness, top 4, 0.8 of a second separated.
25:12.153 is the number that Sammy Moran puts up, and we're going to grab a word with him on our one-up race report after a hard-fought TQ run here in 13.5 four-wheel drive.
All right, our round 2, 13.5 TQ right here, right from Apple Valley. Sammy the Killer Moran, man, that was close. I don't know if you know how close it was, 24 thousandths of a second at the line.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, man, you guys are putting on a show and making our job easy for us. We appreciate that. You make any changes yesterday from round 1 to round 2? You just go out there and send it?
Yeah, actually, I made a few camber link adjustments and roll center changes, and the car definitely improved a bit. Everybody's super close in the four-wheel drive category right now, so it's going to come down to who makes the least amount of bobbles.
Yeah, it looks like you put that killer tune on there, pun intended, as you are tuning motors and stuff nowadays.
Yep.
And, man, we're really proud out here. Why don't you give us a shout-out to your sponsors, and we'll get you out there to Marshall.
Yeah, thanks to One Up Racing, Team Associated, Team Powers, TZO, TDK, Coyote Hobbies. Yeah.
Congratulations, Sammy. Well, we wish you good luck the rest of the weekend.
Thank you.
You got it.
Yeah, man, 24 thousandths. That's some incredible stuff. We've seen some really close racing, and this is what we were getting to with the track layout. You know, this may not be the most extravagant in terms of big air and crazy stuff, but this is a great racetrack in my personal opinion. It's the perfect mix of fast, flowing, and still technical enough where you're racing the race. You're more racing your competitors more than you're racing the racetrack and trying to survive. That's the recipe for close finishes like that with 24 thousandths of a second. You really saw those guys lay it on the line there at the end, and congratulations to Sammy Moran. That was awesome.
Well, if that's any indication of what we're looking into, maybe a little insight on our main events this track, is what I like about tracks that aren't overly technical. It makes for a little closer, a little tighter racing, and it makes for a little more excitement as far as the viewers. You put out a really technical layout, bunch of jumps everywhere, you're kind of more or less racing the track than each other. But this has a nice little 50-50 of technicality, speed, but it's not too over-technical, and it's going to make for some great racing come main events tomorrow.
Could not agree more. Chris Raymond and the whole SDRC crew just did a bang-up job on this track, so shout out to them. And the whole SDRC staff has taken great care of us this weekend. Brad Ambrose and the whole staff. Really appreciate everybody for making sure we got everything that we need to bring you the coverage here from SDRC Raceway. This is the Roar 10-Scale Dirt Off-Road Nationals presented by Hobbywing North America. You're currently watching the start of race 17 out of 20. This is 40-plus four-wheel drive modified buggy, heat 1 of 2. Presented by Techno RC, so big thanks to Techno for showing the support. Daniel Lewis and the crew. Walker Spinrad was here earlier this weekend, not racing this weekend, but he came to hang out with the promotion team and cheer on his boy Camden Lime. So Spinrad, it was good to see him walking around. I didn't get to stop him and say hello, but wanted to acknowledge that he was in the house this weekend.
Great guy right there, the Spin Daddy we call him, dude. Love having him, just super enthusiastic, comes out here and has fun, and a heck of an RC racer as well. So a little shout-out to the Spin Daddy right there.
Absolutely. One of the best in this area in terms of 8-scale off-road racing, and I saw the one video that was posted from Channel Islands RC. He is just so smooth, such a smooth operator behind the wheel of that car. He finds the perfect way to make his Techno RC buggy look uncontrollably in control, if that's the best way to put it. Spinrad, definitely a great representative as a driver and as a human being, and love seeing him in the house. Right now we got Ben Jones up in front. Good start for Ben. Just put up a 16.3 last time by. His quick of the race is 16.2. Nick Miller in that second spot, running 3/10 back of Ben. Randy Tanaka, 2/10 back of Nick. So good race amongst your top three right here. Josh Oddmark is 5.5 seconds back. In that fourth position, Rob Moots in 5, and Sean Niblick in the 6. Here with now 2:30 gone, 2:30 left to go, Sean.
Yep. About halfway point here. As I look over to my left, the new owner of Raw Speed in the house, AJ Schumacher. What up, AJ Schumacher?
AJ taking it over from Jason Snyder. And once again, you think about two upstanding gentlemen there. AJ's done a fantastic job bringing Raw Speed back to prominence. And, man, they continue to churn out new stuff, new tires, new bodies, new Go Fast parts. Shout out AJ.
Yeah, shout out to the entire Raw Speed headquarters down there in Arizona. I love me the Schumacher racing family right there. Mom Tina and sister Claudia, and of course AJ doing a great job taking that new venture over, and I'm really proud of him and everything he's done, man. You got to take a swing at life sometimes. Is everything going to work out? You won't know unless you do it. So hats off to AJ right there and the whole Raw Speed crew.
Better to try it and have learned a lesson than to live with the regret of not trying it at all. So
well said.
Man, I'll tell you what, we got Nick Miller looking solid right now. Miller trying to undo some tough mechanical gremlins. You can see our leader we're following right here. Sweet looking colors there for Miller, that orange, yellow, and white TLR chassis of Nick Miller with some R1 Works horsepower and TZO 200 tires. And as we mentioned earlier, Nick Hernandez in the house this weekend. So gotta think about it here, Sean. You gotta just love having trackside support. There's just something different about being able to speak to a human being and get some advice from the owner himself on if you're struggling a little bit with your tire prep, what you can do differently. And TZO definitely, especially in this area in California, one of the best in terms of trackside support.
Yeah, everybody likes hanging out with Nick Hernandez and that TZO crew, man. One of the coolest guys out here in the West Coast right here, and really doing a good job, kind of taking on a different role here. Just started kind of as a racer out here, and believe it or not, here's a fun fact. Him and I believe Jimmy Fishback and Adrian Ramos drove to Texas last week for the World's warm-up, and then drove back here and literally drove straight to San Diego.
That's awesome. Another kid that kind of fits in the Spid Rat category, Jimmy Fishback. He is one bad boy behind the wheel of a race car, and once again, just such a smooth operator, and I love seeing his progress as we progress throughout the years. He's gotten very, very quick, of course, on the Techno team now, and just doing a killer job is our man there. So congratulations again to all the progress he's made. With 15 seconds left to go, Nick Miller doing the job here. He's just kind of taking care of business, Sean. 19.515 pace.
Yeah, about 1.7 lead, and it's been that for most of the race. And so, I think when you get yourself out front, and this is not the biggest class of the world, your goal is to just go out there. You got to win this heat to get into that A main because they're not doing any LCQs in the top 10. I think Miller's doing a fine job of that here in round 2 for 40-plus four-wheel drive.
This run will definitely hold up pretty solid. 19 laps here in the plus 40 division is getting the job done. I just saw it out of the corner of my eye. It wasn't on the screen, but Bryce Butterfield caught a tumbling car. He actually gloved it before it hit the wall. So Bryce Butterfield was showing the quick hands both on and off the track. All cars are finished, and yes, Nick Miller's going to win the first heat of 40-plus four-wheel drive, 19.516. Nice run for Mr. Miller. I'm sure the whole family is pretty stoked about that. I'm sure Christy watching on the live stream. Ben Jones going to finish up second place, 18.501, followed by Randy Tanaka, 18.507. Josh Imark, 18.511. 17 laps apiece for Sean Nibbling and Rob Moots. So Nick Miller setting the early TQ pace here. Sean, one heat to go. Who's your pick for this one?
Well, I think Swanson's got quite a bit of momentum going here. And you can never count out Al Horn as he was your TQ, I believe, last night. No, Swanson last night. You know what? I think it's time BT gets it going right here. I'm going to pick BT.
I was going to say, I feel like with a lot of the storylines this weekend in 40-plus have been the fact that Telke's been a little off pace, not quite the favorite quite yet. I think this is the run right here where he turns it around and puts himself up on top here at round number 2. Well, you saw your A-Main Hobbies grid lineup. Andrew Swanson will head the field. Telke will start second. Alan Horn third. Jimmy Wright fourth. Jose Newman, Chris Rossellis, and Kevin King. That is how they finished their heat race yesterday. So again, the reset for round 2 is basically they keep the exact same cars in the same races, but they're going to start by how they finished yesterday. So as we mentioned, because Andrew Swanson TQ'd yesterday, despite him being the 4 car, he will start first in this race.
Yeah, so they did. Yeah, they did. There we go. I like that.
And that was what we're getting at, where they keep the same number stickers on for this heat.
I see. Yep.
And then again, to be determined officially, but they should restart round number 3 by the qual points, and then they would re-sticker their cars with the numbers, and we should see the straight 1 through 7 lineup in the next heat again. We'll make sure that's official, but that's what we're expecting.
Yeah, that doesn't bother me a bit. Jimmy Wright's been looking really good as he's kind of switched over to the Schumachers over the last few years, and Trackstar RC over there along with his wife Karna have really done a great job. And actually a quick shout out to Karna. I'm so busy. I'm on the road every single weekend. Connor Wright built my Schumacher for
Oh,
me.
awesome.
While I was on the road running races, I came home and she built that Schumacher for me. And I went out there and put it on the box my first time out racing with that thing. And it was actually Jimmy. He was the one I lost to. We went 1-2 with the brand new Schumacher.
Nice.
So
Trackstar Pro Build Service. I like that. It's very cool. So shout out to the whole Trackstar family. They're doing a great job. And their man here, the fearless leader, Jimmy Wright, is definitely submitting his bid for his first ever national championships here. It's been really cool to see this Masters division. You'd think it'd be the same guys dominating, but Al Horn and Paul Ciccarello won their first championships ever last year, and like we mentioned with Brent Telke, usually the man to beat, but he's only running two-wheel drive. Good to see him double-classing it up this weekend, and like we mentioned, Telke's going to be looking tough. He comes out with a 15.7, got a little bit loose there on that left side of the racetrack, so Al Horn, 15.6 right on cue, takes the lead over. This is going to be a dogfight, Sean.
Jimmy coming up a little bit wonky on this front side triple. I don't know if the car just shuts off, but now he's just sitting in the middle of the lane, but something not happy there on Jimmy Wright's car. I don't know. Nope, it's broke. Yeah, pick it up.
Yeah, the wing was kind of inverted, so the wing was broken, but I think he just lost straight power. So tough break for our man Jimmy Wright. But again, luckily he gets to use this as his throwaway. That's the benefit of running 4 rounds of qualifying, and only your 2 best ones count. So best thing you can do as an RC racer. I know it's tough. Like we said, we all have long memories, but when this happens, gotta have a short memory. Just put it out of your head, refresh, get back to round number 3 racing, and I have no doubt that Jimmy Wright's going to be right back in the mix next round.
Well said. Situational memory. If you get taken out by somebody, long memory. If your car breaks, you got to have a short memory.
Oh, it's just like golf, my friend. Of course, the PGA Championship happening this weekend, and tell you what, professional golf is probably the hardest thing to stay mentally in touch with. One bad shot, you can really make your whole weekend spiral. And for those golf fans watching on our live RC stream, I bet you got one eye on golf and one eye on here, but appreciate you devoting your time here to live RC stream at SDRC. You're watching a great event here at SDRC, the 2026 Roar 10-Scale Electric Dirt Off-Road Nationals, brought to you by Hobbywing North America. And again, we're in beautiful sunny San Diego, California. Jared Barton on the play-by-play. My man Sean Sexy Leg Miller to my right on the color commentary. And, of course, Sam and Travis doing a heck of a job on our Live RC production team.
Halfway point, guys, is coming on. Alan Horn. And now check this out. Andrew Swanson has found a little something with those brand new TLR 4-wheel drive right there.
Like we mentioned, Telke's still lacking just a little bit. He's got the quick lap of 15.3, but this is the most uncharacteristic I've seen from Telke thus far. Just hasn't been able to put 5 minutes in yet. Keyword yet. Weekend's young. It's still round number 2. When you get down to it, you put a win right in front of Brent Telke. He knows how to bear down and just find a way. That's how you do it here in these events. Is you just find a way, find a little extra speed, find a way to keep it clean for those 5 minutes. I am not counting out Brent Telke, and none of you should either.
Yeah, when you're out here and you're the team manager for Team Associated, I think he's doing that. Oh, a little mistake out of there from Andrew. I think he's racing more as just kind of, he wants to get some feedback from his cars, the track, and then that kind of translates over to the professional side team that he's managing out here this weekend. But it's always good to see BT out here, and you never count out BT for a win, especially on mains day. That's just qualifying. And now actually our top 3 separated by just over 2.5 seconds right here. So BT finding some speed here late in this run.
Yep, so just as we mentioned, BT is able to claw back just a little bit. Al Horn, Andrew Swanson still have a pretty tough task of keeping it clean. You can see this track. If you folks are watching these cars articulating the suspension, this track is getting bumpier and ruddier, and that black groove is getting more pronounced every single race down. And this just makes this track a little bit more difficult in terms of having to hit that exact line. If you get out in that dust, if you get out in that brown, Sean, you're going for a loop.
Yeah, and Horn's got some company behind him right here, so you can see the field kind of right there. One little mistake would kind of put him in the wolf's den right here. But here comes Swanson and Telke. This is like a preview of our main event right here as Telke now takes over that number 2 spot. Swanson down to the 3. And King top 5. Newman, a good shout out to Newman, another TLR racer. Chris Rosales, and then Jimmy Wright, unfortunately, out of this one here early.
Yes, Kevin King just a little bit out of the picture here to challenge. You see the red car right up in front of that pack of 3 cars. He's going to need a bit of help from these 3 to try and get in the mix here. But nonetheless, for Kevin, great way to recover after a DNF yesterday, just trying to put himself up inside the top 4 for this round. That's exactly what he needs. Swanson grabs a little bit of pipe there just before that big quad. That lets Telke around, and again, Telke not out of the mix. The unfortunate thing for Brent at this point, he needs to find a way by Al Horn and then gap him a little bit, because Al actually started behind Brent on the racetrack, so that's the tough part. He's running out of time, though, as the clock has just expired. Al Horn trying to nail down another TQ effort here, this time in four-wheel drive, though, in the 40-plus division, and a 19.502 is going to get it done. That is a fast run, Sean Miller. My goodness.
Yeah, Horn is on it right here today. He's having himself a good dirt nationals right here, and there's a lot of fast Michigan drivers in the house out here. But BT with that hot lap by 0.3 on the field, that'll be something to watch, though, as the day progresses.
19.502 is going to get it done for Horn. 04 for Telke finishes second. Andrew Swanson will take third, 19.506. Kevin King, 19.509. Good recovery there for Kevin. Chris Rossellis, 18.501, will put himself in the 7th spot on the grid. So Nick and Ben from that last heat go 5th and 6th overall. Jose Newman, 18.503, will qualify 8th. And then Jimmy Wright in 13th with that DNF. We'll grab a word with Alan Horn here and our one-up race report. Once again for Al Horn. Standing by with Alan Horn. Another TV time opportunity for my man. Great run here this time in four-wheel drive. You're taking down the TQ run in round number 2. Just give me your thoughts on how that car felt. It looked like it was locked in, but I want to hear from the driver himself.
Car was pretty good that time. It was a little more locked in than I would like. I need to maybe loosen it up a little bit, try to find some more speed. Those guys got me on speed a little bit, but I think I had them on consistency that time. Just drove as consistent as I could, lap after lap after lap, and waited for mistakes, and hopefully the guys would make mistakes and I wouldn't. So that was kind of just the plan, and it worked out this time. We got 2 more to go, though.
Well, we were making comment on it, Al. Looks like the track is getting a lot more character to it. Some of our people's favorite word, character. Looks like some bumps are forming, and the groove is getting darker and darker. Can you make comment on how the track has been evolving throughout the round?
Yeah, today it's kind of changed a lot since practice. The buggy run had way more grip than practice. That run had way more grip than even the buggy run. So I think the track's just building grip throughout the day, and I didn't really accommodate for that. So we'll have to go back and rethink a couple things and see if we can't find a little more pace.
Well, back to the drawing board you go, as we were mentioning with some of our competitors earlier. You never stop working, even if you're sitting on top of the grid with how deep these fields are. Hey, Al, give a shout-out to your friends and family back home, and who all would you like to thank for getting you this point so far?
Yeah, for sure. First of all, I'd like to thank the good Lord for blessing me with the ability to keep going to these events and do what we do. The whole Factory Tracks racing team, Team Associated, Reedy Power, Hot Race Tires. You know, these guys really back our program a lot, and we couldn't do it without them.
Awesome, Al. Thanks for your time again, and we wish you the best of luck the rest of the weekend, and head out to your quarter marshal spot.
Thanks, guys.
Al Horn, always a great interview. Checking out our Avid Jump Cam. Great shot here from our friends at Avid. Thank you again to David Jor and the whole crew. And Sean Miller. This is our first seat of four-wheel drive modified buggy. This is going to be good. This class brought to you by Coyote. And Tater Sontag, former IFMAR two-wheel drive world champion, is out front.
Yeah, he comes out swinging 15.4, 15.1, 15.2. So that consistency right now looking good. He's averaging a 15.3 right now. There's only one other driver that has done a 15.3 for their hot laps. So Sontag on a burner right here.
Yeah, you got to think Tater's probably about sick of the headlines. It's been covered many times about how ever since he won his IFMAR World Championship, he's been a little bit, I wouldn't say off the pace, but maybe has been dealt a tough hand in terms of the luck factor. And it seems like he's had more success in four-wheel drive since that two-wheel drive championship. He's trying to, of course, do it in four-wheel drive here, but he's definitely been digging as the weekend's been going. Looked like he was a lot better in two-wheel drive the last round, and definitely submitting a good run here in four-wheel drive early on.
Yeah, and he's always had a great following and always been respected by the racers and known as being super fast out there on the track. And, I mean, dude, just the way he caught fire there at the Worlds. I don't know if anybody had him on the bingo card for the two-wheel drive Worlds there at Hobby Action. He found something that worked. He got hot, and he went out and won it. Now, since then, I think he's taken a small step back. I saw some social media posts last year saying, I don't know if I'm leaving the hobby, but, you know, maybe entering the big boy world and getting a big boy job right there. But it's good to still have Tater Sontag in the house and taking a swing at it, and I don't think you can ever count him out, as we found out at the Worlds in that two-wheel drive class a couple years ago.
Not even a little bit. When you're able to work in the same camp as Dakota Fenn and that crew, you're always going to find speed along with just pure talent on his end. As we were making that point, he runs a 14.8 on lap number 7. That's the fastest lap of the race. He makes a little bobble right there, so that's going to give Levi Raymond a chance to jump up in here, but Tater, I believe, will still hold the lead, but by a little bit less now. So Sontag on a 25.07. Levi Raymond in that second spot. Levi hits the line this time with a 15.8. That puts Tom up to second. So Rinderneck on a 25.09. Raymond 09. Doug Lerviere 25.10. Then we drop down to 19s with Camden Lime. Zach Noya, Mark Sousa, 18 for Billy, and 17 for Hiro Nakaya with a minute 50 left to go. Tater Sontag going big over that quad, whipping that thing in the air, and he's looking good, Sean.
Yeah, TQ from round number 1 was Champlin on a 25.01, so not bad, 25.07. I think that'd be something to smile about here. I don't know if that's going to be good enough for TQ, but I think that's a good A-main run here to start our qualifying here for round 2.
He's got that quad figured out. He's actually going a little bit diagonal over it, Sean. He goes out a little bit wide by the driver's stand. He jumps right to the inside pipe on the exit there, and he really makes up a lot of time. He's able to keep it nice and low through this little humpback section, really doing a heck of a job through that section. That's where he put up that 14.8, but Doug is only 1.2 seconds back as Tater goes 15.7. Little bobble this lap, so it's not over yet. With a minute 10 remaining, Tater's got to keep it clean as Doug, Levi, and Tom all on 20th have a chance to pounce with a minute 5 left. And your leader makes a mistake after the quad, risk versus reward, and it just took it away from him right there. This should put Lerviere to the front with 55 seconds left to go.
Yeah, and at what point do you so you got a lead, you've been setting the quad. Do you just stick to your program and just do what you've been doing? Like we just noticed right there, you got to go a little bit wide over that little turn-down tabletop. You probably lose a tenth doing that, but you make up a tenth or two doing the quad. But, you know, it's always it's risk-reward right there as far as Sontag right there. So,
absolutely,
you know, we're going to be watching, keeping a close eye on that as the weekend goes. As you noticed yesterday in that round 1 for this class, Brock was doing the triple, but Lemieux was sending that quad right there, and it was able to just make it a super close race right there. So it's all going to be about risk-reward, where you're running on pace right there, and it's going to be driver's discretion on what they feel they need to do.
For sure. Two schools of thought there, absolutely. That definitely going to be proven true here, Sean, because you remember Brock won the race by 54 thousandths on the triple single, but Chase Lemieux did not miss the quad even once. So you really have to kind of evaluate if your car can do it, if you feel you can do it, and all these drivers are so good. They're not ever going to say, well, if he can do it, I can too. They're all going to think that they're capable of doing it. So as we're watching it here, unfortunately, Tater coming apart at the end just a little bit. That's going to put Doug Lerviere to the front, and it looks like he's already finished his run. 25.08 for Doug Lerviere. Another great run for Doug out of the B sort here in qualifying. If there is a resort, he's probably going to put himself at that top pile. Right now, Tom Rinderneck going to finish second, 25.09. Levi Raymond, 25.10. Tater drops to a 5.14, but will still hold fourth here. Zach Noya finishes fifth, 19.508. Sousa, Hayden, and on 18s there, Hero 17, and unfortunately trouble for Camden early on a 13 at 3:30. But make comment on that one, Sean. Great run from Doug. He kind of just laid back in the weeds and let those guys take themselves out.
Yeah, you know, playing the long game right there a little bit. Yes, he's not sitting the quad, but he's hoping that other people are, and that one little mistake, of course, is going to get you there. So it's faster if you can do it for the full 5-minute pole, but that one crash, you know, obviously set the tone there, as you saw Tater drop down there. But a 25.08 from Dougie right there. Good run.
Could not agree more. It's Brock Chample going to head the field here from Salt Lake City, Utah, in his Schumacher machine, followed by Chase Lemieux from Wisconsin, driving his X-Ray. Spencer Rivkin from Chandler, Arizona, running his associated car. Brennan Schimmel from Virginia Beach, Virginia, also piloting the Schumacher car. Davey Bada from Victorville, California, going to be running his associated back machine. Ryan Cavallari from Huntington Beach, running his associated by one-up vehicle. Dakota Fenn, originally from Clarkston, Michigan, now part of Angola, Indiana, running his X-Ray machine backed by Coyote and Matrix RC tires. Chase Raymond, hailing from right here in El Cajon, California, going to be lining up an 8th spot with his associated back ride. Cole Tallard from Amro, Wisconsin, in his Schumacher, and Aiden Horn from Highland, Michigan, in his associated factory-backed ride.
Yeah, things about to heat up here a little bit. Online numbers are going up, and the action's about to get good right here. I think Chase Lemieux's got a pretty good shot at this. He started a little slow. Maybe that's why he was sitting that quad, trying to make up some time, but I think Chase will be one to watch right here from that 2 spot.
You think of Dakota and Brock as the household names, the ones that have racked up all the championships. My pick for a dark horse pick, really can't be much of a dark horse anymore, is in fact Chase Lemieux. He's soon changing that label from dark horse to household favorite. I'm going to say he's going to be the biggest threat to either Brock or Dakota's legacies this weekend.
Yeah, he's the hot hand right now. There is no doubt, having a great 2026. And we're off and racing here. So our first lap's coming in here, and we're going to get a little idea of what we got brewing here in Q2 here for four-wheel drive modified.
Yes, folks, we urge you to stick around here. Keep your streams up during the break. We're going to have a short intermission for more of like a lunch break here. But we do urge you to keep your streams up. Plenty of bonus content coming your way from the live RC stream. We were able to catch up with some drivers in the downtime earlier in the weekend. So make sure you stick around with us, and of course we'll stick around here with you and do some chatting with you on the audience. So stick with us. Brock Champlin comes out 14 nines back-to-back. Oh, my goodness, 3 in a row, 14 nines off the bat for Brock Champlin. Salt Lake City, Utah's got their boy out front right now, and he is wheeling that Schumacher. Again, going triple single, and you can see Chase on that white car going quad. Their strategies have not changed from yesterday. Right now, Champlin out front by just 0.3 of a second over Lemieux.
Yeah, we got a battle brewing here. 0.3 of a second between my top two, and then it's going to be 0.9 back there to go to Fend in the 3. You got CFT in the 4, Schimmel 5, Aiden Horn in the 6. That is son right there of Alan Horn. Then you got Chase Raymond, Davey Bata, Ryan Cavallari, and Spencer Rivkin.
A tough lap for Spencer on lap number 2, drops him down to the 10th spot. Dakota with the new fast lap of the race by 8 thousandths, a 14.901. So Champlin, Lemieux, Fenn. Champlin answers back with a 14.88 new fast lap. So Champlin says, what you can do, I can do better. Champlin, Lemieux, Fenn, Schimmel, and Tollard, your top 5. Aiden Horn in the 6th spot. Davey Bottas 7. Everybody except for Spencer on 20s. We're on a 25 flat right now for Champlin. Will we see 21 as the weekend progresses? Oh my goodness. Champlin is absolutely locked and loaded and ready for war. 2 down, 3 to go.
Yeah, he's got that Schumacher tuned up here in round number 2, and you can see the crowd starting to form. It's almost like the A qualifier for four-wheel motos out there or something, Jared.
I know. The crowd forms, the streamers come on, and here we go. Check out Chase going quad. He's 700ths back. Gets a wave by from Horn. 14.9, 14.9, 26 thousandths between Champlin and Lemieux. It's been these two all weekend, but Fend is only 7/10 in the rear view. Do not count out D. Fend. He may not be the phenom based on age anymore, but he's going to be a threat. And Lemieux with a big mistake right there. Flipping off the racetrack gives Champlin some breathing space. Lemieux had just taken the lead over before that happened, Sean.
Yeah, I know. Look at Fend ripping now, only 0.4 back. Fun fact, Jimmy Babcock actually nicknamed Dakota many, many moons ago when he was just a young little pup in the RC industry. And, man, what a career this guy has had so far. And he's still fairly young.
Yeah, only about 25, 26 years old. Obviously a father to young Dax. And, man, I'll tell you what, there's something to be said about new dad speed. But check out Chase Lemieux on the charge now. It goes 14.7 on lap number 9. He knows he's got to make up time with 1:50 to go. At this point, Sean, nothing left to lose. Might as well empty the tank.
Well, Dakota Fend to the point by 2/1000ths of a second right here. So Dakota is sending that X-ray ride strapped up on Matrix tires right here. A little mistake. That was Rivkin kissing the pipe right in front of him. Down the dog leg straightaway. And let's see, Champlin now going to take it back over. So a little do-si-do on a Saturday afternoon. 15-2 Champlin, 15-2 Fend. That's how close they both went, 15-2. And Champlin takes it back over.
Separated by less than 1/10 of a second here. Chase still in that 3 spot. Again, 14.7 for Lemieux. He's 1.4 seconds back, though. So, again, risk reward, Sean, over that quad. Every time Chase hits it, he can make up some time, but again, gets a little bit rowdy down in these bumpy sections of the track. Right now, Fend and Champlin showing their experience right here. Fend to the front with a 14.83. With a 0.3 of a second advantage, we have 55 seconds to go. Dakota trying to assert his dominance here in the four-wheel drive class. And having a nice recovery after a rough start yesterday in four-wheel drive, really trying to put himself back in the hunt here. I believe he put up a 7th or an 8th place run yesterday, so it would be a nice recovery here for Fend with 40 seconds to go.
Man, what a pleasure it is sitting here trackside watching these world-class RC athletes get her done right here. I can only wish to drive an RC car like this. So if I can't, the least I can do is at least broadcast that.
Yes, after the big 3, we've got Brennan Schimmel in that 4th spot. Cole Tollard having a great run in 5th. Cavallari, like we mentioned, just hanging in there in that 6th spot. Chase Raymond, Davey Bata, Aiden Horn, and Spencer Rivkin, top 8 on 20-lap runs. 19s for Aiden and Spencer. 15 seconds left to go. 27 thousandths in favor of Champlin. This is going to be all the way to the wire. The beauty of Stagger Star qualifying is we're not going to know until it's all over.
Let's see, Fend coming up across the line. What's he got? 14.9. Champlin now working his way through this little chicane. Where is he at? I lost sight of him just briefly here.
14.9 for him. He's already cut with a 25.01.2. Let's watch Fenn to the end here. At the very end, Fenn 14.97, Brock 14.98. The gap at the line in favor of Champlin by 31 thousandths of a second. So Brock's going to go 2 for 2 by the narrowest of margins over Dakota Fenn in round number 2 of qualifying. And Chase Lemieux dug all the way back to 8/10 back at the end to put it in third spot. Brennan Schimmel going to put up a great run again in fourth, 25.07. Chase Raymond going 25.10, putting up a great run for him. That'll go 8th overall on the grid. Cole Toller 25.10, Cavallari 5.11, Bada 25.14, Horn 19.5, and Spencer Rivkin 19.511. Sean, what a race right there. 31 thousandths between your top two, and Champlin, and still the incumbent, will take this one home in round number 2 overall TQ. We'll grab a word with him on our one-up race report. Standing by with Brock Champlin. Another one. You have won both your heat races by a combined about 900ths of a second. This one was by 31 thousandths over Dakota Fenn. Man, another great run here in four-wheel drive. That's 2 for 2. You put yourself in a wonderful position to take the overall TQ going into the later rounds of qualifying. Tell me how you're feeling after another pretty tense race there.
Yeah, I mean, my stuff's good. A little bit pushy, so going to try and get a little bit more out of it. Obviously, 2 TQ points. Both the X-Ray boys are fast, but I feel like I've just not had any mess-ups yet. So, yeah, try and see if we can find a little bit more pace and go from there.
I was going to say, a lot of our drivers have been saying the grip has come up exponentially from the practice sessions. Can you give comment on how this track has evolved as the day's gone?
Yeah, I mean, the track's definitely changing. It's polishing off, and I don't know if we have the ideal tire situation for that. So I think that's where the push comes from in four-wheel drive and two-wheel drive. I was there late in that last qualifier and just kind of lost the rear a couple times and lost a little bit of time. But, yeah, I mean, I think the situation is different for everybody. Everybody's on a different prep. Everybody's trying to do something a little bit different. And, I mean, I definitely got to find a little bit more if I want to win this week.
Well, man, you're making those Schumacher rides power by Hobbywing J Concepts and Witt's Bearings look good. Anybody you'd like to thank for getting you to this point and giving you a chance at an overall?
Yeah, just all my sponsors, obviously. Schumacher, Witt's, Hobbywing J Concepts, Jens Ace, Savox, Fly Sky, girlfriend, family, friends, everybody that supports me. Thank you guys, and see if we can keep the ball rolling here.
Awesome. Great job, Brock. We'll let you get back to the pits and enjoy your little intermission here, and good luck the rest of the way.
Yeah, thank you.
Alrighty, Sean. Well, we have a little bit of a break coming up here for some track prep that lets these drivers get a bite to eat. We'll hang around as well. We're going to show you some bonus content that we filmed with Live RC. But wanted to get your overall thoughts on that round of qualifying. You showed up this morning to join us, and has it been as advertised for you?
100%. We've had a couple races finish here within less than a tenth of a second. So, man, I watched the whole first round as I drove down here from Ventura County last night to meet up with you guys, and so I got to try and stay in the action as much as I could, but as advertised here in round 2, and I'm really looking forward to round 3 and 4, and then of course main days always kick things up a notch. So you guys stay tuned for all the best racing action in the world, brought to you here by Live RC, and we'll be back to you guys shortly after a little bit of a break.
We'll be back at 2 o'clock Pacific time. Make sure you don't go anywhere, guys. A lot of bonus content coming your way. Jared Barton and Sean signing off. We'll see you in a while. Standing by here in the hobby shop with Dominic Passione here at the 2026 SDRC Roar 10-scale dirt off-road nets. Dominic, it's been a good 12 months for you. A couple national championships to your name, both in the four-wheel drive class, and now we have the release of the new R1 Works R1B two-wheel drive buggy. I wanted to give you a little time to chat about it, and first of all, how does it feel to call yourself now a two-time national champion?
It's really cool. Yeah, it's something I worked for a while. Used to run modified back when I started racing, never actually ran stock, and Steve gave me a great opportunity to drop back down, and it's been super fun. I've been really enjoying it.
How special is it be to have your engineer and, of course, Steve here on site to watch this buggy basically make its maiden voyage? I know it's been out on other tracks, club races, but this is really the first national for the R1B. How special is that, and how's the performance so far?
It's super nice. It's super nice to have the support and them being here directly. And so far, it's really good. That last run, the car was pretty consistent. A few things could still be adjusted. Luckily, was still able to pull the top seed for that last run. So hopefully, make some more adjustments, keep improving, and go from there.
Well, there you go. Obviously, we're taking some close-up shots of this new beautiful buggy. As I was asking earlier on, how we're always talking about options and aftermarket parts and things like that. Obviously, you have all the cool bling on your car, but how close to out of the kit is this car? It does not look like there's many option parts in this car.
Yeah, honestly, the biggest thing is just the negative two towers. Personally, I just like how it drives. It's a little lower fuel, a little more connected, but I know the standard towers work just as well. But yeah, for the dirt stuff, it's very, very similar.
Personal preference, of course. So obviously, we just mentioned you're a two-time national champion in four-wheel drive. How do you feel about your chances this weekend to give R1 their first national title with their chance here in two-wheel drive?
Yep, that's definitely the goal. Last year, got second. It was so close with the two-wheel. That was like my first race actually on it was last year's Dirt Nats. So yeah, hopefully we can get it on the TZO tires with the R1 car, and that will be a nice little trophy.
There you go. Obviously, couldn't think of a better place to do it here at SDRC, not far from home in Utah. Of course, we'd like to give you some time to thank all your sponsors, though. A lot of people help you get to this point. Who would you like to thank?
Yeah, R1, TZO, HobbyWreck.com, the Home Track, RMCR, Donathan RC, CX Factory Racing, and everyone else who supports me.
There you go, folks. This is Dominic Passione, a two-time champion looking to go for his first in two-wheel drive here at SDRC this weekend. Make sure you're checking out Live RC for all the action. Standing by with Dakota Fenn here at the 2026 Roar 10-scale dirt off-road nets here at SDRC Raceway. Dakota, no stranger to interviews. We're glad to steal a couple minutes of your time here at SDRC. Very tricky little layout. A lot of drivers are saying that the pictures and videos don't do it justice. Want to give you a chance to give your comments on the layout and where you feel the make or break sections are.
Yeah, I mean, the main thing is just the bumps. You can't see those in the videos, but the track is really bumpy, and that's tough with slicks. So you need obviously the car to have steering and carry corner speed, but when you hit those holes, if you're turning the wrong way, you go flying off the track. So you see that in the straightaway super really well, and yeah, that makes it tough for sure. I think the layout itself is not crazy challenging, but with the holes, it makes it pretty dang tough out there.
I was going to say, from a 40-plus time national champion, your word sticks pretty well. So did want to mention, you were just at Thornhill last weekend running the world's warm-up there at the Thornhill Lone Star Challenge. You've been a busy man these days, going back from 10th to 8th and back to 10th and 8th. I heard you didn't even go home after Thornhill. You just came straight here and had your stuff transported. How do you potentially try to balance that with Chloe and Dax back at home? I'm sure she's super supportive, but what is the secret to you keeping things organized and just staying locked in?
Yeah, it's hard for sure, but I think just perspective. I mean, I've been doing this my whole life, and I know how the races goes, and there's ups and downs. So, we had a rough weekend last weekend. We were able to stay for a couple days and learned a lot. And now, I had Wednesday to travel and reset, and now we're back at it, and we're having a good weekend so far. So it's a long weekend, and just taking the highs and lows, and they're not getting too high, not getting too low. So yeah, it is tough though. We did Carpet INS. I was home for 2 days, and then went to Thornhill, and then straight from there here. So it's been a lot of work. Definitely gonna take next week off, and then we'll be back at it.
A little rest and recharge. Hopefully you can rest and recharge after winning a national or two. But yeah, you basically took the next point out of my mouth. There is you guys have stayed a lot after racing, the X-Ray team especially, to do some post-race testing. Just how crucial has that been with Chicky and the crew to get your setups dialed in and go to the next event with some notebook?
Yeah, it's been big. I think we made a lot of progress this year. We've learned a lot, myself personally. The technical side of things have been really good. We've been making small changes here and there, making progress. And then the 8-scale side of things, I'm still honestly new to the pillowball car. I have last year on it, but still learning a lot. And like I said, we learned a lot these last couple days. I think I posted I ran over 2 gallons over at Thornhill over the weekend. So ran a lot, learning, and just keep plugging away.
We never stop learning, even when you're this experienced in your career. I want to give you a chance to thank all your sponsors that bring you here.
Yeah, like I said, thanks to the Everyone Loves Sport. Thanks to my wife and family back home. It's a lot of work. It takes a village. She has the support of both sides of the family with Dax and stuff as well. And then, yeah, like I said, all the sponsors for all the support.
There you go. Dakota Fenn trying to submit his bid for 2 more national championships this weekend in SDRC. Make sure you tune into Live RC to watch him. Standing by here in the pits, watching Chase Lemieux work on his cars here. X-Ray machines have been bad fast this weekend. Chase, wanted to catch up with you after winning your first Roar National Championship at Maximus in two-wheel drive modified, arguably one of the hardest classes to win it in. Just wanted to gather your thoughts on what it feels like, how special it feels to be a Roar National Champion.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. I mean, it's something that I've been working pretty much my whole life to do. So to be able to get that accomplished is a huge check off the list. So it feels really, really good. And yeah.
I was going to say, your dad, Paul, a very stoic man a few words. He had to have been pretty pumped up. What was his instant reaction?
Hey, he's just super proud of me. I mean, it's something that we've both been working towards for a long time, and he's put in so much time and effort, money into what we do, and I couldn't thank him more. So it's pretty cool to see something like that pay off. So.
That's cool, man. You're a busy man these days. You just ran Thornhill for the World's Warm-Up there at the Lone Star Challenge. How do you possibly balance 10 scale, 8 scale, flying here, flying there, driving wherever? How do you possibly balance it out? I got to think your dad is probably a help in helping you compartmentalize and organize how you get everything done. But as you're now 18 years old and you progress through your RC career, how important do you feel prioritization is, and how are you able to keep things balanced?
It's definitely not easy. I mean, it's just a lot of work. I mean, you just got to put in the time, effort, and just keep on top of your program. And I mean, it's really hard with the 3 different surfaces. But I mean, before this kind of trip I've had this past 3 weeks, I mean, I just took pretty much a week and a half, 2 weeks, just getting everything ready, building my new A-scale cars, rebuild my carpet cars, rebuild my dirt cars, and trying to get some practice in at trackside, and just trying to keep on top of everything as best as I possibly can. And it just really takes a lot of time and effort, and that's what you got to do.
There you go, man. Well, you have the chance to do something that a lot of racers strive to do, is win two-wheel drive both on carpet and dirt in the same year. It's not been done very many times. Who all would you like to thank for getting you to this point and giving you a good shot to do that this weekend?
My whole family, everyone back at trackside, my sponsors, and just the X-Ray team, and everyone who's involved has been a huge help, so I really appreciate it. Nico from Hot Race, he's a big part, so.
Awesome. Well, he's got a big list of sponsors for good reason. This is Chase Lemieux, last month's two-wheel drive modified buggy champion on carpet. Going to try and do it again here on the clay at SDRC. Make sure you check in on Live RC and check his progress. Standing by with Brock Champlin, your defending IFMAR World Champion in two-wheel drive. We're here at SDRC Raceway for the 2026 Roar 10-scale Dirt Nats. Brock, you're a 6-time national champion on the Roar side. For a company that's been known mainly for high bike cars, Schumacher has been working hard in their dirt program. Wanted to see what you thought about how the progress you made the last 12 months and your chances this weekend going in.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, last year I was 4th in two-wheel and then 3rd in four-wheel drive. That was a bit of a different surface. This is a true clay track, so totally different car setups from last year. I definitely think last week we came and tested on the older layout, and I feel like we made a bunch of just strides, hopefully going forward in the right direction. So far, it's looking good. I mean, both of my cars are competitive. But, yeah, for sure, since I joined the team in 2021, we've changed a lot of stuff. We've had, countless things that we've had to innovate and change and just try and basically figure out and look at some of the other teams, like some of their ideas, and then kind of correlate our own. But I feel like we are finally starting to really figure it out. Four-wheel drive for sure has been pretty wicked this year. And then two-wheel drive, last year it hasn't been that hot of a start this year when it comes to car setup stuff, but when we came last week, we figured out, from my understanding, what was going on. So, yeah, it's looking good so far this week, and I have nothing to complain about just yet.
Well, that's good. Hey, no complaints is a good thing so far. So just wanted to get a world champion's perspective. Obviously, we've known forever how fast you are on a national stage. You vaulted yourself into the world stage in one two-wheel drive on dirt in Australia. How has your daily life changed? I know you had a lot of media to cover after that. Has anything else really changed with your routine, or are you just kind of sticking to the status quo?
Nothing's new for me. I still have the same amount of drive. I still get up every day, start wrenching. For sure, life changes as you get older. I turned 24 next month, which is kind of weird to say. I remember when I was like 15, hoping to drive at 16, but Yeah, I mean, as far as the day-to-day thing goes, it's all the same business as usual and just trying to continuously get better. Everybody's always evolving. You grow to have a target on your back when you are the champ, so everybody is coming for you. And then, there's sometimes, like we've seen this year, there's guys that step up their game, and then you've kind of got to innovate yourself and go from there.
Yeah, us in our 20s, we got to stick together. We're starting to become unks, if you will. Wanted to give you a chance to get to shout out your sponsors. Obviously, a lot of people on the shirt, but a lot of people help you get to this point and stay at the top. Who would you like to thank?
Yeah, Schumacher, Wits, Hobbywing, J Concepts. Let's see if I can do it without looking down. Gen Zace, Fly Sky, Savox. I think those are the main guys. Easy Customs paints my bodies. Zach Rose over at 920 does my stickers, and then my home track in Salt Lake City just got a new owner, so shout out to those guys and everybody running the show over there. Gary's kind of taken over the place and made it a fun place to be again. So yeah, everybody, obviously it takes a group effort. It's not just one guy. I think everybody, when you're standing on the stand, everybody thinks it's just everybody for themselves, and the reality is it's a team. Like, we're chasing it not just for ourselves but for our team. And at the end of the day, I don't get paid unless I'm selling stuff. How do you do that? You got to work with the team, and you have to get stuff better and win races. So yeah, shout out to all those guys, and I mean, everybody, all my current sponsors are super awesome to me, and yeah, I'm pretty thankful.
There you go. Thanks for your time, Brock. 6-time national champion, defending FMAR world champion. Catch up liverc.com all weekend long to see if Brock can add to his national title count. Here with Aaron Mitchell at the 2026 Roar 10-Scale Dirt Off-Road Nationals here at SDRC Raceway. Aaron, some well-deserved TV time for you. You've been a man of many miles these last 12 months, traveling for carpet, for dirt, for the INS series, for J Concepts. A lot of miles on your resume this last fiscal year. Obviously, one of the favorites this weekend going in with your new cars. Wanted to ask you, first of all, how are you feeling about the progress you made the last 12 months and also your new chassis?
Yeah, it's been a little bit of a step. As far as the travel, I'm just trying to hit as many big races as I can. Can't get any better sitting on the couch, so we're just going to try and hit all the big races and try and keep up with the fast guys. Yeah, as far as the switch goes, I'm really happy with it. The team works really good. That's the biggest thing, is just the team side of things with Associated. Just BT, obviously Matty G, and just everybody over there. Associated's been helping out a lot, so this week's been a little bit of a slow start, but we're making a ton of changes every time I hit the track, so it's just slowly get better.
Of course, like we mentioned, last year, the Top Gun shootout here, the 14th annual at SDRC, you were the man. You swept two-wheel drive and 13.5 stock classes. Not easy to do, especially with all the heavy hitters in this area. Obviously, everybody here in the country is here this weekend at SDRC. How do you feel about potentially replicating those results?
I mean, I definitely like to. It's last month or so has been a little bit of a struggle, so definitely hoping for some good results this weekend. Top Gun went really well. Kind of just came down, chilled out with Matty G, and yeah, it was definitely a good weekend that weekend. So
Awesome, man. Thanks for your time. I wanted to give you a chance to thank all your sponsors, of course, with the new Associated cars, but who else would you like to thank along with those guys?
Yeah, everyone at Hobbywing, Matt, Charlie, just the Hobbywing power is just second to none, so for sure got to give a big shout-out to them. Hot Race, Team EAM, One Up, RC Discharger, Island Speedway, John Mans, my dad, and everyone who helps me out.
Yeah, John Mans won his first national championship last month. It's time for you to join him. This is our man Aaron Mitchell here trying to win his first and or second Roar Nationals this weekend at SDRC. Make sure you check out Live RC to watch his progress. Welcome back, folks, to the Roar 10-Scale Dirt Electric Off-Road Nationals here at SDRC Raceway. Man, we're so excited to bring you round 3 of qualifying coming up shortly. Jared Barton here on the play-by-play along with Sean Miller. Sexy Leg himself on the color commentary. Man, we are so excited to be here at SDRC, bringing you all the action, both on Live RC on our website, but also Facebook and YouTube. So wherever you decide to watch, we're here and we got you covered with all the action from tone to tone. Sean Miller, tell me how you feel about the last round and what you expect going into this third round of qualifying as we get later into the event.
Well, let's see. Looking at my notes here, I think we had only 2 double-ups from round 1 to round 2, so we got a lot brewing over here as far as TQs here. 2 rounds in the books and 2 rounds to go. Just to give you guys a little recap for our viewers, Johan Blizzard was my 21.5 round 2 TQ. Dominic Passion was our 17.5 two-wheel drive TQ 4-wheel drive. 40-plus two-wheel drive, I'm trying to say. Alan Horn gets a double up in rounds 1 and 2. Spencer Rivkin, your round 2 TQ for two-wheel drive modified. And then let's see, Stadium Truck was Caden Meeks, 13.5 four-wheel. Sammy the Killer Moran, 40-plus four-wheel drive, Alan Horn. And, of course, Brock Champlin taking 1 and 2 rounds for our top qualifier here so far. And we got rounds 3 and 4 coming up at you guys soon.
As this track gets more gnarly, Sean, I'm expecting some more names to come and go from the top of the board. Of course, you expect the households to be there. I think Brock Champlin is currently the betting favorite. He's been the man in four-wheel drive, but he has gotten everything he could handle from X-Ray teammates. Chase Lemieux in round 1, Dakota Fenn in round 2. He has won his four-wheel drive heats by a combined 900ths of a second. So you gotta think he's definitely in for a test here in round number 3. Brock is always a man that's brutally honest, and for some people that rubs people the wrong way. I like the fact that he's never truly thrilled with things, that he's always looking to continue improving. He's been very upfront, saying he hasn't driven that great yet this weekend, and and his equipment has been just a little bit off. And I fear for the rest of this field, if he gets it perfect, it's going to be a blowout. But we're going to see how this track comes in here in round number 3. I think that the more gnarly it gets, the more experienced drivers will find their way to the top, and I think Champlin's going to be tough to beat.
Yeah, that's actually very well said right there. Champlin always striving for a little bit more, and that smells like trouble for the rest of the field. If he is your four-wheel drive modified TQ in round 1 and 2, and he thinks he's still not driving that good, it sounds like we still got the best yet to come from Mr. Brock Champlin.
Certainly couldn't agree more with that. Just want to touch on the stock divisions. Man, we've seen some, of course, the household names like we said. Passione, Sammy Moran have been doing their job. Want to give a shout out. He just walked out of the frame here, but Jeremy Hayes Jr. has really made a name for himself so far early in the weekend. Strong in both the stock 2 and 4-wheel divisions, running for Schumacher. He's got to be pretty thrilled with his results. But anybody else that's standing out to you in the stock classes so far?
I think Hayes, you touched on him already, one to watch for, and I think he'll get a TQ, and whether it be 2 or 4-wheel drive here by the end of the weekend. One of our super fast West Coast guys right there. I still think Templeman, even though he's taken some time off, he'll kind of be one to watch, even though he hasn't quite put that full 5-minute run together. I think he'll have something to say by weekend's end as well. And then even though the Hoskins seem to be struggling out there, I expect some pretty good things from them too. Those kids have been showing some serious speed, just haven't been able to put that full run together. What about you? Who are you thinking kind of as a dark horse right here that's going to come up and get a TQ maybe in round 3 or 4?
Man, leave me a couple picks to finish with the rest of the weekend. Man, you took some good ones from me there, but man, I wanted to say, the one driver that's really turned my head this weekend, and really you kind of saw it culminating at Hoosier last year. Caden Meeks, the young man from Nevada, he's been very tough, competitive in all divisions right now. He's a little bit further back in 13.5 4-wheel drive, but he is currently sitting second after 2 rounds in 17.5 2-wheel drive buggy, arguably the toughest class, and he's also currently with a 2 and a 0, your provisional TQ in Stadium Truck with 2 rounds to go. So Caden's been awfully impressive to me. I think that, of course, we've already talked about the intruders, if you will, Ivan Moreno Jr., Bryce Butterfield, Jermaine Robinson. They're going to be in the mix as the weekend goes, and I think as the track gets rougher, they're going to benefit from their 8-scale off-road experience. Obviously, Bryce more of a touring car racer, but the 8-scale off-road experience will come in handy as this track gets more rutted and bumped up. I think that you'll see those guys rise towards the top. And I also wanted to give a shout out. I think there's one dark horse here that may not have the numbers to show for yet, but he's had the speed. I want to give a call to Talon Henley from New Albany, Indiana. He's been very quick. If he puts in 5 minutes, he can run with anybody here on this racetrack. I expect him to do big things later in this round.
Yeah, and Henley has shown some serious speed, and I believe he is actually a national champ, if I'm not mistaken, or been very close too. Let's see if I got anything in my notes. No, I don't see any national championships, but he's been so close, and he is definitely one to watch out for in those stock classes. And just to touch back on Bryce Butterfield, I've known Bryce for a long time, and actually he started out 10-scale off-road racing, so he actually raced off-road for many, many, many years, and then he's really just kind of hit his stride over the last few years, and he's won a couple national championships on the on-road world. But, you know, he's always been a 10-scale off-road racer. I think he's just, for lack of better terms, hit that stride with the on-road stuff, and so you kind of stick with what's working for you, and he's been traveling around all over the world, not just in the USA, with his father, Derek. And quick shout out to Derek. I know he's tuned in back at home watching his boy race And, man, what a great pick right there. Butterfield is definitely one to watch. A lot of experience, even though he's been kind of geared towards the on-road lately. I think he's got some game here in the off-road this weekend.
I think like we were getting at, Sean, is, if you can drive anything, it always translates. The cream always rises to the top. And I think with Rice, you're going to see that modified experience, that soft throttle finger when this track gets bumpy and it starts getting some dust on top of the surface. That's going to come in very handy for Butterfield. Just wanted to go down the board in our modified divisions. Of course, those are the proverbial premier divisions where all the household names live. One thing that has surprised me, and I know the weekend's young and it can change, Aiden Horton has had a tale of 2 weekends. He's been very quick in two-wheel drive mod buggy, currently sitting 4th overall after a 3 and a 4, but he is in rough shape in four-wheel drive modified buggy. DNF the first round, all the way down currently in the 16th spot on the running order after a 13th run in that second round. I expect Aiden to get back in this thing. He's very, very, very experienced in these types of conditions. I think that this leaderboard is going to get shaken up all over the place. All over the place, and you're going to see these numbers really flip-flop as we get through rounds 3 and 4.
You might have to go over and check out Dad's car because he's been really, really good. Dad's had some really hot moments. He's got a ton of live RC airtime and some interviews right there. And you know what? Maybe go steal some setup off of Dad's 4-wheel, maybe.
I was going to say, when you got your dad there putting in that work, you may have to put your pride aside for a second and go see what the old man's got. So, man, I'll tell you what, just want to check in with our live chat before we get back rolling here. We have about 5 minutes until we restart the round. Of course, we're just going through a lot of individual conversations going on here, but wanted to give you folks a chance in the chat, whether you're on Facebook or YouTube or Live RC. Drop some comments down in the chat if you have any questions for us on the live stream. Of course, myself and Sean are happy to try and lend an ear and answer those questions for you. If there's any basic level questions or any questions on how things are scored, questions that may come up later in the weekend, feel free to drop those here. And, of course, just make sure you check in with us. Tune in and let us know where you're watching from, if you're rooting for anybody in particular, or if you're just kind of trying to figure out what this RC stuff's all about. We're welcoming everybody, whether you're new or experienced, and we welcome your input.
Yeah, we got a couple years of experience out here, so, I guess if you're there is no bad questions as far as jumping in there online. So jump on in there, guys. If you got something scratching your head, or you got, everybody kind of trying to figure out what IFMAR qualifying is if you're not. Now, most people tuned in. They're pretty active RC enthusiasts, and they kind of know what's going on. But anybody new in the chat, man, ask us a question, and don't be afraid to jump in the chat, and we'll answer those. And it's not just us; it's other people in the chat that may have a ton of knowledge or know something that we don't. They'll kind of jump in there and help you out too. So let's get that chat room popping here a little bit. I want to give some thanks to some of our viewers out there. We got Stephanie tuned in, and Top Line RC, always a big supporter here of the live RC broadcast and everything. RC Victory Lane, our moderator out there, always coming in with the good information. We got Indonesia support in the house, man. We are worldwide right now. I'd love to see that.
How cool is that?
Yeah, man. So thanks to everybody, guys, for tuning in. Give us a like, give us a share, and give us a subscribe here. As you can see, we got the Killer and Doug Riviere right there, all checking out. You got Jeremy Hayes Jr., Dominic Pastion. Is that Mike Sorchi in the background? I can't tell. It looks like it.
Love seeing this static shot of the pitch. You see some conversation going on. You see Dom's in a pretty chipper mood, as he should be right now. Jeremy Hayes Jr. looking at those tires. Doug and Sammy having a conversation about their associated rides. And you look a little further down, there's the Schumacher boys. Mark Sousa has his back to us right now. He's one of Canada's finest drivers from the Ontario province there. So shout out to Mark Sousa, his home track 400 RC compound. Dave Steele has a first-class facility there with both 8-scale off-road and clay off-road and oval. Of course, Brock Champlin and Brennan Schimmel and Tom Ritterneck, that whole Schumacher pit with Cole Tollard at the very end. And the associated pits just in the back frame there. You would normally see Brent Telke sitting there. Looks like he has stepped away for a moment. But plenty of action going on here in the pits. Just because there's not much action on the track doesn't mean these guys aren't thrashing in the pits, Sean.
Oh, we caught Alan Horn, dude, taking a quick track walk right here. He's had himself a pretty good Saturday morning out here. So he's striving for more as he's out there on a little track walk. Jared getting some love out there. Thank you, Chad Ospick. Jared is the best announcer ever. Man, I got to listen to some Jared's announcing yesterday as I drove down here. It was about a 2.5-hour drive, so I got to listen to the whole first round, and I agree, man. I'm a huge fan of Jared's announcing, and just a tip of the cap out there from Jared, man, killing it. Having a great job and getting some love in the chat right there. I agree, Chad. I agree, man. Great announcer right there, and it's awesome to sit side by side and call your 110 Scale Roar Off-Road Nationals here with them. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Yes, I echo that. Thank you, Chad. That means a lot. I appreciate that very much, and definitely wanted to give the love back to Sean. Of course, no stranger to announcing. He's one of the men involved with the Dirt Promotions with Joey Christensen and crew behind the DNC, Silver State, all the big events. And tell you what, he does a very, very good job keeping the show in order. He's one of the integral members of that Dirt crew, and I can speak for everybody because I know you won't speak for it yourself. You're a very humble gentleman, but that crew would be in pretty rough shape without your input and your help. So, Sean, I echo that back to you. Thanks for all your hard work, and pleasure to sit next to you here and cover the action together.
Appreciate the kind words, my brother. Appreciate that very much.
Awesome, man. We'll tell you what. We spent enough time yapping. It's time to get back going here with racing. Round 3 of qualifying here. 21.5 two-wheel drive buggy presented by SXT Racing Products. And there you see the 1 through 7 numbers. We did, in fact, resort, Sean. So
we did.
There will be a resort, and I'm sure the stickers were flying. People were putting new stickers on their cars to denote their car numbers. And that is a Roar requirement that the Roar referees have you do, so that if there is a penalty that has to be called, stop and go, or a docking of some sort, they do not go by names. They go by car numbers. So, for instance, if Lester Brooks' car 1 were to incur a penalty, you have to know what your number is so you can then, of course, serve the penalty. And that's what the numbers are for. And you don't really see that much on the regional club level. I think that's more so just for, saving a little bit of capital. But at these national events, I do think that numbering the vehicles is quite a useful tool for these guys.
Yeah, no doubt. Definitely to help the race director or Clayton up here calling all the action up here and watching for rough driving. But, many moons ago, before transponders and stuff came out, that was actually how the race director would click your car off. You would come by with the number on your car, and they'd hit the keypad, and that's how you would get your laps and times right there. So we've come very far.
Oh yeah, and you go back before
stickers.
That. This was before I was alive, but I remember the old stories from the U.S. Indoor Championships in Cleveland, where back before there was even a computer, you had a clicker, you had a hand counter, and you almost had to bring a picture with you, somebody to be your hand counter, and of course, as soon as the clock was over, you were instructed to stop your cars right where they were, and that's how they determine winners. You imagine how far technology's come in the last 40 years or so, and I got to think we're going to be seeing some incredible innovation here in the next little while from our RC industry. And tell you what, first starting it off here at 21.5 two-wheel drive buggy, Lester Brooks puts in a good start, 19.2, backs with a 19.4, and that's one of your good buddies, isn't it, John?
Yes, it is. It sure is, man. Lester Brooks, just a great human being right there. And he always, his hospitality when we come down to SDRC is just top notch. The man is always smiling. He's always in a good mood. And he just comes out here and takes his best swing. Results, they are what they are for him. He doesn't base his weekend on results. He just likes to come out here and shake up the monotony of the crazy lives we live and the work we got going on right there. And Lester Brooks, just a crowd favorite out here at SDRC.
You can always appreciate somebody that has that in mind, where you keep RC fun, because it's tough, man. I mean, we all want to do as best as we can. We all want to represent the companies and people that that help us as best as we can, and we can get down on ourselves for having a rough weekend. I know myself, I've gone through that struggle, and it's a mental gymnastics game. And when you see somebody with such a fresh perspective like that, and I think of somebody like a Ryan Lutz in 8-scale off-road, who he's got a lot hinging on his results. He is just out there having a great time. He's one of the nicest human beings you're going to encounter in the industry. And, of course, many people here this weekend. I think of a Dakota Fenn. He's one of the most approachable people in this industry, and arguably one of the best and one of the most on the line for him. And he is still as nice of a person as you can imagine. And you can always give a little credit and throw those guys a bone when they're able to be that way.
Yeah, and your results isn't just what you're getting sponsored for. It's also how you're helping out the youngsters out there and your attitude on and off the racetrack right there. So it's not just about results as far as sponsors. It's just about being a good human being and kind of giving back to the RC world, if you will, and just put your sponsors in a good light, and Lester does a great job at doing that.
Amen to that. We've given him plenty of TV time, and for good reason. He's putting it in the box, as we say. 16.5.11 here for Brooks so far. Great start for Lester. Just put up his fastest lap of the race in an 18.9. So Brooks on a great run so far. He just hits the start-finish line this time. 20.2 for Brooks, followed by James C., only 0.7 of a second back. Byron's in that third spot, followed by Eric Irvin, Eddie Kellogg, Felino Vasquez, and Jeremy Sanders. That's how we're starting it off with race 1 out of 20 for 21.5 two-wheel drive buggy, brought to you by SXT Racing Products. And again, a huge thanks to all of our sponsors for bringing you the Roar 110 Scale Dirt Off-Road Nationals, presented by Hobby Wing, our title sponsor, Hobby Wing North America. Both Charlie Swanka and Matty G, Matthew Gonzalez, in the house, so shout out to those guys.
Man, those two are fun if you ever get to hang out with those two. They are a bundle of fun. Old Charlie Swanka. I actually met Charlie about 6 or 7 years ago. They have a program with the high schools out here, and they build hydrogen fuel cell RC cars, and then they have a competition that is nationwide right here between all the high schools. And actually, Charlie and I were hired to run those races. So before I met Charlie on the national circuit and stuff, and of course I've seen him on site. He's the kind of the sidekick there with Scotty Ernst, been all over the world and announcing world's events and stuff. And so I got to meet Charlie on a little bit more personal basis, working side by side with him. And now we're here on totally different elements or the sides of the teams right here. And he's working for Hobby Wing, and he does a great job over there with Matty G. And I know the racers really respect and appreciate everything they do, because they get a lot of love in those shout-outs and stuff after their TQs and the A-main wins and stuff. And those boys doing a great job, and it shows by all the love and respect that he receives from the racers.
Couldn't agree more. And a nice little nugget there about the hydrogen fuel cell cars. Being based out of Central New York, I'm awfully familiar with CRC, Calandra Racing Concepts. One of those winning cars of the hydrogen fuel cell car was on a CRC Battle Axe oval chassis. So it was pretty cool to have you mention that with the Hobby Wing support there. And I was able to bring it back to my home roots about 3,000 miles away in little Central New York here in San Diego, California. So pretty cool stuff right there. And we're watching Lester Brooks control this lead, but he just had a rough lapper there. You saw him nose it into the pipe. That's going to put James C to the front by 1.1 seconds, but Lester does have the moral victory here with a fast lap of 18.8. He's the only driver under that 19-second barrier. So let's see if James and Lester can sort out their differences here as the clock's coming to an end here. Let's see if Lester can possibly steal it back away. And what a time to put in his fast lap there, Sean. 18.5 on this last lap. Can he take it away?
Well, he just took over the race lead here. He's working on his last lap, so looks like he's got that lit whip right there. That's one of Danny Trevino's companies right there with lit whip. So if anybody looking for a little lit whip like that right there, you guys can hit up Danny Trevino out of Arizona. And
he's going to do it.
Yeah, look at that by a half second. So when he did that 22-second lap and stuffed it right before the chicane, I was like, he took a swing at it. He kept his head down, and he comes out, and he does his worst lap of the race, followed by his best lap of the race.
Hey, it all averages out, right? So Lester Brooks going to put himself up on early TQ here in 21.5 two-wheel drive buggy. Heat 1 out of 3. You can see the pace, 16.5, 14.902. He best James C by just a half a second over that win right there. Byron McDermott leads the 15-lap charge on an 08, followed by Eric Irvin, 15.512. Eddie Kellogg, 15.515. Felino Vasquez, 14.502. And Jeremy Sanders, unfortunately, out after 9 laps. So that's going to do it for our first race out of 20. We go straight into our second heat of 21.5 two-wheel drive buggy. And Mitchell Berkey is going to lead the field here. He's located out of Mesa, Arizona on an X-Ray chassis with Coyote Electronics. Carlos Shaw in that 2-spot, Edward Garcia 3rd, Bryson Miller 4, Nick Mellon in the 5, Nathan Champeau in the 6, Mark Robinson, father of Jermaine in 7, and Grayson Leonard in that 8th spot. Just a quick note about Nate Champeau. I don't know if we mentioned it early in the weekend. I wanted to just get it in here. Nate Champeau, primarily a carpet racer from 405 RC in Oklahoma. He finished second last month at Maximus in 21.5. Doing his bid here on dirt. He says he's never really done this kind of dirt racing, so learning his best. But he's the highest finishing non-winner of this division, so I'm sure he'd like to get that monkey off his back this weekend.
Yeah, I got a chance to meet Nathan, like you had mentioned, down at Maximus RC. Just a fine human being right there. He's super fun, and I actually had to come up to him and, as a race director or a broadcaster, I said, hey, how do I properly announce your last name? And it just started off with a great conversation and just a super cool guy right there, and it's cool to see him out here racing on some dirt with us at the complete opposite side of the country, as we were in Seabrook, New Hampshire, and now we're in San Diego, so from beach to beach right there.
Oh, man, he's definitely putting his miles in. The man from Norman, Oklahoma, so everything's a trip there for those guys from the Midwest. And you'll see these guys launching off here as Mr. Mike Braun calls them off by the car numbers. And as we mentioned, folks, we'll just put it in one more time. to kind of reinforce it, is this is staggered start qualifying. And, us RC racers, we call it IFMAR style qualifying, but I did want to make sure everybody knows what staggered start qualifying is. That means all 8 of these drivers are on their own separate race clock. So their clock did not begin until Mike called them off, and they actually crossed the start-finish line right there in that white checkerboard line right there. That means their clock begins, and now they're on their time trial, if you will, where they're racing each other, where they're racing the clock, not each other, and trying to go as fast as they can and be as mistake-free as they can, Sean.
Yeah, we'll be green flag to checkered flag racing all day on a Sunday. But right now, well explained right there for the IFMAR. And most people in the chat and watching on live, that are seasoned veterans with the RC industry. It's always good to kind of give a little insight because not everybody understands, They're like, oh, man, they're just all driving around. How do I know who's leading it? Well, it's a little more difficult on the qualifying. Tomorrow, it'll be a bit easier as we'll line them up, we'll drop the green flag, and we'll give them 5 minutes of racing and the checkered flag. So it'll be a little bit easier to follow around and a little bit more traditional racing style, if you will.
Yes, sir. Great explanation there on how the features will go tomorrow as well. And just one note here for our announcer, Mike Braun, in the house. He does a wonderful job, first of all. Wanted to give a shout-out to Lifetime Scoring, who brings you the race software. There's a lot of indicators that Lifetime uses to give the race director all the tools he needs. Still, like we said, call out the proper leader. The names actually turn yellow as people cross the finish line, and you hear the beeps in the background of the ambient noise. The leader, if he's on a winning run, he'll actually get a higher pitched sound beep off of his Lifetime Scoring. So that way you don't just have the eye test, you can also hear to see who the leader is. So let's just say, for instance, there's a car that has the leader coming up behind him. You can hear that beep is a different pitch, and okay, that's the leader behind me. I'm going to have to let him go soon.
Yeah, well explained right there. Your normal driver going by will just be a boop. You guys are going to give me some flack to this. The sound that the leader goes by, it's a little more of like a little bloop. It's not just a boop. It kind of has a little bit different ring to it. So anytime you're watching on TV or you're here at the races, and even the camera guy like Travis is looking for that too, because he's going to be one eye on the track and a chameleon, kind of listening for us and kind of switching him back and forth to the different battles. But anytime he loses a leader, he can listen for that different sound tone and pick right back up at that race later. Absolutely.
And Mitchell Berkey doing exactly what he's going to do, starting on pole, leading the race right now, 3 seconds out front of Carlos Chamaradian. So right now 1, 2, 3, 4 unchanged from their starting positions. It's Mitchell, Carlo, Ed Garcia, and Bryson Miller at the 3-minute mark. 2 left to go, followed by Mark Robinson, Grayson Leonard, Nathan Champeau, and Nick Mellon. Fast lap is by the young Bryson. 17-4 for the young Miller, trying to get himself back in the mix. He's currently 4 seconds back of the lead, but as we know, Sean, that is just one mistake, and we're talking about a different outcome.
Yeah, that's all it takes here in this form of racing, especially when you're pushing the envelope at a national level. You're like, all right, I got up front. With that one mistake here at the Nationals, you can go from 1st to 5th just in the blink of an eye right there. So consistency is king. Of course, you always want to go out there and have hot lap. Like me personally, I don't mind if I lose a race as long as I get hot lap. I know it was mistakes and stuff, and my car is right there. But it's really important here in IFMAR qualifying to, yes, go fast, but also be consistent and put in those laps in. The one-turn marshal you got, especially in intermediate 40+, your race is pretty much over. And at the pro level, you can just wrap it up, because it's going to be a rough one there. So the higher level you're racing at, the less mistakes you can afford in the sportsman class, at your local levels or regional levels, or even in the 21.5. You can afford maybe a small mistake or a quick turn marshal, but in any other class than that, dude, that run is probably B-main. Welcome to the show.
I could not agree more with what you just said. And like we were saying with the modified classes, like we're talking about Aiden Horner, one of the household names. He hasn't been bad at all. He's been on pace. It's just 1 or 2 mistakes that takes him out of a conversation for winning a championship versus being down in the gutter. And it only takes 1 or 2 mistakes, and your whole weekend's different. So mistakes are definitely at a premium this weekend. You have to be very smart about what you're doing. And as we mentioned with this size piping here, with these little 10-scale buggies, if you rub up against that pipe the right way, it grabs that sidewall of that tire and sticks you up against the wall. So these drivers are kind of having to measure risk versus reward if they want to try and cut that corner super tight or if they just want to live to fight another day. And right now, Berkey doing a great job of doing just that. 17.505 pace as the clock is about to expire, going double-double over that big quad, keeping it right in that dark black groove. And Mitchell Berkey, if he can finish it out, he's going to have himself a nice TQ effort with 1 heat to go of 21.5. He's going to cross the line. He's finished on a 17.505 heat. So that crash right there is not going to hurt him. His clock has already been cut off. Mark Robinson making a charge here at the end, trying to take the second spot away. So I got to think Jermaine may have looked that car over and given him some help. And here we go.
Help out Dad a little bit, you know?
That's right. Yeah, absolutely. So, if Mark's going to front the bill in terms of helping with the travel and the entry fees, at least do a little wrench work. And everybody is finished. Mitchell Berkey, a nice run, 17.505. He's going to reset the TQ time here in 21.5 two-wheel drive buggy by SXT. There you see Mark Robinson puts it up in second, 17.511. The top 7 all move in front of Lester Brooks' previous pace. So that'll be all the way down to Nate Champeau. Nick Mellon's going to finish on a 15.501 for 10th here in this round with 1 heat left to go. And there's your Aiming Hobbies race results screen showing you that the top 6 all go 17 laps.
Man, I'm getting roasted online right here by Jeff Guest. He says Sean doesn't hear the high-pitched beep very often.
Ouch. Oh, man. Sounds like there's some personal experience behind that. Sounds like you two race quite often together.
Oh, yeah, we do. We've been buddies for a long time. I love Pork Chop. Jeff Guest, and we've been racing for a long time together, and we always like to razz each other and stuff. But you know what? Round number 3 for JBRL is going to be at Coyote Hobbies coming up soon, and he just lost a lap off his best qualifier right there with that comment.
Oh, Jeff, you're going to have to fight from behind now, my man. Hey, I just wanted to jump in here in the chat quick, and Jeremy Hayes still watching his son, Jeremy Jr. He has been watching avidly this weekend, so Jeremy, thanks for tuning in, and we certainly are rooting him on as well. Upstanding young man. He's always got a bright smile on his face, and like we've said a couple times, easy to root for, isn't he, Sean?
Yes, yeah. The Pork Chop's been around a long time, and we have pretty harsh senses of humor. And if we're making fun of each other, that means we're in a good mood and we like each other. If we're not saying anything to each other, that's when you got to worry.
Oh, yeah.
So that just means he's showing some love out there. The more he teases me, the more he loves me. So Pork Chop. I only got one feeling left, and I'm not going to waste it here on a Saturday morning at the Roar Nats.
There you go. Well, you saw our Aiming Hobbies grid lineup for our final heat of 21.5 two-wheel drive buggy by SXT Racing Products. And again, Austin Riley going to head the field. He has been the man so far this weekend. But remember last round, Johan Blizzard took down that second-round TQ in 21.5, so it's not over yet, folks. Austin fires off first. There's Johan. Tucer Carrera comes off third, then Aiden Spencer, Trent, Christopher, Jay, and Riley. And Sean, we are in for a nice race right here. 2 TQs separately, and there could be a magic third one, or it could be either Austin or Johan. We're going to find out.
I'm just going to say it right now. I think we get a third different one, unless Austin really throws this one away. He's kind of been the cream of the crop right here so far in the weekend, although he had a bit of a rough one in round 2. If we don't get a third different one, I think this one will go to Riley. But I'll tell you what, Trent Rigby, one of the Bakersfield boys, he's got Chris over there and his mom, Jamie, kind of tuned in and watching him race. And so Trent, always real fast. A bit of a Ricky Bobby, either first or last right here. But Trent's got some speed right here, and he might shake things up a little bit. But Austin Riley wasting no time to the point. My first 2 TQs of the weekend here in this class, round 1 TQ, Austin Riley out front. And then Johan Blizzard was running in the second, going to have a rough 17-second lap right there. And that'll drop him down to the 4, but it's Christie 2, Carrera 3, Blizzard 4, Trent Rigby from last on lap 1 all the way up to a top 5, Neil 6, Christopher Shamaradian in the 7, and Aiden Spencer, the local boy out here from SDRC, always one to be a reckon with here.
A lot of drivers here in the mix for this TQ run. Like you said, Austin has been the pure quickest car, but I'm looking at the lap times here, Sean, and his gap, his delta of being the fastest car has significantly shrunk from the start of the weekend. He blitzed these guys in seating. He was like a second and a half in front over 3 consecutive laps, and I'm seeing right now Trent Rigby has run a 16-second lap, Johan's run a 16, and the slowest hot lap on the track is a 17.2 to his 16.7. These guys are getting quicker. They're catching Austin. He's going to have to work pretty hard to try and secure this national title. It's definitely not over by any stretch.
Yeah, no, well said. And the top 2 are 16-second laps, and then all the way down to our third driver going sub-17, Johan Blizzard, down to the number 7 spot. But it is Riley and Trent Rigby. I know what I'm talking about a little bit. All the way up to the number 2 spot. He had a horrendous start there at the start. And like I said, he's always good out there for hot laps. He's just got to put in that full 5-minute run.
Absolutely. We're just going to keep an eye on Mitchell Berkey's previous pace from the B sort. He's currently in the 7th spot overall qualifying estimated right now, so top 6 are moving in front of his estimated pace. But again, 2:30 gone, 2:30 left to go. There's a lot of time for that to change. And with these 21.5 cars, as you get in the higher turns of motors, you start seeing more heat buildup, a little more fade. So these guys will start off hot, but then the batteries get a little soft, and you can't quite clear all the features like you were supposed supposed to before, and you might see some of these paces start tailing off. But right now, Austin Riley doing no such thing. Last time 16.7, this time again 16.7. He's got a 5.2 second lead over now Tucer Carrera. And Tucer's been right in the mix. He's been right there, just a little shy of the TQ pace, but I like me a lurker in this field. I think that if you have somebody that's hanging back there in the weeds, not always putting themselves up in the headlines, he's going to be a threat before this weekend's over.
Yeah, Taser, a local from out here. He doesn't do a lot of races away from San Diego, but you're going to kind of see that as you travel around. That's why I love going to the tracks. You're always going to have that local fast guy that doesn't really have a big name for himself, but he's going to throw his cap in the ring for a little action out here this weekend, and that's exactly what Carrera's doing.
Following Riley there. How about a 17-1 that last time by? No fade out of this machine. So, again, Austin Riley running his Hobby Wing horsepower, getting some tuning help from Matty G. And, obviously, Matty made the right adjustments. That car is flying. I'm just watching Austin's lines. Very, very crisp and refined. I think he's going to earn his graduation from 21.5 here pretty shortly because he is looking like a seasoned vet out there in this division. But Rigby and Carrera still only 100th of a second apart for that second position. Then you have Riley in the fourth spot. Christopher, Aiden, Johan, and Jay Neal. Looks like Jay may have had a mechanical. Nope, he's out there, but it was a 24-2 lap that time by. So, Sean, with 55 seconds left to go, 6-second lead for Austin Riley. What's he got to do to wrap this one up?
He's got to play it safe right here. As you can see, he has been in a huge pack right here, and he's been very smart. He's also been getting some love from the other racers, which is always nice when you're like, oh, man, is this guy going to pile drive me right here? And they've all been working with that leader very nicely, and that's what you want to see right here as that car pulls over and gives him a little love right there. You love to see that right there. Everybody working together, and he'd do the same for them if they were out front. So, that always helps when you get a little love through the pack. That's not always the case, but right now he's looking pretty poised with almost a 7-second lead here with 20 seconds to go.
Absolutely. You still have Carrera and Riley about a second apart for that second position. They're on 18, 5, 14, and 15 paces. Christopher not far back in that fourth spot on a 5-16. So kind of their own individual race for second through fourth. Then you have a bit of a gap back to Rigby, Spencer, and Blizzard. Kind of a few seconds between those drivers in the backfield. But the closest race, Carrera and Christie to finish it out. And Austin Riley going to try and take down his second TQ effort of the weekend. Not overall yet, though, Sean. He's going to have 2 rounds to 1, and he'll have a chance to wrap it up overall in round number 4. But everybody coming around for their final couple laps. I believe Christie will be the last car to finish as he just got that extra lap. But Austin Riley, 18.505. That is a rock-solid run there for Austin. Tucer Carrera is going to go 18.513. Riley, 18.514. And then 17s for Christopher, Trent, Aiden, and Johan. A 16.501 for Jay Neal. So there's Austin Riley, your TQ here in 21.5 two-wheel drive buggy. We'll get him in our one-up race report. And Sean Miller is going to talk with our 21.5 TQ man.
All right, guys, we got Austin Riley here with our one-up racing interview cam, and you know what? Having a nice little day here with the 21.5. I know round 2 didn't go as well for you. You were the TQ in round 1. You're now here the TQ in round 3, and what are you going to have to do to lock in that TQ? Because it's not done yet, but we're definitely headed in the right direction.
Just keep the car consistent. Just get around the track. Make sure to keep it on all 4 wheels and keep up the pace.
Right on, man. This is it's cool to see a long-time racer out here in Southern California and racing at your home track. Tell me just kind of what it means for the Nationals to be back here at SDRC for you guys this weekend.
It means a lot. The track really is good for a race like this. We're having some good racing. Battling is fun. People here are just amazing and really supportive people. So it's a perfect place for an event like this.
Yep, I couldn't agree more, and we hold a lot of the JBRL events here, and we had round 1 back out here. Now, being a local and then having some of those big races like the Jimmy Babcock Racing League, and we had the warm-up here earlier, what's the advantage, I guess, for that? Not only just club racing out here, but also having some of the bigger regional events out here.
Well, the advantage for us is I know the dirt. My cars can be prepared for the race months in advance, and I just know the place by heart. This is where I grew up, so I know the dirt by heart like I put it in myself.
Yeah, you got some blood, sweat, and tears in this track right here, and you're killing it this weekend, man, and congratulations on the round 3 TQ, and good luck the rest of the weekend.
Thank you so much.
All right, killer interview there, Sean. Congratulations to Austin Riley. He's got 2 TQs in hand. He has a chance to control his own destiny in round number 4 there, Sean. If he wins round 4 outright, then there's no tiebreakers needed. If somebody else sneaks in there, then there may be tiebreakers involved. But we're going to let the math do the work on that. Luckily, Lifetime Scoring does that all for us, and we don't have to sit here with the calculator and paper and pen and potentially get it wrong. Because I don't know about you, but I trust the computer to do the work more than me.
I think that goes for most, and just a shout out to Live RC and their timing and scoring system, making our jobs easy out here, if you know what I mean.
Without a doubt, you go from like we were talking about in the olden days with some of the more primitive scoring software. This really is plug and play. You set up the event with the settings that you want, and you put somebody up there and very capable like Mike Braun, and you have yourself a bang up event. And so far, it's been fantastic. Hope you're enjoying the coverage back here at home on Live RC, whether you're watching on our website or Facebook or YouTube. Hope you're enjoying the coverage, and we really appreciate you joining along here for Saturday qualifying here at the Roar 110 Scale Dirt Electric Off-Road Nationals presented by Hobbywing North America. You're watching race number 4 out of 20 and round number 3 out of 4 of qualifying. This is the first heat out of 3 in 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy by ProTech RC. That's a lot of numbers that I threw at you, but the one thing you need to know is Ryan Prince is out in front. Early pace, 18.5 flat for Prince. He's looking dialed here. We're following your leader down the straightaway.
Yeah, he's having a pretty decent weekend out here. I know. Now, maybe you can help me out with this, or maybe some people in the chat. I heard that Hobby Action actually got the dirt from OCRC. I don't know if that's just hearsay or just kind of in the loop. Maybe if some of the viewers online, maybe I'll ask Ryan a little bit later. So pretty similar to like what we would have at OCRC. You can run treads and slicks back in the day. Now I know a lot of guys eventually later in the weekend would switch to there. So getting some pretty good practice. I don't know if they treat their dirt out there. I think they're a more natural dirt than like what we run here at SDRC. But maybe someone in the chat can kind of do some homework for me. I'm giving you guys homework here in the chat.
That's good homework, and it's one thing that's really interesting. I mean, of course, we're all in the United States, great country that we live in, but it's funny enough to see as you travel the country more, you see the East Coast tends to shade more toward high bite. There's a lot more carpet, a lot more AstroTurf, and now the treated surfaces like a Hoosier Hobbyplex that are glued. I feel like out west you still have that more grassroots style clay. There's a little more of the emphasis on non-treated. Let the track come in naturally. You water with the misters. You blow the corners off, and this is where you get that dark black groove where you're actually racing on the dirt, less than racing on the varnish, if you will, and definitely produces a whole different type of racing. But as we're seeing with the top competitors, it doesn't matter what you throw at them; they're going to find their way to the top.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. All right, we're following along with our leaders right here. Miller. Yeah, so just to touch on the dirt surfaces, like Rainman's and Bakersfield and San Diego are more traditional style dirt, and then Victorville's they do treat theirs and glue it up a little bit. So and then of course naturally with 12 months of awesome weather out here in Southern California, you're going to get a little bit more of the carpet and the AstroTurf style tracks because a lot of those guys back out on the east, they don't have the nice weather like we do out here. Now we pay for that weather and those few bugs. But as far as, the carpet tracks and the AstroTurf, you're going to see a little bit more of that back out east here. So we got Prince, Miller, Hicks, Hoskins, Polly, Jones, Hoskins, Hall, and Beatty. It's our first heat of 3 for 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy right here, race 4 of 20, and we are working our way just about a quarter of the way here through round number 3.
Thanks, Sean. We had a little technical difficulty there with our scoring, but we got it back going, and it does show Ryan Prince and Gavin Miller 1.5 seconds apart. So a great start here for those gentlemen here. They're in the proverbial seesaw, if you will. So these guys in this heat are looking to really put in some big runs because we've seen this many times before, Sean, where you get a rough start to your weekend, but you get down into a lower heat where you tend to be the car coming forward versus the one letting people go, and you end up putting in some pretty good runs. Right now, Prince doing just that at 18.503. This is a good way to start his rebound campaign, if you will.
I'm getting some feedback already. It says Tony Schumacher always coming in with the Dietz OCRC closed after HA. So, yeah, that was just a rumor just thrown around in the circle, which you get a few of those. That's not just in RC in any form of racing. So,
Sure,
not the same dirt. Like I said, I heard that. I didn't know if I whether believed it or not, but that dirt right there, they got some good dirt out there at Hobby Action.
Everybody has finished up, and check it out, man. Ryan Prince puts up a nice run, 18.503 to start us off at 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy. That's pretty quick there from this first heat there, Sean. And Kevin Miller follows him through with an 18.505. Ethan Hoskins, 18.507. Like you mentioned, the Hoskins boys early. Ethan with a nice run here, 18.507. Hicks, 18.09. Robert Pauly, 18.513. And we have 17s for Audis Jones, Daxton Hoskins. Logan and Robert both going 16s apiece. So Ryan Prince really puts himself in a nice position here. He definitely needs to start his comeback drive, and no better way to do it than just that, Sean.
Yeah, I think it's going to take 19 to be in that top 10, but, a nice low 18 never hurts, If, you get a little luck from these guys coming up in the B and the A qualifier.
Fantastic. Well, I want to give you a chance to earn some brownie points here, Sean. Your lovely wife Amanda's tuning into the live chat. She wanted to say Mrs. Sexy Leg tuning in, so give you a chance to say hello to your wife.
Oh, man, I want to give a huge shout-out to my beautiful wife, Amanda Miller, tuned in right here. She's checking in on me, making sure we're behaving up here, Jared, so we better be on our best P's and Q's right here. So love you, babe. I miss you. And, I got some time coming off here. I'm on about a 6 or 7 week rip right here, a different state and a different city every single week, but I'm looking forward some time to being at home, and I've got some special things up the sleeve right there for the wife when I got some time coming off here in the next few weeks. So we'll be out there and having some fun, and miss you, baby. Thanks for tuning in. I love you.
Awesome, great. Well, I'm sure Amanda holding down the fort while Sean's out here having some fun with me at SDRC. We're just talking about OCRC, the legendary track there in California that we unfortunately have lost, but SDRC doing a great job of keeping 10-scale clay off-road racing alive for sure. You're watching the warm-up here of 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy Heat 2 of 3 presented by ProTech RC. Keaton Grant's going to lead us out, followed by Bryce Butterfield, Nate Sutherland, Jermaine Robinson, Caden C., Connor Esbeck, Luke Pravacek, Skylar Mandela, Talon Henley, and Brendan Edwards. So, Sean, we're in for a treat. This is the B sort, and check out those big names we were talking about. I expect some massive runs from this heat.
Yeah, let's get it right here, boys. A couple of these guys right here I think are going to have some pretty good runs. Maybe top 5 or top 6 like we saw in round number 1. We got some heavy hitters here in this B qualifier.
Nate Sutherland comes out with a 16-1. We're already approaching that 15-second barrier here in 17.5. So you think about Sutherland, Robinson, Butterfield, Mandela, and Talon Henley leapfrogs them all. 16-0 on his opening lap. And this is going to be where these guys need runs. They got to clutch up. And Henley upside down on the quad. That is a big, big error for Talon, unfortunately. He was on a burner to start this one off. Now he's going to have to get back to work.
Yeah, that one's going to hurt, especially when he goes back and watches this broadcast later to know he was out front early, and then here on lap number 3 he's going to have a long one right here. So that was a rough break right there for Talon, but the kid's got some serious, serious talent right here. And that's Nasty Nate leading us around by 0.3 of a second up on Butterfield, less than that now. And then you got the Associated Factory pilot there of Jermaine Robinson. You got Keaton Grant running in the 4. Brendan Edwards, Groot we call him because he's about 7 feet tall. Actually, fun fact for Groot, he's traveled the country and the world playing professional basketball. But he also loves to, take a swing at the RC cars as well, and always one of the cool guys to come and hang out with out here at SDRC. We got Skylar Mandela 7, Pravacek in the 8, Caden C 9, and Talon Henley 10. Before we move on here, I want to get back to the racing action, but I want to give a huge shout-out to Kevin Nixon. That is my wife's brother out there, graduating and getting his degree in mechanical engineering out there, and just an applaud out there to Kevin. Proud of you, brother. Love you, man.
Very nice.
And that's just awesome. Took some time off from school, went back, and he got it done, and he actually graduated last night. That was the reason why I wasn't here. And like you had mentioned, family first, and just want to show some love to Kevin Nixon out there. Congratulations, brother.
Well done to Kevin. I echo the sentiments as well. Congratulations. That's great stuff. And, man, you're watching a great qualifier unfold, like we were mentioning with Talon, just to put a bow on that point. There is an adrenaline rush that comes in. When you hear that high-pitched beep, knowing you're the leader, I bet you just got a little bit shaky, and you tried to scrub that triple just a little bit too much. You ended up going over. So listen, Talon Henley's got a big career ahead of him. I think he's going to be winning many, many national events, and it's just a matter of time. It's a matter of if, not a matter of if. It's more of a matter of when he gets that first title. I think it's coming soon.
Agreed. That man has got a long career ahead of him, and he has been making the small steps towards the top each and every year, as you expect to see, and it's going to all come together here pretty soon. But we got all Bryce Butterfield out front of the 19.507. Listen to this, Jared. Our TQs from round one was the killer 19.507, and Dominic passing on a 19.505. Can we see a TQ or even possibly a top 3 run here with 2 minutes to go from the B sort?
If there's one guy to do it, it's going to be Bryce Butterfield. Like we mentioned, he hasn't garnered headlines for no reason. He has been very, very tough in this field. Again, primarily an asphalt on-road racer, but he does all sorts of racing. And if you can do it in one discipline, it doesn't take you long to pick it up in another one. I don't think that Bryce is going to be much lower than top 5 here in this third round. As long as he can finish it off, like we said, we kind of cast a curse on Dakota that last run when we thought it was all over with, and he ended up handing it back to Spencer and 2-0 mod. So still work to be done. Job's not finished yet. If you're a Kobe Bryant fan, you know that famous quote. So, of course, job's not finished for Butterfield, but a great start for him, 19.507. Jermaine Robinson, his buddy, following him through 19.510. Sutherland, 19.513. Then we have a bunch of 18s for Espec, Pravacek, Mandela, C, Henley, and Edwards. And unfortunately, our one man, Keaton Grant, falls out after 5 laps. A lot of topics we were covering, so we missed that. We apologize. But Bryce Butterfield getting it done, Sean. 1.8 second lead with 50 seconds left.
I'll tell you what, during our break, I went and talked to Bryce a little bit. And he has not been happy with his cars. I think his driving's been okay. I think the car's been a little hard to change. So he made some changes here, and he went back to the drawing board, and he's got his head in the game right here. So this is the run that can maybe turn things around for him in this two-wheel drive class. Now in 19.506 with 30 seconds to go. How far can he go right here as we follow along on our live RC cam right there? Travis doing a great job right there, and a big shout-out to behind the scenes for Sam and then Jared myself as well. So thank you guys all for tuning in. Butterfield on a ripper right here.
You're supposed to be getting slower as the run goes. He's making a liar out of us. He just continues to pound out laps in the low 16s and still going 19.507. Jermaine 09, Sutherland 512. Those are the big 3 runs we're going to be watching in terms of the next heat, see what they can stack up. But right now, Butterfield doing everything he can do, putting it in his own hands to give himself a nice qual point here for round number 3. This will give himself a great chance to make that top 10 overall field. There's going to be a lot of spots here coming down to tiebreakers, Sean, I do believe. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see some ties for people that get locked in and locked out of the mains.
No doubt. There is no doubt about that. And there it is, Butterfield on that 19.507.266. You're going to get it by 1.9. So good run for Robinson.
That's a smoking run there from Butterfield. Yeah. That's going to be tough. If we're going to be button men one more time, I think that puts him top 3.
I agree. I would have to agree.
I couldn't see. I mean, that was about a perfect run there for Butterfield the whole way. Robinson also give him a tip of the cap, 19.509, 19.511, then a whole bunch of 18s for the rest of our grid there on the A-Main Hobbies qualifying results screen. And again, Bryce Butterfield with a nice, strong run right there. But our A sort, they were the top 10 fastest for good reason, Sean. They're going to be competing for this TQ time. I bet you we see somebody challenge in a 19. I'm going to say 04 range, 03 range, because the track is getting a little bit quicker.
And yeah, actually, that's been a trend here this morning, as we've seen. It was a little bit slower this morning here in round 2, and the traction's starting to pick up, and that dark groove starting to build in. And these guys go out there and blow the track off and prep it in between each heat. So, I mean, the numbers don't lie, Jared. The numbers don't lie.
Starting on pole for this one, Dominic Passione from Salt Lake City, Utah, with that brand new R1 Works R1B chassis with R1 horsepower. Sammy Moran will line up second here from California on his associated one-up back ride. Jeremy Hayes Jr. rolls off third. Like we've mentioned, he has been very solid this week on a Schumacher chassis hobby wing at EA Motorsports Power, followed by Caden Meeks, the man from Nevada, in that fourth spot. Mason Templeman. He's starting to figure it out, Sean, from that 5th spot. I would not count him out to potentially put in a 0 this time. Along with Matthew Gonzalez, Uncle Matthew from San Diego right here in town on this one-up back associated ride. Ivan Moreno Jr. in that 6th spot on the associated back ride from Tijuana, Baja, California, followed by Ryan Moore from Sacramento on the TLR ride. Aaron Mitchell from Iowa on his associated back ride, switching teams this year. And Hunter King, the long-standing TLR driver from Crestview, Florida. Check out these awesome shots, man.
Yeah, this is I love that beautiful, nice slow cam.
The PTZ camera, 360 degrees. I mean, Live RC bringing you all the best shots here.
Yeah, looking good, and it's about to get hot here in SDRC Raceway here in Miramar, California, based out in San Diego. Beautiful San Diego. Right now, 19.507. Who's got the pace?
We're going to find out here in about 5 minutes, and you're going to find out along here with us on Live RC, Facebook, and YouTube. Thanks for joining in. You're watching race number 6 out of 20, two-wheel drive 17.5 buggy, heat 3 of 3, presented by ProTech RC. Dom Passione comes out swinging with a 16 flat. We did see multiple drivers dip into that 15-second range there last time, Sean. I bet these guys are going to be going for a triple single effortlessly from that R1 buggy with R1 power.
I mean, a 20-lapper isn't out of the question as these guys are on a 19.503 pace out front. It's going to be difficult to do, but if anybody can do it, it just might happen here, right here in our A qualifier.
Well, Dom from Rocky Mountain RC Raceway, like you'd mentioned a couple times in that track in Utah, under new ownership, and I do believe they've gone back to more of a natural-style prep. I know they used to glue, but I'm pretty certain, I'll have somebody confirm in the chat, but pretty certain they've gone back to more of an organic-style clay, and man, how fitting for this event at SDRC. He's gotten plenty of work in with the R1 Works team, and he is on a 19.503. Call us Nostradamus right now. He is right on the pace that we were gauging, and we'll see if he's able to hold that with Sammy Moran in second. Now Ivan Moreno jumps into second with a 15.9. Moran 3, Hayes Jr. 4, Meeks, Gonzalez, King, Templeman, Moore, and Mitchell, your top 10 after a minute 25.
We're running out of time. Well, no, we got 1:30 in, 3:30 to go, so we're actually just starting to get cooking out here. Fast lap of the race is racing Mason Tellman with a 15.7. Oh, Dominic Passione says, hold my, I think he's 21, beer or Capri Sun.
I don't think he's 21 yet.
I don't think he is.
Capri Sun.
Hold my Capri Sun. I'm going to best that with a 15.71.
Backs up with a 15.90. So right now the lead for Passione, 1 second over Moreno. Then Meeks and Moran and Hayes having a little long lap that time. That puts Matthew Gonzalez up to the floor with a 15.9 of his own, followed by Mason Templeman in the 5. Moore, Hayes, King, Moran. It looks like Mitchell out of this one early. So Aaron not having the best start to his weekend, trying to replicate his success from last year's Top Gun shootout here at SDRC. But again, the weekend's young. Another fast lap for Passione, 15.70.
So he's gone 15.7, 15.9, 15.7 right there, and he's stretched it out to 1.5, and then goes 15.8. Mr. Consistency right here in round number 3.
Not just consistent, but unbelievably fast. He is the fastest car on the racetrack, going 19.502. Moreno makes a mistake this lap, and check out who's going to take second, Sean. Matthew Gonzalez now 2 seconds back in the 2 position. Do not put Matthew Gonzalez in a place to take advantage. He is a 2-time national champion for good reason. He might be a hobby wing employee at this point. He might have let his racing take a little more of a back seat. But Matthew Gonzalez, when the win is right there in front of him, he's going to find a way to get there. I would not be very comfortable right now if I was Dom Passione.
You know, he is a champion in the past in the 2021 17.5 two-wheel drive Roar National Champion. He's got himself a 13.5 four-wheel as well, so he's no stranger to the top box here at the Roar Nationals, and he's taking a nice swing at it here as now Templeman Jr. and Gonzalez separated by just about a half second here for second, third, and fourth.
It's just a small bobble coming over that right side double for Gonzalez. It didn't need a marshal, but it cost him about 2 seconds or so. That's going to put Hayes Jr. and Templeman right there in the catbird seat, but they are now 3.5 seconds back of Passione. Check it out, 19.502. Followed by Hayes, Templeman, Gonzalez, and Meeks your top 5. Moore, Moreno, King, and Moran, and Mitchell with a minute 10 left to go. Dom Passione, 19.502, just getting it done right now, Sean.
Well, here comes Jeremy Hayes Jr. now in that Schumacher. So I don't know if there's enough time here with 1 minute to go. And the competition ripping the way they are. He's about 4 seconds back. But this battle for second through ninth right here, separated by about 4.5 seconds right here. It is on right now here in Q3 for 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy.
Passione a man above right now. Like you said, that 4-second advantage. But again, we have about 8 drivers separated by 5 more seconds. And it really shows you right now that Passione is imposing his will on this field, trying to take his second TQ run in a row. And he would put himself in a great position for the overall. Looks like that was going to be Gonzalez sticking himself on the board right there, coming by the left side switchbacks, but he's able to get it straightened out. This guy's got no problems, though. Dom Passione has put in a perfect run to this point, 19.505. A little bobble last lap, but still leads by 3 seconds. And at this point, trying to take home that TQ run. But check it out. Bryce Butterfield's last run holding up for second right now, Sean.
Yeah, I saw that. You've got 2 good runs from that B qualifier. Butterfield's hitting second. We still got some time to go, so that could change. Jermaine Robinson sitting fourth, and Nasty Nate Sutherland sitting top 8 right now here. So good runs from some of those guys in the B, as advertised, as you were explaining earlier. Yes, he may be in the B, but some of these guys can come up here and put some good runs, and we are seeing that here in Q3.
Yes, sir. Clock has expired. We're watching Dom Passione put the finishing touches on a round 3 TQ effort, and once again, the R1 Works driver debuting that new car in two-wheel drive buggy, and he's going to put himself up on TQ once again here as he's going to go TQs in round 2 and 3, get himself a chance at the overall in round 4. Dom Passione wins it. Jeremy Hayes Jr. up to second spot. Great run for Jeremy Hayes Jr. with his family cheering on in the chat. Caden Meeks was 19.510 for third. Templeman fourth on a 5:10. Gonzalez to fifth, 19.512. Then 5:14s apiece for King and Moreno. Ryan Moore, 19.518, and Sammy Moran, 18.5 flat. So check that out on your A-Main Hobbies qualifying results screen. Dom Passione, a man above, 3.5 seconds over Hayes, but Hayes going to hold off the top 5 of Meeks, Templeman, and Gonzalez. We'll steal a word with Dom Passione, your round 3 TQ, and your one-up race report.
Me? Okay.
Dominic Passione, it's like deja vu all over again. Round 3 TQ, and this one was awfully impressive. We were calling on the broadcast. This one, I know you're a humble man, but you imposed your will on this field. You were the fastest car from the opening horn and did not relinquish the lead despite a little bobble there at the end. How are you feeling about, once again, improving, going faster yet again, and now giving yourself 2 TQ rounds to everybody else's one?
Yeah, super happy about that. Got a little flustered with the lap traffic and all the stuff that was going on there at the end. Happy I had a little gap, so I was able to keep it. But yeah, that was didn't want it to be a nail biter, but luckily I did make a little bit of a gap at the start.
Hey, smart drive, like you said, a little bit hairy there at the end with the traffic, but cooler heads prevailed there. Right now, you have 2 TQs overall. You have a chance in 2 ways to take the overall TQ. Basically, you've got this thing kind of in the bag in terms of your own destiny. You've TQ'd rounds 2 and 3. Of course, round 1 is 17-5 went to Sammy Moran, so he's about the only guy that has a chance to beat you on points. But how do you go into round number 4 now, knowing you have the upper hand? Do you just basically stick to the same schedule, or are you going to try and dial it back a little bit?
I'm still going to do some more adjustments, try to just find a little bit more comfortability in the car. It was actually pretty solid that time. Made some minor changes, and hopefully do one or more little minor changes like that, and then go from there.
Well, nice, man. Steve Villanueva, obviously a pretty mild-mannered guy. Has he at least cracked a smile this weekend?
Wait, what was that? Sorry.
Steve Villanueva is a pretty mild-mannered guy. Have you at least been able to get a smile out of him this weekend?
I think once. Yeah, I think I've seen him one time. But yeah, he's normally pretty locked in. He's super focused. Always has so many things going on in his mind. But yeah, he's super nice and super glad to have him supporting me.
Awesome, my friend. You and R1 Works are putting the industry on notice right now with that new two-wheel drive buggy, and don't underestimate your value in this whole equation. So congratulations and good luck the rest of the way, Dom.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, there we go. We are done with 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy here for round number 3. I'll give you a top 10 running order. Dominic Passione, Bryce Butterfield going to go 2. Jeremy Hayes Jr. 3. Robinson, Meeks, Templeman, Sutherland, Matty G, Unk, and then number 8, Kevin King 9, and Ivan Moreno Jr. That's your top 10 for that class here in round number 3 as we switch gears here a little bit to the OGs of RC 40-plus two-wheel drive mod buggy out there, and it's the TLR of Jose Newman leading us around. Jones 2, 1.2 back. Miller 3, Nibbling. Rob Moots, one of the NorCal boys, running top 5. Hoskins and Odemark rounding up my field.
Yes, sir. Good start here to our first heat of 40-plus two-wheel drive modified presented by TZO Tires. Of course, Nick Hernandez always supporting the Masters division. This isn't the first time he sponsored a Masters class. I believe a couple years ago at G's RC Raceway, he sponsored one of the Masters electric buggy classes. So Nick Hernandez always giving some shout-out to the OGs of RC, like you mentioned. So, of course, Nick being on site here this weekend, helping out his whole TZO team, as well as being the spec tire provider for 21.5 and 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy, along with 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy. And Ben Jones out front of Jose by just 0.6, but it's awfully close. Nick Miller in the 3 spots, Sean, Rob, Josh, and Brian. Right now, top 3 are spread by 1.4, Sean, so it's close.
Oh, yeah, we got a little battle right here. Jones, Newman, and Miller all taking a little hit here for the win right now. Right now, these guys are on just about an 18, top 2 on an 18-lap pace. Let's see, Miller should be coming across the line here. 17, not bad. So top 2 now on an 18-lap run. And it's going to take, I believe, let's see, going to take a 19-lapper. So we'll see. These guys got some work to do to get to that 19. But a low 18 would still feel pretty good.
Yeah, Sean, and this comes with all due respect. There is a clear differential from the top couple of drivers back to the remainder of the field, and that's just kind of comes with the territory. You know, you think about the Telkes and the Horns of the world. They're traveling the circuit doing this stuff, and you know, these guys are still competing for main spots. This may be a little smaller field in terms of depth, but still going to lock 10 cars in. So these guys are still going to be looking like, do like you said earlier, win their heat race, just do what they can, control what they can control. And best way you can do that is go out there and win it.
Yeah, well said, well said. So now Jones and Miller going to take it over. So Nick Miller going to go 16.5, 16.7, and 16.5, and that consistency of those last 3 laps going to take him to the top of the leaderboard by a half second. And we got now 1.4 between my top 3, and then Jones going to do his best lap of the race with a 16.4, and then Miller with a 16.8 right here. So we got an old-fashioned B qualifier battle right here for a heat win.
Trading jabs back and forth, left and right for sure. And Miller and Jones right now separated by 76 thousandths of a second. But this is no surprise to us, Sean. Nick Miller has been quick all weekend long. He's just been snake bitten with some mechanical problems. Looks like they've got that sorted, especially on him and his young son Bryson's cars. They're both doing much better here in the later going. So not really a surprise here to see Nick Miller compete with Ben for the lead.
Yeah, it's what we expected at the Nationals. You know, everybody's going to come here. Everybody's fast. Everybody's pretty seasoned. There's nobody here in the building, I assume, that's this is their first race. You know, that's what Nationals is all about. Good, close, clean racing.
Well, we've talked about it already, you know, the fact that there's throwaways, that's gone. This is round number 3. If you've had bad runs at this point, you have no more mulligans left to use. And at this point, Miller doing a nice job racing with his back up against the wall. Jose Newman still 4.6 seconds back. Ben had a long lap, couple laps ago, 22.8, puts him back to 3rd. Josh Oddmark in the 4th spot, Moots, Niblink, and Hoskins. So Nick Miller from 4th on this race grid, trying to take home the win. We're following him right now, that yellow, orange, and white TLR. Ooh, he got out in the loose stuff there, Sean. He was able to save it, but I'm telling you, you get out in that dust, and like we talked to some of our faster drivers, it takes you a couple laps to get that junk off the tires and get back to racing. But Nick does a nice job not overreacting and just letting the car come back to him.
Well, being at the 40-plus class, these guys are a little old school, and they come from pin tire roost tracks and stuff. So, you know, they're a little more used to getting that car a little slideways, if you will, right there in the 40-plus. And they're going to hang it out a little bit, even if they get out of the groove. The younger guys, they've been brought up on these high bite tracks and stuff, and they're going to be a little less experienced in there. But Miller, man, just a beautiful save right there on the right side of the track.
I was going to say, do you see that section in the section? He just greased that center section. That was like a dirt bike rider. That was sweet. So Miller going to finish up nicely here. He's going to win the heat race, 18.510 for Nick Miller, and I'm sure the whole family cheers that one on back home. 5.9 seconds the margin of victory over Jose Newman, who also goes 18 out of 516.8. 17s for Joshua, Ben, Rob, and Sean. 16.514 for Brian Hoskins. There's your A-Main Hobbies race results screen showing you that, in fact, Nick Miller is your TQ so far with one heat left of 40-plus two-wheel drive mods. So congratulations to him, and your A-Sort will be on the way up shortly. This is going to be fun to watch here, Sean. Very well documented, these 40-plus racers, how close this field has become at the top, and really kind of as a coin toss to see who's going to win this race.
You know what? We could potentially see our first TQ of the weekend right here from Alan Horn. He could sweep the first 3 rounds right here. It's not going to be an easy feat to do, but Horn, he's been looking pretty tuned up here this morning and afternoon so far.
For sure. We got Al Horn with a chance, like you said, to lock it up overall. Just for those of you keeping score at home, Al Horn has TQ'd the first 2 rounds of two-wheel drive modified 40-plus buggy. So in this case, if he TQs 3 rounds, meaning he gets 3 zeros, nobody else has a chance mathematically to score less points than that to put him up to unseat him from the poll. So just wanted to refresh you guys at home that Al Horn has, in fact, put up zeros, which means TQ runs in rounds 1 and 2. If he does it again here, He is the overall TQ. Nobody else can unseat him. Then they're all racing for grid positions second on back.
Looks like we're getting a guest arrival here in the live RC broadcast booth. Jeremy Hayes Jr. in the broadcast booth with us, hanging out, man, having a good weekend out there and getting a lot of love from Dad and Eric Hayes, all tuned in. Unk is tuned in, man, so that's cool to see you out there, dude. And you taking a swing at it. That's what's up. He said, I'm trying. These guys are fast.
Well, Jeremy, you're telling me this was kind of your first national level event. I mean, just give a word on how you've been able to stay so poised and continue to put your name at the top of these boards, man. You have been doing just a killer job out here.
These guys are super fast. I feel like I got a good support team behind me with Brock and Tom and Schimmel behind me, helping me with setup. And then the whole TZO crew, we're putting in the work, trying to get the most grip out of the T1 spec tire as we can, just to get the cars to feel the best on the track and keep up with the fast kids.
That's awesome, man. Well, hey, I wanted to give you a chance. Your whole family basically is watching on the live stream. You want to give any kind words to your family and just show them some love and support?
My dad, he's like my biggest supporter, always reaching out, giving me motivational texts. My uncle too, reaching out all the time, supporting me on the live events. My grandpa, sometimes he can watch. He reaches out the most he can, so it's cool.
That's awesome, my friend. We'll give you one more chance. Of course, you got a lot of companies behind you helping out. Who all would you like to thank for getting you to this point so far in the weekend?
Definitely Schumacher, Hobby Wing, always keeping my cars fast. TZO, Trackstar's big support behind me. Anything I need, I really reach out to my mom or Jimmy. I really appreciate all the help they give me to stay competitive. EAM batteries, Power HD servos, and Pulse RC, ARC Racing. They paint my bodies, making me look the fastest on the track, try the hardest, So, yeah.
Well, man, for being pretty mild-mannered, that was a great sponsor promo right there. I'm sure all those companies are very proud of you, and we are too. Congratulations to you so far, my man, and good luck the rest of the way this weekend.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate you guys.
Absolutely. That's Jeremy Hayes Jr. checking into our live broadcast, and Sean actually handed him the headset directly. Our man Sexy Leg always giving our racers a chance to give their spotlight. So good stuff, Sean. Good stuff, Jeremy, and we wish you luck. What a guy. Even offers a bottle of water. Thank you, Jeremy. And, congratulations to you, and good luck the rest of the way, brother. Getting back to our racing action here. We got Alan Horn out in front. Again, we're trying to have Al Horn take down his third consecutive TQ run. Can he do it is the question. Man, oh, man, wouldn't this be something if he could just lock it up overall, give himself one less thing to worry about on his checklist. Doing a good job of that so far, but Kevin King trying to play the spoiler and deny him of that. You can see Horn has gotten around Brent Telke on the racetrack, and that's going to be pretty important here because right now Horn doing everything he can to continue his best efforts toward that third TQ run. I'm sorry, I just misspoke. That's Chris Rosellis right there behind Horn. They're very close in paint colors, so my bad on that, but Rosellis running strong in that 5 spot. Al Horn, 1.7 seconds in front of Kevin King. Brent Telke, 0.5 of a second behind Kevin. Right now, Telke looking pretty competitive. This is the best he's looked thus far. So BT, Associated Team Manager, giving himself a good chance. Again, Telke, this is the best he's looked so far, Sean. He's definitely in the hunt. But right now, you got to think there's just that feeling over the broadcast that this is Al Horn's race to lose this weekend.
I mean, he has been the guy to beat out here so far this weekend. And like I said earlier, man, he could potentially be our first TQ out here at the 110 scale Roar Off-Road Nationals. And right now, 1.1 out front. He's got the second fastest lap of the race. And it's his race to lose here at this point with 1:15 to go.
He's a minute 15 away from doing just that. And he would make he'd make the suspense a little bit less in terms of the the plots that we're laying on here, but I don't think Al cares about storylines. I think he cares about putting this bad boy up on the pole with his Associated Factory Tracks backed ride. And Highland, Michigan definitely has a lot to cheer for this weekend. Even though they're 2 hours ahead of us here, I'm sure that they're all tuned in attentively as it's about 5 o'clock p.m. their local time. So getting to be around the time you get out of work and you start to look for some dinner, and eventually I'll just sit down on the couch and enjoy the rest of our action here on LiveRC.com. And you're watching Al Horn do it very, very well. 9/10 in front of Kevin King, but check it out, man. King is right there making this a race.
Yeah, King's not just going to lay over here and let him get this one. They're going to make him work for it here. But Horn looking really good out here so far this weekend. And, it's got it down to 7/10, so I don't know if he knows he's out front. He just needs to bring home a clean run right here. I'm not sure if he's aware how close that competition is back there behind him, but cooler than the other side of the pillow, like Muhammad Ali would say right here in round 3, and it's going to be close here.
That was a close one. You saw him over that center tabletop. He got sideways in the air, and that car somehow came out the correct direction. But Kevin King is putting the full court press on. 0.6 of a second back here as the clock has expired. But at this point, all Horn's got to do is keep it between those white pipes and in the black groove. This is his final run down the straightaway to get his final lap. Finishes with 16.2. King's going to need a big one, and it's not going to be enough. King's going to bring it home with a 16.6. Alan Horn is going to do it, my man. 1 second over Kevin King. He's going to lock up the overall top qualifier. Of course, this is all pending roar inspection, but at this point, TQ going to Al Horn. He's going to do it in 3 rounds. He doesn't even need round 4, because I don't need no stinking round 4. Al Horn is going to TQ 40-plus two-wheel drive modified buggy, brought to you by TZO Tires. 19.509.608 is the run. How about Kevin King? Nice recovery for him so far. 19.510. Brent Telke, 19.513. Chris Rosellas and Jimmy Wright, both on 18s, and Randy Tanaka on a 17.504. Andrew Swanson dropped out early. We weren't able to grab that in the coverage, but we apologize for missing that. Andrew Swanson was able to is actually still in the hunt and four-wheel drive as well, so he's got more to look forward to. And we got to look forward to talking to Al Horn once again. Sean Miller is going to take our one-up race report with your overall TQ man in 40-plus two-wheel drive, Alan Horn.
Sigh of relief.
Alan Horn, our first official TQ of the 110 scale Off-Road Roar Nationals. Man, what's going through your head right now?
Honestly, I'm happy to have it done. I was blessed enough to have another solid run that time. I'm just kind of driving the car around. I don't think I'm the fastest guy, but I'm the guy not making crashes and mistakes. So car's super good. We're going to make a couple changes to look for some more speed and see if we can't do it again in the 4th round.
Yeah, now that you've locked up the TQ, you can afford to make a few changes and swing for the fences. And if you find something awesome, obviously if the car goes back in the other direction, you can just change it right back to how you were. So you got those hot race tires ripping right now. I know the factory tracks racing boys back at home kind of cheering you on, and well represented for Team Associated and Reedy Power out there. Congratulations, man. That's friggin' awesome. You are our first TQ out here this week, and I'm sure that feels good.
Thanks, man. You guys are doing a great job. Hot race for the TQ, baby. Woo!
Congratulations, Alan, and let's keep it going here for the mains tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks.
Thanks, guys. That's our one-up racing interview cam right there. And Horn, a happy man. He's been up on that camera all day long right there. And so, not much need to be said right there. That's our 40-plus two-wheel drive TQ right there. And hats off to him and all his hard work out there. And he has really found something with that car this weekend. And he's just going to keep rolling. He says he's going to make some changes and see if he can't find something. And he can afford to in round 4.
Hey, common theme amongst all these drivers. We have not heard a single person yet say, no, I'm good. I'm just going to leave the car alone. Everybody is trying to get a little bit faster, get a little bit more out of their vehicles, because these fields are tough. They're only going to get tougher. Everybody's working on their cars trying to get faster, Sean.
Yeah, racers are going to be racers.
Killer interview with Alan there, by the way. He looks awfully stoked. I love seeing that big Al Horn smile, and I bet you Aiden's going to turn his weekend around before it's all said and done. That famous Horn smile is always cool to see, and I think that Aiden's going to reverse his fortunes in 4-wheel drive. Already sitting pretty in 2-wheel drive, but we'll see what he does in 4-wheel drive. Meanwhile, you're watching Ryan Cavallari off to a good start. He got around everybody there. Cole Tollard, a little bobble early on, and Ryan Cavallari right now running second place behind Tom Ritterneck. Now Tom drops down, so Cavallari, the former 4-time world champion, 31-time national champion, out front with 1 down, 4 to go. And again, we talk about familiar paint schemes. Check out that beautiful yellow, blue, white, and red. Sean, you got to think that's one of about the top 3 most recognizable paint schemes in all of off-road racing.
Oh, I would agree wholeheartedly right there. Everybody knows that paint job right there. Got that little bit of blue trim on there going on. And Cavallari having himself a nice run here. He's on 25.14 pace right now, 1/10 up on Tom Rennerneck, and then it's going to be your associated engineer, Billy Hayden, right there. And then CFT going to go in the 4, Mark Souza 5, Sontag, Lime, Nakaya, and Zach running up my top 9 right there.
Give a shout to Billy Hayden. Of course, we always call him back when he was still in Pennsylvania. We called him B6 Billy. I wonder if that nickname has been registered, trademark, updated to B7 Billy. But at this point, Hayden looking really good. He's been working hard at it. I know. Again, same thing for Billy. His racing takes a bit of a backseat. He kind of is here more for team support, and I want to give a shout out to Billy, who's doing a really nice job. I know he doesn't get out to race as much as he wants to these days with all the projects that he's got going on, but he's doing a great job there in that 4th spot.
Yeah, he's a bit of an overlander when he's not at the races. He likes to go out there, and he takes his girlfriend, and they go out to the middle of nowhere and get that. I think he's got a Land Rover or something, or a Range Rover, something like that. And when he's not at the track, he likes to really get out there in the wilderness and kind of get away from the limelight, and then it's right back to work when he gets back home. So kind of cool little fun fact right there about Billy. This is just kind of cool to see Cavalieri having a nice run here. And it looks like Tom Rennerneck is now taking it over, so we got just over a half second. And, it's been kind of cool. It is like guest hour over here in the Live RC broadcast. Miguel Perez, one of my longtime friends out there, Mugen driver, coming over and saying hi. And Mike Sorty, one of the crowd favorites out here, coming to say hi. And, of course, Jeremy Hayes Jr. right there. So it's a little bit of a social hour going on here.
Absolutely. And you just saw in that last shot, Tom going for a roll off that center tabletop. So Cavalieri's going to take the lead back over here. Tough break there for Tom. He's going to still hold that 2 spot, though. So Cavalieri Rennerneck on 0.2 of a second separation here. So Tom actually got away pretty clean despite being on his lid. So right now, Cavalieri Rennerneck separated by 0.2 on 19.501's fast lap is from Rennerneck. And I just wanted to go back to something. You saw that about 45 seconds ago out of that left side switchback. Do you think the grip's coming up, my man? You saw Cavalieri pull a standing wheelie with his 2-wheel drive buggy here. A lot of rip out of these machines, and the grip is just getting higher and higher. With a minute 30 to go, we were going to be seeing faster runs as this day goes on.
Yeah, of course, they had they have an open practice day on Thursday and then some seating, but there was no running on this track for the event. If you were an event E, if you were invited to this race and you were going to come out here, I think they held like one club race possibly on that Wednesday night for people that were not racing the Nationals. So, yes, the track is still coming in. It was still fairly green even after all the running. It takes a good 4 or 5 days of long, hard running on here. And now that we're into the Saturday back half of the Saturday portion program, the dirt you can sell is starting to get a little bit grooved up. And they're still working that track in and laying down rubber. It is 100%. Traction will go up, I think, all weekend long. It's not just a trend today. I think it will be going up a little bit as we break this track in through the weekend.
I do agree. And as we were mentioning earlier, with the track gaining more bumps and ruts, and I know if Joe Bornhorst is listening, his favorite word is character. You just notice with Cavalieri, all the inputs have smoothed out. He's not trying to go for the big dive bomb lines. And you can see a real difference here in old school versus new school. Tom's more of a point and shoot, slam it in there, and that white Schumacher car just behind it in the frame. And Cavalieri is silky smooth. He's leading by 0.4, though. That's not much with 15 seconds left. You can see Tom lurking back there. Cavalieri 15.7 to 15.7 from Rennerneck. But again, Cavalieri, as this track starts to deteriorate, I expect him to move up through the leaderboard.
Yeah, and I just want to touch on something you had just mentioned. He is just one of the most consistent, smooth drivers, hitting your line lap after lap, and that's not by accident. He's always been that guy for a very long time, and it still continues till today.
And for good reason. He just won the heat race, Sean. 19.5 flat for Ryan Cavalieri, just missing out on the 20. But I got a feeling that's going to hold up pretty stout because these guys are all going to start trying to push a little harder, go for a little extra. I think you're going to see traction rolls, and I think you're going to see some loop outs as you see these cars get a little more unbalanced as the grip comes up. Basically, the flaws in the balance of your car become more magnified as the grip comes up. And Ryan Cavalieri, 19.5 flat, .994, as you see on our A-Main Hobbies qualifying results screen, wins this heat race. Rennerneck brings it home second. Cole Toller third. Tater Sontag finishes fourth. Mark Sousa with his best run of the weekend, 19.519. Shout out to all those guys watching back home from Canada. Billy Hayden, 18.507. Camden, 18.515. And Hero as well, 18.515. So Ryan Cavalieri sitting on top with one heat left, a two-wheel drive modified buggy, brought to you by J Concepts. What do you think about this one? Who's your pick?
Oh man, you put me on the spot right here, Jared. You know what? DP has been really good out here today. Davey Bottas looked really good, and Spencer Rivkin had a really good there in round number 2. I think any one of these top 5 can here. Well, let's go with the dark horse here. let's go Bata right here. But I think Fenn's going to have a really nice run right here, too. You can never count out the Phenom.
Yeah, at this point, it's tough. It's really tough when Dakota is in one of those locked-in modes. It doesn't matter what you do. He's gonna be the man to beat. I feel like Dakota is reaching that almost flow state, if you will, at this point. I know that last round didn't go the way he wanted to at the end there. He had that one mistake, but it was pretty foregone concluded that he has been the man so far this weekend, at least in the two-wheel drive division. But I just feel like something's going to change here. I feel like Brock Champlin is as motivated as he's ever been. He's working really hard on the Schumacher LD3 platform for two-wheel drive. I would not doubt if there's going to be one guy that unseats Dakota in this heat, I'm giving it to Brock Champlin.
Yeah, and DP is going to have something to say about that. And I think when you're the top seed, naturally we're going to maybe try and find something or somebody that's not sitting in that top seed, because that's obvious who the laps and times here from seeding said.
Absolutely.
And even after the restore in Q1. So, I mean, DP is going to – I'm always rooting for DP, man. What a great guy.
Dakota doesn't give us much to pick apart, so we got to do the best we can here from the broadcast. You know, that's what media people do. So
I think that's kind of where I was going with that.
Of course.
Thanks for the backup.
Yeah, of course, man. We all cover each other. So Dakota Fenn does lead us off. Then it's Rivkin in second, Bada third, Brock Champlin, Eden Horn, Chase Lemieux, followed by Brennan Schimmel, Levi Raymond. You just saw Levi take off. There's Doug and Chase Raymond. Everybody is out now live on their race clocks. And, man, like I said, it's going to be tough to unseat Dakota. I'm going to keep my close eye on this. My pick is Champlin. Your pick is Bada, but Fenn may make a liar out of both of
us. He comes out 15-5. He is our leader on lap number one. So.
And like we mentioned, you know, the first lap, you're never going to see the hot lap. They always let the tires come in a little bit, get the fresh prep off. Oh, no. Tough break right there as Doug tried to let Dakota through. And they ended up cartwheeling over each other in open wheel racing. That happens. But let's see if that's going to let Aiden Horn get to the top of the field. He's not yet sniffed the top of the board yet. Let's see if he can keep it when he comes back around.
So I'm not sure if LaRiviere was turn marshaled right there, or, I mean, it's almost like he was stopped right there. So I'm not sure if it was a mechanical thing, but, I mean, he was as wide as he can go. But I think Dakota was expecting his car to still be in forward motion, but it was almost like Doug's car was stopped right there. And then you just never know right there. It was a moving landmine, unfortunately.
From what I saw at the corner of my eye shine, it looked like Doug had made a little mistake over the center tabletop, like climbed the pipe a little bit, and he was trying to bail out for Dakota, but it just didn't happen. And again, these guys, there's no head games going on here. There's very, very mutual respect amongst these teams. I promise you, there was no malicious intent behind that whatsoever.
Oh, yeah, no, I wasn't assuming that, but it was just something you wouldn't normally see in this class right here, as everybody's well-versed and professional at letting cars go by. It was just, you never know what you're going to see out there.
Of course. Yeah, that was more so. I mean, you and me understand, but for those watching back home, they're used to kind of the controversial, Friday night dirt track racing where, you might have a couple guys, kind of try to take it out at each other. There's a lot of respect being displayed here in RC racing, and it's one of the things that we love about this is it really is may the best man or woman win, more so than team orders and things that come into play. So just wanted to put a bow on that. That's definitely no intent there, and Doug LaRiviere, one of the most upstanding gentlemen in this hobby.
Agreed. Yes, fine young gentleman right there, and we got Brennan Schimmel out front right here from 7th.
Virginia Beach, Virginia, stand up. I bet you Coastal RC is having a watch party right now. I wanted to make comment on this earlier. Is Coastal RC Speedway in Chesapeake, Virginia, they support their guy as much as any track supports their local hot shoe. I mean, they've got it up on the big screen. They've got the audio piped in when they're running club races.
That's awesome.
They are rooting for their guy as they should. Brennan Schimmel has become one of the top flight drivers. I spoke with Kevin Abbott earlier this weekend. Of course, the owner of Exalt, who Brennan is their flagship guy for. And, one thing that Kevin really said about Brennan is, I know he was bummed about four-wheel drive last year. He wanted to play that sweep at Hoosier. But the biggest thing that really happened at Hoosier last year is Brennan proved he belonged. Like, he proved that he belongs in modified racing with the top drivers in this field, and he's really showing that right now. Bada and Schimmel separated by a tenth of a second. Again, Davey Bada, another one that we've been watching. We spoke with him early in the weekend. He's tired of the second place. He wants to win his first national. Davey Bada, kind of undisputed at this point. If you took a survey amongst the drivers, they would probably say Davey's the fastest guy on the circuit right now that has not won a Roar National yet. So he's trying to make that not the case this weekend, isn't he?
Yeah, well, it's, he has won Roar National Championships, never in the modified class, so yes.
Yes,
yeah, I
for
agree.
sure.
And now he takes over that race lead, so 3/10 up on Schimmel, and Aiden Horn another 1/10 back. It's going to be Champlin 2/10 back from him, and Rivkin another 10 back. So I got a half second between my top 5. We are cooking in two-wheel drive mod here in round number 3, Jared.
We certainly are, and I gotta just make an observation on one thing. Yes, Dakota had that issue with Doug, but after that, he has not been the fastest car on pace. It's been Champlin with a 15.2. It's been Schimmel and Horn with 15.4s. Davey Bottich put in his 15.5. He's doing it with consistency. So Dakota, he's never this type anyway to blame it on certain things, but he has not had the outright speed yet in this heat to be the fastest guy. I feel like the J Concepts team has been making a lot of headway here in this third round.
Yeah, probably overdriving the car, maybe a bit frustrated. He came out swinging. 15.5 on lap number 1, and his second and third lap were looking pretty good. So I got a feeling, it's just maybe a bit of frustration and just, that's just racing sometimes. And I touched on that a little earlier. If you come out swinging and you make some mistakes early, then you're kind of overdriving the car, and that's just maybe what the case is right here. I'm a professional as far as race directing and tech and broadcasting and stuff, but I'll leave the professional as far as his opinion on how this race is going for him. I'm assuming just maybe a bit of frustration.
Absolutely. Not to cut you off here, but check this out, guys. How about Aiden Horn giving himself a chance here? Looks like there was a mistake there from Champlin getting hung up. But Horn, Bada, Rivkin, all within a half a second here for round 3 TQ. Clock has run out. They're all making their last bombs to the line. Who's going to win this one? It's either going to be Horn or Bada. It's Aiden Horn prevailing in round number 3 at qualifying. 25-12 for Aiden Horn. And I'm telling you, tale of 2 weekends. He's now sitting on top here in two-wheel drive. Rough luck in four-wheel drive, but Aiden Horn is going to take you round number 3 at qualifying. Always one of the best interviews in RC. Davey Botta, 25-13 will go second. Spencer, 25-13 for third. Brennan Schimmel goes fourth, 19.5 flat, 0.5 for Lemieux. So they're all going to reset Cavalier's pace. Like we mentioned, Ryan Cavalier goes 6th for the round. Then Levi Raymond, Dakota Fend, Brock Champlin, Chase Raymond, and Doug Lerviere. All going to be 6 through 10 right there. So congratulations to Aiden Horn. That's going to be a wonderful interview. I can't wait to speak with him. And our one-up race report, this should be a fun one. Look at that big smile. Aiden Horn, your round 3 TQ and two-wheel drive modified buggy. My man, this one's got to feel good. We were making comment on the broadcast here. It's been a tale of 2 weekends here for you so far. Two-wheel drive's going about as good as it can. And four-wheel drive, you still have some work to do, but we have no doubt you'll be up there in the mix. Tell me how you're feeling right now. You look like you're still shaking a little bit, taking a deep breath.
Yeah, the four-wheel's been a struggle, but the two-wheel's been dialed. The two-wheel's been good all weekend. I just been whether or not I could get a good run in, and that was a good run. It came down to the wire there. I started shaking, but I've been reading a lot of David Goggins. I had his mindset just in my head. I'm like, you know what? Screw it. I'm just going to keep doing my thing, just keep pushing and try to keep the steed on all fours. And we were able to do that. The old B7 on hot race rubber was dialed. And we're going to need another one of those runs. But, man, it feels good to be in the fight. Let's go, baby.
Well, that's fantastic, my man. That's now 3 TQs in 3 rounds. So the door is wide open. And right now it's Dakota, you, and Spencer all with one apiece. Just wanted to ask how you're feeling about that. And does it take a little pressure off now that you can go lock in for four-wheel drive and go get yourself back in the hunt?
I mean, I just got to keep doing my thing, one run after another. I always try to put my best foot forward, and whatever that gets me is what it gets me. This time it got me a 0, but next time we gotta keep on pushing on, baby.
My man, you're going to keep on keeping on. We wish you the best of luck the rest of the way. Let me give you a chance to rip off all your sponsors, though, because they certainly are a big part of why you just took that TQ round.
Of course, Team Associated, Reedy, Hot Race, Nico flew in all the way from Italy for the Hot Race support, and Randy Casser, One Up Racing, everyone on my shirt, my dad, Factory Tracks, A-Man Hobbies, RC1, Factory Team, Bradley Fine Line Designs, 920 Graphics. I mean, I love you guys, and if I forgot anyone, I'm so sorry, but I still love you. Let's go.
My man, Aiden Horn, locked in here, round 3 TQ, two-wheel drive modified. Good luck the rest of the way, brother.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Well, we knew that was coming eventually.
What a great run for him. And you could just tell it was building up to some point. Aiden Horn, round 3 TQ. Now he's going to go try and replicate that in four-wheel drive to get himself back in the hunt. We have 13.5 Stadium Truck coming up right here. Mr. Sean, we have a great race coming up right here. Ethan Hoskins is going to be our pole sitter, followed by Jose Newman, Nick Miller, Daxton Hoskins, Aiden Spencer, Edward Garcia, Sean Nibelink, Eric Irvin, Byron McDermott, and John Blizzard is how they roll off here. You can see Mr. Mike Braun is rolling them off in a nice stationary, orderly fashion. Here we go.
I've been waiting for one of those Aiden Horn interviews this weekend so far. It's always nice and colorful and super positive and happy-go-lucky, and it's all good for all of us to see Aiden Horn out there doing good, because he's going to bring us that good, colorful content right there. So stoked for him. And you know what, man? There was a little trouble up front early, and he went out for it and took a stab at it, and it all worked out for him. That was cool.
One thing that I love with Aiden, too, is he's not ashamed to show some emotion. You can tell how special it is to him to TQ around like that. When he won his Roar National at Beach RC a couple years ago, it was a really emotional moment. And you can always appreciate somebody that's not afraid to put their heart on their sleeve a little bit and show you just how much it means. Because I feel like in RC racing, and maybe it's probably anything we do on a high level, is the tendency to kind of downplay, like, oh, it's just toy cars, or it's just this, or it's just that. And Aiden is not shy about saying this means a lot. It's his body of work. He puts a lot of time and effort into it, and I love seeing that authenticity from him.
I mean, just the passion pours out of that driver, Aiden Horn, right there, and I love to see that. And especially when you stick a camera in people's face, they tend to tense up a little bit and kind of hold back as far as emotion, but no, not Aiden Horn right there. He wears his heart on his sleeve, and I love to see that. I do as well, too, so I can kind of feel when you're commenting about that.
Absolutely. How about a good start here for Ethan? Like you said, man, you're right on the ball with your drivers to watch. Ethan Hoskins up to a good start. That's that all powder blue car negotiating some traffic carefully, maybe. Oh, careful. So Ethan Hoskins in a little bit of traffic, but he's going to negotiate that, I'm certain. And Hoskins, Miller, Garcia, Newman, and Spencer is how they lead him out with 2 minutes down and 3 to go. And, Sean, anything that's catching your eye out here other than Ethan putting in a good run?
I mean, the patience right there from Hoskins right there, unbelievable right there. I think if you don't get out of the way in a couple corners and you're out front leading it, I think drivers tend to get a bit impatient and start using the bumper and get a little frustrated. But he kept it cool. He kind of stayed right where he was. He knew that car wasn't to give him a lot of love, and it paid off because he's still leading this race right here. So nice, smart drive right there. Oh, and a little mistake right there.
I believe we may have picked up the wrong driver. I think that is that Nick Miller that we're following right here? Oh, that's
no,
Jose Newman.
Yep,
so
that's Newman. So we're with the wrong car.
Ethan's just hitting the start-finish line now.
Yeah, that'll happen from time to time.
Oh, yeah. Orange and white. I could not do Travis's job. Trust me. These guys do such a killer job. So that's the orange and blue and white. Actually looks like an old Aiden Horn paint scheme, believe it or not. It looks like a old Factory Tracks paint scheme there for Hoskins. I bet you it is, considering he's from Michigan. I'm sorry, Hoskins is from Utah, rather, isn't he? Yes, he is. Syracuse, Utah.
Yeah.
But they are affiliated with Factory Tracks. They're over there with that group, so I'm certain that Aiden had some influence on that paint choice.
Yeah, good job up here with all the information, and just a little tip of the cap out here to Jared. He's really done his homework on these drivers and tries to give you guys all the details and information and who they're representing and where they're racing from out there. And I'm just really impressed. And what a heck of a job Jared's doing out here, man.
I appreciate that sincerely, brother. And same to you. I really appreciate even though coming in on short notice here and coming in a day late, you're still well prepared as well. So it's good to see, and love to have that energy alongside me here. So thank you very much. And,
yeah, man. So far, so good. Let's keep it rocking and rolling.
Absolutely. Our chat is popping right now. We have a great number of people on our stream. We really appreciate you folks tuning in. And Facebook is busier than we thought it was going to be, isn't it, Shawnee? There's a lot of people watching on Facebook as well. And don't forget, too, if you guys are on liverc.com, consider picking up one of our bonus lab memberships at LiveRC. A lot of bonus perks. Of course, the RVA race video archive. So you can go back and watch your races if you're a driver or if you're a family member that wants to see your loved one take down a triumphant win. Bonus lap membership allows you to see it, and it's pretty cheap. It's about the cost of a sandwich per month. So maybe eat in house one day and save that for your LiveRC subscription.
There it is, and that's all through YouTube, correct?
I believe that's through liverc.com.
Okay, through liverc.com.
You actually do the bonus lap on LiveRC, and you do all your account info there, and you get all the member perks. So definitely something I would consider. I have it myself, and I certainly get my utility out of it for sure.
Yeah, 100%. All right, still Hoskins. Oh, I'm showing a missed lap right there. It looks like it was fixed up. Every once in a while, they're going to miss that loop or cartwheel over it. And actually, if you notice, I think that's exactly what happened a couple laps ago. He got caught with a little lap traffic and was doing cartwheels And like a cat, back on all four, so no harm, no foul. Spencer, 2, Miller, Newman, Hoskins, Garcia, McDermott, Irvin, Niblink, and Blizzard as we're running out of time here in race 11 of 20 here for Q3.
Yes, and like you said, good thing that Hoskins went cartwheeling and luckily didn't end up in that concrete wall, because these big stadium truck tires, they grab enough traction and they can rip an arm off pretty easily. So Ethan Hoskins able to get away fairly unscathed and just have a couple cars finishing up here in race number 11. Ethan Hoskins, a strong run. One of your picks again, 17.511.976. Going to set the early TQ for 13.5 stadium truck, followed by Aiden Spencer in that second spot, 17.515. Nick Miller going to go 17.518 for third. A bunch of 16s for Jose, Edward, and Daxon, then 15s for the rest of the board, Eric, Byron, John, and Sean. So Ethan Hoskins, your early TQ with one heat left to go, as explained by your A-Main Hobbies qualifying results screen.
Yeah, just to touch a little bit on that missed lap, as a race director sitting up there for Mike Braun, if a car misses a single lap because they fly up over it or they miss the loop, they got jumped to the inside or punted off the track and they missed the loop, the race director will get that caught up. Now, if your transponder is intermittently working or it just stops working, there is no hand counting. You're on your own. If it just flat out stops working, there's nothing we can do. But every once in a while, you're going to see like an issue like that. The race director will fix that. But like explained, if your transponder just stops working or it's intermittently working in and out and you're only getting half your laps, they're not going to be able to go in and fix that on you. So you're kind of on your own. But if it's a lap, once in the blue moon, they'll take care of you for there. And Mike Braun doing a great job at that. And that's part of the job as a race director. Every single lap counts. And if you make a mistake up there or have a missed lap and you have to go back and make him a change, so he's in the hot seat right now doing a great job right there, just making sure every single racer wants every single lap counted, and that's what Mike's doing up there.
Absolutely echo those sentiments there, Sean. That was a great little piece on Mike Braun. And really, that's just, for anybody that has sat in the race director's seat, it's not an easy job.
Nope.
Like we've mentioned before, it's a bummer, but in qualifying when these fields are so tight, there is no way to hand count a driver, because I come from a carpet oval background. We're running 3-second lap times.
Oof.
You can't hand count somebody that has a missing transponder, because you've got fields, so your whole main event separated by 2-3 seconds. And if you're, human error, if you count a little early or a little bit late, you don't know where you're going to end up, and you don't want to be unfairly given an advantage or a disadvantage. So, like we mentioned, Mike Braun doing a fantastic job here. And the transponder is considered a piece of equipment. If that piece of equipment fails, it's not anybody's fault. It just happens, and it's not on the race director's discretion to make that up for you, is what we're trying to say.
Yeah, no different than stripping a spur gear, man. If that thing stops working, she gone, and same thing with the spur gear. So, obviously, that's not ideal, and that's what the race director is doing, just watching for you guys, the eye in the sky right there.
Absolutely, and of course it comes down to race director discretion, but usually in main events where it's a heads-up start and you're no longer scrutinizing time much, that's when you can do the initial hand count and just kind of keep people in the position that they're entitled to. Now, of course, Rower's not obligated to honor that. They can, of course, make the call and say, your transponder failed. I don't know what to tell you. But
right.
That's absolutely something that if you're at a lower level event, say like a regional or a club race, usually your race director will say, okay, I saw you were still running, and say in the fourth spot, so we'll put you where you finish.
Yeah, you're not going to see out there this weekend, but when I'm race directing back at home during a club race, we'll throw a little McLovin out there for our fellow racers that come up and support your local hobby shop.
Absolutely, and I'm telling you what right now, man, Caden Meeks, this is his breakout party this weekend. He's really doing a heck of a job from Reno, Nevada. A little bit of an issue there with traffic. He's able to get away unscathed. I believe that was going to be Connor Espec in a little bit of trouble, but he's able to get away basically unhurt. Meeks out in front of Sammy Moran by half a second. Doug Lerviere, 3,000ths back of Sammy in the third spot. Ryan Moore in the fourth spot. Ivan Moreno, Brendan Edwards, Tyler Hicks, Connor Espec, Christopher Shaw Meridian, and Keaton Grant, the full rundown here at the 145 mark.
Caden Meeks getting the rally towel out there from Sean K. Come on, Reno boys. So he's feeling the love right here as he is out front and making the Reno boys happy.
Absolutely. He's doing a fantastic job. And, we've mentioned Stadium Truck. It's more of a support class. You think of the buggy classes, the deepest fields, they usually have the most parity. But look at these names that Caden's trying to hold off. Sammy, Doug, Ivan, Ryan, some of the same names we were talking about in the A sorts of the stock buggy classes.
Yeah, the cream of the crop right here. So, yes, you say, maybe not as prestigious as the two-wheel drive or four-wheel drive championship. But when you stack this class with these names right here, I think it's going to feel just as big as any of those others. So right now, Caden Meeks really putting a stamp on a great Saturday qualifying effort so far, and we'll see if he can't keep that ball rolling.
Couldn't agree more. We're just past halfway point. Both Caden and Doug put up their fast laps, 15.919 to a 9.20. Couldn't get any closer on the hot lap spread right there. But Sammy Moran still in the picture. Last time 16.7. And there's Meeks with a 15.8. But it looks like Meeks just rolled it to the end of the straightaway. Tough break for your leader. That should move Lariviere back to the front. And this is a heads-up race right now, Sean, because they both have a TQ apiece.
You are correct. Yep, Lariviere from round 1 on 19.512, and Meeks in round 2 on a 19.511. So right now, Meeks has the fastest run of the two right here. So both of these guys now Lariviere on a 19.509. That's the fastest full 5-minute run here in Q3 we're going to see. It's going to come down to the wire. Unfortunately, Meeks with his best lap of the race, 15.8, followed by his worst lap, 21.9. That's going to
dropping out right there. You see his Marshall just picked him up. Looks like a left front failure on the Meeks machine. I wonder if it was either a ball cup or a C-hub or maybe a little bit of both, maybe a suspension arm. But tough break there for Caden. Luckily, he does have those 2 runs to fall back on. I don't think there's any way that Caden gets bumped out at the main event, of course, but he'll be looking to recover in round 4.
Yeah, I think you're right. It might have been from when he hit the sound barrier going down that front straightaway, leading this one early.
Yeah, that was a rough hit. And I'm telling you guys, that concrete wall, that does not give. That is a solid barrier there here at SDRC Raceway. So tough break there for Caden Meeks, but I'm certain that he's going to get it back in the later rounds of qualifying here. So again, 58 seconds left to go. Doug Lariviere out in front of this one.
No. Looks like Ivan Moreno Jr. now off the track right here. So I thought he was just standing over here, maybe hanging out, getting ready for the next one. He's off the stand right here, and that's a bummer.
Dropping
the
like
racer from
flies.
Tijuana.
Man, oh man, dropping like flies, aren't they? Eight cars left in this one, and again, Moreno and Meeks, a couple of our top 4 competitors in trouble in this one. That's going to let Doug Lariviere just cruise his way to a 3.2-second lead over Sammy Moran. Moran has been just a little bit off on pace with this truck, but I bet you that Associated T7 is going to be wrenched out after this race, and got to think the Associated teammates Doug and Sammy, they don't pull any punches with each other. They share everything they got, and they let the driving decide who wins this weekend.
Yeah, these guys have been battling together a long time, and it's no different here this weekend at the 110 scale Offroad Roar Nationals. These guys have been doing this a long time, and they're pretty used to the little do-si-do. One weekend it's Dougie, and the next weekend it'll be Moran, but it's the NorCal boy of Ryan Moore now running top 3.
I was about to mention that. You stole it away from me there. Ryan Moore with a great effort so far up to 3rd spot. Clock's expired. You guys are watching the finish here. Doug's going to bring it around. He's going to finish up. And like you mentioned, fastest individual run so far, 19.509 for Doug Lariviere. Sammy Moran going to bring it home second, 19.514. And there is Ryan Moore across the line, 19.516 to finish in 3rd. So the 18 laps is going to go to Brendan Edwards, followed by 17s for Connor Keaton and Tyler Hicks, 15 for Christopher, and then Ivan and Caden both out prematurely. So Doug Lariviere going to take this one home, set TQ in round 3 of 13.5 Stadium Truck. He's going to go up 2 rounds to 1 over Caden Meeks, and we'll steal a word with him in our one-up race report. We'll turn that over to Sean Sexy Leg Miller.
All right, here we are, one-up racing interview with Doug Lariviere, round number 3 TQ, and that is also the fastest pace set so far in our 3 rounds. How's that truck feeling out there, Dougie?
It was pretty good. I did a little bit of a setup change that was sketchy at the beginning of the run. Took me probably about 2.5 minutes to settle in, find a groove, and was able to kind of just smooth out sailing. I noticed I was catching Caden out front, so yeah, I was able to pace off him a little bit and see what I needed to do, and did just that.
So it looks like you are locked horns right now with Caden Meeks, as you have TQs and he has 1. So what do we got to do to lock in that TQ here in round number 4?
Oh, just same thing. No changes to the program for this next round. Just going to go out there and just give it my all and lay the hammer down.
Yeah, dude, lay that hammer down, Big Thor. So good job, Dougie, man, and good luck the rest of the weekend. Hopefully we'll see you back up here again soon.
Awesome, yeah. Thank you.
Thanks, brother.
Classy gentleman, man. I really like Doug. He's just another one of those guys that's just he doesn't have a whole lot to say. He's very, very respectful. Always takes the time to thank the people that get him to this point. And again, man, you just common theme this weekend, Sean, but easy to root for. You like seeing Doug succeed in this industry.
Yeah, well said.
Sam was trying to sabotage us over there in production.
Yeah, that's nothing new. He's
I
just
know,
making
right?
sure we're awake over here. You
That's
know,
right.
that was his way of checking in. Man, we're getting some high praise right here from the wife. Great job, gentlemen. For those listening from home, we're loving the broadcast. And I'll tell you what, Jared, she's a tough critic. She will give it to me straight. If we're doing good, she will tell me. But when it comes to race directors all around the country and around the world, she's been following me for a long time in the industry, and she'll shoot us straight right now. So far, it sounds like we're getting a good accolades there from the wife right now, because she'll be the first one to tell me and say, I didn't really care for that, or that was just a little bit different, and she'll keep us straight. So I appreciate that.
Yeah,
babe.
thank you, Amanda. That means a lot. Thank you very much. And I couldn't ask for a better running mate right here, Sean. Keeping me on my toes here. And, man, I got to think, I hope you agree with this. Our chemistry's been pretty good this weekend, so we appreciate it.
You know what? I was driving down here last night, and I said, well, not only am I going to go wake Jared up at 1 in the morning and creep into the hotel room we've never met, but you reaching out to me this weekend I think has helped a lot, and our chemistry right away was instantly. We're both pretty positive and very passionate about the industry, but we'll also keep it real with you. We have no problems if we have a disagreement. As I saw on Facebook last night, there was some weird comments going on, and you went right on there and you set the standard straight, and we have no problem sticking up for ourselves and everything. But as far as positivity and knowledge and stuff, I think we're going pretty well together. I'm happy.
Thanks, brother. I appreciate that. I couldn't agree more with you. Just wanted to drop a word in here. That Trent name you see down there, Nate Speck. That's my my dear friend Nate LaFleur. He's my best friend in this whole life that I got here. And Nate wants to see some Mod Stadium trucks ripping around here again. I do miss Mod Stadium. Seems to be exclusive to Masters of Dirt these days, but it is awfully fun to watch. And Stadium Truck in general is a pretty decent spot. I would like to see Mod make a return, but we'll let Roar make the call on that, and we can just submit our bids for that, if you will, right, Sean?
Absolutely.
2011 Roar 1/10 Offroad Nets. Remember that Offroad Nets at NorCal in 2011 where they were on the rear motor truck still, and that was when the 22T first came out with Dustin Evans?
No, that was a little bit before my time. Even though I had RC cars and have been following along with RC Racer magazine growing up as like RC Action and stuff, I followed along. But it wasn't until my motorcycle accident that I really dived into the racing aspect. So I'm a bit of a late bloomer out there, but I'm catching up as much as I can.
Sure, absolutely. And that was just before I actually entered, too. But luckily, LiveRC.com does post some of those classic videos. And if you folks are interested in watching a little side video, check out the 2011 Roar Dirt Off-Road Nationals. Again, 10 scale. You'll see it's at the old NorCal Hobbies. And it was Jared Tebow, it was Ryan Cavallari, and it was also Dustin Evans battling for those triple main wins. And like Nate mentions, that's one of the best races, one of the best sets of triple mains you'll ever see. So just a little fun tidbit information for you there. And,
a little shout out to Dustin Evans, man. We miss him out here on the racing circuit. Now, obviously, got himself a nice job, and I believe working in I can't remember exactly financing. And so, just a shout out for him, and it was really cool. He got that big Reedy win, quite a few years back and stuff, and he a very accomplished racer out there. And just a big shout out to Evans, man. If you're catching up on some of this action this week, and I know he's got the chameleon eye still watching the RC world.
Oh, I don't think you're ever truly out of the industry. I think when you're part of RC, you're always in it in some form. People are going to come and go. People have life stuff going on. Like you said, some of our younger racers have had big boy jobs coming up, and they'll exit out for a little while, but they always come back at some point, and I know they always keep in touch with their RC friends. So, Dustin, if you're watching, and I echo those sentiments from Sean. We hope you're doing well, and if you ever want to come out and make a return, I guarantee you have about 15 people throwing radios and cars at you, so consider it.
We do have a big vintage race coming up later this year. Maybe we can talk him into it. So if he's there this year, maybe that was us.
For those of you in the chat, make sure maybe do some legwork for us and start hitting up Dustin saying, hey, they're talking about you on the broadcast, because I'm certain that he would make a return. It's awfully cool to see some of the legends of this industry making their returns, like especially you see him at the vintage race. It's very cool.
Yeah, it's kind of cool to see that vintage coming back, and Associated kind of been at the forefront of that, re-releasing the Gold Pan cars and all these newer versions and stuff, and you know what? It's been kind of cool. In that race last year, and they had the big banquet last year, and it's really kind of rallying some of the older names you've seen. And Jimmy Babcock will be your race director for the Associated Vintage race coming up later this year. I believe at the first weekend of September, if I'm not mistaken. I can't think off the top of my head. And guess what? I may be out there doing a little announcing as well, and some racing. I'm
there
not
you
going
go.
out there without a car, so we'll have to have the boys back from Camarillo Raceway. Maybe Jesse Granite or Built Cherry Racing can build me a racing ride, whether it's a truck or a vintage buggy. But if I'm out there announcing, you best believe I'm racing that weekend.
Well, excellent, Sean. Of course, I want to just give a tip of the cap to Jimmy Babcock, also a very well-decorated race director. He's done plenty with his promotions. And, Jimmy, if you're watching back home, big respect to you, brother. And I'm trying to keep your man Sean in line here on the broadcast. So just wanted to run down the race. We've been blabbling on the whole time, but this has been a really good race. Riley Christie ends up winning it with an 18.504. This is your opening heat out of 4 for 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy. So a great run here for Riley to start off. Also one of our 21.5 buggy contestants. So he's taking the step up to 13.5 four-wheel drive. Quite the speed difference between those two cars, but with 2 extra differentials and 4 and 2 other driving wheels, you got a little more grip in this racetrack than a two-wheel drive would.
There is no doubt about that. And there you can see our M8 Hobbies qualifying results. Riley Christie on the 18.504. Jay Neal 18.507. Carlos Shamarani and one of the Hot Rod Hobby boys 17.505. Then it's going to be Nick Milan, Hall in the 5, Leonard 6, Miller 7, Irvin 8, McDermott 9, and Felino Vasquez. When he's not out there hitting the old golf ball on the links, you'll find him here with the RC cars. And quite a good golfer right there. Works in the golf industry right there. And I might have to go out there and knock down an 18 or 2 with him.
Nice, man. Yeah, I like Felino. He actually sent me a message last night giving us kudos on the broadcast. So appreciate the kind words there, Felino. Obviously appreciate that. And yeah, you can pick him out pretty easily with his Titleist hat on. He's a very good golfer, and I definitely look forward to seeing his progress in the golf world. So you can see our grid lineup here, brought to you by M8 Hobbies for heat number 2 out of 4 for 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy. Brought to you by One Up Racing. And again, big thanks to Randy Castor, Joe Pillars back home for helping out with the support in the division. One Up Racing, one of the industry leaders in providing you all the Go Fast goodies you want. Titanium hardware, bearings, and you can think of all the cool parts of wheel nuts and shims and wire and all sorts of cool bling stuff. You think about that, One Up Racing has got you covered. And as well as they've formed a pretty impressive dealer network, Sean. They definitely have, a lot of brands are carrying it. They have almost the entire associated line, Hobby Wing, RC Maker, a lot of different brands that One Up's starting to carry. So shout out to Randy and Joe back home.
Yeah, they got some hot products. Yeah, their stuff is good. Those boys from One Up Racing always doing a great job.
Absolutely. So you watch these guys launching off. Just wanted to address a question in the chat from Nick Zambak. He says he's just getting back into the hobby after 15 years off, about 2010 to 2012. He says there's no more short course racing. Well, it's still around, Nick. It's just it had its boom there for a while, and it's more of a regional kind of like a club race type thing now. Still, it very much has its home in the RC industry. It's just more of a smaller market these days. So, yeah, short course is still around. It's not quite at the level it was back, like you said, in 2010 or so when it was at its peak with the boom there. But short course is still around. It's just not featured at this event. Usually, it kind of goes back and forth depending on where we are regionally, Sean. They will offer 13.5 short course truck as like an exhibition, like a regional class.
Yeah, well said. From 2009 to about 2014, that 5-year run that they had with those short courses, which is right around when I got into it. I actually started myself with a 2-wheel drive short course racing.
Same here, triple XSCT, baby.
Oh, man, that class was huge. We still had some rear motors out there. But then it gradually went to the mid-motors with the Kyosho SC6, and then everybody else followed suited with those rear motors, because that's about when the mid-motors and stuff kind of came into play. But when I got into it, man, that class was stacked, and I have some of my fondest memories racing RC cars in that 2-wheel drive short course class.
Yes, same era we were talking about with the 2011 Nationals and that stadium truck that we were talking about at NorCal. So that was a really good time in the RC industry. And, of course, we've moved toward the higher grip indoor stuff where the mid-motor has kind of come out in favor. Ooh, that was a little rough on the left side of the track there. But, everything changes and evolves, right, Sean? We continue to go back, and like you said, with the vintage races, it's really cool to see the loose dirt make a return, like we were in when they were in Australia racing the FMR World Championships, and that beautiful racetrack out there. Standard loose dirt. Everybody was on their short wheelbase cars, the big wings on the back. It was cool to see that make the recovery. So we go with the times. Of course, carpet racing's hot right now, and like anything else in RC, Sean, it ebbs and flows, and I don't think that anything is truly extinct, if you will.
I couldn't agree more. Well said right there. And I'm an 80s baby and a 90s child, so I grew up racing on those pin tires, shooting that roost around, so that's always kind of cool to see. Now J Concepts has their outdoor national series and stuff, and we're on a bit of a comeback right here.
Yeah, J Concepts, like you said, we want to give our shout out to, like you said, Associated leading the charge with vintage, but Jason Rohn at J Concepts has really done a good job of keeping vintage in his scope of products that he offers. He's industry leader in the tire and 10 scale off-road markets and 8 scale as well, but he still has a lot of vintage stuff for the old RC10s and the old JRX2s that he continues to keep in the forefront of his product offering. So shout out to J Concepts.
And here we go. Caden C leading us around 8/10 up on Ethan Hoskins. And then number 2 spot, Miller 3. Connor Esbeck, the youngster out here. And the number 4, and then Chaser Carrera. We're in the top 5. Paulie 6, Hicks 7. Shamaradian and Blizzard. That's my closest battle for the 8th and 9th. And then Daxton. So, oh, no. Something going on with Ethan right there.
Ethan was up there in that second position battling it out, but unfortunately has fallen by the wayside. So, tough break for Ethan. Whoa. Got a hurt here there. I believe that was going to be Esbeck possibly that was in trouble. I have to find out as the scoring resets. But Caden C, second-generation driver. Of course, his father James here supporting him as well. So good to see Caden doing well. They hail from Gilbert, Arizona. I'm certain that's a hobby action driver there. And on an X-ray chassis with exhaust horsepower. So I'm sure Kevin Abbott's giving them all the help they need with horsepower over there. Just adjacent from us, so you can see if we're basically directly in front of their pits across the racetrack, of course.
Time running out of time in this one. 4 down, 1 to go. And now Connor Esbeck, a 1/10 of a second behind Caden here.
Great
so
race.
Connor Esbeck working through that right side double.
These two have really gapped themselves from third place, Robert Pauly, and then Miller in that fourth spot, Tusa Carrera in the 5. Hicks, Shamaradian, Blizzard, and Hoskins. Again, tough break for Ethan. His brother Daxton going to be 9th and Ethan in 10th. So tough break there, but Esbeck and C have 8/10 of a second to separate it, to settle it amongst themselves. Caden is who we're following here in that yellow, white, and pink. So Caden going to try and nail this one down.
So Esbeck now my race leader down that front dogleg right straightaway. Let's see if we can get Travis to switch on over to our new race leader here. And got the red, gold, and white car coming up to the quad right now.
Through the left side switchbacks and headed around the start-finish line. Hitting the line now. There he is. And Travis has got him. Clock's expired again. 2 seconds now between Connor and Caden. 19:5:10. The pace here for Esbeck. Currently top 4 are in front of Riley's previous pace. That's Connor, Caden, Robert, and Gavin.
Oh, a little help. Oh, man, somebody left upside down right there. That's a tough spot when you got to marshal both sides right there. There's always a bit of a no man's land.
That is a bummer right there. Let's see if we can hold on to it, though. 20 seconds have already elapsed after the clock's expired. So a couple cars finishing.
Okay, so that driver was done already. That's nice.
Yeah, so everybody's done, and Connor Esbeck ends up surviving that one, 19:5:10. New TQ here in the second heat out of 4 for 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy. Caden C going to go 19:5:12, also resetting the time, along with Gavin Miller and Robert Pauly, all moving in front of the previous run. Tyler Hicks going to go 5th in this one, 18:5:06, 09 for Tusa Carrera, and 17th for Christopher, Johan, and Daxton.
All right, we got Brian Johnson in the house right there. He actually runs all the JVRLs alongside myself and Keck and everything. Works the Silver States and DNCs with us. So good to see Brian Johnson here in the house. What's up, BJ?
That'd be the coolest thing for you is being local to this area. A lot of people, even if they're not racing, just stop in to say hello. And that's the coolest thing about the RC tracks is there is no spectator fee. Just come in, say hi, maybe grab something that you're needing from the hobby shop here in this beautiful SDRC racetrack. And I think that's really one of the cool things that RC State Grassroots on is, spectators are still allowed, and it's not like you got to pay anything. Just come down and watch some racing, man. And we just had a car almost come into the scoring booth.
I think that's...
That was Austin Riley.
It was Austin Riley. I wasn't trying to call him out or anything.
I'll call him out. Don't you worry. No, that's funny. That's good stuff. It was
Jared
perfect.
says, hold my purse, man. I'll call him out right here. I don't care.
He landed on the table right there on the other side of the driver's stand. He almost actually hit the brakes and stopped it right there. So Austin, even when making an error, makes it look cool. Nicely done.
Yeah, hopefully there's no bent hinge pins or bent shock shaft. It looks pretty good still right there.
Oh, those Associate cars, man, you can just wail on those things. I can't believe how well technology's evolved. Where you think about even back when we were getting into racing, where you'd be blowing idle gears out of transmissions every third or fourth run, and now you can just absolutely hammer on these cars.
Yeah, I had started with an RC10 T2 GT back in the day. Boy, they were finicky. You couldn't make many mistakes with those.
Absolutely. Well, you're watching the third heat of 4 for 13.5 4-wheel drive buggy fire off. And pole sitter in this one, Aaron Mitchell, one of the drivers we caught up with earlier in the weekend. And again, check it out. Mitchell, your Top Gun champion here at SDRC from last December. Not having the weekend he's hoping for so far. But, Sean, if there's one guy that's going to figure it out, it's the guy that's put on probably the most miles of anybody in the last 12 months. Aaron Mitchell, the man from Iowa, he knows how to get it done.
Yeah, he was really fast and had some pretty decent runs. Not exactly the weekend he was looking for at the Carpet Nationals, but I think he's coming out here kind of refreshed and took a little time to strap things up here to get back on ready for dirt. And Mitchell's always going to be one to watch out for when he's out there on the track. Super fast racer and very nice guy to talk with as well.
Rightfully so, he's earned his TV time, and you got to give a shout out to the parity in this 13.5 4-wheel class, the biggest class of the weekend at 40 cars deep. We had two different TQs after 2 rounds. Nate Sutherland TQ'd the first round, the man also from Iowa, and Sammy Moran TQ'd round number 2. So could potentially see another three-fer, just like we saw in two-wheel drive modified, where there's 3 different TQs over 3 rounds. And there's Skylar Mandela, Hunter King, Ivan Marino Jr., your current top 3. How about Skylar coming out on an early 20-lap run, the young man from Wisconsin at Trackside Hobbies?
Yeah, Skylar having a nice little run right here, 25-14 lapper. And just to let you know how fast that he is going right now, our 2 TQs from Sutherland and Moran in this class was a 25-11 and a 25-12 right now. So anything in that 20 laps here from that B qualifier, I think they would be pretty happy with.
Certainly, if you're going to set the benchmark, you have to run 20 if you want to make the show. And right now, Skylar doing a good job. Hunter, Ryan, Ivan, Ryan Moore, and Skylar drops to 5th, but they're all still within a second of each other. So, again, Hunter King from Crestview, Florida, the man for TLR. He's been with Losi for as long as I can remember. He's been there about 10 years now. Leader through the left side of the racetrack, that black and yellow car hitting the start-finish line now is Hunter King. Last time by 15-7.
Speaking of Hunter King, he's kind of taken over the role as, maybe one of the top drivers they have over there as they depleted their full professional program, and then now they're mainly focused on the sportsmen and intermediate guys. That's their portion of the team they kept around. And Hunter King's been very loyal to TLR, and I think he's done them proud, and he's earned that. One of the fastest drivers we have for TLR.
Absolutely. And you think of one of those things, I feel like TLR was dealt maybe a bit of an unfair hand. People were piling on just a little bit when they were getting rid of their pro team. Of course, you have the keyboard warriors that are going to say, of course, they sold out and whatever. A lot of drivers, of course, went their own separate ways. I can give Hunter King a lot of credit for staying loyal to who got him to the point where he's at right now. He's really done a heck of a job there with TLR. Of course, his father, Rob, very supportive of him in those endeavors. So, Hunter King, if you're watching this broadcast back, or Rob, if you're tuning in, sometimes being loyal to an organization isn't a bad move, and you can definitely be respectable there.
And they've rewarded that loyalty as well with some brand new cars over the last few years. I know they have the new 22 2.0 and the new 4-wheel drive, and you know what? I'm sure he was happy to see that too.
Those new cars look awesome.
They look good.
Look really good. I mean, they've done a wonderful job with their research and development. Of course, got to give a shout out to Ben Ellis, the team manager. He's really done a nice job of coming in an unfavorable position, if you will. He kind of was the guy to pick up the pieces, if you will. And Ben, if you're watching back home, you've done an honorable job on that, my friend. And what you guys got to have going over there at TLR is definitely something that we're awfully proud of to see.
Yeah, great shout out for Ben. He's earned that. Good job there, Jared.
And check it out, TLR's Ryan Moore goes to the front after King makes a mistake over that quad. So it's going to be Moore picking up right where King left off. Prince in that 3 spot. Aaron Mitchell, Ivan Moreno. Again, this top 5 continue to swap all over the place. King falls down to 5th, but Ryan Moore, 25-15, is currently on a banger. And then it's going to be Prince, 19.503. Prince had a good 17.5 run as well. So Ryan coming on strong when it matters most.
Yeah, I've been with Techno now for the last 2 years, but I ran with TLR for 6 years before that. And that 4-wheel drive, that thing, she's a unit right there. And all the new hop-ups on there with that new vehicle, I'm sure these boys are happy to have that new race rig.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more with that. And with 25 seconds left to go, Moore and Prince are separated by 0.2. Ryan Prince giving him a good run here at the end. Checking out Moore here. He's going through the center of the racetrack right now. Moore's got a... Oh, Moore up on 2 wheels. He saved it somehow. That almost was run ending. So Moore going to try and hold on to it with Prince, giving him all he wants at the end. Moreno, King, and Mitchell are your top 5. Now as the clock has expired, who's going to win this one, Sean? It's going to be close.
I don't know. Moore with the fancy moves. He talked her off the ledge right there.
That was unbelievable, the fact that he saved it. And he puts him a 15.4 on his last lap. That's pretty gangster right there for Ryan Moore. He is already finished, and Ryan Prince going to come in 1 second back. So it will be Ryan Moore winning the battle of the Ryans, winning this one 19.503. He will set the TQ time with 1 heat remaining, and the top 3 are all going to reset the previous run. That's Moore, Prince, and Moreno, 19.503, 04, and 05. Aaron Mitchell going to grab 4th at the end, 19.510, followed by Hunter King, 19.510. 5.12 for Grant, 5.14 for Edwards, 5.15 for Mandela, and low 18s for Austin Riley and Otis Jones. Good race right there. And how about Ryan Moore? Fast lap on the last lap.
Man, that's going to get it done right there because it was only about 0.2 of a second for the last few minutes of that race. And he says, I want this pretty bad, and let me show you how bad I want it. I'm going to lock it in with my best lap of the race right there. But some of the chat jumping in here. RC Victory Lane with some knowledge right there. Frank Root is the engineer for TLR. Yes, Frank Root doing a great job over there with those cars alongside with Ryan Dunford. And possibly might be having a new ink skill over here in the next maybe near future as well, because they're always working under the development over there with Team TLR. But I don't know if it'll be at the end of the year, but I think they're working on themselves a new ink skill. I don't know that for sure, but I think every team's always working on a new car, if I'm not mistaken.
Rest assured, yeah, like we mentioned, it's not just with the drivers, but the manufacturers as well. We've already heard from a lot of drivers that they're going to keep pushing and find some more speed. You better believe that the manufacturers feel the same way. So Nate Sutherland going to be starting it off here on pole for 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy. Here he again, one of your TQs from the last 2 rounds. Sammy Moran, your other TQ from the second round of qualifying, rather than Bryce Butterfield, like you mentioned before. He's been tough. Jeremy Hayes Jr. joining us on our broadcast early on. Man, I love talking to Jeremy Hayes. He was awesome. Caden Meeks, Talon Henley, Jermaine Robinson, Dominic Passioni, Luke Pravacek, and Mason Templeman. This is a star-studded lineup, Sean.
Man, talk about some love right now. I just had some Jersey mics delivered to the broadcast booth right now. Thank you to Treza out there. That's Carlos. And
man, who do I got to know? That's awesome.
Hey,
fantastic.
I'm sure if we were on the East Coast right now, you'd be getting all that love, and they'd be like, Sean Miller, I've never heard of her. I don't know who that is.
I have had some Wawa delivered to me in the announcers booth of races before. So, Alan Beeler, if you're watching back home, thanks for you and Leslie taking good care of me. And I'm telling you what, man, this is the intensity always ratchets up just a little bit when we get into these higher heats of qualifying. So, hey, Dustin Fox tuned into our chat. Man, Dustin, we miss you here. He'd be right in the mix making his bid for a national championship. Dustin, another one of those drivers, like we mentioned, Sean. Over the last 12 months, not many more accomplished more than Dustin.
Yeah, Dustin having a great 2026, and I got to hang out with him at Maximus RC for the Carpet National Championships out there, and he had himself a real nice weekend. So, yeah, I'm a little surprised to see Dustin out here, but I mean, when you're a racer in this industry and you're traveling all around, there's going to be a couple that you can't make throughout the year, and so we're thinking of Dustin Fox out here and hoping he's having a good weekend, but he's tuned in live on the broadcast here. So, what's up, Dustin Fox?
Yeah, Dustin Fox, the native Hoosier from Indiana. He's been awesome. And I got to give Dustin a personal shout-out. He answers a lot of my dumb questions from X-Ray buggy setup questions. So thanks, Dustin, for doing that. And we love having you here on the live broadcast. And I'm sure we'll catch up with you soon, brother. I know sometimes the big boy job gets in the way of playing with toy cars. But for certain, X-Ray and Hobby Wing and everybody that you run for, you're an asset to every company that they represent. So shout-out to you, brother.
Yeah, well said, well said. He's earned that. Great young man right there.
Minute 10 into this one, check it out. Dom Passioni. This might just be his weekend, man. He is lighting it up. And that is a Schumacher buggy that he runs on a privateer level. And yes, R1 fans, be aware that there is some research going on in the potential four-wheel drive markets. So you may see another release from R1 at some point. Obviously, the two-wheel drive release has gone fantastic at this point. Jermaine Robinson in that 2 spot. Sammy, Mason, Nate, your top 5, followed by Caden, Jeremy Hayes, Bryce Butterfield, Luke Revicek, Talon Henley, all drivers on 20 or 19, Sean. This is what we come here to see.
Man, look at this field right here. I got 5 seconds in between my top 10 right now.
Talon Henley, that one small mistake on the opening lap, and otherwise he's been laying down some love as well. So, again, Talon Henley back against the wall. I expect him to come back through the field in these last 3 minutes.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised by that either. But look at this, 1.2 between my top 5. So it's anybody's up for grabs here in the TQ in round 3 for 13 four-wheel drive right now, but it's all Dominic Passione.
Dominic Passione getting the job done again. He's been covered very much throughout the weekend for good reason. He's TQ 2 rounds of 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy, and he's been a little bit down here in 13.5 wheeler. But as we were mentioning, man, I'm telling you, Sean, the stereotypical cliches, the cream rising to the top here, and Passione proving that he is once again one of the top competitors, especially on an untreated clay surface like this. This is right in his wheelhouse, if you will. This is what he likes.
Yeah, no doubt, and you can tell by he's actually on the fastest pace over the 2 top qualifiers from round 1 and 2. Nate was your top qualifier in round 1. Moran in round 2 at a 25.12, and he's on the fastest of those runs right there on a 25.09 right here. So not only would be his first TQ in this class of the weekend, it would, if it went down to a tiebreaker right there, right now it would go to him if he would have finished with this 25.09.
One thing that I'm noticing as we are following Passione, one thing that he's doing differently around this 180 with this curb right here, he's keeping it wicked tight to the pipe. You see that right there? And he's actually kind of arcing out that braking bump where he's hitting the braking bump almost diagonally, but it's propelling him forward instead of towards that wall. It's really allowing him to charge that straightaway. I think that's where he's making up some time on some of his competitors. That's pretty cool stuff to see as these drivers adapt to the changing conditions.
Yeah, that's a great observation right there. Good eye right there, Jared. Good eye.
Not bad for LASIK repaired vision. I'm still on the recovery process from LASIK, but Dom Passione definitely making this look way too easy here. It is not easy, folks. We continue to stress this to you. This track may not be as extravagant in terms of huge air time and massive features, but all the elevation changes, all the bumps, and the need to be smooth and consistent and in a rhythm makes this track a perfect venue to crown national champions at.
Yep, I couldn't agree more. We got Passione, 7/10 out front, up on Jermaine Robinson, 2. Jeremy Hayes Jr., 3. On that 25.11 right here, the pace is blitzing here in round 3. Sutherland, Moran, Butterfield, Templeman, Meeks, Pravacek, and Henley. Man.
Big pass right there for Passione. He just worked around Robinson. That moves Hayes back up to second place on the race clock. But now Passione leads by 1.3. Little breathing room here for Dom. And look at the pack of cars in front of him. I'm sure he doesn't want to catch that pack of cars because there's about 5 of them lined up. And now they've spaced themselves out a little bit. But it was pretty ugly there a couple laps ago.
Yep, and you got those moving minefields out there.
Man, oh man, 15 seconds left to go. Passione once again just making this race his own. It's pretty impressive to see this young man get it done once again. If he can finish this one up, he's going to put himself in a much better position on points and also give him a chance to once again take away TQ overall. This would be your 3rd TQ in 3 rounds, Sean.
Yeah, that's not surprising at all, is it?
Not really. Not with this stag field. Plenty of manufacturers, plenty of different teams from all these different walks of life. And Passione trying to do it right here. Over the big quad he goes, triple single. And he should bring this one home as long as he can make one more clean run down the straightaway. Yes, Dominic Passione, 25-10 TQs. Round number 3 of 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy brought to you by 1UP Racing. That is a fantastic effort from Dom Passione. And check out our man, Jeremy Hayes Jr., finishing in second in this one, 25-11. Robinson going to go third with a 5.12.0. Sutherland fourth, 5.12.4. Moran, 5.12.8 in that 5th spot. Butterfield, 5.12.9. Oh, my goodness. In that 6th spot. Templeman comes back to 7th at the end, 25.14. Cade Meeks, 25.14. Then Luke and Talon both going 19 laps. We'll grab a word here with your 1UP race report. And Dom Passione, once again, we get to grab a word with him. Dominic Passione, it's Jared once again in the booth, my friend. This is becoming all too familiar, getting to chat with you after the race. This time you do it in the four-wheel drive 13.5 buggy class. That was another standout effort. The car looked fantastic from the opening lap. She got a little bit of love from Jermaine there again after a couple little bobbles. I'm sure that was some good sportsmanship being displayed. But wanted to get your thoughts on taking TQ now on four-wheel drive. This has to be a big confidence booster for the rest of your weekend.
Yeah, that was super huge. Really need that run. I've had some rough starts here on four-wheel. Had some bad luck here and there, just bad driving overall. So I was happy to see myself finally put down a clean run. Was able to back down a little bit once I made a little bit of a gap and just try to keep it safe. And, yeah, I was super happy with that.
Well, awesome, my friend. Well, obviously, the four-wheel drive you're running is on a privateer basis. R1 is yet, keyword yet, to have a four-wheel drive car. Wanted to give you a little bit of time to talk about your power plant. What are you doing for a power plant in terms of a motor, speed control, battery? What is R1 offering those units?
So yeah, I'm running the just the standard ESC from R1. I run the V30 motor with their. I think it's their stock rotors now, the updated ones that are the super high torque. And honestly, their power system has been just phenomenal. I'm super happy with it, and I'm grateful to be running a really good motor.
Hey, awesome, my friend. You're making it look awesome out there, and I'm sure there's a lot of people back home in Salt Lake City that are very proud of you. Who all would you like to thank for getting you up to this point?
Definitely everyone who's supporting me, all my sponsors, R1, TZO, Hobby Rec, the Home Track, Donathan RC, CX Factory Racing, my girlfriend watching, and all my family.
Hey man, you're having to get too much TV time up here. I'm sure you're getting your tongue twisted, and for good reason, my man. Congratulations to you. Good luck the rest of the weekend, and we'll be watching you the rest of the way.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
So Dom Passione, once again, awesome young man from Salt Lake City, Utah. Rocky Mountain RC Raceway, his stomping grounds there. And now does it in four-wheel drive this time. Gives himself a chance at an overall TQ run because there are 3 separate TQs and 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy. So, of course, we issue congratulations to him. Getting back into our live racing action here on Live RC, we've got race number 17 up on the track, 40-plus four-wheel drive modified buggy. This is your first heat of 2, brought to you by Techno RC. And, man, I'll tell you what, good strong start for, once again, Jose Newman and Ben Jones. They seem to have a magnetic attraction to each other this weekend, Sean. Ben and Josh and Jose all running in that same area, and all very similar speeds. Right now, quickest lap is from Ben with a 16.4. On Mark and Newman both on 16.7s. And then we got Moots, Nibelink, and Rosellis. Tough break for Chris. Looks like he had some trouble on the opening lap. Tough break there for our man Chris, but hopefully he'll be able to recover from that and make sure round 3 doesn't count toward his overall score.
Yeah, these guys have been duking it out in the two-wheel drive class as well, so we're just going to keep things moving right on in here to the four-wheel drive portion, and it'll be four-wheel drive from here on out. We're on race 17 of 20. Looking at the chat, looks like Bob Taylor in the chat. What's up, Bobo? Good to have you live and tuned in. And Carlos Arredondo Jr., one of the fastest racers out here in Southern California. So good to see
That's one
Carlos
bad
out
boy
here.
with an 8-scale car. Oof.
Oh, man, Arredondo Jr. is a blast to watch. Not only just with the style, but the sheer pace and his moves with that RC car representing great for his Team Techno sponsor out there. So thanks, guys, for tuning in. We're also getting some love on the YouTube side. Let's see, Addicted Fab. The Wicked Tight was legendary. So Jared getting some love out there on the great commentary. And we got Stephanie tuned in. They're all cheering on the crew back in Wisconsin. And Live RC, a Wisconsin-based company right here. So Wisconsin getting some love out there. So thank you, Stephanie Miller, for tuning in.
2.5 gone, 2.5 left to go. And, yeah, thanks for all love in the chat, folks. We really appreciate it. Nate Speck talking about the 10-scale out. He says it's the most beautiful 10-scale out he's seen in quite a while. Absolutely perfect. And telling you what, it's the perfect test between driver ability and not so much surviving the track, Sean, but more so racing your competitors. I can't agree more with that. I really can't.
Yep, things winding down here a little bit. Just over 2 minutes to go.
Ben Jones looking good, man.
Dude, these guys are like Velcro. Who's the sticky side and who's the soft side?
1.6 with him and Jose. And, again, they are running very similar paces. As Jose puts in a high up, then Ben comes back and answers back with a 16.1. So, again, you just got to love that. You always see throughout the weekend, Sean, and you probably had this happen too, where you're at a race, and you may not be competing for a win, per se, but the most fun you have could be racing for 8th. And you're just glued together with 1 or 2 people, and you're all racing each other as hard as you can for those respective grip positions. I've had it happen to myself at LCRC Raceway in Pennsylvania, one of the best 8-scale tracks in the country. I'm racing for 6th, and it's one of the best races I've ever had, you know?
I mean, there's a lot to be said for that. Some of my best battles I've ever had have been, let's just say, maybe for a bump up and you're battling 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. We're all right there together, and I don't get that bump up, but I'm still coming off the stand smiling. They're like, what is this guy smiling about? He didn't even get the bump. I don't even care. I live for those battles between your fellow racers. Some good, clean, hard racing, whether you get the bump or not. My wife loves me anyways, so you got to go out there and enjoy those interior battles.
Hey, amen, brother. That's awesome. And really, in an industry that's dominated by time trialing, we do a lot of qualifying here. I think we all crave those heads-up racing moments where you have a lot of mutual respect shown. People are giving and taking. You can make a pass here. You can seat a pass there. I really, really love that stuff. And the more we get of that in RC, I think is the better for everybody involved.
Yep, agreed. Very much so.
30 seconds left, and Ben and Jose continuing to be 2 seconds apart. And once again, Jones not out of the mix over here by any means in terms of a TQ pace. 19.516, that's pretty good. If you can get up there in that 19-lap bracket, you give yourself a chance. We've seen this as the weekend's gone. 19 is what you're looking for in this 40-plus division. And tell you what, Ben doing a good job on an 18.5 flat. If he can put in a heater here at the end, he may get back on that extra lap pace.
Yeah, we'll see here. Just 10 seconds to go here. And 18.5 flat. He's going to need a ripper right here on the last one if he wants to go 19.
18.5 flat. Here he comes. Oh, he got cut. 18.5 flat, .200. So just missed the bump. But Jose Newman going to finish up in second. 2 seconds back on an 18.502. Looks like Oddmark's going to get a third spot run here on an 18 lapper. It's going to be an 18.510. Nibbling 16, and then Rob and Chris both out after lap 1. So Ben Jones going to take the early TQ here in 40-plus four-wheel drive modified buggy. Race 17 is history. And there's your A-Main Hobbies race results screen for our first heat of the 2. Check out the ambient noise. Gotta love that. Got the blowers out here. Corner marshals, of course, before they leave their spots, they'll blow off their respective areas. Butterfield, Sammy Moran, Nate Sutherland, all grabbing their spots.
Yeah, you can see Ben and Jose, a little fist bump coming down, as just like we were talking about. Yes, it's in the B qualifier, and you're not going to TQ here winning that race right there. I'm not likely to, but these boys having some fun out here and showing some respect with the vigilant fist bump right there of fun.
You just love seeing that, Sean. The vibes are high this weekend. Everybody's in a good mood. I feel like the program's gone very, very well. Everybody's pretty chill. I haven't seen any major incidents, so everybody's been in good shape. And one thing about RC, man, you just love to see the good sportsmanship being displayed.
Yeah, and I think that all goes down to the program and how you set things up and everything. You're making your own bed to lie in. If the race director is lagging and things are taking longer than they should to, that kind of creates a little bit of tension and stuff. But when the race director is doing what they need to be doing, and it also goes for the racers as well, as long as they're getting out there and turn marshal and everything's kind of working as a big cohesive unit, it just makes for like a nice, good vibe, and everybody's on the same page. It's when we get off of that, and you can see the tension kind of rises, and people get upset. But right now, so far, so good. I got a feeling we'll see some unhappy campers as us main come along, and people get a little frustrated. But right now, let's ride the wave while we got it.
That's right. As the stakes raise, you're going to see that give and take will go away just a little bit. So we're looking forward to seeing how it unfolds, but thank you for sticking with us here. This is going to be race number 18 of 20 for round number 3 of qualifying. 40-plus four-wheel drive buggy heat number 2 out of 2. Again, this class brought to you by Techno RC. And we still have one more round of qualifying, folks. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take another short intermission. But, again, some bonus content on the way for you in the intermission break. Make sure you guys keep it tuned here to Live RC, wherever you're watching from. Facebook, Live RC, YouTube. We're going to stay live during our intermission breaks. And now we're watching the start of race number 18, Al Horn. We're following him off the start here. That was our number 1 car. And, again, 40-plus four-wheel drive has been very competitive at this point. But at this point, it's been Andrew Swanson at TQ round 1 and Horn TQ round 2. So we won't see an overall here, Sean, but very well could see Horn reassert his dominance. But I'm still keeping my eyes on Brent Telke. He looks tough this time.
Yeah, our top 2 TQs from round 1 and 2 sitting 3rd and 4th right now. So it's now or never for Telke and King if they want to put a stamp on a TQ here in round 3. And we might see our 3rd different TQ in 3 rounds of qualifying right here. And then that's my favorite. Nobody minds a good runaway, especially the racer. I think the driver is the one who loves that the most. But us here in the broadcast booth and everybody watching back at home, we want to see is dicing it up right here and it to go down to a fourth qualifier.
Oh, I couldn't agree more on that, my man. Obviously, if you and me are both racers, we'd love a good runaway in terms of it's for us, of course, because racers are a little selfish in that regard. Like, I like a close field, but I kind of like running away by half a lap too. So we're going to see how this one goes down. But right now, Brent Telke is your leader early on. I'll tell you what, Telke is tough, but Horn not giving him anything to work with. He's only 0.6 back on the race clock, followed by Andrew Swanson. 1/10 back of Al Horn. Jimmy Wright, 2.2 seconds back of Andrew. So Jimmy back out there after that DNF last round. Then Randy Tanaka, Nick Miller, and Kevin King with 1:45 in. Sean, anything catching your eye this time by?
BT, I don't know if he's been making any adjustments to that car. It's just looking a little easier to drive here now, and he gets a pretty decent. No, he's only from Lake Forest, California, so he's only, I'd say, about an hour plus, depending on traffic, always, of course, down here in the LA Basin area, even down south. But he's putting in some time down here, and it seems like he might have found a little something here in round number 3. Although, as I say that, Alan Horn now only 1/10 of a second back, and Swanson now 1/10 back in third. So we got 0.2 of a second between my top 3 right here, just about the halfway point.
Just a fantastic race going on with your top 3. You got to think in terms of Telke, it's got to be a bit of an advantage. You're not the one taking the flight. You're not the one staying in the hotel room. He gets to sleep in his own bed if he so chooses, and I got to think that has to be quite an advantage. You're kind of more into your routine, and it feels more like a home game. Wouldn't you agree?
Oh, no doubt about that. Yeah, anytime you're racing near home, you're always going to have a little bit of comfortability, if you will.
Absolutely. Good insight there from our man Sean Miller, color commentator. Could not ask for a better running mate this weekend here at SDRC for the Roar 10 Scale Dirt Off-Road Nationals, brought to you by Hobby Wing. This is Jared Barton bringing you the action on the play-by-play. Of course, we have Sam and our production team and Travis on the dynamic camera. You guys are doing an excellent job for us as well. On the Roar staff, Clayton Young, your president and race director and referee, holding it down. Cal Southworth, Josh Richardson in the tech department, and Mike Braun is our at-track announcer here at SDRC. And just to give another nod to Mike Braun, like we were mentioning, when the race director is doing what he's got to do, when you've got somebody sharp up there, it just makes everything better. And Mike is certainly fits the bill of that description.
Yeah, no doubt.
Minute 30 left to go. Horn to the front now by 0.6 of a second. We've watched him go to work here. He's 0.6 in front of Telke, and Swanson is 200ths behind Telke. So again, this race for TQ not letting up by any means with 1:15 left to go. Horn this time 15.8. We're watching Telke this time by the line. 15.4 for Telke. Good time to bust that one out. He's only 1/10 of a second back now of Horn. And again, you're watching Telke trying to get himself in the conversation. Like we were talking about earlier, Sean, you need to give yourself a chance. You need to have one TQ round in hand, or else you really can just kiss that goodbye and worry about going as high as you can, not on the pole. And right now Telke's doing just that. 0.125 is the interval from Horn to Brent Telke with 45 seconds to go.
Yeah, we're going to have a photo finish here now. We got a second between my top 3 and Alan Horn now. He's kind of coming up on a pack of cars right here, and that might be slowing him up here a little bit. And BT back to the point here with this best lap of the race, 15.2 last time by.
Again, what an opportune time to bust that one out because he's only 0.003 back. Now he takes the lead on the race clock, so Telke pipes it just a little bit at the end of that sweeper. You don't think these guys are going for everything that they're worth. They are absolutely hanging on for dear life. Telke almost airmails it off the quad. He's doing everything he can to try and beat Al Horn. Horn would like to get his second TQ in hand. Horn trying everything he can to get that, but Telke trying to make it 3 out of 3 here. Again, we were talking about it as the weekend started, Sean. This 40-plus division may not have the quantity of drivers, but it has the quality and the parity of these battles.
Look at this battle coming down to the end. It's going to be 1/10 of a second, and it is going to be close. Telke and Horn out there on their final lap. It's going to be between those two. Who's it going to be?
Telke up and over the big quad. Goes triple single. Horn's going to cross the line first. He's going to submit a 15.8. Telke to the line this time. 15.7. It's not going to be enough for Horn. Telke is going to prevail here in round number 3 of qualifying. A 25:15.151 for Brent Telke. Awesome job right there for BT. That's 3 TQs in 3 rounds, folks. Good stuff right there. Al Horn, 2/10 in the rear view. Everybody else going to go 19 or less. So it's 0-1 for Swanson, 14 for Wright, 15 for King, and then 18 lappers for Randy Tanaka and Nick Miller. So how about that for Brent Telke? You got to think he's been working his tail off to get up to the pace of these lead guys, and he's rewarded with a TQ run in round number 3. We'll catch up with him on our one-up race report and Sean Miller.
right, we got BT here with our one-up racing report, and you and Alan both go do your first 20 lappers out there, and you get it done here in round 3. And now I got 3 different TQs in 3 rounds. BT, what do we do to that car to get her back on point?
Well, first of all, I am actually at the event. I know I haven't talked to you guys at all, so it's nice to look into the camera a little bit. Yeah, just working all the time. The JC guys were working on the tire stuff and the prep and all that thing. So it's competitive out there, man. It's a lot of fun. This is why we all do it. Get that heart rate pumping and let the fastest guy win. You know, that's always the goal of racing.
Yeah, and you've been having some pretty good runs out there, just haven't been able to put that full 5-minute run together, and you get it done here, and now that's 3 different TQs, and you throw your hat into the ring right here for an overall TQ. What's it going to take to get it done here in round number 4?
Yeah, I think you just have to put in a 99% consistency run, probably a hot lap somewhere in the low 15s, and keep the pressure on. That's what we're looking to do.
Now, when you're racing out here and you're the team manager for Team Associated, when you're racing, does that give you an advantage if you can try some maybe different things on your car and give some feedback to the team right there? Or does that help at all as far as yours, or are you just coming out here for some fun?
Well, yeah, it doesn't hurt. My number one job here is to make sure the team's taken care of. You'll collect a lot of information from those guys, and we share that across the platforms. And, I try to take the stuff that I personally feel will translate to me and then go from there and, share what I think works the best and help out the guys that I can.
Right on. Well, give us a shout-out for some of your sponsors right here, and we'll get you back out there.
Yeah, as always, Team Associated, Reedy, Factory Team, J Concepts, Jason Rona came out. I know he's had a lot on his plate lately, and nice to see him out here helping support the team. Great paint jobs by Darkside Designs with stickers from Stick It One. And always Makita and Kicker. And, really happy with the whole program.
Well, congratulations on your round 3 TQ, and hopefully we'll see you back up here for another one-up racing interview later in the weekend.
Hope to see you guys soon. Bye.
Thanks, brother.
One word, classy. Brent Telke, always a very classy interview, always has a lot of good things to say about his team and all the people that help him. So, we're good to see that one come for BT. He's a very, very deserving candidate, and he works very hard to stay at that level.
Yeah, one of the coolest dudes in the business right there. And like I said, I wanted to touch on, if he's translating any of his information out there. And he said, yes, of course, when you're the team manager, that is the first and foremost duty out here this weekend, to take care of the racers. But, he can kind of take a swing on the setup or try something on his car and say, this is really good, and then maybe transform that into some of the thoughts for the team as well. So good to see him out there racing this weekend, and we're all rooting for BT to go out there and get a national champion. He's been so close over the years here recently, and let's see if we can't lock one in here in 2026.
Absolutely, and just want to give a call. Check it out. Who's up front? Aiden Horn making round 3 his redemption story. Great start here for Horn. That's that white, orange, yellow, blue. He's got to be those kind of signature colors for Horn there, and he pieces through a little bit of traffic contact with a mistake down there on the left side of the track. But right now, Horn clear of traffic. You can see Cole Tallard is there behind Horn. And I got to think, if you're going to have somebody tailing you, I think Cole Tallard's about the best one you can ask for. He's going to take good care of you. He's not going to do any kind of funny business and upset Horn's run here. So Aiden's got to be feeling pretty good so far.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. He is kind of rolling right now. He's got the ball in his court right here in round number 3, and he's maybe not made a whole lot of changes to his RC car, but maybe just a mental change, as whatever he has changed here for round number 3, it is working right now, and so far he is out front by 3.1, so a nice a decent lead right here up over the always fast Mark Souza. And then you got Cole Tallard running the 3 on the 19.502, Tater Sontag 4, Hayden 5, Lime 6, Raymond, Nakaya, and Zach.
You're seeing a different type of Horn this weekend. I think that Aiden at this point says, look, I've got 2 really, really rough runs here. I can't afford another mulligan here. He is really under control this race, very smooth. He's on a 25.08 again. You can see Tallard back there still tailing him. Cole's on a good run as well, 19.5 flat in 3rd. So right now, both these guys it's in their best interest to work together, and I think that's what you're seeing right now. Sontag, another mistake over the quad, so he's going to fall a little bit of a ways back of that lead battle. But right now, Aiden Horn through that center tabletop, working his way to that center checkup and over the big quad. He's going triple single, and I think if he was in a better position on points, he'd be going quad, trying to go for this big time. But at this point, I think Aiden's looking to say, look, top 5. I just need a good top 5 run to get back in the hunt, and he's doing just that. And, yeah, shout out to Mark Sousa. This is the best he's looked all weekend, the man from Canada, driving a Schumacher car with Hobbywing and SMC electronics, as well as the TZO tires.
Yeah, so Aiden seems to be excelling under the pressure right here. You know, most people, if they're not having some good runs out there, it kind of, lingers around in the background and follows you around. Nope, not Aiden Horn. He has put that in the past right there, and a little bit of pressure has really kind of had him locked in here in round number 3, and we'll see if that translates to some more good runs in Q4.
Love to see the results he had, like at the U.S. Carpet Off-Road Championships at Cleveland this past year, past December. It was a matter of time. He had been working so hard, and he really got that dominant win. I mean, it had been coming for a while, and it's good to see that it all culminated into that. And telling you what, it's early, but he's looking like he's submitting his bid right here. 2-wheel drive, he's very, very solid. And right now, Aiden Horn putting himself in a prime position, 20.507. That's going to be a very solid run if he can finish it off for this next heat to try and unseat. Because right now, he's doing exactly what he's got to do from that adverse position, back against the wall, if you will, here in 13.5, or Mod Wheeler, rather. And Tallard and Sousa handing second and third back and forth to Schumacher teammates.
Yeah, Sontag down in 4th right here with the hottest lap of the race. Everybody's right there with some low 15s. 14.9 there for Sontag. So if he can just touch up that consistency here a little bit, that X-Ray ride on ProMotion tire is looking good, actually.
I'm not counting him out by any means. He's a world champion for good reasons. So we're going to watch Aiden Horn. We're going to follow him home here, and he's going to once again try to nail down a 20-lap run. This is a deep 20-lap runner here. Going to be a good one to try and unsee. 25.07 is the number as he crosses the line. So Aiden Horn going to take provisional TQ with 1 heat left to go. 4-wheel drive mod buggy. Again, congratulations to him. Cole Tallard, 25.12 for second. Mark Sousa puts it up in third, 25.14. 19s for Tater, Chase, and Billy Hayden. And then 18s for Camden Lyman here and Hiro Nakaya. So again, congratulations to Aiden Horn. 1 heat left to go. That's a stout run. Look at that, Sean. 25.07.630. That's going to be tough. I'm going to guesstimate that's going to be top 5, top 6.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. That 25.07. Both TQs were 5.01s. So that's within about 6 seconds of our TQs from round 1 and 2. And I think he's got a little something brewing here.
Couldn't agree more. I think that a lot of these guys are going to be pushing hard. They know it's time to make something happen. Brock has 2 TQs in hand. So there's going to be a lot of guys going for broke just to keep away from Brock. I think that plays perfectly in Aiden's hands here in terms of qual points. And you can see our starting grid here brought to you by A-Main Hobby. Salt Lake City, Utah's Brock Champlin is on pole. He has earned that rightfully with 2 TQ runs. Chase Lemieux from Wisconsin, Wauwatosa to be specific, in that second spot with the X-Ray. Dakota Fenn from Angola, Indiana in that third spot, also for X-Ray. Spencer Rivkin from Chandler, Arizona, in the associated car starting fourth, and Brennan Schimmel from Virginia Beach, Virginia, running for the Schumacher team. Davey Botta in that 6th spot for Team Associated. Also associated cars for La Riviere in 7th and Cavallari in 8th. Tom Rainerneck, the 9th spot in the Schumacher car from Iowa. And Levi Raymond, one of the standout names this weekend. He's currently in an A-main spot here in 4-wheel drive modified buggy. The youngster making his you'd say modified dirt debut nationally. It's all sorts of asterisks, but hey, Levi and Chase both running great, but right now Levi has the advantage over his brother.
Yeah, that was a great shot of our Avid RC cam right there. The jump cam showing you the big crowd pleaser, the quad for the mod guys, and any other class usually going triple single, but these guys sending it over that thing. And yeah, like you said, the Raymond's moving up here to the mod class here in 2026, and they're right now holding down some home court advantage right here, and they're looking pretty good.
Curious to see the strategies here. Remember, Champlin's been going triple single all weekend. Lemieux has been going quad. I wonder if Brock's going to switch it up, or you wonder, is it more of a dance with the lady that got you there type of deal, where he's just going to kind of stay with what he's been doing? I feel like Brock is one of those types. He says, look, this is what I'm going to run. Come beat me if you can.
Yep, and that is the case here on lap number 1 as he triple singles, and Lemieux right on cue right there. Jared going for the quad right here. So, yeah, if you've TQ'd the first few rounds, why change anything, Obviously, his driving is letting himself do the talking right here. I feel like maybe if he makes a little mistake, he may try and pull it out, or maybe he's just going to stick to his game plan here.
Champlin just so precise. I almost want to coin a nickname. I don't know if it'll ever stick, but he's more like the surgeon. Just really, really precise with his lines. Everything that he does on the racetrack has an intention. It has a purpose. There's no wasted motion. Like you see some of these guys throw the nasty whips. Champlin is very, very clean and square with his driving approach. But Chase Lemieux starts off hot, and he's going to try and come up on Brock here early. How about a 14-8 opening up for Chase Lemieux? Going for the quad! Just jumped around Brock Champlin. That was a gangster move, and Wisconsin stands up in unity on that one. Holy moly, Chase Lemieux with an awesome move. Champlin looks to knock on the door, but Chase Lemieux currently on a 21-lap run here in four-wheel drive mod. How about that, Sean? How confident do you have to be to make that move?
You gotta have a world of confidence right there in Lemieux. As Scotty would say, classes in session right there. That was sick right there. Maybe the best move of the weekend so far here in qualifying. You don't really see kind of moves like that in qualifying usually. Like James Stewart wouldn't pull out the quad, until the main event. Well, Lemieux's showing his cards around now, and he's letting it all out on the table right here, and he wants to TQ here in round number 3.
Well, one thing with Lemieux is, I know Chase is extremely calculated, and he's going to take good care of his competitors. He was 100% confident he could make that pass without there being contact, and that was a great move there from Chase. So far paying off as the leader, but unfortunately it looks like he may have had a little problem. No, Lemieux is clear. That was going to be, was that Fenn? No, that was Champlin in trouble, so Brock going to fall way down the board here after a mistake off of the triple. And unfortunately right there, it's going to put Lemieux and Fenn out in front of now Davey Bottas. So Davey in a nice spot in this 3 position. What I told you there, Sean, though, a lot of these guys are going to be going for broke. There's going to be a lot of mistakes being made in this later run. Aiden Horn is licking his chops right here as this heat continues to make little mistakes. But Chase Lemieux lighting it up right now, 25 flat for Chase Lemieux at the moment. That is the fastest run so far on the weekend. What do you see out here, Sean? Anything that's catching your eye?
Lemieux is just locked in right here, and that's looking like the car to beat here in round number 3 now. Fenn in the 2 spot does have the hot lap by a 10th right here, and he's only 0.3 of a second back. So Lemieux came out here with a good game plan here in round number 3, executing. But don't pop the champagne too early here. Here comes Fenn, only 0.3 back, and Rivkin only another 1.3 back, with Davey Bottas sitting in 4, 0.2 back, and Schimmel less than a 10 between them. I got 2 seconds between my top 5 right here, but we're locked in on the live RC cam right here with Chase and he's sanding it up over that quad.
Lest we forget that Dakota's kind of more of the teacher, Chase more of the student, as Dakota's in his late 20s and Chase just turned 18 years of age. So Chase still learning from Dakota a bit, and Fenn takes the lead over by a 10th of a second. You can see Dakota right there behind Chase, that orange and blue, almost like Jaws when you see him coming up on the rearview mirror. You know it's an inevitability. You can't stop Dakota. You can only hope to contain him. Right now, Raymond's got the leaders on the way. He's going to let him through. Great sportsmanship from the young Levi. As Dakota went a little bit wide over that quad, and again, Chase gets a little bit of breathing space at the moment here. Rinderneck's going to be the next car to bail out, and again, Chase starting to pull away just a little bit as Dakota made a couple wide lines with 4 down, 1 to go. Oh, man, this is going to be a good finish.
Yeah, and actually, I'd rather be in Fenn's spot right here. If yes, you got the faster driver, well, the leader out in front of you now as he takes it back over by 3/1000ths of a second right here. But I like to be Chase because, if you catch up to him, you're going faster than him. When you're out front, you're almost getting stressed out a little bit, knowing that car behind you is catching it up, so that could force a mistake as, Fenn can show a fender and show him a wheel right here. But right now, it's going down to the wire here with 30 seconds to go. We got 4/100ths of a second between my top 2.
Cold as ice under pressure. Chase puts up his hot lap on lap number 17, 14:78. But Fenn comes back and takes the lead as Chase goes 15-1. This is going to be the race right here, folks. We're going to stay locked on this with 15 seconds to go. Oh, man, Fenn a little loose coming up the quad, but he's able to wrestle that thing over. Those Coyote Electronics working overtime. Lemieux, 14.72, takes the lead back with 5 seconds to go. We have 82 thousandths between Lemieux and Fenn for round 3 TQ here in four-wheel drive modified buggy. They're going to be cut at the line this time. Who's it going to be? Lemieux, 14.9, Fenn, 14.8. It's not enough. Chase Lemieux TQ's round number 3 by 57 1/1000ths of a second. Sean Sean again, less than a tenth of a second between the 1 and 2 finishers. That's 3 rounds in a row, and this time Chase Lemieux takes it home on a 25 flat. .174 to a 2.31 from Dakota Fenn. Davey Bada going to go third, 25.03. Rivkin 04.0. Brennan Schimmel 25.05.7. 07 for Cavallari, 08 for Olivier Rinderneck, a 25.10. Levi 25.10, and Brock decided to pull it off early. So Chase Lemieux with an awesome run right there.
Wow.
He just stared Dakota in the face and said, well, you can do, I can do better. That's an awesome run there, and Wisconsin cheers in support of their man Chase Lemieux. Round 3 TQ will steer with him here on our one-up race report. My man, Chase Lemieux, you're pretty stoic. You don't often get pretty excited. I can see a couple deep breaths there, a little shaky, and for good reason. That was 57 1/1000ths of a second. You beat your teacher, if you will, Dakota Fenn. Tell me how you're feeling after a round 3 TQ effort. You've been knocking on the door all weekend long. This one has to feel pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, the racing has been incredibly close. Round 1, I barely missed out on TQ by less than half a tenth as well, and just got it there by barely, or less than a tenth as well there. So it's been super close. The track's freaking really gnarly, super bumpy. The grip is you got to keep it in the groove and drive real nice and tight and nice and smooth and not overdrive. Me and Dakota are hitting the front quad here too, which is an advantage for us, but it's difficult and it's a stretch every single time you go over it, but it's worth it if you can get it down. And actually the car has been working really well, and we've been doing good, so I'm looking forward to it.
Awesome, Chase. That was really cool. That's the third round in a row where the winner and second place were separated by less than a tenth of a second. Just amazing display of driving here in the fastest class here in 10-scale off-road. Just wanted to get your thoughts on now you have a chance at the overall TQ. Of course, Brock has the 2 zeros in hand, but right now with your TQ run, you have the fastest individual run in hand. So what is your strategy? Do you basically just go out there and send it knowing the lowest you can qualify is second or third, or are you just going to try and be more tactical with this and try to possibly snag the tiebreaker?
I mean, I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing. I've been right there every single time. Just got to limit the mistakes and keep the pressure on the guys and try and grab the last TQ. I mean, you got to keep doing what you're doing, and it's working, so I'm just going to keep driving out there.
There you go, man. I think that's a great strategy. It's been working so far up to this point, so keep doing what's been working. Who all would you like to thank for getting you up to this point and giving you a shot at the overall?
Everyone back home, all my sponsors, yeah.
Awesome, my friend. Well, a man of few words. He's business as usual. He says, I want to get back and work on my car. So, Chase, we'll let you get back there. Congratulations and good luck the rest of the weekend.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh, man. Sean, that was another awesome way to finish off qualifying. 57 1/1000ths of a second. Round of applause for our man, Chase Lemieux. Fantastic display of driving. Of course, Dakota can't hang his head too much about that. That was an all-out dogfight, and it was kind of a coin toss to see who wins that race. But anything that surprised you in this round, or do you think that was kind of exactly as I expected it was going to go?
No, Chase has been fast all day long, and look at these finishes. They're the smallest of margin right here. Are we not entertained or what out here? This is some of the best racing and closest action I've seen in a long time, man, and we're in for a treat right here. So thanks all for tuning in. And Chase Lemieux throwing his cap into the ring here for a TQ in four-wheel drive mod.
Absolutely, folks. And make sure you keep it tuned here to Live RC. We'll be back at 5 p.m. Pacific time, so just about 25 minutes from now. We'll have some bonus content playing in the background here as we take a little intermission for some track prep. But make sure you get tuned back in here in 25 minutes for the final round of qualifying here at the Roar 10-Scale Dirt Off-Road Nationals. This is Jared Barton alongside Sean, and we're going to go ahead and send this one to commercial break. We're going to see you back here in 25 minutes. Here with Aaron Mitchell at the 2026 Roar 10-Scale Dirt Off-Road Nationals here at SDRC Raceway. Aaron, some well-deserved TV time for you. You've been a man of many miles these last 12 months, traveling for carpet, for dirt, for the INS series, for J Concepts. A lot of miles on your resume this last fiscal year. Obviously, one of the favorites this weekend going in with your new cars. Wanted to ask you first of all, how are you feeling about the progress you made the last 12 months, and also your new chassis?
Yeah, it's been a little bit of a step. As far as the travel, I'm just trying to hit as many big races as I can. Can't get any better sitting on the couch, so we're just going to try and hit all the big races and try and keep up with the fast guys. Yeah, as far as the switch goes, I'm really happy with it. The team works really good. That's the biggest thing, is just the team side of things with Associated. Just BT, obviously Matty G, and just everybody over there at Associated has been helping out a lot. So this week's been a little bit of a slow start, but we're making a ton of changes every time I hit the track. So it just slowly get better.
Of course, like we mentioned, last year the Top Gun Shootout here, the 14th annual at SDRC, you were the man. You swept two-wheel drive and 13.5 stock classes. Not easy to do, especially with all the heavy hitters in this area. Obviously, everybody here in the country is here this weekend at SDRC. How do you feel about potentially replicating those results?
I mean, I definitely like to. It's last month or so has been a little bit of a struggle, so definitely hoping for some good results this weekend. Top Gun went really well. Kind of just came down, chilled out with Matty G, and yeah, it was definitely a good weekend that weekend. So
awesome, man. Thanks for your time. I wanted to give you a chance to thank all your sponsors, of course, with the new Associated cars, but who else would you like to thank along with those guys?
Yeah, everyone at Hobbywing, Matt, Charlie, just the Hobbywing power is just second to none, so for sure got to give a big shout out to them. Hot Race, Team EAM, One Up, RC Discharger, Island Speedway, John Mans, my dad, and everyone who helps me out.
Yeah, John Mans won his first national championship last month. It's time for you to join him. This is our man Aaron Mitchell here trying to win his first and or second Roar Nationals this weekend at SDRC. Make sure you check out Live RC to watch his progress. Standing by with Brock Champlin, your defending IFMAR World Champion in two-wheel drive. We're here at SDRC Raceway for the 2026 Roar 10-Scale Dirt Nats. Brock, you're a six-time national champion on the Roar side. For a company that's been known mainly for high bike cars, Schumacher has been working hard in their dirt program. Wanted to see what you thought about how the progress you made the last 12 months and your chances this weekend going in.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, last year I was fourth in two-wheel and then third in four-wheel drive. That was a bit of a different surface. This is a true clay track, so totally different car setups from last year. I definitely think last week we came and tested on the older layout, and I feel like we made a bunch of just strides, hopefully going forward in the right direction. So far, it's looking good. I mean, both of my cars are competitive. But, yeah, for sure, since I joined the team in 2021, we've changed a lot of stuff. We've had, countless things that we've had to innovate and change and just try and basically figure out and look at some of the other teams, like some of their ideas, and then kind of correlate our own. But I feel like we are finally starting to really figure it out. Four-wheel drive for sure has been pretty wicked this year. And then two-wheel drive last year it hasn't been that hot of a start this year when it comes to car setup stuff, but when we came last week, we figured out, from my understanding, what was going on. So, yeah, it's looking good so far this week, and I have nothing to complain about just yet.
Well, that's good. Hey, no complaints is a good thing so far. So just wanted to get a world champion's perspective. Obviously, we've known forever how fast you are on a national stage. You vaulted yourself into the world stage in one two-wheel drive on dirt in Australia. How has your daily life changed? I know you had a lot of media to cover after that. Has anything else really changed with your routine, or are you just kind of sticking to the status quo?
Nothing's new for me. I still have the same amount of drive. I still get up every day, start wrenching. For sure, life changes as you get older. I turned 24 next month, which is kind of weird to say. I remember when I was like 15, hoping to drive at 16. But yeah, as far as the day-to-day thing goes, it's all the same business as usual, and just trying to continuously get better. Everybody's always evolving. You grow to have a target on your back when you are the champ, so everybody is coming for you. And then, there's sometimes, like we've seen this year, there's guys that step up their game, and then you kind of got to innovate yourself and go from there.
Yeah, us in our 20s, we got to stick together. We're starting to become unks, if you will. Wanted to give you a chance to get to shout out your sponsors. Obviously, a lot of people on the shirt, but a lot of people help you get to this point and stay at the top. Who would you like to thank?
Yeah, Schumacher, Witz, Hobbywing, J Concepts. Let's see if I can do it without looking down. Gen Zace, Fly Skies, Savox. I think those are the main guys. Easy Customs paints my bodies. Zach Rose over at 920. does my stickers, and then my home track in Salt Lake City just got a new owner, so shout out to those guys and everybody running the show over there. Gary's kind of taken over the place and made it a fun place to be again. So yeah, everybody, obviously it takes a group effort. It's not just one guy. I think everybody, when you're standing on the stand, everybody thinks it's just everybody for themselves, and the reality is it's a team. Like, we're chasing it not just for ourselves but for our team. And at the end of the day, I don't get paid unless, you know, I'm selling stuff. How do you do that? You got to work with a team, and you have to get stuff better and win races. So yeah, shout out to all those guys, and I mean, everybody, all my current sponsors are super awesome to me, and yeah, I'm pretty thankful.
There you go. Thanks for your time, Brock. 6-time national champion, defending F-Bar world champion. Catch up liverc.com all weekend long to see if Brock can add to his national title count. Standing by here in the pits, watching Chase Lemieux work on his cars here. X-Ray machines have been bad fast this weekend. Chase, wanted to catch up with you after winning your first Roar National Championship at Maximus in two-wheel drive modified, arguably one of the hardest classes to win it in. Just wanted to gather your thoughts on what it feels like, how special it feels to be a Roar National Champion.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. I mean, it's something that I've been working pretty much my whole life to do. So to be able to get that accomplished is a huge check off the list. So it feels really, really good. And yeah.
I was going to say, your dad, Paul, a very stoic man of few words. He had to have been pretty pumped up. What was his instant reaction?
He was just super proud of me. I mean, it's something that we've both been working towards for a long time, and he's put in so much time and effort, money into what we do, and I couldn't thank him more. So it's pretty cool to see something like that pay off. So.
That's cool, man. You're a busy man these days. You just ran Thornhill for the World's Warm-Up there, the Lone Star Challenge. How do you possibly balance 10 scale, 8 scale, flying here, flying there, driving wherever? How do you possibly balance it out? I got to think your dad is probably a help in helping you compartmentalize and organize how you get everything done. But as you're now 18 years old and you progress through your RC career, how important do you feel prioritization is, and how are you able to keep things balanced?
It's definitely not easy. I mean, it's just a lot of work. I mean, you just got to put in the time, effort, and just keep on top of your program. And I mean, it's really hard with 3 different surfaces. But I mean, before this kind of trip I've had this past 3 weeks, I mean, I just took pretty much a week and a half, 2 weeks, just getting everything ready, building my new A-scale cars, rebuilding my carpet cars, rebuilding my dirt cars, and trying to get some practice in at trackside, and just trying to keep on top of everything as best as I possibly can. And it just really takes a lot of time and effort, and that's what you got to do.
There you go, man. Well, you have the chance to do something that a lot of racers strive to do, is win two-wheel drive both on carpet and dirt in the same year. It's not been done very many times. Who all would you like to thank for getting you to this point and giving you a good shot to do that this weekend?
My whole family, everyone back at trackside, my sponsors, and just the X-Ray team, and everyone who's involved has been a huge help, so I really appreciate it. Nico from Hot Race, he's a big part, so.
Awesome. Well, he's got a big list of sponsors for good reason. This is Chase Lemieux, last month's two-wheel drive modified buggy champion on carpet. Going to try and do it again here on the clay at SDRC. Make sure you check in on Live RC and check his progress. Standing by with Dakota Fenn here at the 2026 Roar 10 scale dirt off-road nets here at SDRC Raceway. Dakota, no stranger to interviews. We're glad to steal a couple minutes of your time here at SDRC. Very tricky little layout. A lot of drivers are saying it. The pictures and videos don't do it justice. Want to give you a chance to give your comments on the layout and where you feel the make or break sections are.
Yeah, I mean, the main thing is just the bumps. You can't see those in the videos, but the track is really bumpy, and that's tough with slicks. So you need obviously that car to have steering and carry corner speed, but when you hit those holes, if you're turning the wrong way, you go flying off the track. So you see that in the straightaway super really well, and that makes it tough for sure. I think the layout itself is not crazy challenging, but with the holes, it makes it pretty dang tough out there.
I was going to say, from a 40-plus time national champion, your word sticks pretty well. So did want to mention, you were just at Thornhill last weekend running the World's Warm-Up there at the Thornhill Lone Star Challenge. You've been a busy man these days, going back from 10th to 8th and back to 10th and 8th. I heard you didn't even go home after Thornhill. You just came straight here and had your stuff transported. How do you potentially try to balance that with Chloe and Dax back at home? I'm sure she's super supportive, but what is the secret to you keeping things organized and just staying locked in?
Yeah, it's hard for sure, but I think just perspective. I mean, I've been doing this my whole life, and I know how the races goes, and there's ups and downs. So, we had a rough weekend last weekend. We were able to stay for a couple days and learned a lot. And now, I had Wednesday to travel and reset, and now we're back at it, and we're having a good weekend so far. So it's a long weekend, and just taking the highs and lows, and they're not getting too high, not getting too low. So yeah, it is tough though. We did Carpet INS. I was home for 2 days, and then went to Thornhill, and then straight from there here. So it's been a lot of work. Definitely gonna take next week off, and then we'll be back at it.
A little rest and recharge. Hopefully you can rest and recharge after winning a national or two. But you basically took an exponent out of my mouth there. Is you guys have stayed a lot after racing, the X-Ray team especially, to do some post-race testing. Just how crucial has that been with Chicky and the crew to get your setups dialed in and go to the next event with some notebook?
Yeah, it's been big. I think we made a lot of progress this year. We've learned a lot, myself personally. The technical side of things have been really good. We've been making small changes here and there, making progress. And then the 8-scale side of things, I'm still honestly new to the pickleball car. I have last year on it, but still learning a lot. And like I said, we learned a lot these last couple days. I think I posted I ran over 2 gallons over at Thornhill over the weekend. So ran a lot, learning, and just keep plugging away.
We never stop learning, even when you're this experienced in your career. I want to give you a chance to thank all your sponsors that bring you here.
Yeah, like I said, thanks to the Everyone Who Loves Sport. Thanks to my wife and family back home. It's a lot of work. It takes a village. She has the support of both sides of the family with Dax and stuff as well. And then, like I said, all the sponsors for all the support.
There you go. Dakota Fenn trying to submit his bid for 2 more national championships this weekend in SDRC. Make sure you tune into Live RC to watch him. Standing by here in the hobby shop with Dominic Passione here at the 2026 SDRC Roar 10-Scale Dirt Off-Road Nats. Dominic, it's been a good 12 months for you. A couple national championships to your name, both in the 4-wheel drive class, and now we have the release of the new R1 Works R1B 2-wheel drive buggy. I wanted to give you a little time to chat about it, and first of all, how does it feel to call yourself now a 2-time national champion?
It's really cool. Yeah, it's something I worked for a while. Used to run modified back when I started racing, never actually ran stock, and Steve gave me a great opportunity to drop back down, and it's been super fun. I've been really enjoying it.
How special is it be to have your engineer and, of course, Steve here on site to watch this buggy basically make its maiden voyage? I know it's been out on other tracks, club racing, but this is really the first national for the R1B. How special is that, and how's it performing so far?
It's super nice. It's super nice to have the support and them being here directly. And so far, it's really good. That last run, the car was pretty consistent. A few things could still be adjusted. Luckily, was still able to pull the top seat for that last run. So hopefully, make some more adjustments, keep improving, and go from there.
Well, there you go. Obviously, we're taking some close-up shots of this new beautiful buggy. As I was asking earlier on, how we're always talking about options and aftermarket parts and things like that. Obviously, you have all the cool bling on your car, but how close to out of the kit is this car? It does not look like there's many option parts in this car.
Yeah, honestly, the biggest thing is just the -2 towers. Personally, I just like how it drives. It's a little lower feel, a little more connected, but I know the standard towers work just as well. But yeah, for the dirt stuff, it's very, very similar.
Personal preference, of course. So obviously, we just mentioned you're a 2-time national champion in 4-wheel drive. How do you feel about your chances this weekend to give R1 their first national title with their chance here in 2-wheel drive?
Yep, that's definitely the goal. Last year, got second. It was so close with the 2-wheel. That was like my first race actually on it was last year's Dirt Nats. So yeah, hopefully we can get it on the TZO tires with the R1 car, and that'll be a nice little trophy.
There you go. Obviously, couldn't think of a better place to do here at SDRC, not far from home in Utah. Of course, we'd like to give you some time to thank all your sponsors, though. A lot of people help you get to this point. Who would you like to thank?
Yeah, R1, TZO, HobbyWreck.com, the Home Track, RMCR, Donathan RC, CX Factory Racing, and everyone else who supports me.
There you go, folks. This is Dominic Passione, a 2-time champion looking to go for his first in 2-wheel drive here at SDRC this weekend. Make sure you're checking out Live RC for all the action. Check it out here, folks. The IFMAR World Championships here, going to be at Thornhill Raceway in Austin, Texas. And again, once again, this is going to be one of the premier events you're going to not want to miss on liverc.com. We'll be there, boots on the ground, at Thornhill Racing Circuit, the IFMAR 8-scale Nitro Off-Road World Championship. And again, you can see Ryan Mayfield, one of our spotlight drivers that we're going to be watching for to claim a world championship. But everybody from all over the world will be joining us there at Thornhill Racing Circuit. Make sure you watch on LiveRC as well as our Facebook and YouTube pages. And off we go, folks. We're about to get started with round number 4 qualifying here at the Roar 110 scale Dirt Off-Road Electric Nationals, brought to you by Hobby Wing North America. It's been a great day so far. Thanks everybody for joining in on the streams. We're live on the Roar Facebook, on the Roar Live RC page, along with our Facebook and YouTube accounts. So Live RC, Facebook, and YouTube if you'd like to join the chats. Again, a huge thanks to everybody for doing a fantastic job for us. And, of course, Roar on staff doing a great job. Clayton Young, your president and race director. Cal Southworth and Josh Richardson run the tech department. Mike Braun is our at-the-track announcer. For the Live RC staff, we have our man Sean Miller here on the color commentary. We have Sam Rabarchek on our production team and Travis Melton on the dynamic camera. This is Jared Barton here for the play-by-play, and we really appreciate all you folks for joining us. We're going to be here the rest of the weekend. Don't you worry. You won't miss a second of the action here at SDRC Raceway. And here we go with the start of round number 4 qualifying. Heat 1 of 3, 21.5 two-wheel drive buggy presented by SXT Racing Products. Race 1 of 20 is live. Again, thank you folks very much for joining us here this weekend. We really appreciate it. The engagement with the streams have just been fantastic. We've had both the Facebook and YouTube chats rolling here this weekend, and we're so appreciative. We've had consistently very high stream numbers, and we really appreciate everybody for tuning in to Live RC, your one-stop shop for all RC racing and full-scale motorsport entertainment. First minute gone on this one. Lester Brooks back out front of this one from this proverbial C sort. Eric Irvin, James C., Eddie Kellogg, Felino Vasquez, Jeremy Sanders, and Byron McDermott. Your full running order after a minute 15. Minute 25 into this one. Still Lester getting the job done right now is Mr. Brooks. Ooh, your leader sticks it on the board there after the sweeper. Sean and I just concluded our track walk. That was one of those tricky sections that may not look like much, but, man, it really reaches out there and bites you if you try to get too cute with it. Lester tried to cut a nice tight line, and it penalized him.
Yeah, that's what's nice about the track walk right there, and we will have that track walk coming to you guys here shortly as our producer Sam going to get that all dialed up for. We just snuck it in right before this round began. So, the camera will show certain things and pictures that you see online, but the track walk is you really see the undulation and the little obstacles and kind of what the racers are dealing with out there, guys. So stay tuned in between our rounds of qualifying here today and the mains tomorrow. We'll have some interviews that Jared has gotten throughout the weekend, but the track walk should be coming to you guys here pretty soon, and you really get to finally see what we've been kind of blabbing our mouths about here this weekend so far.
Of course, man. And, Travis Melton doing a fantastic job. He got some nice tight shots on what we were talking about. I promise we're not just inflating it for the source of the plot. This is one tricky little racetrack, and all these great drivers out here. We've talked to a lot of the top contenders in the modified and stock buggy divisions, and they're telling you straight out it's taken everything that they've got to go 5 minutes without mistakes here, Sean, and they really continue to step up their game. We just saw a masterclass run last time from Chase Lemieux and Dakota Fenn in the four-wheel drive modified class, but rest assured it's only going to get harder from here. It doesn't get any easier from this point forward.
Yeah, well said right there. Well said. And now everybody's pretty well acclimated out here, as far as got a ton of practice and seating, and now we're into the depths right here. We're into round number 4 of qualifying. So we're really going to see some good action out here. And like I said, the track's looking pretty good. We were just out there doing a little track walk right there. I'm expecting good things here from round number 4. I just getting some high praise from the wife right there, brother.
Hey, well, sounds great. Well, thank you very much, Amanda. I appreciate that a bunch. And I'll tell you what, you picked out a pretty good partner in life. Sean has been absolutely fantastic to work with, and super appreciate the kind words from everybody that's been tuning in to the live chats. And both of our phones have been lighting up pretty good with messages and texts. So thanks everybody for the support. And most importantly, we want to just be clear that Sean and I, we're not the show. It's the racers, it's the cars that are putting on the show. We're just really thrilled and grateful to bring it to you. And appreciate all the opportunities for us to be out here doing this at SDRC Raceway. Myself, I know that Sean is about an hour and a half away from home, but I'm about a 40-hour drive away from home by car. So really appreciate the opportunity to be out here and working with some great talented staff. Thank you.
Yeah, well said right there, Jared. Thank you so much. And you're right. The racing that's what we're all here for, and it's awesome. Thank you to Live RC for bringing Jared and myself out here and bringing you guys all the racing action. And we can apply a little bit to the weekend. But, yeah, let's like Jared said, let's focus here on the racing, and that's what we intend to do. So, Jared, you better get going right now. Just think, if you left right now, you could be home by, Tuesday.
I know, right? Yeah, I'm lucky that air travel was invented, back about 100 years ago. So definitely grateful for that. But James C. is making this one a good race for himself. As we've been talking about some other topics, he moved to the front over Lester Brooks and has not looked back. With 5 seconds left to go, he's looking to put up a 16.513 pace. And, of course, we'll see where the chips fall. But if you can cross that 16-lap threshold, Sean, you're in good shape here in the 21.5 class. I think this is going to be a very good run here on the board. And now it's time to decide where people start in the A-main grids. Remember, 1 through 10 of the qualifying order is our A-main directly, and they'll run triple mains tomorrow.
Yeah, and James C., his best run so far of the weekend has been a 16.514 right now, and he's besting that by a few seconds. So, it may not be the TQ run he was looking for. As long as he's seeing some improvement as he goes out there and hot laps the race as well, it's still a step in the right direction, so that's always nice to see.
Absolutely agree. And there is your qualifying results screen brought to you by A-Main Hobbies. And yes, James C. takes it home, 16.513 for him. Then everybody else going to go 15 or less. Eddie Kellogg leads the 15-lap brigade at a 15.502. Lester Brooks, 15.506. 09 for Irvin. 5:13 for McDermott, then 14 for Felino, and 13 for Jeremy Sanders. So that's going to do it for our first race out of 20. And once again, folks, thanks for joining in. You're going to be watching race number 2 up next, our second heat of 21.5 two-wheel drive buggy, brought to you by SXT Racing Products.
All right, a lot to be decided here, even in these the B qualifier right here. You can see Carlos Shamaradian right there starting in the number 3 spot. He is sitting 10th right now here in the main, of course, with our first 3 runs in there. So he's got a 16, a 9, and a 10 right now. And he is, I guess you would call that the bubble boy?
Pressure is on, that's for sure.
Pressure is on.
Pressure is on. You have to really be on your best behavior right here. If you're one of those bubble drivers, you can't afford to go out there and throw caution to the wind at this point. So like you said, Carlo sitting with a 9 and a 10 as his best 2 counting runs. And right now, you have to keep in mind that Mitchell Berkey and Mark Robinson both put in good runs from this B sort last round. Last round for Mitchell was 6th overall out of this heat. So did a really good job right there, and he's in a pretty good position to make the show. But nothing is set in stone until, of course, Roar certifies the results. So I will refrain from declaring who makes the main and who doesn't. But you guys will, of course, see that once it's all official, and we'll make sure to let you know. Rolling off first is Mitchell Berkey. He was the 1 car, followed by Mark Robinson, and then Carlo, Edward Grayson, Bryson, Nathan Champeau, and Nick Mellon is how they're going to roll it off, and Mitchell Berkey will fire first.
Yeah, Berkey has a 6 and an 8 right now, so I think he's feeling pretty comfortable. But he's gonna take a swing at it right here.
Looking at the qual points, the top 9 should feel pretty good about this. 14 points for 9th place and 19 points for 10th place Carlo. This is going to be decided in this very next heat because Carlo, Edward, Mark Robinson, Nick Mellon all have a chance at it here based on their prior runs. It's all going to shake down on where they end up on the grid in this, the 4th and final round of qualifying. And you got to think that Mitchell's feeling pretty good, but again, Mark, Carlo, Edward, they're all sitting on the hot seat right now.
Yeah, and you had touched on something a little earlier. It's all about the racing action, but that's our job, is to kind of bring to you some of those other battles, like just trying to make the main event or sitting in 9th or sitting in 10th. And I think that helps collectively as a group for the racing action, and then that's kind of our job is to kind of bring you in to some of the insights and stuff and what we see, and we use our experience, for that too. So, we got a pretty vital role out here, but with the superstars are the racers.
Oh, without a doubt, and that wasn't meant to diminish our role at all. Just was, giving our love to the drivers here that are supporting this wonderful event. And
I like it.
For sure. And the one thing that Live RC has really done, I think, a fantastic job is they really keep it a by racers for racers type deal. You and I both have plenty of experience racing RC cars. We've been in these exact type positions where, like, again, you're the 9th or 10th place qualifier. You're not safe by any means, so you and I can pull from real life experience and kind of let the viewers know what's going through our heads. Obviously, you're talking to the drivers after the races. You get to see what they're thinking, especially at the highest levels. And I really think that organic grassroots style of broadcasting is paying dividends.
Yeah, well explained right there, Jared. Well explained.
Great start from Mitchell Berkey out in front on a 17.506. Again, you got to think with Mitchell, he's just taking care of business right now. He doesn't have to do anything except control his own destiny. How do you do that, Sean? You go out and you win the race. Doesn't matter what anybody else does. You go out, do your thing, let everybody else do what they're going to do, let the chips fall where they will. Doing a great job of that right now. 8/10 in front of Edward Garcia. Mark Robinson is currently in that third spot, 1.1 seconds back of Edward, followed by Grayson Leonard, 9/10 behind Mark. Then it's Nathan Champeau in the 5, Nick Mellon 6, Carlos Chamaradian in the 7, and Bryson Miller in the 8th spot. And once again, they're switching all sorts of spots back and forth in the back of the field. But Mitchell Berkey last time, 17.7. Fast lap of the race goes to Mark last time by 17.5.
Yeah, Berkeley, he's getting it done here from the B sort, and that's kind of it's your goal if you find yourself in the B qualifier here with the second of third heat coming up next. So I think he'd still be pretty proud just to punch it in that A main. And you know what? Once you get into that 8 main, it's a whole different scenario. Getting there is one thing, but once you're in, you can really let your consistency in what you've shown us here in this B qualifier. That's going to shine a little bit there in those AAA mains if he can punch their ticket into that show with our top 10. No LCQs out here, so got to get it done in qualifying.
Absolutely, and just a bummer here for Carlos Chamaradian. He was trying to join his brother Chris in the A-main at 21.5. Right now, it's no longer in his hands. He's not having the best start here in this heat race. But, again, we'll see how the chips fall here at the end once the points are all calculated up, because you never know. One thing we want to keep in mind here for our spectators watching online is there still is the chance later on, because Roar does meet after every single round, and Mike Braun and Clayton Young will certify the results. They will actually put their signature on the races, their digital signature, to say there were no penalties, everything was good, no disqualifications. So it's all preliminary until it's approved by Roar, until it's actually called official by Roar, just so we're clear.
Yeah, so I guess what you're trying to explain to them is it's unofficial until it's official. Of course, what we see and what we announce, it can change, depending on until it's been put to bed right there.
Absolutely.
And, speaking of that battle for 10th and 11th of the Bubble Boys right there, Carlos Shaw is sitting with 19 points. Ed Garcia with 20, and look who's out front leading it around right now. So Garcia.
Ed Garcia, you just got to do what you got to do. There's almost, I feel like there's maybe less pressure, Sean, when you are on the outside looking in. You're not the one looking over your shoulder and saying, okay, what do I got to do here? All Ed's got to do out here is just go and do the best he can, run the best he can, the cleanest and the fastest he can. What everybody else does is immaterial. All he can do is do his best, and we'll see where that stacks up. And right now he's doing a fantastic job at that on a 17.507. This is a fast run here from this second sort. This very well could end up being one of those single-digit runs he's looking for.
Well, and he knows he's on the outside looking in, and it's last call right here for the 21.5 two-wheel drive class here, sponsored by SXT. So he's going out there, and this game plan is being executed perfectly. Now, if you take a good look at this thing, his nickname is Special Ed. There is actually a little school bus painted on the side of that thing. And Special Ed is feeling special right now. He's getting it done.
I can tell just from that paint job he is quite the character, and I'm sure he's adored by his racers and of course his friends and family alike. So Ed doing exactly what he's got to do. He's again, we're saying putting it in the box right now. He's in that yellow machine working his way down the straightaway. This should be his final time around. So white flag is waving, and what a good time to break out hot lap. 17.71 there for Garcia. Clock's about to expire. Again, we're watching Garcia and Robinson. They're doing what they got to do right now. Unfortunately, looks like Carlo probably going to miss out unless something crazy happens in this next heat. But Mitchell Berkey probably won't have to worry about him not having the greatest run here. I think he's going to be in pretty good shape for the main. waiting for Nick Mellon, Grayson Leonard, Carlo, and Bryson to cross here for their final times by. But check those results out, Sean. 17.506 for Ed Garcia. That is a stout run here in this first sort of 21.5 two-wheel drive buggy, the second of three, rather. And looks like Garcia is going to put himself in a prime position to potentially put it in the main once the points are tallied up.
I mean, talk about putting your head down right there. Garcia, the definition right there. He knows he was sitting at 11th, only a point back from the A main. That just might have punched a golden ticket to the top 10 in the show right there. We'll see. We'll see. Our A qualifier coming up next.
17.506, the finishing run there for Ed Garcia, as explained by our A-Main Hobbies race results screen, along with the rest of our competitors from race number 2.
Yeah, all smiles for Ed coming off the stand. Nice run out there, Ed. Nice run. Look at it. He's pumped, getting fist bumps from the boys right here, dude. He's stoked.
And the one thing he said is finally. He said, finally, I got a clean one. And so you got to think he's been struggling a bit this weekend. And that, no matter how the chips fall for him, that has to feel good just to get a good, clean run and saying, yes, I knew I could do it, just needed a little bit of help to go my way. And good stuff, Ed Garcia. Congratulations to you.
Yeah, I think there's a little added pressure when you're one of the locals out here and you may not be performing or beating guys that you're used to beating, but Ed, he gets it done right there, and it looks like he's cruising now, dude. He's strapped up here in round number 4.
Hey, my friend, it doesn't matter it doesn't matter how many times you race at a racetrack. Every race is different. They all have a different flow, a different storyline, a different vibe. It all just depends on how the chips fall. And right now, Ed Garcia is doing about the best he can do and put himself in a position. Right now, he's provisional TQ. The lowest he can go in this round is 9th because he just TQ'd that last round. That's got to feel pretty good. And we'll see where the points shake out. There's your A-Main Hobbies grid lineup. Anything that's catching your eye here from that last round, Sean?
You know what? From that last round, Riley was able to jump back up there, and Johan Blizzard has kind of made a little name for himself far here this weekend. And it's now or never for Johan, because if Riley backs this one up here, he will be your top qualifier and start on the pole come Sunday, May mains. You know what cracks me up is you can always tell how good of a race the Marshal had or not, because if it's a bad run, they kind of go out there and mope, and which is nice. But like Ed over there, man, he's got the chest pumped out and smiling and having fun, and it's always worth something out there. Get a good run.
For sure. So as they're rolling out here, this is how it's going to look, folks. 8 cars in this race, as we mentioned. The lowest Ed can go is 9th. So right now we have Mark Robinson right there behind Ed Garcia, but there was a 5-second gap between their runs. You very well could see some drivers slap between both those two drivers, and we'll see how it works out. But right now, Austin Riley is in the best position. He's got 2 TQs in hand, and the only other driver that has one to this point is Johan Blizzard. So at this point, I think that it's going to be a pretty definitive way here for Austin. He's going to try and take this home. I don't think he wants to rely on points. I think he wants to win 3 rounds to 1 and not even worry about it. What do you think?
I agree wholeheartedly right there. But Tracer Carrera only 66 thousandths of a second back right there. He does have a couple 2s right there. So, Carrera, if he can pop a 0 right here, that would shake things up a little bit. But it's all Austin Riley out here right now. He seems to have that 21.5 with that hobby wing powered and strapped up on those TZO tires, locked in here for round number 4, and he is getting it done. So this guy he's pretty young out here, probably 18 years old, 17 or 18, and I've known him and his father for a long time. But right now, Riley, I'm impressed right here. I've never seen him race 21.5. It's a pretty big class out here for the club races. And, getting a little extra track time because he's also racing the more elite 17.5 and 13.5 class as well.
Absolutely, and just a quick word for any of you baseball fans. This is not the Atlanta Braves baseball player, Austin Riley. They shares the same name, but he's still triumphing in the same manner. The Atlanta Braves are the best team in baseball right now, and right now this man's the best in 21.5 buggy. So they're drawing parallels, even if it's motorsport and baseball. So Austin Riley getting a heck of a run in here. Tucer Carrera in that second spot. Tucer's been right there in the mix. Has not TQ'd around yet, but he's been right there in the conversation. Christopher Shaw in that third spot, followed by Riley, Trent, Aiden, Jay, and Johan. Last time by for Austin, 16-7, Sean. That is just getting it done.
Yeah, that's looking like the horse to beat here this weekend right now, although everybody else is putting in some pretty respectable runs right now. But Riley looking smooth and in the groove right here with that associated ride.
Absolutely. And right now, again, just setting the table for you on the points. Right now, Austin has a couple of zeros. Right now, Johan has a 0 and a 2. So really, at this point, I don't think Johan can drop much further than second or third on the grid. But Tusser's got a pair of 2s. Aiden Spencer has a pair of 3s. Pair of 4s for Christopher. A 6 and a 3 for Riley Christie. Trent Rigby's got a 4 and a 5. Jay Neal, a 9 and a 5. And as we mentioned earlier with Berkey and Sean Moradian, that's Carlo rather. Carlo probably going to be in a tough spot right here to try and move up on the grid. But Ed Garcia looks like he may be the winner from this one, and that was a heads-up race with him and Mark from the last round, Sean.
Yep, Ed might have just popped it right there in round number 4, which is a bummer for my buddy Carlo, but you know what? That's RC racing for you sometimes.
Absolutely.
You need a little bit of luck every once in a while, and it didn't look like he had any on his side here in round 4.
And you know, as we were touching on, when you get to the Roar Nationals, there's only 10 cars that can make a main. And there's going to be many people, way more than 10, that are likely deserving to make that show. And there's going to be some that are locked out. It's nobody's fault. It's not like they blew it or anything. It's just the way it shakes out, man. It's the way it shakes out.
Yep, agreed. Very well said right there.
18.502 pace here for Austin. He is just crushing the TQ pace right now from Garcia. Right now, top 6 are in front of it. And check out Ed Garcia right now sitting provisional 7th overall with a chance to gain some more. So Garcia probably, we don't want to call it done just yet, but if with a 10 and a 6, that would definitely leapfrog him to the top of the board. Let's see if he can hold on, because right now we are still keeping an eye on it because Ed still has 2 10s. If he does get unseated, though, there's still a chance that Carlo or maybe Mark or somebody can jump up in there and play upsets. So, of course, nothing is over yet. Of course, we'll ask you folks to check out liverc.com, go to the Roar page, and you can check out the qual point results by going to the results. It'll be, of course, results 2 of 4 once it reloads. And you'll count 1 through 10 will be your A main, 11 through 12 will be your B main, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, Robinson does have a 9 in there, and he is sitting 8th for the round right here. So Robinson taking a little look maybe into that top 10 A main right there. So this is why I love round 4 of qualifying right here. It's the deciding round right here. We've got all of our information. We've got enough detail, insight as far as the racing that we've had so far, and it's all going to come down here to round 4. I like it.
Yes, sir. The best thing with qual points is the slate's wiped clean every run, so it really is the best way to score qualifying on a fair basis. When you're on a dirt track like this where the elements are changing every time, you know, track picks up grip, slows down, gets dry, gets wet, things like that, it takes those factors out of it. It really just makes 4 clean rounds for everybody. I think it really decides the 10 most deserving racers a little better than, say, like an old school rocket round would do. So.
Yep, agreed. Absolutely.
Watching your finish here, Austin Riley is already done. He's going to wrap this one up, and he is your overall top qualifier. 18.506 for that little late mistake. Not going to matter, though. Tusser Carrera finishes second once again. Christopher Shamaradian goes third, 18.512. Trent Rigby, 18.515. Riley Christie, 18.517. Then it's going to be Aiden Spencer, 17.5 fly. Johan Blizzard out after 16, and Jay Neal, 16.510. We're going to have a word with our one-up race report. We'll see who Clayton reels over there first. I know that he was talking about grabbing both our round TQ and overall TQs if they were different, but right now Austin Riley should be both. So we're going to get a word with Austin Riley on our one-up race report, and Sean Miller is going to get the call.
All right, here we are. We got Austin Riley, official TQ of the 21.5 two-wheel drive class, brought to you by SXT. Man, how's it feel?
Feels amazing. I did a lot of work to get here. A lot of testing, a lot of prepping to make my car as good as possible. Good thing I'm here with Matthew Gonzalez and my dad to give me all the support possible. Hobbywing is the reason why I'm doing this, the reason why I have this opportunity. So special thanks to my dad, Matthew Gonzalez, and Hobbywing.
Great shout-outs, man. I've known you for about 10 years now, since you were just a little pup, and you've grown into a fine young man and one heck of an RC racer. Super proud of you, dude, and then we'll see if we can't translate what you've done here in seating and qualifying over into the A-main event. So good luck with that, brother, and we'll see you back up here tomorrow for an interview. I'm sure of that.
Thank you.
Absolutely, man. Go out there and turn marshal, brother. Thank you.
Love it, Sean. You can see just how special that is to him. He really was holding back some emotions there. That's pretty cool stuff. I love to see the excitement that these drivers get from nailing down a top qualifying run. And tell you what, man, from the word go, he's been the man. Obviously going to be the odds-on favorite for tomorrow, but he's got at least 2 mains to back up what he's done in qualifying. So it's going to be fun to see if he can do it.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting, and obviously he's the guy to beat right now. But as you know, main day comes around and nerves go up, and it changes things a little bit. But I think he's going to be just fine, and that's super cool to see the progression over the years of Austin Riley. And I know Dad's over there in the pit, super stoked. He's been itching up here to get a little camera time up here on Live RC. So we might get Rick Riley up here, and we'll get some insight here on what Austin's got going on and behind the deal with the Riley family.
Oh, man, it's all about perspective, too. You think about the professionals, the household names that are just used to doing their media stuff and things like that. There's some racers here that come to the World Nationals here with Live RC coverage just a chance to chat with one of our interview crew. And we love doing it. We love bringing you the action and bringing you some of the faces that are up here, putting themselves in great positions to be noticed by companies and other drivers. And, man, I'm telling you what, Austin Riley, a great young man, and what a way to crown our first overall TQ.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. That's proud of the Riley family right there, and I know a lot of people cheering on Riley and family over here. And it takes a family effort right now. You know, he's young, and Dad is his main support system as far as the wallet and everything, and Dad's doing everything he can, and it's all up to Austin, and he went out there and executed nicely.
He certainly did, and we're watching race number 4. This is your first heat of 3 for 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy. And, man, another fantastic class this weekend in 17.5 two-wheel. Can't ask for a much more competitive field. Of course, this division brought to you by ProTech RC. You're watching Ethan Hoskins out front doing the job once again, followed by Ryan Prince, Tyler Hicks, Gavin Miller, Robert Pauly, your top 5, and they're starting to swap that around just a little bit. Looks like Hall having some trouble on the opening lap. I don't see him coming back. It's Hoskins, Pauly, Hicks, Hoskins, and Jones, your top 5. That's Ethan leading Daxton first and fourth. And once again, 1:30 gone, 3:30 left to go. Gavin Miller in that 6th spot now, Ryan Prince, Robert Beatty, and the quickest lap going to Tyler Hicks, 16.3. You can see the rust falling off of Tyler every time he gets out there, can't you?
There is no doubt about that. There's no doubt about that, yeah. That's what we're doing out here, shaking off some rust every once in a while.
Absolutely.
So right now, Hoskins both sitting 25th and 26th, so we got a little bragging rights between the brothers right here on who qualifies better and into what main.
I love it. And like what you mentioned earlier, not everybody's going to win this weekend. There's only going to be 8 winners, and probably some will win multiple. But you can at least have an individual battle with a couple of people in your group that are like speed. Like we said, brotherly battle. Even if they don't finish in the top 20, they can still have a chance to say, "Hey, I remember when we went to SDRC back in 2026, and I whooped your butt." So, absolutely something that both Ethan and Daxton will be racing for. And Brian's gonna have to play moderator on the trip home, so it'll be fun to get the report on that with the halfway point. But Ethan doing the job right now. He goes triple single right there. So. All these 17.5 buggies have power. All 29 of these cars are viable machines. That's why we're saying that these top 10 that make the field, they're certainly going to earn their spots, Sean.
Yeah, they got a built-in referee for the ride home.
Absolutely. Absolutely. With 2:10 left to go, Ethan leads Tyler by 1.3 seconds. Then Robert Pauly 2 more seconds back at Tyler. And again, this is a good opening pace here for this first heat of 17.5 two-wheel drive to try and hold on to. Because, again, we've seen some crazy fast runs coming out of this 17.5 bunch. I wouldn't doubt it again if we see some runs getting deep into the 19s here, Sean. So we're going to be seeing some fast times as these later heats go on.
Yeah, and, it's taken 19 laps to get into the A main. Right now, your top 10 have all gone 19. In fact, all the way down to 13th place, some of these guys have put in a 19-lap run right now.
Yeah, like you said, with 13th spot, that's Aaron Mitchell, our Top Gun champion, and one of our most traveled here on the season. He does all the big shows, man. He goes to the J-Concepts INS shows. He goes to all the Roar events, all the big stuff that Island Raceway's home track holds. And Aaron Mitchell, if we're going to see one of these grid spots turn over, don't count on Aaron Mitchell, who has a 7 in hand right now. He just needs one more of those. He'll be sitting pretty to make that show.
Yeah, touching on that 7 right there. He's got a 15 in round 1, a 7 in round 2, and a DNF, so a 29 in round number 3. It's going to come down to the wire right here for Mitchell. What can he do to get it into that top 10? We're going to find out here coming up in the next heat.
Just keep an eye on Ethan Hoskins, like you were saying. His best run's a 17er now, so if he can put another one of those in, he has a chance to put himself inside that B main. That would be the 11th through 20th threshold that Ethan would be looking for. Again, sitting 26th on the grid right now, but has a big chance to move up if he can continue keeping it clean here. And we'll see how the rest of the points shake out.
I mean, against the best in the country, there is nothing to hang your head on about that. that's a very respectable run. This isn't just your local regional series or a club race where a bunch of fast guys are shot. This is the best in the country here for each particular class right there. And I think that'd be a solid run if he can go up there and finish another 15, 17 and get into that, somewhere towards the front of that B main or even mid-pack.
No doubt, and you can see that Hicks in that green and blue associated car just hitting that right side sweeper. Now he'll be coming to that center tabletop right there. You can see Hicks trying to finish this one out here as he's on an 18.504, takes the lead away from Ethan by 1.3. See if he can bring her back home here and have himself a good chance to move up on his grid as well. Right now you can see that Jones is sitting down on the grid quite a bit as well. Or I'm sorry, Hicks rather. Something of Tyler Jones.
What a battle right there. Less than 0.4 of a second for that Heat 1 win of 3.
Ethan busted out a heater there at the end, but it wasn't quite enough, and Tyler Hicks is going to win this qualifier. 18.505.390 for Hicks. He's going to beat Ethan Hoskins by 3.5 of a second. Check out the hot lap on lap 17 from Ethan. He left nothing else out there, Sean. He was going for it there at the end. Ryan Prince, 18.506, finishes third. Kevin Miller, 18.509. Oz Jones, 18.513. Dexton, 18.514. So Ethan wins the brother battle. Then Paulie, 17, and Robert Beatty, 16. Logan Hall out after Uno.
Hoskins going to finish 16-2, 16-4. So he was sending that ride right there as he does his best 2 laps of the race to finish this out. Just going to come up a hair shot.
That was pretty cool stuff. You definitely can see, like we were talking about, this is round 4. If you guys have a tough round or you're already down in the mix, just go out there and just empty the tank. Don't leave anything out there on that racetrack. And Ethan did just that. Actually had a nice recovery. We'll see where he ends up on the points.
You can see Jermaine Robinson out there with that brand new J Concepts body out there. A bit of a Le Mans style body.
A striker.
Yeah, that I think so. I know a lot of say like a B-52 bomber. There's a couple different things. I think it looks kind of like a Le Mans racing car. Those prototype Le Mans car with the big bubbly windscreen and then that real tight, linear aero package out in the back. Right there. That's a pretty unique body right there. They've kind of jumped out of the box here on their last few bodies that J Concepts has come out with.
Absolutely. When you get into an industry as refined as 10-scale off-road racing is, J Concepts is leading the way when it comes to innovation. And, of course, everybody's going to have their opinions. It looks great. It looks ugly. Whatever. But one thing you can never doubt J Concepts on is they're always working. They're always innovating to come up with the next big thing. And Striker Body's making an appearance this weekend. And I'm sure that the team will talk about the results of that body and we'll probably see it more in the future. What do you think?
Well, they're still on the cars right now, so I think the feedback from the drivability and the performance of that body is there. And no matter what you do, some people are going to hate it, some people are going to love it, and, that's just humans in general. So I don't think that bothers Jason Rona and the rest of the crew over there at J Concepts too much. But I had a feeling if they thought that they were struggling or something with that new body and it wasn't quite working for what they were looking for, they'd be maybe going to an older body or a practice body. But those bodies are still on, and we're getting pretty late in the weekend so far as it's round number 4 qualifying here. So I think the feedback speaks for itself. As the racers seem to be enjoying it, and the results are right there. As Robinson sitting 8th here for the round. So, of course, you can put out the body and looks and everything are cool, but it's all about performance to me. I don't care what the body looks like. I want it to go out there and perform, and if I feel like that gives me a little edge here over the competition, that's what I'm going with.
Hey, no doubt, brother. And just wanted to throw one point here. Bryce Butterfield and Jermaine Robinson were 1st and 2nd in this race. Just want to throw in, they were 2nd and 4th overall in round number 3 of qualifying. These guys from this B sort put in work, and they're going to be in great position to try and make that main. Butterfield could really use another good run. He had a 10 to back up his 2, and Jermaine currently has 11 and a 4. So if these two can put in clean runs, I don't think they'll just be threats to make the main. I think they'll be threats for TQ.
I wholeheartedly agree. Butterfield, his best run is a 2. I think that came in the last round, and a 4 from Robinson. I believe that also possibly came in that last round.
That is correct.
So, those guys, if they could put in another good one, and look at the screen here, top 2 right now, those guys are going to be skyrocketing up towards the front here for our AAA mains coming up tomorrow.
Yes, and overall TQ probably won't be in the question for them. They're fighting from behind just a little bit. Dom Passione has 2 TQs in hand, but what we're getting at here is these guys, just because they're in this B sort, we don't want anybody at home to think, oh, these are just the B team players. Bryce Butterfield and Jermaine Robinson are two really, really fast drivers, and everybody in this race can get it done. Caden C running third, Nate Sutherland, a multiple-time national champion, is in the fourth spot. Connor Especk, Skylar Mandela, he won 21.5 two-wheel drive buggy at Island last year. Again,
Wow.
so he moved up to 17.5. He's in there with the big dogs. Then you've got Keaton Grant, Luke Pravacek, Talon Henley, as we mentioned throughout the weekend, and Brendan Edwards, our traveling professional basketball player that also races RC cars in his spare time.
Yeah, I'm really proud of that young man, Connor Esbeck. He raced some 25 at the Nationals last year. I believe he came runner-up, if I'm not mistaken. Don't quote me on that, but I think he just missed it by a hair. And he says, I'm not going back for the championship. I want a piece of the big dogs. If I want to beat them, I got to start racing with them at a young age, and that young man doing a fine job out there right there.
Absolutely. Bryce Butterfield, half a second in front. Butterfield, Robinson, Sutherland, Caden C, Skylar Mandela, and then Keaton, Connor, Talon, Brendan, and Luke. Got to feel bad for Talon here. He's going to definitely feel like he's missed an opportunity this weekend, but we'll see where the points tally out. It's not over yet, and best thing you can do here, Sean, if you don't make that A main, I know a lot of drivers are going to feel like they probably should have, and again, like we said, there's only 10 spots available. The best thing that Talon could do is tomorrow go out there and just decimate that field in the B main and say, you know what, that's why I should have been the A main, because I just killed these guys, and we'll see if that ends up playing out that way. That's always the good takeaway you can have from the weekend. That's why we always encourage our racers. Listen, even if you don't make the A main, make sure you stay around. Run your main on Sunday. You never know what kind of good takeaways you can bring from that into the next event.
Yeah, and coming up into this event, knowing he's one of the top stock drivers in the country, not having the best weekend, the only thing you can do is just go out there and send it and put a good effort in for your sponsors, and that's how you show your things. Sometimes it's not about saying your things, it's showing it. And the best thing you can do from there is go out there and win that B main event, and hang your head on that. Because some weekends are just going to be a little rougher than others. And Henley, we all know and have been praising him on his speed right here. Just hasn't quite worked out here for him. We're following along here with Jermaine Robinson, a tenth of a second up on Bryce Butterfield. 19.508 is the pace here for my top two. And then you got Nasty Nate Sutherland running top three, Caden C4, Connor Esbeck running out my top five. We got Skylar in the 6, Grant 7, Henley 8, Brendan Edwards group, we call him in the 9, and Luke rounding out my field in the 10. We're inching closer as we only got 1 minute left in this B qualifier. A qualifier here in round number 4, 17.5 two-wheel drive, brought to you by ProTech RC. And speaking of ProTech RC, I just saw Troy Hansen run across the track over here a minute ago.
Yeah, Troy's been hanging out with us all weekend. He's been popping his head, and good to see Troy coming down. And you can see that we have a lead change. Bryce Butterfield took that lead away as Robinson had a little bit of a slow lap. Both drivers had a bit of a slow lap dealing with some traffic here. I'm sure that our president's going to be on the horn saying, hey, come on, guys, show him some love. But Bryce Butterfield right there in that orange, that white, yellow, and pink, your leader. I believe that Butterfield might be one car ahead. Yes, the pink and blue car and the white car is Butterfield.
He's got some new colors.
He does. He switched up on me. So Butterfield 19.508, Jermaine 19.509. They're doing just what they got to do. And Sutherland joining him as well in a 19.511. Connor Especk 19.515. Everybody else in that 18-lap bracket. So Butterfield and Robinson, you could say, Sean, mission accomplished in this one. They once again put in great runs from that B sort. But we'll see how this next heat plays out. They very well could be knocked right back down to humility. So we'll see if they can stay up on the board. Butterfield wins it by a second. 19.508 for Butterfield, 09 for Robinson, a 5:10 for Nate Sutherland. Nate was coming forward at the end there. Connor Esper going to take it home in fourth, 19.515. And 18's down the board for Caden, Skylar, Keaton, Brendan, and Luke. Talon unfortunately out after 16. So Talon Henley definitely going to be licking his wounds after that one, but we still love him. And I'm sure Hoosier RC Hobbyplex is still cheering our man on, as they rightfully should. There's your A-Main Hobbies qualifying results screen. Bryce Butterfield and Jermaine Robinson, just like the last time, they put it up there 1 and 2 in this race. And Sutherland right there trailing them. And once again, those 3 runs, Sean, those are going to be stout going into this next race. I would not doubt those end up top 10.
I'd have to agree. They're just trying to better that position come A-Main. It looked like they're pretty much locked in. I don't want to speak too soon, but they're looking pretty locked in, and they're just trying to better those positions here with some solid runs in round 3 and 4 for both those drivers. So hats off to Butterfield and Robinson, getting it done when it matters most in the last 2 rounds of qualifying of the event here so far. We'll see our A qualifier rolling them out, checking them in here any second. We're just waiting on a few more turn marshals to get back out there.
Thinking about the points here, like we were mentioning, Butterfield went into the round 7th, Robinson 8th, and Sutherland was 11th. So not comfortable by any means for Nasty Nate, and for a former national champion, you got to think if he doesn't make the show, he'd leave here a little disappointed after this weekend's over. Let's reset the points here for you. Right now, Passione is your provisional TQ. Jeremy Hayes Jr. sitting 3rd on the grid. Caden Meeks sitting 4th. Templeman is sitting 5th. We're going to have Matthew Gonzalez sitting in 6th on the grid. Hunter King all the way down in 12th on the grid, so he's not in by any means. Again, it's going to be close here in this field. Ivan Moreno Jr. is currently sitting 9th. He's on the hot seat. Ryan Moore is not in the show either. Oh, he's 10th. I'm sorry. He's right there on the bubble in 10th. I scrolled over him. Sammy Moran currently sitting in 2nd place on the grid, and Aaron Mitchell down there in 13th. So, Sean, I'm telling you, man, some guys in, some guys out. This is going to be a 5-minute barn burner.
Yep, going to come down to the wire here.
Tom Passione, 2 TQs in hand, so he's got the upper hand for certain. But he still has one person that could still play spoiler on this one. We're still not over yet, folks. Because remember, Passione TQ'd rounds 2 and 3. Sammy Moran TQ'd all the way back in round number 1 yesterday evening. And here we go, firing him off.
So is it official? Is it down to Passione and Moran right here? The only two drivers with the zeros right there? I mean, because Passione does have 2 zeros.
At this point, Passione's got 2 zeros. The only driver that can make it interesting is Sammy. If anybody else TQs, it's all Doms.
Yeah, and Jeff Guest is watching back at home right here. He's fired up for Sammy the Killer right here. Let's. I want to hear Jeff all the way from. He's I think in San Bernardino County out here, but he does all of it, most of his racing, and club racing and stuff up there in Victorville, California. And longtime friends with the Killer and Pork Chop out there. And let's see, can we rally the boys right here for a Killer TQ right here, and that would push it to a tiebreaker.
Tiebreakers are what we like to see. Of course, the spectators at home are going to be like, what the heck is all these numbers and qual points and things of that sort. But at this point, Passione says, I don't want tiebreakers. I want to win this one outright. He starts off up front, but don't look now. Sean Mason Templeman in that 2 spot.
Hey-o.
He's starting to unload right here, followed by Caden, Jeremy Hayes, Sammy Moran, your top 5, Matthew, Ivan, Ryan, Hunter, and Aaron. So unfortunately for Hunter and Aaron, they're in adverse positions right now, not in the main, and unless something changes dramatically here, they're probably going to have to settle for some B-main efforts tomorrow, Sean.
Yeah, 0.4 of a second here between my top 3 right here. And look at this. I got 1 second between my top 4 right here. It is going down here. Round 4 of qualifying here for our 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy brought to you guys by ProTech RC. And Dom, man, what a weekend he's having so far here. And like you said, the two-wheel drive national championship has eluded him. We got something brewing here on a Saturday and Sunday in SDRC Raceway.
It's not often you see with these stock divisions, Sean, that somebody really just asserts themselves as the force. The last time it really happened was Nate Sutherland in the 2024-25 fiscal years. And right now, I would think 2026 is becoming the year of Passione, especially if he can continue the role that he's on right now, especially all the news surrounding this brand new R1 Works R1B buggy. It's continuing to once again show everybody that it's here to stay, it's here to play. And right now, Meeks, Hayes Jr., Passione all separated by a second and a half. Dom a little bit of a trouble getting through traffic, but right now Meeks trying to throw his hat in the ring. Wouldn't be for TQ for Caden, but it would still be a rock-solid run because Caden currently has a 2 and a 3 as his best 2 rounds at the moment. So if he can put up a 0, he has a chance to start in that top 3 on the grid.
You think we're mathing our viewers too hard right here?
Maybe just a little bit. Numbers are flying in my head trying to keep this all straight. So I'm telling you what, though, Meeks and Hayes only separated by 7/10, and Dom is the fastest car on the racetrack. He's not out of this by any means. He's 2:05 left to go and only 9/10 off the lead. Gonzalez having a nice run in this 4th spot, followed by Moran, Moreno, Templeman, Moore, King, and Mitchell. And again, unfortunately, you got to feel bad for Hunter and Aaron, 2 of the nicest guys you're going to meet, and it looks like they're going to come short of their goal this weekend here, making the show in 17.5.
I think the chat will go wild if Meeks or Junior can get this one. They've been looking really good out there, and they've had some solid runs, but let's see if they can't put one together here in round number 4. And now Dominic going to say, well, hold on, folks, hold on.
16 flat that time, cuts it back down to 0.5 of a second, jumps in front of Hayes on the clock. Oh, we got one on. It's the lid right there. I believe that was going to be, was that your leader? I believe that was. Passione in
I think
trouble.
that was Dom, yeah.
Yeah, Passione in trouble right there. So 19-7 for Passione puts Meeks back to the point. Of course, Dom's still sitting pretty here. The only driver that can take it away is Moran, and it would also be off a tiebreaker. So we will go to tiebreakers if Sammy ends up winning this heat race. But at this point, Meeks leads Hayes by 0.8 of a second. Moran still 1.2 off the lead. But that's not it. That's not out of the question right now, Sean. He's still in the mix.
Yeah, good news for Sammy that Dom is not out front. So that if Dom went and win this one, it'd be over right now. But Sammy got some work to do. He's 0.3 behind. And now he's going to jump up to the 2 spot. He's got 1.3 to make up in the next 45 seconds. It's a tall feat, but if anybody can do it, it's the killer. He might need a little bit of help here for Caden. As Caden coming around here, he should be, right here, blue and white, I believe, coming up onto the front side straight away. We are following along with him on the live RC cam down to 1.2. So a 10th here, a 10th there, but we are running out of time here in this one for the killer. He has got to strap it up here, as Jimmy Babcock would say, with running out of time.
And right now, you got to think Dom Passione is the biggest Caden Meeks fan in the building here, even over his own family, because right now, if Meeks is able to hold this spot, it will not be a tiebreaker situation. It would be Passione by outright points. And, of course, I think that he would like to avoid the calculators here with 10 seconds to go. But, again, you can see right there, Meeks had a little bit of pressure from, I believe that was Hayes going for a roll. Well, actually, he saved it. I can't believe he saved that car somehow, but Hayes still in that 3 spot. Moran's got to find 1.3 at the end here. I don't know if it's going to happen here, Sean. Right now, 19.505 the pace for Meeks is a TQ run, but check out Butterfield looking to go in the top 5 again here after that B sort. So fantastic efforts from Bryce, Jermaine, and Nate all have a chance to make the main. Caden Meeks going to win this heat race on a 19.505. Sammy Moran will bring it home in second, 19.507. Matthew Gonzalez jumps up to third at the end. Nice run from Matty G. Jeremy Hayes going to finish in that 4th spot. Ivan in the 5th spot. And then Mason and Dominic also running 19s in 6th and 7th. Ryan Moore, Aaron Mitchell, Hunter King all going 18 laps. So Caden Meeks wins it. But that means Dominic Passione is your overall TQ in 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy. Congratulations to Dom Passione. Fantastic job for that whole R1 Works team. I'm sure they're pretty excited about that. And we will grab a word with our one-up race report. I believe that we're going to grab both the race winner and the overall TQs, but we'll see what they have over there.
Yeah, it looks like that.
All right, Caden Meeks, this is Jared over in the booth. Congratulations, a fantastic effort there in round number 4, taking the TQ run. And we've been seeing this all weekend long. You've been slowly creeping up on it. Your stadium truck's running great. 4-wheel drive stock cars obviously dialed as well. But you've really been sneaking up on this 2-wheel drive program this weekend. Obviously, Dom had a couple mistakes down there, but you were still able to take the TQ down and put yourself inside the top 3 on the grid for tomorrow. Just tell me how you're feeling about that.
Yeah, I made some changes to the tire prep. The car was a lot easier to drive that time. I was able to drive more like 98% and keep it on the wheels, so it ended up being a good run.
Awesome, man. Well, of course, we want to make sure you can get out there and take a deep breath and celebrate with your team, but who would you like to thank for all this?
Just all my sponsors and family and everybody back home.
Awesome, man. Thank you so much for your time, and we'll grab a word with Dom Passione, your overall TQ as well.
Awesome. Thanks.
There's the headset handoff. Passione sets the radio down. There's our man, Dom Passione, the man of the hour. I know it wasn't the fashion that you wanted it to be, Dom. That was a little bit of a rougher run, but still showed the outright speed, and you are the overall top qualifier in 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy. For the R1 Works R1B, this has to be a huge win for that whole team. Tell me how you're feeling about that.
Yeah, that was I did actually super happy about the overall TQ last run. I was just trying some stuff, doing something a little different. Didn't really work in my favor. But, yeah, go back to what I was doing and be ready for 4-wheel. Hopefully we can hopefully make that one tight as well and go from there.
Hey, man, that's the beauty of being of having that qual point advantage. You're able to try something. If it doesn't work, it really ended up not hurting you that much. So I assume that you'll probably just go back to what was working and run some practice later on as well. But anybody you'd like to thank for this awesome opportunity and the chance to get 4-wheel later as well.
Yeah, for sure. Everyone back in the pit, everyone who helps me. It's super, super nice to have all the support. Sitting by some of the Schumacher guys, and they're just super, super helpful. It's really nice. And then, yeah, everyone who's traveled with me here today and everyone watching back home.
Well, congratulations, my friend. You earned this one outright. Go celebrate with your team and your family, and good luck the rest of this weekend.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
Couple solid interviews right there. Congratulations again to not just our overall TQ Dom Passione, but how about Caden Meeks, man? That was a great run for him. That has to be a big confidence builder basically telling himself, yes, I can get up there and beat the elite of this class, like a Dom Passione. I can do this.
There is no doubt. He was sitting fourth after my first 3 rounds of qualifying with that 0. He's going to start right behind Dominic in that main event.
How about
the
that?
2.
Oh,
Yep.
my goodness, that's fantastic. Good for him. Again, we'll go unofficial at this point, but right now, unofficially, your 17.5 buggy A-main grid would be Dom Passione on the pole. Caden Meeks would start second. Sammy Moran qualifies third. Jeremy Hayes Jr. will put it up fourth. Bryce Butterfield puts it up fifth. Great run for him. Matthew Gonzalez will start sixth. Mason Templeman puts it in seventh. Jermaine Robinson in eighth. Ivan Moreno Jr. in ninth. And clutching up in the last 2 rounds of qualifying, who qualifies 10th, Sean? Nate Sutherland. And that is not going to be a foregone conclusion, folks. He can win it from the back of the field. Do not count out your 10th place qualifier.
Yep, AAA mains have been set for 17.5 two-wheel drive, and we are cruising right along here in our final round of qualifying, race number 7 of 20, our first heat of 2. 40-plus two-wheel drive buggy out there, and it's Miller and Moots locked horns here by 0.6 of a second, following by Jose Newman with that teal, and then 3, Joshua 4, Ben 5, Brian 6, and Sean Niblink in the 7.
Thanks for taking that over, Sean. Just wanted to give a quick shout-out to put a bow on 17.5. Ryan Moore was your BQ. He'll start on the pole for the B-main tomorrow, but he really put in some great work this weekend. He was very close. He had 17 points to Nate's 15. That, I believe, is the highest he's ever qualified in a national event in 17.5 two-wheels. So big ups to the TLR team. They got Hunter King starting there right behind him, along with Aaron Mitchell. Connor Espec and Caden C will be 11 through 15 on the grid. So shout out to Ryan Moore and the whole TLR team.
Yeah, and just noting, if Nate did not have an 8 right there in that round, he was sitting with a 10 and a 7. So that would have put him 17. That would have matched Moore and Hunter King. So it would have gone to the tiebreaker right there. So he really put his head down right there in round number 4 and got her done.
Good stuff for him, absolutely. And like we're mentioning here with 40-plus two-wheel, it's not over yet. Still a lot of grid spots up for position here in 17.5 and in 40-plus two-wheel modified buggy. Some of the OGs of RC, remember back when it was just open buggy, there was no stock motors and everything, and that's where a lot of these guys that are over 40 still want to run some mods, still want to go pull that trigger and see that car fly down the straightaway. And 40-plus two-wheel drive modified buggy, along with the four-wheel drive, the Masters classes have found a nice home here in the 10-scale Roar Nationals.
Yeah, no doubt. It's nice that they have 2 and 4-wheel out here, and these guys have earned those spots right there. So it's always cool to see these guys out here and give them their accolades.
As we mentioned, Al Horn's already your overall TQ based off going 3 out of 3 here in 40-plus two-wheel drive, but a lot of spots still up for grabs on the A-main grid in 40-plus two-wheel drive. There will be 2 mains of 40-plus two-wheel drive modified. There are 14 cars, so of course they'll take 1 through 10 to the A-mains, the AAA mains, and then 11 through 14 will have to battle it out to settle it to see who was the best of the rest, if you will. So, once again, Al Horn, your overall TQ, but at present, Kevin King sitting second on the grid, Andrew Swanson third, Jimmy Wright, and Christopher Sellis would be your current top 5. How about Brent Telke finding himself down in 6th at the moment? He's definitely fighting from behind in round 4 here, Sean.
Yeah, he's got some work to do, but this guy's been around a long time. I think he's going to be just fine.
Absolutely, and how about this four-wheel drive 40-plus run? It's definitely showing that Associated and Jay Constant's team is going in the right direction. Would not count out here Brent Telke. Of course, can't go for the overall TQ, but he definitely can put himself back up higher on that AAA main grid and definitely give these guys some fits. I definitely don't think that Al Horn or Kevin King are going to take their foot off the gas pedal. They know that he's coming.
No doubt.
35 seconds remaining. Still got Nick Miller out front, 18.507. Your leader up and over the big quad goes triple single, followed by Rob Moots in that 2 spot. Rob looking a lot better this time on an 18.513. Newman, Jones, Nibbling, Hoskins, your top 6. Odd mark, unfortunately, out of this one early in a 16.5 hot lap, then promptly fell out. So tough break there for Joshua. 15 seconds remaining here as we've got Nick Miller getting it done. 5-second lead, Sean. He's looking pretty stout here. This is the best he's looked. Would you agree?
You know what? He's out front right now, so it is an 18.507 right now. 7-second run. I'd say this is probably one of his better runs so far this afternoon.
Clean air on the nose of that buggy, just trying to get it done here. That TLR machine will be done this time by, and it will be a solid heat race win for Nick Miller. It's going to be 18.507 for Miller. Waiting for Newman to cross. He should go 18 as well. He'll be about 6.5 seconds in the rearview mirror here. 7 seconds to be exact on 18.514. Followed by 17s for Ben Jones and Rob Moots. Sean goes 16, waiting for Brian Hoskins to finish on his 15-lap run. And that is going to do it, folks. Nick Miller going to set the early TQ for 40-plus two-wheel drive modified buggy. Brought to you by TZO Tires.
All right, that's a wrap on race number 7. These guys jumping out there to grab a turn marshal cone. Man, look at these TLR boys right there. 1, 2, 3, 4 in a row right here. Dang.
Absolutely.
All right. It's good to see that. It's good to see that, man. They're on the up and up here with those new race rides and being very well represented out here at the 2026 110 scale Roar Off-Road Dirt Nationals.
For sure. We bring it into our second heat now. 40-plus two-wheel drive modified buggy brought to you by TZO. Again, overall TQ's been settled already at this point. Al Horn will hold those honors, but right now you can see Kevin King lines up second, Brent Telke third, Chris Marcellus in fourth, Jimmy Wright in fifth, Randy Tanaka in the sixth spot. Andrew Swanson, after that DNF last round, will roll off in seventh. So just setting the table on the points for you here. Kevin King currently has a 3 and a 2. Andrew Swanson has a 4 and a 2. Jimmy Wright has a 2 and a 5. Chris Marcellus has a 3 and a 4, and Telke has a 5 and a 3. So how close is the qual point battle, you ask? Second through 6 are separated by 3 points. Yes, they are tied for 4th and 5th place.
It's going down. You know, it's Tanaka's right there, Ben Jones and Newman, who we've been kind of following along in that B, and even Nick Miller right there with a crack at it. Miller with a 10 and a 6 right there. We'll see what this that heat win for Miller does right there. That'll be interesting right here because it's 15, 16, and 17. We got 2 points right now between 9th, 10th, and 11th right here, so it's coming down to Q4.
Yes, sir. The best thing for Nick is the lowest he can finish in this round is 8th because he did TQ that round, so that heat race. So good for him. We'll see how the points settle up. But right now we have one race to settle to decide our A-main starting grid spots. Horn, already your TQ, but plenty more at stake right here. As you can see, Mike Braun is launching our two-wheel drive 40-plus modified buggies. That's easy for me to say.
We knew what you meant. We're going to play alphabet soup with our words here a little bit every once in a while. So, yeah, that's you just keep on trucking along here.
Hey, we're going on hour number 7 of broadcasting, so we're due for a tongue twister here or there. But thanks, folks, for all the love. I got to say, Sean and I both have been just blown away by all the support in the chat, folks. Thank you very much for all the kind words you have for us. Thanks for supporting our stream, and luckily, we're very happy to bring this coverage to you from SDRC Raceway here in San Diego, California. Coverage of the 2026 Roar 110th Electric Off-Road Dirt Nationals. Brought to you by Hobbywing North America.
Yeah, some of the chat right here, they're just kind of going back to that. I know we've moved on into the 40-plus right here. But Eric Hay saying going to be a crazy 17.5 main. I agree. And Sutherland squeaking it in there by 2 points. And so, man, the people in the chat fired up here with the racing action going on, and that's making our lives easy here. And us, too. We're the closer, the better the racing, the easier our jobs are. And I'm glad you guys are joining the racing action. And guess what, dude? We still got 12 more races here in round number 4 here in qualifying, and then it'll be all A-mains here. Oh, BT, a big mistake. Let's see, who else was that? That was BT and Chris
Marcellus.
Oh, so that was 3rd and 4th place right there. So a couple of the AE boys struggling right there. This tricky little quad section. Right
Almost
here.
identical paint colors too. It's tough to pick those out from a long distance away. But I'll tell you what, man. Just getting back to what you said, I do feel that when we're able to give the storylines and almost set the table for our viewers, I think that the viewers in turn become more invested in the results because they know what's going on and they're looking to see where their drivers are at. I think once you're informed, you're naturally more invested into a program. Definitely give our viewers a lot of credit. They've been doing their homework and listening along with us.
Hey, man, they didn't bring you in all the way from New York for nothing, so they know what they're doing and they know who to bring it in to get everybody all fired up on the racing action out here. So cool to be out here, guys, and glad we can kind of contribute to the racing because without you guys and our viewers and our racers, we'd just be announcing a big pile of dirt, and that would be no fun. So thanks to everybody, guys, and we are glad to be here.
Couldn't agree more with that. It kind of reminds me of kind of paraphrasing something that Jack Roush told Carl Edwards way back in the day in NASCAR. He goes, we could just go race around in a field around nobody, but sure is a whole lot more fun doing it in front of a bunch of fans. So same vibes here. We really appreciate you folks tuning into the stream because we could be broadcasting to the void if nobody was there. So really appreciate you joining us here on Live RC, both on the Facebook and YouTube portals as well as the Roar Live RC website hub. So thanks very much, everybody, for joining us there. And we're at 3 down, 2 to go. Al Horn telling you, Sean, business as usual for this guy. He just continues to assert his dominance here in two-wheel drive modified. This is the first time I've seen in a very long time that Horn has been the favorite over guys like a Telke or a Swanson or a Wright or a Rosellis. I mean, he is just getting it done right now in this division.
Yeah, and it's cool to see. You know, you never know who's going to be hot coming into a new race every single weekend as we travel around. But right now it is Alan Horn right now, and Aiden Horn's caught fire here in round 2. But right now, Horn trying to get the broom out here in the two-wheel drive 40-plus qualifying effort here for our 4 rounds.
Yeah, like we mentioned, you know, it's not just for the faint of heart. We don't talk about this just because it's just a blow-hot area. You don't see very often, folks, that somebody sweeps qualifying. Like that's really hard to do, especially in these fields where Roar tends to have less divisions than, say, some of your regional events where you may have, you know, bigger divisions of classes, say like a 30-plus, a 50-plus, and an intermediate, and a sportsman, and all that stuff. This is straight up 40-plus two-wheel drive modified buggy, and this is a heads-up race with these guys, and you don't see often, Sean, that somebody sweeps all 4 rounds. It's pretty special to see.
Yeah, you know, it takes a little bit to impress us, as many races as we've watched. So if we're getting fired up about something, you know, it has a little bit of accountability to it.
Absolutely. And right now, a 6-second advantage for Horn over Swanson, just laying it down. But Andrew Swanson doing a good job as well. He has a chance to improve his grid position. Right now, he has a 2 and a 4 counting. So if he's able to put up another 2, he may just put himself in second behind this man on the grid. Alan Horn continuing to lay it down here for us in 40-plus two-wheel drive modified. And, Sean, I don't know, man. I think you might get sick of talking to him at some point in the weekend. Luckily, he's a nice guy.
You know what? You would think so, but what a great interviewer he is. So I'm always fired up here to get an interview from Alan. So.
Couldn't agree more. He's very humble, very soft-spoken, and he always takes the time to not just thank his sponsors, but he thanks the good Lord. And I'll tell you what, he's a class act. That whole Horn family really loves seeing him at the races.
Yep, agreed. Tyler Hook's giving us some love, and Tyler been around the game for a long time right here. So thanks, Ty Hooks, man. That means a lot, especially coming from somebody who's been in the industry so long and actually got to go out and watch him do a little bit of racing not long ago right there. So always good to have T Hooks in the chat, man. Says boys are killing it on the mic, so go us.
Thank you, brother. Thanks, Tyler. I have a lot of love for Tyler Hooks. He was the one that gave me the reference to be Teakin's new team manager back about 4 or 5 years ago. So big thanks to Tyler, and we love you, brother. Thanks for tuning in, and I'm going to turn this one over to Sean to finish up our results and also get a word with Al Horn.
All right, here we are with Alan Horn. Got the broom out here in qualifying. 4 for 4. I don't know what there else is to say. We've picked your brain. We've talked about sponsors and stuff. I'm just going to let you go ahead and take this wherever you want to go with it.
Yeah, honestly, I just made a little tire change, did a little something different. Hot race stuff is working good, man. My car is really good. These guys we're all so close. It just comes down to who makes the least amount of mistakes, and we're all pushing. You know, we're all turning in 97, 98% runs, and we're all pushing it every lap. So you just never know. These guys aren't going to rest, and you can't take a break at all. They'll be on your heels the whole time.
Yeah, well said. You got a ton of momentum going into our AAA mains tomorrow, and we wish you the best of luck, man, and we'll be cheering on them. And thank you for coming up to our One Up Racing interview, Cam, again. Anybody you want to thank here? Give a quick shout-out.
Yeah, for sure. The good Lord for not only blessing me with the ability to do what we do, but the provision as well. As you know, it takes an army to get to these events week after or month after month. We only do about one a month. But Factory Tracks Racing Team, you know, Nico flew all the way over from Italy to support the hot race team. That's been going great. Nico, I can't thank him enough, man. He busts his butt. He's constantly searching for new stuff to give us and try and keep pushing forward. It's a never-ending process.
Well, you've shown to be the guy to beat here in two-wheel drive. You do have a TQ and four-wheel, so go get that four-wheel ready, man, and hopefully we see you back up here again.
Yeah, well, hopefully. It's a battle. I lost the last one by 2/10 due to my own crash. I did it to myself, but the only one that can fix it is me.
Cool. Good luck out there the rest of the weekend, Alan. Thanks.
Thanks, guys.
Class personified, Al Horn, 4 out of 4, my man. That is an awesome job. Way to get it done there in two-wheel drive, 40-plus modified, and humble man. He's just wanted to thank everybody that helps him, and man, you think of a virtual award like you have one of the most sponsorable guys in the industry. You got to think Al Horn's on the near the top of that list for people that would earn that award.
Yeah, and he's one to be a force to be reckoned with no matter where he goes. But whatever package he put on that Associated Factory Tracks back ride right there, got those hot race tires, man, it is working right now, and it's cool to see. So we're gonna change gears here a little bit from our 40-plus mod two-wheel drive, and of course, just like round number 3, we got Cavalieri back out front here of our two-wheel drive mod, our B qualifier here. Race number 9 of 10, nearing the halfway point here in the round. We got Cole Tollard in that too, 8/10 back, and then you got Tom Rennerneck. Wow, top 3 separated by 8/10 right here, and Mark Souza, the Canadian, in the number 4, and then Hayden, Hiroki. Let me see.
Hiroki Nakaya.
Yeah, Hiroki. Yep, thank you for the little assist right there. Sontag, Lime, and Zach rounding out my field right there.
Yes, Nakaya also otherwise known as Hero. So I'm sure he's like, just call me Hero. Just makes it easier for everybody. But I'm telling you what, man. What did we say earlier about Cavalieri? As the track gets gnarly and it comes down to experience, how many millions of laps does Cavalieri have on clay off-road tracks like this? Once again, Cavalieri throws up a 15.5 his fastest lap. Right now, Cavalieri carrying a 9th and a 6th overall for his qualifying runs. Cav would love to get another top 6 or 7 or 8 run here just to kind of solidify his footing into the main event. He's doing just that right now in that awesome-looking yellow, red, white, and blue. So, tell you what, man. One-up racing back to Associated Car Cavalieri. For what he's lacking in the raw speed, he's making up for in experience and consistency. Check him out.
Check this out, Jared. Cavalieri in round 3 goes 19.5 flat and goes 6 for the round right now on a 25.15 right now. So he is sitting 9th right now with a 9 and a 6. If he can go anywhere around 5 or 6 again here for this round, not only is that going to lock him into the A, but that's going to put him, that's going to move him up a few spots here from sitting in 9, which is not necessarily where you wanted to be here in round number 4. It is what it is. The 9 and the 6 are his best 2 scores right now, and he's looking to drop that 9 here in round number 4.
Certainly agree with you there, Sean. And just like we were talking about a few times before, is sometimes when you're the fastest car in this B sort, you're in a better position than if you're in the 9 or 10 car in that A sort, because right now Cavalieri is the one coming forward. He's getting the wave by from traffic instead of having to bail out wide for, say, a faster driver like a Champlin or a Fent. So right now, Cavalieri taking full advantage of his positioning, and he's on a 19.5 flat, exactly mirroring his last run. You got to think if it put him 6th last time, going to be close to that here if he can finish out this last minute 50.
Jared dropping the knowledge hammer right there. Man, I could not have said that better myself.
I'm good for those once in a while. I try to sound, know what I'm talking about. Thanks, Sean. Thanks for inflating my ego a little bit. Rennerneck still 3.3 seconds back in. I think Tom is going to be outside looking in here right now. Tom going into this he's currently sitting 13th. So right now Tom needs a little bit of luck on his side. Either way, though, Tom is a very classy gentleman. He's going to be gracious in victory and or defeat. So good deal for him. Mark Sousa looking the best he has all weekend. He's currently 3rd on a 19.509. That whole Schumacher TZO team is working hard. And I believe Mark one of the very few drivers on SMC batteries this weekend. So shout out to Danny Sullivan up there in Canada. Tater Sontag in that 4th spot. You're definitely going to feel like Tater's going to be feeling like he missed an opportunity. He's been really fast this weekend. It just hasn't gone his way over the 5 minutes here, Sean. But I can assure you one thing. If he's going to be B-main bound, he is going to be a major threat to win that B-main here tomorrow.
Yeah, he's shown some serious speed, and just like we just saw right here coming through the short chute right at us, just another little mistake. So I feel like he's got the car. I feel like maybe his pace, but just those little teeny errors at the Nationals right there, and those errors are welcome to the B main, unfortunately.
It's just brutal where, 1 or 2 mistakes, like we say, you're talking about a whole different race. Like we've seen Aiden completely turn his fortunes around with a couple of good runs, but he was down in the dumps in 4-wheel drive before his last round. So again, Aiden, prime example, along with the rest of this field, that 1 or 2 bad breaks, even if it's not your fault, just get a bad bounce here or there, or you have a mechanical failure. Like, there could be things that take you out of this running and something that is even out of your control. But right now, Cavalieri in control, 19.5 flat .3. Likely he's going to get cut right here. We'll see. Yes, he's
Yep.
cut with a 19.5 flat, but I don't think he minds that one bit. That is a veteran-type run for Cavallari. 19.5 flat, .1. I think Cavallari can be pretty honest saying he doesn't have the speed this weekend to keep up with guys like a Lemieux or a Fend or a Champlin. He's going to do it with the consistency. I bet you anything right now that's going to lock him into the main.
I'd say that's a pretty solid bet right there if I was a betting man right there. The one to look out for here is Rennerneck with that 2 spot right there in that 19.504. He has a 10, a 13, and a 9. He could really use another 7, 8, or a 9 here, but he's going to need some help.
He's going to need at minimum a 7, I think, to even have a chance. So
yeah.
This next heat, remember, again, when you see things like this happen, you're going to see guys that throw their runs away trying to go for the gusto. So you never know. But we have 3 separate TQs here in two-wheel drive modified buggy. Just to refresh your memory, folks, Dakota Fenn was your round 1 TQ in two-wheel drive modified. He did a fantastic job there. Spencer Rivkin stole it away in round number 2, and Aiden Horn TQ'd the last round of two-wheel drive mod. And check it out, Aiden Horn's going to start on pole because he had the fastest run of those 3 drivers. So pretty cool stuff right here. If you think about Aiden Horn, he's going to be in pretty good shape. But again, he's got hungry Hans behind him in the form of Davey Bada, Spencer Rivkin, Brennan Schimmel, Chase Lemieux, Levi Raymond, Dakota Fenn, Brock Champlin, Chase Raymond, and Doug Riviere. And give a call to those Raymond boys making their modified debut here on clay, and they're in prime position to potentially snag some main spots. John, we're going to be keeping our eyes on them.
Yeah, and right now they're Levi's sitting 8 right now, so he's with a 6 and a 7. Does that lock him in right now, or is it just too close to call right now? I don't know.
That's borderline right now, just because Cavallari just put in a fantastic run. Cavallari has a chance to leapfrog him, but right now it's going to take a huge effort from somebody like a Chase or a Cole Tollard or Tom to unseat Levi. So I would say 13 probably gets him in, but it's not going to be comfortable by any means. I think he'll end up 9th or 10th if he doesn't improve his run here. Because remember, we're stepping up our game here, my man. Where this is going to be for all the marbles, not just for the overall TQ, but to set our 10 finalists here for two-wheel drive modified buggy. It's going to be awesome. I cannot wait to get this one underway. And of course, this class brought to you by J Concepts.
Oh, man, my hands are getting a little clammy, and it's not getting any hotter in here. I think it's just this TQ brewing battle we got going on right here.
We're not even racing you, and me are amped up. I mean, this is how good it gets when you got 2 people on the mic that are passionate about this stuff and love watching the very nation's very best get it done. Aiden Horn has a chance to nail this one down. Right now, 3 drivers have a chance to snatch TQ. Fend was your round 1 TQ, Rivkin TQ'd round 2, and Horn TQ'd round 3. Those are the 3 that have a chance to take it outright. But if there is a magic 4th driver that can TQ a separate round here, we will go to tiebreakers, and then the calculators and the computers are going to be flying, and then I'm going to let Clayton Young, our road president, make the call on that one so that he can take the heat if he's wrong. So. Hey, man, I'm telling you what, this is going to be awesome. Dakota Fenn comes out with a 15.4 back with a 15.5. Davey Bada 15.1 early quickest lap. Again, you think about the picks that we submitted for Davey Bada, he very well could be that 4th driver that got the TQ here, Sean.
Yeah, I think the TQ is going to go through Fenn right here. He does have the fastest qualifying effort right now. So if it was to go to a tie, Dakota with that 25.09 right here. As you were talking right there, he was my pick here to come up and win this one. Even though he didn't start out front, that was Aiden that started after the resort right here. But all eyes on here, Dakota Fenn right here with the Matrix tires, and got that, just a little bit of a case right there. And he only had a half-second lead up on Brock Champlin, so it's going to be closer than that this time by.
Yes, sir. My apologies. Yes, Dakota does have the fastest run in hand in case we go to a tiebreaker, but somebody has a chance to reset that. Right now, Fenn not quite faster than his last run, 25.10, not quite faster than his 25.09, but he is sitting pretty right now with Davey Bada in that 2 spot. Right now, Davey, all he can do is just hammer down and try to beat that fastest pace. Right now, those guys don't care about that right now, though, Sean. They're just trying to go out there and win this heat race, let the points fall where they're going to go, and let the calculators determine who starts where. But if you're not one of those drivers with a TQ 0 right now, that is your one goal in this race, to get a 0.
Yes, right now Rivkin sitting in 3rd with a 0 and a 3. Right now Aiden Horn in 2nd with a 0 and a 2. Right now Dakota Fenn, your TQ with the 3 rounds we have in the books is 0 and a 3. Man,
door's wide open.
Doesn't get any better.
Door's wide
Door
open.
is wide open. And
whoever puts up a 2nd place, like again, say Davey Bada wins the race, he'd have a 0 and a 2. He would move to TQ. It is wide open right here, man. It's definitely it's anybody's guess I'm not going to try and sit here and play Vegas betting odds. You guys that do DraftKings and Kalshi and all that stuff, you guys have fun. I'm out. I'm just going to watch it and hold my microphone and watch the best in the business duke it out for another 2:15. Champlin just rolled it off the quad, Sean, so that's going to give Fenn some space to work with. Now Bada moves back into second, but it's only 9/10 of a second.
Look at this pile
and
up
a big
right
pile
here.
up in the left side switchback. That's going to be Horn going for a tumble, along with, it looks like Raymond. Levi was the one the long lap as well, so tough break for those two. Fenn now leading by 2.4 seconds, and all of a sudden, man, we try to make all these storylines. We say, man, Dakota looks a little vulnerable. I think that we may have Brock up in there. Here comes Horn. Dakota Fenn just once again shows you why he is the man, why he commands the deals that he does, why he has so much gravity in this industry in whatever car he drives.
Yeah, nothing said and done yet. Look at this pack. You can see Dakota Fenn coming up on this left side of the screen. This whole pack right there in Dakota as he comes in the screen right here. He actually cased that little turn-down tabletop with the cones of shame right there. Man, can you imagine if he would have rolled over what that would have done? He throttled out and saved it. It's going to be close here at the end as Bata's still 2.7 back right now, but it's Dakota's world, and we're just living in it right now at the moment with 1:10 to go on the master clock.
Absolutely, Sean. And one thing that you displayed there on that center tabletop, most guys would have locked those brakes down and would have gone over the front end, over the handlebars proverbially, and just thrown the run away. These guys have so much car control for something that they're not even sitting in. It's all by the radio. It's all by feel. It's all by how it looks. And right now you can see Dakota Fenn just parts the seas there as both the Raymond brothers making contact. But again, Fenn all clear sailing out in front with the 25-11 in hand. Only thing that can pull the upside here is Davey Bada, but they're no longer faster than Fenn's fast single run. So at this point, as long as Fenn can keep the wheels on it with 30 seconds left to go, this X-Ray Coyote Matrix-powered car is going to be sitting on top for our Triple Mains tomorrow.
Okay, I'm running out of time. Only 20 seconds left on the master clock, and Bata has gotten it down to 1.4, and that's going to be Chase Lemieux, top three, Horn 4, Champlin, Schimmel, Rivkin, Riviere, Chase, and Levi running 9 and 10. Look at Cav, going to go 5 for the round here, possibly.
He's going to put himself deep into this field, and again, you got to feel for guys like Chase and Levi. We're going to see how the points work out, but you're definitely going to feel like they have a missed opportunity here. They had their chance to really put the race on notice, and both having a little bit of trouble, but trust me, this is their first modified race of many. They're going to be multiple-time national champions, and I bet you one of these Raymond boys in the future is going to be crowned a future IFMAR world champion.
Oh, I would. If I was a betting man, I'd be putting money on that bet right now. Definitely future national or even IFMAR world champion here. So we get to watch this in front of our own very eyes, and there it is.
Dakota Fenn, 25-11. He's going to do it. Top qualifier here in two-wheel drive modified buggy, brought to you by J Concepts. Congratulations to Fenn. He wins the heat race and will secure the overall TQ. So it's going to be Fenn, Bada, Aiden Horn, Chase Lemieux, Brock Champlin finishing in the top 5 all on 20s, followed by Brennan Schimmel, 19.501. Spencer, Doug, Levi, Chase all going 19. Congratulations to Dakota Fenn. The native Hoosier from Michigan now converted over to Indiana. He's going to take a TQ here. We'll grab a word with him on our one-up race report with Fenn. Here live with Dakota Fenn. Dakota, this is Jared over in the booth. Congratulations for nailing down the TQ run there at four-wheel and two-wheel drive modified buggy. That was a great run. We were making the storylines here this weekend. This was far from a foregone conclusion. There were multiple drivers in the mix here. Just give a thought about what it's like when it's not a runaway and it really is just one of these good old-fashioned grinded-out sessions. How are you able to keep your mental toughness in those situations, knowing that there's multiple people waiting to pounce if you make a mistake?
Yeah, I mean, my two-wheel program has been really good all weekend. I had a really clean round one and was on my way to a really clean round two to get 2 TQs in a row and just messed up during the last lap. And a silly mistake turned into a really bad lap. And then round 3 didn't go my way either with traffic. And just one of those things. This track is extremely tough, especially with the bumps. The grip level is high until it's not, and then it's really loose. The groove is narrow. So, yeah, it's tough out there for sure, not a foregone conclusion at all. Round 4 was close. So just tried to stay clean. I had a little bit of a fall off in the pace there for a couple laps. Like I said, this track is pretty tough, and it's really easy to get out of rhythm. I saw some crashes going on and coming up on a lot of traffic, and I just got out of a rhythm. But was able to finish it out, close it out. Like I said, my car is really good, and I definitely want to be starting up front for tomorrow.
Well, at some point, Dakota, you got to think race management. That's one thing that everybody is really giving you credit for as you've progressed through your 20s. Is race management is really the biggest thing. Is you don't have to go out there and set the blazing hot laps. All you got to do is win the race, and you did just that. You did own the single fastest run if there was a tiebreaker, but with your 2 TQs, you're overall the TQ man. Anybody you'd like to thank for this opportunity, and of course the chance to get 4-wheel drive later on too.
Yeah, thanks to the team for all the support. Like I said, we've been working really hard this whole past year and a half to get the car dialed in, and it's the best I felt with the two-wheel drive for sure. Had a good run at Hobby Action as well, and yeah, we're going good. So like I said, we're working hard, making progress. The Matrix tires are working good. The Coyote Power is smooth out there, and giving me the consistent drive and grip that I need out there. And yeah, tomorrow is going to be pretty gnarly for sure for the mains. Like I said, it's pretty difficult out there. So it's going to be hard to have a clean run, but we start out front, hopefully try to sprint early on and then manage from there.
Awesome, Dakota. Thanks for your time. All the test session with Chicky and the boys paid off for you, so I wanted to wish you congratulations. We're all very happy for you, and good luck in 4-wheel drive.
Cool. Thank you.
Just got a word with Dakota Fenn, your 2-wheel drive modified buggy top qualifier. Excellent job from Fenn. Once again, putting it up on top of the board. Gavin Vacina says hi. Hi, Jared. Hi, Gavin. He's also known as Gary V. Real ones know if you race back in Pennsylvania. You know where the nickname Gary V came from. So, Gary, thanks for tuning in. You're watching your first seat of 13.5 Stadium Truck. Here, race number 11 out of 20. So we are officially at the halfway point of the round here. Sean, we are ripping through this round, and we're going to be done here probably around 7:30 local time. And for those of you hanging around on the East Coast, thanks for staying up a little past your bedtime to watch how this qualifying is going to shake out. You just were in for a treat watching Dakota Fenn TQ 2-wheel drive modified. We have one more heat of Stadium Truck up next to determine our overall TQ there, and appreciate you sticking around. Minute 40 into this one. It is Ethan and Daxton, both the brothers, 1 and 2 from Utah. Followed by Ed Garcia in that 3 spot. Eden Spencer 4. Nick Miller, Jose Newman, Eric Urban, Sean Niblink, and Byron McDermott. Your full running order. Looks like John Blizzard did not make the call here. So Blizzard having a little bit of trouble on the start. We have 2 minutes down and 3 left to go. Fast lap by far for Ethan. 16.6 for Ethan Hoskins. Daxton at a 17.4. So once again, Ethan imposing his willer here, 18.506. Pretty awesome stuff right there for Hoskins. Again, Daxton about 4.7 seconds back in the 2.
Yeah, and look at Ed Garcia having another nice little run right here. So Garcia getting it going here for round 4. It's going to be Garcia 3, Miller 4, Jose Newman 5, Aiden Spencer, that's the closest battle on the track. That's for 4th, 5th, and 6th. And then we got McDermott right there in the number 7, Irvin 8, Niblink 9, and it looks like John Blizzard, that's Johan's dad out there doing a little racing action with us, but unfortunately, I don't know if he didn't start or broke it on the warm-up or something going on right there. So it's Hoskins' 10-second lead now. He is gone.
16.4 that time by. He just continues to lay it down, and this is going to be a run that we're going to be talking about. Maybe he's going to be inside that top 5 if he can finish it off. We don't want to jinx these guys, but once again, 3 minutes down, 2 to go, 18.506. That's pretty competitive. If you can start inching toward that 19 lap threshold, you're going to be in good shape. Ethan, that time 16.7 for Ethan. Again, he's best in Daxton here in the brotherly battle. Ed Garcia is going to take that 2 spot. Shout out to Ed for putting it in the show in 21.5 earlier, much to the delight of my color commentator Sean. Special Ed, as they call him, puts it in the show in 21.5 and has a chance to do the same thing here in Stadium. Let's see how this round 4 plays out for him. Right now against Stadium Truck. Race number 11 out of 20. This class brought to you by Team Associated. And Ethan Hoskins in the Associated ride is your leader with a minute 15 on the Master.
And Hoskins right now, after 3 rounds of qualifying, is sitting in the 10 spot right now. So he could really use a good run right here. I mean, anything around 7 or 8 would really give him a shot here as he's sitting as the bubble boy here. Top 10 going straight to the show. No LCQs here at the Roar Nationals out here. So going to take the top 10 from each heat, and that'll be said and done, 11 through 20 and so on and so forth, as explained by Jared here throughout the broadcast. But right now, we always got to take a peek over to that live RC setup because we use it to help do the math and kind of give you guys the racing action. And, I mean, I take a look, and I'm looking right now, and it's showing Ethan Hoskins 10 right now. He's got an 8 and an 8 for his best 2 and a 9 right now. So you figure, oh, man, I did an 8 and an 8. That should be good, right? No, because you could have another guy with like a 10 and a 2 or something like that and really shake things up. So, Hoskins doing everything he can out here. He's out front of the B sort, and that's all you can really do is go out there and win that. He's the only driver on an 18-lap pace right now, and he has not done an 18-lap right here. So Ethan putting his head down here in round 4.
Clock's about to run out, folks. Just want to make comment on our two-wheel drive mod buggy field. Of course, unofficial till confirmed by Roar, but Dakota Fenn, your TQ. Aiden Horn will start second. Spencer Rivkin third. Davey Botta fourth. Brock Champlin falls to fifth at the end there. Chase Lemieux will start sixth. Brennan Schimmel seventh. Ryan Cavallari locks in at eighth. Like we mentioned, Levi Raymond will still hold a ninth spot. And your 10th and final qualifier was Doug LaRiviere. Tom Ritter not going to be your BQ. So that is, of course, unofficial till confirmed and certified by Roar. But again, congratulations to our two-wheel drive mod buggy A-main competitors. This one's over, folks. 18.509. Good run there for Ethan. Again, a little bob on the second to last lap, 20.7, but still, like you said, Sean, 18.509, his best run on the weekend thus far. So this one's definitely going to feel good. Gives him a chance to get back in this thing. Potentially, 18, that's going to be challenging inside the top half dozen. So that's a stout run there from Ethan Hoskins, and we'll see how this next seat of Stadium Truck plays out. You can see Ed Garcia and Daxton Hoskins go 17, as well as the remainder of the results on your A-Main Hobbies race results screen.
Yeah, look at that lineup right there. Great shot of all of our drivers. And, there it is, our A-Main grid lineup.
Brendan Edwards, quite the outlier there on the height.
Yeah, even if you're 6 feet tall standing next to him, you look short.
Oh,
he's
dude.
about 6'7", 6'8", if I took a guess. He's a big boy.
I have to expose myself a little bit. On the interview I did with Brock Champlin earlier this weekend, we were over there by the end of the straightaway. I stood on one of the rollers to not make myself seem as crazy short. Now, I'm 5'11". The average male height is 5'9", but Champlin's like 6'6". Like, he is just towering over you. And of course, Travis made sure to hook me up on the interview. He didn't pan down to see that I was standing on top of a jump, or else that could have been a little bit embarrassing.
Well, if I have to interview him or group, man, I'm just going to jump on top of your shoulders, and then I should be about 6'6" right there, dude.
Attaboy, brother. Attaboy. Teamwork goes beyond the announcer's booth. We got teamwork everywhere. We're points racing, so.
I appreciate the hookup on that, man. We're at a stout 5'7" over here.
Absolutely, brother. Yep, 5'11" over here. So we're holding it down for the under 6 foot crew. But you guys can see our Stadium Truck Field bringing them down here for our starting grid. Doug LaRiviere up in the front here. He's going to try and nail this one down. He has a couple of zeros in hand, but Sammy Moran also in the mix. He does not have a TQ yet, but he has a pair of twos, followed by Ryan Moore, Brendan Edwards, Connor Especk, Keaton Grant, Tyler Hicks, Christopher Shamaradian, Ivan Moreno Jr., and right down there in the 10th spot, Sean, Caden Meeks with that DNF last round, but he currently is sitting there with one of those zeros in hand. Caden knows what he's got to do. He's got to go win this race.
There is no doubt about that. And somebody's got to stop the LaRiviere train right now, because she is rolling and just got a fresh load of coal right here.
Doug is rolling high, too. He just made the show in two-wheel mod. That's a great feat for him. Congratulations to Doug and the whole LaRiviere family. That's pretty cool stuff, so congratulations to him. But you just saw him going for a ride there off the start. He got involved in a lap car crash, and he went for a ride as well. So tough break there for Doug. Opening lap 24-2. That one hurts. But Sammy Moran picks up the pieces. Him and Ivan Moreno and Especk all right there in the mix, but there's Caden Meeks, 16-6 to open it up. Your leader is the blue and white. And right now, Doug LaRiviere in a big, big jam right now as he is down there at a 24.2.
Oh, and look who we got out front.
Caden Meeks, like we said, he's like the boogeyman. He comes out at night. So, once again, Moreno, Especk, Moran, Meeks, and Moore all 2 seconds apart. But look at that top four spread by less than a second. So it's Moreno, Especk, Moran, and Meeks. And again, we have LaRiviere down there in that 8th spot. He's going to be trying to play catch-up the whole way here, Sean.
Yep, and now it's going to be the Tijuana driver of Ivan Moreno Jr., and just like that, he goes from 1st to 7th right there. So he broke in round number 3, so is actually still having a pretty decent run here and looking to punch that ticket into the show. And look who we got out front, the youngster Connor Esbeck out here. This crowd would go wild if he could hang on to this.
Oh, the local boy here, one of the youngsters, of course, fan favorite. The crowd would love that. You can see, I love this as we get closer to the end of the round. Sean, you've been to some races where a lot of people, once they're done racing, they're getting the heck out of here. They said, yep, I've had enough. do you see how many people are staying around to watch the rest of these races? It's just so cool to see all these racers supporting their peers and cheering on their friends and family. So you really love to see that at races like this.
And that just speaks volumes about the vibe out here this weekend, when it's a little stale in here and a little stinky as far as the attitudes and stuff. That shows, people leave and they go straight home. Oh, no, not this weekend at the 110s Go Off-Road Dirt Nationals. We are Vibe City out here in San Diego, man, and it's awesome. And that's a typical West Coast thing, We're all about those vibes here at the beach. And so far, that is the mood down here at SDRC as expected.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more with that. I've certainly had a wonderful time my first time in the Pacific time zone. And for sure, we're watching Espec getting it done on a 19.5.15. Right now, Connor leads more by 1.2 seconds. Ivan Moreno 1.4 back at Ryan. Then it's Caden jumping back up to 4th. Tyler Hicks 5. Doug LaRiviere in that 6th spot. He's on the comeback drive. Let's see if he can nail this one down. Again, Doug trying to play spoiler here. If he TQs this overall, then there are no tiebreakers. He would win it outright. Right now, Meeks knows what he has to do. He has to go win this race. And if anybody else other than Caden wins this heat, then it's going to be Doug's TQ and his alone. 3 down and 2 left to go. Espec out front by just 0.2. Moore starting to trim that lead down. And Moore, oh no, Moore in big trouble. He's going to get stuck there after the quad. Oh, man. Telling you, Sean, this announcer curse is real. It's not just the race announcer, it's broadcast curse.
Oh, it's a real thing. Scotty, as you would say, would be the camera curse anytime they put you on there. And then they got, a lot of racers called the race director's curse. Sometimes you say their name, and if you have ADHD like myself, I'm not affected. I'm not paying attention anyways. But other guys, you say their name, and just over they go right there. So it's a real thing out there. We're not just pulling the old baloney out there. It's a real thing.
No doubt. Going upside down by the start-finish line. Oh, man, quick marshaling right there. Gets that all taken care of. But, you and me both travel around the country to announce various races. And, it's amazing the number of people that come up to you saying, man, you had my knees knocking. I was so nervous. You got to quit saying my name. And it's like, that's our job to say your name. You got to learn how to handle that pressure. And telling you what, of course, the drivers can't hear us right now, but I'm sure they watch these videos back and gather the storylines that are going throughout the weekend. Right now, Connor Espec doing everything he can do to put himself up on a TQ pace. This would be great for his points ever because right now he has a 7 and a 5. So if he can link that with a 0 and drop that 7, I bet you he puts himself up inside that top 3 or 4 on the grid.
Yeah, right now he is going for a TQ here in round number 4. And, dude, this is awesome to see. But he's got company, Meeks and Junior.
Meeks back up to second place now. 15-9 from Meeks a couple laps ago. He's just trying to, once again, get himself back in the hunt. Looks like LaRiviere upside out at the end of the straightaway. That's going to undo his comeback efforts. So with 15 seconds to go, is it going to be Connor or the incumbent Caden Meeks? Again, Caden has a chance to go to tiebreakers if he can win this heat race. And, oh, man, Doug is going to really want to forget this run. Another big mistake over the quad, but he's able to get it back going. Once again, Espec and Meeks, they're a 10th apart. It's going to be close, Sean.
Look at Ethan Hawkins here running out of time, trying to go 6 for the round in the B qualifier. That
big
just might
him.
Solidify him, especially sitting in the 10 spot.
Yes, big for him. We're going to see if Connor can hold off Caden. It's going to be close. They're 4/10 apart. Can he do it? Makes 16-5. Not done yet, though. It's still 3.5 tenths. Connor has to keep it clean. 17 flat. Drops him back down. Here comes Caden. Flying through this left side switchback. Oh, he parts the seas right there.
Junior
down the straightaway. Oh, and Meeks takes it away by 0.2 of a second. We're going to go to tiebreakers, folks, but I'm not sure who it's going to be yet. We're going to wait for confirmation, but I believe LaRiviere is going to hold it. We're going to figure it out here. We're going to let Clayton do some calculation, but Caden Meeks on the last lap steals it, 19.5-16. So good job for him. Can't say enough about that. That's a good job for him for sure. And he should put himself at worst second place on the grid. We'll find out who's your overall TQ at the moment. But again, we'll grab a word with Caden and our overall TQ and our One Up Racing race report, and we'll hand it over to Sean for those couple interviews. And telling you what, man, Stadium Truck has been a good class this weekend. It's going to be a fun one to watch in our Triple Mains. Sean, over to you.
All right, Caden Meeks here with our One Up Racing interview, Cam. And so, well, you guys split it down the middle. 2 TQs there for Meeks and 2 for LaRiviere. It's going to come down to the tiebreaker. So how are we feeling on that, man? You guys both had some solid runs.
Yeah, I was hoping to have a little bit better run on that one. I ended up hitting the cone in the middle of the track. It was pretty funny, but yeah, it didn't go exactly like I planned, but it's pretty good enough. It was fun.
Yeah, man, it was an excellent run. You took a big old swing out of there and tried to hit one out of the park. And the best thing you could do is go out there and win that one, and you did. But it's going to go down here to the tiebreaker, laps and times.
Awesome. Thanks.
Yep, good job. All right, here we are, Doug LaRiviere. So Meeks, 2 zeros and you 2 zeros, but you're going to get it there with that 19.509. So just by a hair. Tell me what's going through your head.
Actually, it sounds bad, but I'm not too thrilled right now. I feel like I made a lot of mistakes that run and left a lot on the table. My truck felt the best it's been all weekend, and I just didn't drive the best. So gonna have to go back and kind of look and see what I can do better for tomorrow. But other than that, happy to be starting on pole. Truck's working awesome. I just need to clean up a few lines and a few braking zones and not make stupid mistakes.
Yeah, well, you know what? I like that you're striving for excellence out there. And even though you're a TQ, you're still a little bummed on your driving and out there. And actually, I actually like that about you. You know, you're still striving to go out there and you want to win every single race. And you think you left a little out there on the table, and that's perfectly fine with me. But you're going to be starting from the pole out there, and give a little shout out to your sponsors, and we'll get you back out there.
Yeah, huge thanks to Reedy Power. I've been working with them this year after making the switch. Been helping them develop the stock program, so that's been awesome to be a part of. Can't thank Rick and Brent Filkey enough for the opportunity to do that. Team Associated for giving some awesome race cars. J Concepts, Cheater Racing, NorCal Hobbies, Auburn RC, Whippet RC, RJ Tuning, RDD. Yeah, my parents, all my friends back home watching.
There it is, guys. You guys heard it here first, and that is your pole sitter for 13.5 Stadium Truck. Thanks, Dougie.
Thank you.
You got it.
Doug left nothing to the imagination there. Thanked everybody that's involved there. That's a very classy interview as always. So congratulations to Doug LaRiviere, top qualifier in 13.5 Stadium. And give a tip of the cap to Caden Meeks. He gave him everything he had. Ended up tying for overall TQ on tiebreaker. So good stuff for both those guys. You better believe that's going to be one of our best features to watch tomorrow in our AAA main. So congratulations to both drivers. And Sean, 120 and 3-4 left to go. Jane Neal looking strong here in the start of 13.5.
Yeah, our biggest class of the weekend out here, and that's let's see. We're going to pull up some stuff right here and do our little bit of homework right here. But it's four-wheel drive from here on out, Jared.
I can't believe that. Yeah, I really like the way that Roar has engineered the class order, especially on clay. You give the two-wheel drives a little fresher track. With the rear-wheel drives, they're going to be fighting for the grip just a little bit more. And you know, as the lines develop and you get a little more dust on top, the four-wheel drives can fight through it. So really like the way they've ordered the classes. I think that's about the best compromise you could ask for if you are a stock racer that runs both 17.5, 13.5. You've got about an 8 or 9 race barrier between your two, so you can put one car down, discharge the battery, do your initial review of the car, and then still have time to, of course, corner marshal and prep your other car for the next race. Good stuff from Roar.
Yeah, Clayton Young has taken over Roar. I don't know, how long has it been now, Jared? 5 or 6 years, I want to say?
I want to say it's been the better part of 5 years now, yes.
Yeah, and just what a fantastic job that he has done with Roar and everything. And obviously the numbers don't lie, and the numbers have been kind of going up each and every year out there. And it's just good to have someone that is trusted out front here as our president right here. And the programs out here are really nice, and they put the timetable together. And it's just a really solid effort from everybody over at Roar. And just a tip of the cap right there from our broadcasters out here, making our lives easy and making the racers' life easy. And it just makes it, and that's kind of also what creates the good vibes out here. The racers can go take a break. They know exactly when their race is going to be come up. They know exactly how long the breaks are. It just makes for, smooth operation, as far as the logistics go.
Absolutely. When racers are informed, I feel like everybody is able to conform a little bit easier when they know exactly what's happening. When you're sitting there questioning, are we actually going to get started on time? Are we actually going to get marshals for this race? It starts to be kind of as a snowball effect. And Roar does a really nice job, of course, with Mike Braun doing just a killer job this weekend on the microphone. At the track here, he just is doing a wonderful job. And the biggest thing with Roar, I feel like where they've made progress recently is, the older administration, I feel like they would always kind of they would always kind of like shy away from controversy, if you will, where, Roar has been very transparent, saying, guys, we're not perfect. There's a lot of us that volunteer to do this stuff. We do everything we can in the best intentions for racing possible, and I think that allows people to give a little more grace when there is a mistake that they can rectify, instead of trying to claim that they're picture perfect and nothing they ever do is wrong. I think that Roar has done a great job of taking more of a human approach, especially in the Clayton Young administration. So big props to Clayton Young and this whole Roar administration for doing that here recently.
Yeah, I think transparency goes a long way with us humans, and that's exactly what they're excelling in. Speaking of our Roar crew, we got our tech crew back there, Cal Southworth and Josh Richardson. Thank you guys, of course, Clayton. We're giving him his accolades up here. Track owner Brad Ambrose over here. He's propped up right over here with Kai, one of my German racers.
He's into it, man. He's not just hiding in the hobby shop. He's out here watching.
That's it, man. He's into it. He's taken over the place and done a fine job down here. Sean Story is the ex-owner out here of SDRC, and Brad took it over and kept the place going, because we were worried the lights were getting shut off, but Brad, the hero out there, coming out there and reviving SDRC and, man, holding a national level out there, so that's got to feel pretty good.
Absolutely.
Of course, we got Scott McFarlane down there in the hobby shop, Chris Raymond and his crew, along with a lot of the SDRC locals out here. Chris is just kind of heading the operations out there of the track crew, and then, of course, you got your Live RC crew, Sam, Jared, myself, and Travis, trying to bring you guys all the racing action. I want to give a huge shout out to our title sponsor, Hobby Wing, Avid, supporting us each and every weekend out here at the Live RC Jump Cam. And then, of course, we got the interview cam with One Up Racing, and then SXT, ProTech RC, TZO, J Concepts, Team Associated, One Up Racing, Coyote, and Techno RC. And we are in the home state right here. Is a local-based program out here for the Techno crew. So big, huge shout out to Daniel Lewis and Matt Walter, man. I'm sure we're going to see them before weekend's done.
Man, that was a great sponsor rip right there. You really kept that thing going, Sean. That was 10 out of 10, my man. Good stuff.
Thanks,
yeah,
brother.
and I echo those sentiments. Every single sponsor, every single racer that has come out here this weekend, the whole SDRC crew, we've really got a first-class event here being held in San Diego, California. So pretty cool stuff, man. We really appreciate everybody for being here. Appreciate all of you for being on our live streams, and we still have plenty more on the way for you folks. We're going to finish up round 4 qualifying, and tomorrow for the features. Again, preliminary at this point, Roar's going to set the schedule, but I do believe that the mains will start tomorrow at 9 a.m. Pacific time. So make sure you set those reminders. We will have the stream reminder on YouTube if you folks prefer to use YouTube as your preferred method of watching. Make sure you set that reminder if you can hit that notification bell, and we'll, of course, let you know when we're going live here on Live RC. Race 14, going to be checking in here short, a little bit of track prep here before we warm those cars up, Sean. Right now, Connor Esbeck just got off a great stadium truck run. I'm going to try and do it again here in 13.5 Wheeler. Caden C., Gavin Miller, Robert Pauly, Tyler Hicks, Tusa Carrera, Christopher Shaw Moradian, Johan Blizzard, Daxton Hoskins, and Ethan Hoskins will be how they rolling off here with our A-Main Hobbies grid lineup.
And as we've seen with Cav, is one driver. I know there's another driver. I just can't spit the words out of my mouth. But even though it was just a good run there in Stadium Truck, sometimes you can kind of get that ball rolling in the right direction, and that translates over to your other classes as well. So momentum, a big thing. Sometimes it's swinging in the right direction, and sometimes it's not. But right now, Connor Esbeck, kind of the ball in his court right now, and let's see if we can translate that good run in Stadium Truck over here to our four-wheel drive 13.5 class.
Oh, my friend, when there's a discipline like this that is less physical more than anything, of course you still have the physical abilities of depth perception and reaction time, but RC racing is over 3/4 mental. And if you can have that positive momentum from a good run in your last class, you just carry that over into the next session that you're up. And I think that momentum's a big thing. You want to have Big Mo on your side, especially as you approach the later rounds of qualifying. Obviously, Caden Meeks has that. Connor Esbeck has that. Aiden Horn has that. Of course, you got to think about Dakota Fenn. There's a lot of guys that are taking some high notes here into the rest of their evening. Of course, got to think our TQs will like to go out to some celebratory dinners, as they rightfully deserve.
Yeah, it's been a long weekend for them out there. A lot of them traveling out here on Tuesday and Wednesday, so it's a long week for everybody out here. And some of these guys, like Cav was out there in Texas for the World Warm-Up race all last week, and it's dude, 2026 season is full swing, and it's not even summer yet.
Absolutely. I want to give some love in the chat. Cody Dudley checking in. He's a local racer from Maryland, Maryland area. I race 8 scale with him over at LCRC. He's saying we're doing a great job. So that goes to you and I both. Thank you very much, Cody Dudley. Miss you, brother, and hope to maybe catch you in an 8 scale race this year. I have not been to LCRC since 2023. Shame on me. It is one of the best 8 scale racetracks, not just in the Northeast, but also in the country. So if you folks are ever out this way in Pennsylvania, make sure that you check by LCRC in Oakland Mills, PA. And their feature event is the Mugen Challenge. I know a lot of folks, especially on the National Tour, come out to the Mugen Challenge. It's become one of the biggest events on the calendar, especially for this whole factory traveling circus we have here of the factory teams.
Yeah, I got some family out there in Lancaster. Shout out to Ryan Miller and his beautiful family out there in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. So, I got a place to stay if we want to go out there and do some racing. You got an old e-buggy you can rip out there, Jared?
Absolutely. I got my Techno e-buggy sitting on the shelf waiting at home, and I was thinking I was going to go down to one car this year, but E-Truggy might be calling my name again. I still love me some nitro, but at this point, with all the travel we got going on, I think electric's the best thing for me to stick to right now.
Now, is it mandatory when you pull out the E-Truggy that's been sitting off the shelf to get a Pabst Blue Ribbon and a mullet going?
Absolutely. E-Truggy definitely has the reputation of being the hang it loose type class. And
oh, yeah,
I'll tell you what, 8-scale electric Truggy, if you folks have never driven it, that's the one class where you can do no wrong. You can drive them so hard, so aggressively, rip them around in the air, do all sorts of stuff. You can't break those things, especially like I go back to the Techno RC durability. That's one thing that Techno has made their name in, is super durable cars that still go fast on whatever surface they decide to engineer for. And 8-scale cars, you can't kill them. That's one of the specialties. And yes, I did want to mention that BJ mentioned that they are racing this weekend. Yes, LCRC is racing this weekend at their Northeast Showdown event. So that was kind of what we were trying to segue into, as we wish them luck in a very successful event. Chris and Kevin Muma are two of the best people you're going to see in this industry.
Yeah, they seem very well respected out there, and everybody seems to really enjoy going out there to LCRC. So big shout out to them. I'd love to get out there one of these days. And they got that big race here coming up in, what is that, next month?
They got a race this weekend, and that's the Northeast Showdown. They race monthly, so they got June, good. July. The big show is the Mugen Challenge in August.
Yes, that's what I was mainly referring to. Let's get back to the little racing action here. We get a little spotty, and sometimes we jump in and out of the broadcast and stuff. When we get rolling on something, we kind of stick with it. But with here in round number 4 qualifying, this is our C qualifier out there. Let's give these guys their accolades. We got Caden C out front. Ethan Hoskins, I was talking about that momentum. And Esbeck kind of rolling right into the 4-wheel drive class here with that. And then Tracer Carrera going to go 4, Hicks 5, Miller 6, Shamaradian in the 7. And Polly Hoskins, and it looks like Johan Blizzard here, and Dax no longer counting out there. It looks like Johan not making the start, but Dax breaking after 2 laps.
Dude, Big Mo, we got it. Like we talked about it. If these guys had good runs in their last race, how often are you going to see them running up front in their next heat? And you're seeing it right now with Ethan. You're seeing it with Caden. Seeing it with Connor especially. Tusser has been very solid there in the 21.5 2-wheel drive buggy class. So a lot of the same suspects that you saw up front in their last classes, they're doing it again here in 13.5 4-wheel drive buggy. Got to be thinking for Blizzard. I know that John didn't register for his race as well. You got to think maybe it was getting a little late for him. They may have checked out for the night, and we'll hopefully see him back for main day tomorrow. But at this point, Connor Esbeck, last time 15.5, lays down some heat that time. Wow. So it's Esbeck, followed by Hoskins, C, Herrera, and Hicks, your top 5. Right now, Connor Esbeck working his way, coming to this big quad right here. So Esbeck getting the job done through the left side switchback, down the straightaway. Leader is going to be the red and yellow, I believe. Yes, red, yellow, white. Through the right side. Through the center tabletop he goes. Esbeck to the quad now. Yes, so Hoskins and Esbeck both handing the lead back and forth.
So this is another one of our classes. We've had 3 rounds of qualifying, 3 different TQs right here, so it's coming down to round number 4. I know that's not showing as the estimated running positions here. Looks like they'll get that fixed up right there. But right now, that's why they pay us the big bucks, and we'll bring you guys the information. Sutherland, your TQ from round 1. Moran was your TQ from round 2. And Dominic Passione with that 25.10. That is the fastest run so far of the 3. So could we see, again, a 4th different TQ here in round number 4?
That would not surprise me one bit. And clock has just expired. How about Connor making up for some heartbreak there in Stadium Truck? He's going to win his heat race here. That crash will not hurt him. Oh, he just gets lamb-basted coming down the straightaway.
Oh, my goodness.
I wish I could yell. I want to yell to him.
You're done.
Guy. You're done. So Espec is done. Looks
Thank
like we're
goodness.
just waiting on Daxton. So luckily, all cooler heads have prevailed. But Connor Espec's going to win 19.503.1. Good run there for Connor. Ethan Hoskins going to be 2/10 back. So both those drivers, solid runs. It's going to be 19.03.3 for Ethan. Caden C, 19.505. Tuster Carrera, 19.513. Then 18s for everybody else. Christopher, Tyler, Gavin, and Robert. Daxton out early, and Johan did not make the call. So Connor Espec, nice way to rebound after getting that stadium truck race pulled out from under him. Now he's able to win his heat race here in 13.5 wheeler.
How relieved is Connor going to be to realize that he thought he was still out there on the clock? He was panic revving out there with the car upside down. He got hit on the straightaway. His body came flying off, and then, he realized, oh, I'm done. Thank goodness.
Oh, the heart rate was probably around 150, spiked to 220. Probably is coming back down slowly, but the young man Connor Espec, of course, his father Tom and his whole family got to be pretty excited about that run for him. So congratulations, Connor. And now we go straight into race number 15. This is where we're going to see the money be made here, Mr. Miller, because we have our B sort of 13.5 four-wheel drive. Ryan Moore, Ryan Prince, Ivan Moreno Jr., Aaron Mitchell, Hunter King, Keaton Grant, Brendan Edwards, Skylar Mandela, Austin Riley, and Audis Jones. Your running order here, starting order here in race number 15 out of 20. Sean, we got 6 more races, my man. We're almost finished here. I don't want a good thing to end. We've been having so much fun this weekend. So it's been a wonderful day. I want to give you your own props. It's never an easy task showing up a day late, and really appreciate you being prepared and grabbing some notes. Of course, we've been sharing information back and forth, and just helps us both run the program better and give the viewers a better experience.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. It just like you said, you hit the nail on the head. Not easy to just jump right into the middle of a program, but I took my notes, I did my homework, and I tried to do my best to come in and make your life easy instead of having a full squid come in and join the broadcast.
Absolutely. Well, man, you've done a fantastic job. I got to say it from the bottom of my heart. Thank you for joining me on the color. And, man, tomorrow we're in for a treat. We obviously can't call it finished yet. We're going to have some great racing coming up here in these next 6 races. Ryan Moore is going to lead us here in 13.5 four-wheel drive, and you guys can watch the start. As you can see, our straightaway camera and all of our drivers launch. It was some nice space between them. Ryan Moore. Awesome job that last time. Moore won his heat race and actually put himself in a prime position, trying to put himself in the hunt to potentially snag an A-main spot. You got to feel bad for him. He was your BQ in 17.5 two-wheel drive, trying to change his fortunes here in 13.5 four-wheel drive. Right now, Moore goes into this race 10th on the grid, Sean. He's 9th and 10th as his best 2 runs counting. And, yes, that last run, round 3, was his best, a 9th overall, 19.503.
Yeah, that'll get it done right there. But still, he was expecting more from that, and he's hitting 10th right now, so he could really use a good run right here. And it's showing, he's to the leaderboard right here.
So Hunter King comes out with a 15.6. You got to think Hunter's looking for some vengeance here. You're going to be looking to see if Hunter can take home a potential A-main spot. He also just missed the show there in 17.5. But like we mentioned, again, we want to give these guys their flowers. There's going to be a lot of drivers that are in that B-main that are really A-main drivers any day of the week, except when you get to Aurora National, and then you're going to have everybody in the same place. I don't want to beat the dead horse, but Aaron Mitchell just dominates the Top Gun last year in 17.5 and two-wheel drive. He misses the show in 17.5, and he's still not safe by any means here in 13.5. So, again, it's still anybody's race here. This is truly the elite of stock 10-scale off-road racing, and I tip my cap to every single one of these drivers here. There's going to be a lot of people that qualify 25th that are absolute hot shoes at their local tracks. It's just that's how deep these fields are.
Yeah, and I love that kind of racing action. Nationals are a unique monster all of its own, and we call a lot of racing. And if we're getting excited and getting fired up about all these bump-up battles or the bubble boy battles and just jumping into that main event, that's just our heart and soul kind of being put into these events, because when we're sitting in a race director's booth or in a commentating booth, it takes a little bit for us to get excited. If we're getting fired up, that means the crowd at home watching and everybody cheering on their fellow racers back at home has got to be enjoying this action like we are.
Absolutely. And think about us. We start getting the itch a little bit like, oh, man, I wish I was holding the radio up there. I wish I was racing, because, man, these guys are absolutely getting it done. Hunter King making it look easy, leading Ivan Moreno Jr. by 0.8 of a second. Here is your leader. We're following along with him, the black and yellow machine. TLR, of course, exalt horsepower for that King machine. 15.5 last time by good time to break it out because Ryan Moore, Ivan Moreno, Brendan Edwards are all only 1.4 seconds back. Aaron Mitchell in the 5, Keaton Grant 6, Otis Jones 7, Ryan Prince 8, Skylar Mandela 9, Austin Riley in the 10. Just to refresh your point situation, Ryan Moore went into this race 10th on the grid, Luke Pravacek 11th, Moreno 12th, and Aaron Mitchell 13th. Right now, a lot of these drivers doing what they got to do, clutching up here in round number 4, giving themselves a chance. All they can ask for now, Sean, is a chance to make that show.
Yeah, and you know what? That's what they're doing out here. King didn't have the qualifying efforts in the first 3 rounds he was looking for. I think he's sitting around 14th or 15th at the moment, so he could really use a good run right here. But more, right now they would move up to 1 and 2 right here with the A qualifier coming up next. So that's about all you can ask for right now. A 25-15 out of King right here, and more knocking on the door of a 20 lapper. We'll see if they can get it done here in the final minute 20.
Realistically, Hunter's sitting 18th right now, and again, that's really nothing of his doing. It's just that's how tight the points are. It's going to take a Herculean run here from Hunter King. It's going to probably take top 3 just to give himself a chance. But right now, if he can go 25-15, remember, RTQs have been around that 25-10, 5-11 barrier. That gives giving him a chance to do it. And right now, Hunter King, a couple little taps on the curves there, going to try and correct it, but he drops to a 19.5 flat. Sean, how very little were those errors that drop him off to a 19-lap pace again? Man.
Well, when you're racing the best in the country right here, that's all it takes right there. And, you're striving for that 20, but 19.5 flat, that's not the run he was looking for. He was looking for that 20-lapper, and he needed a good 20 right there. And I know the Florida racers back at home cheering him on right here as he's sitting down in the 18th spot so far here in our first 3 rounds of qualifying. And, the 20-lapper still ain't out of the books yet.
He's got a chance. He's on a 19.5 flat, .5, and it's not like we're saying he's dead in the water if he gets 19 flat, but it definitely would give him a little insurance policy if he could go 20 in case you see a couple of these guys go for broke in this next race. Give himself a chance to move up the board. So Hunter King, 19.5 flat, .5. It would take a crazy fast last lap to get back on the 20, but at this point, I think Hunter is going to be content to just bring home this win because look at Ryan Moore, 6/10 behind him. It's not too far away as Moore. But again, Ryan doing what he's going to do as well. He knows what he has to do in this race. Just do as best as he can, finish as high as possible. That's the only chance he's got right now.
Yeah, well, the top 4 have officially finished their run right here, and Hunter King on that 19.5 flat going to get the heat win.
Waiting for Otis Jones to finish up. He'll be the 7th of 8 drivers on 19 laps, and everybody running will be finished this time. Hunter King wins it, 19.5 flat, .6. Great run for him. The top 4 going to reset S-Spec's previous run. That'll be Moore, Moreno, and Mitchell following him through, followed by Keaton Grant finishing 5th, 19.504. 07 for Edwards, 19.512 for Jones, 13 for Prince, and then 18.5 flat for Mandela, 18.507 for Austin Riley. And there's your A-Main Hobbies race results screen. Hunter King gives himself a chance. That's all I can ask for, Sean, is a chance. 19.5 flat may not quite be that top 3, top 5 territory he needs, but again, to try and pair it with that 14 that he has, that for certain was his best run of the weekend so far.
Well, the best he could do is go out there and win this heat, and that's exactly what he did. So it's all going to be up to these guys. He might need some help here from this A qualifier right here. He's going to need possibly a breakout or 2 or just a couple horrendous runs right here. Is that to be expected? Probably not, but we're racing and anything can happen.
When fate is not in your hands, all you can do is go out there and control what you can control. Hunter did just that.
Yep.
Give him his props there. Good run, 19.5 flat, .6. Here we go, guys, with our final heat of 13.5 4-wheel drive buggy. This is going to be a banger. Thanks for sticking around to this point. You're not going to regret it, because at this point, we have Dominic Passione leading us off. The young man from Salt Lake City, Utah, going to try and put himself up on pole here in his Schumacher privateer ride. Followed by Jeremy Hayes Jr. starting in the 2nd spot. He hails from San Jacinto, California. Jermaine Robinson starting in the 3rd spot, also from California, primarily 8-scale off-road racer. Nate Sutherland from Haverhill, Iowa, in that 4th spot driving Schumacher. Sammy Moran from Apple Valley, California, in his one-up associated ride. Bryce Butterfield in the 6th spot. Butterfield from Rialto, California, again for the associated team. Mason Templeman, see a theme here. It's a team associated ride from Santa Clarita, California, followed by Caden Meeks, associated Luke Pravacek TLR, and Talon Henley on the X-Ray car from New Albany, Indiana.
5 of our top 10 here in this A qualifier, Cali boys. So not necessarily a local from out here, but anytime you're in California and you get a chance to run down here, they obviously have taken full advantage of that and been putting in some work and taking a few weekends instead of going on vacation with the girlfriends and the family and stuff. They're coming down here. And I know Mason's done a lot of that right here, and I know his girlfriend's back home cheering on Templeman as she's all tuned in here, I'm sure, to Live RC. So good luck to all 10 drivers out here in this one. And it is on right here. Who's it going to be? We're going to see 4 different TQs in 4 rounds of qualifying. We'll tell you in 5 minutes.
Folks, we ask you to strap those TVs down, put those phones in the dash mounts, because this thing is about to get crazy here in the next 4.5 minutes. You're about to see an all-out fight for TQ here in the 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy division. We have 3 separate top qualifying runs, as we've covered a couple of times. How about that for parity? Just cannot ask for anything better. Round 1 was going to go to Nate Sutherland, and he has actually struggled a little bit since. He's going to try and get back on his horse, though. Round 2 goes to Sammy Moran. Round 3 goes to Dominic Passione. And right now there's a chance for 4 separate TQs if somebody else steps in there and takes it away. But otherwise, we're watching this heads-up race between those 3 TQs. Whoever may TQ of those 3 claims it overall. No question at all in my mind on that.
All right, here we go. Our final heat of 13.5 four-wheel drive here for the 110 scale Off-Road Roar Dirt Nationals here at SDRC. And we got Rick Riley to come over in the booth. We're going to get this race in. We'll talk with our interviewees, and maybe we'll get a little headset action here for Rick Riley. That is Austin's father over here now hanging out in the Live RC broadcast booth. We got business to attend to here in that 13.5 four-wheel drive class due first.
Jermaine Robinson comes out up front again. Jermaine looking very good here this weekend. He's been absolutely on fire. Has a 5 and a 3 to his credit here so far for his best runs. So this certainly could throw his name in the conversation for that top qualifying effort. Caden Meeks in that 2 spot. He's been solid. Just DQ'd Stadium Truck in round 4. He lost on the tiebreaker. Sutherland in that 3 spot. Passione, Butterfield, Henley, Jeremy Hayes Jr., Sammy Moran, Mason Templeman, and Luke Pravacek. That's how they're running with 2 minutes down, 3 to go. Fast lap, Jermaine Robinson, 15-1. We're still approaching that 14-second barrier, but right now, Robinson and Butterfield, just like they did in two-wheel drive, racing together and getting up through this field, Sean.
This is exciting right now. We got 1.5 seconds between my top 6, and then Junior, Moran, Templeman, and Pravacek not far back right here. We got less than 7 seconds between all 10 drivers right here, but it is Jermaine Robinson, Butterfield, and Sutherland putting on the show. They are separated by 0.8 of a second here for this A-heat win right now. That would put Hunter King 9 for the round, and more 10 is going to be close for those top 10 going to the show.
Butterfield, Sutherland, Robinson lined up nose to tail. Little mistake there from Nate last lap. Bryce to the front now. So Bryce Butterfield out on the point with Robinson in tow. 4/10 back. Dom Passione just cannot. These guys cannot shake him. He's half a second off of that lead. Remember, guys, if Passione wins this, it's done. It's over with. He's the TQ, but the same could go for Sutherland or Moran. Right now, Moran kind of out of it. He's in that ninth spot. But Dom and Nate both less than a second off the lead. They have a chance. Pink car goes tumbling off the racetrack. I believe that was going to be Robinson going for a tumble. Jermaine with a huge error that time by. He's going to fall to the 7th spot, so Bryce Butterfield now has Passione 4/10 back. And again, Dom Passione, it feels like Jaws when you see that green and white car come up from behind you. He has been absolutely the man to beat this weekend. Took a little longer here, Sean, to figure it out here in four-wheel drive, but he is certainly asserting himself as the betting favorite if you're one of those bet placers in Vegas.
Yeah, Sutherland with a 0 and a 3, sitting third right now. Butterfield with a 2 and a 2, so that would be 0 and a 2 if he could hang on to this TQ, and that just might give it to him. But we're going to let the computer decide here at the end because it's just too dang close for us to call. Moran with a 0 and a 5 right here. Oh, man. Does it get any better than this?
And give a shout-out to Talon Henley. I know he was bummed out about his two-wheel drive result, but right now he is currently 4 and 8 for his best rounds. He very well could lock himself into the main and have a nice redemption story here in four-wheel drive. So give a shout-out to New Albany, Indiana's Talon Henley from Hoosier RC Hobbyplex. 45 seconds left to go. You can see we're following along with Butterfield. You can see it's going to be Sutherland just behind there. You can see that's going to be Robinson along there in the line of traffic. So we're trying to follow Bryce here, who's trying to take home a potential 4th unique TQ, and man, how cool would that be to have 4 separate TQs? And again, you can see Clayton. You see Clayton pulling out the calculator. He's already starting with the calculations because again, it's going to be crazy with 20 seconds left to go. Dom Passione going to the front now by 500s, but Bryce Butterfield not going to lay down easy. If Dom Passione wins it, he TQs overall. If Bryce TQs, we go to tiebreakers. 5 seconds remaining. Who's going to win it by 700? It's going to be Bryce or Dom. Right now, Meeks 1.4 seconds back. Sutherland, Hayes, your top 5. Henley, Moran, Robinson, Templeman, and Pravacek. It's going to come all the way to the wire here in 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy, brought to you by One Up Racing. You're going to watch the finish along with us. Who's going to win? Who's going to top qualify?
And here comes Butterfield to finish his final lap right here. Dominic is already in there with a 15.6. 15.6 for Butterfield, and he's going to get it by 0.2 of a second. And, man, break out the calculators, y'all.
Oh, my goodness. That just made Clayton Young and Roar's job a whole lot harder because that's your 4th unique TQ. Bryce Butterfield, like you said, put it up with a 0 and a 3. I think, I'm not sure yet, but I believe Dom Passione got it. Well, we're going to find out in terms of the unique pace because right now Dom had a 25.10 for his fastest run. The fastest run for Butterfield, well, I shouldn't speak too soon. It might be Butterfield.
5:09.
Oh man, we're gonna let Roar determine this one. I think that Braun's gonna ask for a minute to do some point calculations because that might have just been the clutchest run we've seen all weekend.
Wow, this has been fun.
I just refreshed my points again. It's not official till declared official, but right now it's showing Bryce Butterfield as your TQ in 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy. Not bad for a modified touring car guy on asphalt. Here for your One Up Racing race report, Bryce Butterfield. That was the clutchest run on the weekend. You take away the TQ by a tiebreaker in round number 4. That one has to feel incredible. There were 4 rounds, 4 different drivers TQ'd. Your tiebreaker held up by less than half a second. Give me your thoughts on what it feels like to TQ a premier division at a Roar National event and not your primary discipline. Usually you're more of an on-road racer.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely feels great. I mean, so much hard work gets put into this stuff time and time again. Whether it's on-road, off-road, it doesn't matter. And honestly, I just can't thank everyone enough for everything.
I'll tell you what, man. We were watching me and Sean, and the whole weekend we're watching you and Jermaine making your comeback drives through the field. Whereabouts in the weekend did you feel, hey, maybe I actually have a chance at this? Maybe it's not just an intruder coming into the scene. What was the point of the weekend you said I can actually do this and sit on top of the grid here? I mean, did it ever become a reality, or is it kind of a shock to you?
I mean, all the time we show up to these races, we expect to do well. So I honestly expected to be in the hunt regardless because I actually did race off-road before I went to on-road. I just kind of stepped away, so we're just slowly making our way back, and it feels good.
Well, I certainly think that this field is haunted to see you come back to the scene, and they're hoping this is just a one-off. Hey, man, I just want to give you a chance to thank all the sponsors and the people that helped get you here and give you some credit for your 13.5 TQ.
Yeah, I really like to thank BT and Team Associated, Factory Team, Hot Race, One Up Racing. You know, the list goes on. Honestly, all these sponsors, without their help, I wouldn't even be here.
Awesome, Bryce. Thanks for your time, man. Congratulations. Good luck to you tomorrow in the AAA mains, and go celebrate properly with your friends and family.
Thank you.
All right, I want to welcome in Rick Riley, the father of the fast Austin Riley, in the house out here, and one of the locals out here. So got a couple minutes here during this beat. We're going to just get a quick interview with Rick right here as he's in our live RC broadcast booth. And it's always good to bring in one of the locals out here that have that inside detail. And your son, the 21.5 two-wheel drive TQ out here this weekend. What kind of effort that go in there between father and son?
To be honest with you, it was all him. I'm just his support, here to make sure he gets to the track and make sure his cars got what he needs. And like he's been saying all day, Matthew Gonzalez really stepping up, working with him, for the past month, running, testing, and trying things and getting him where he needs to be.
Yeah, and speaking of running and testing, and the JBRL Round 1 in the Nationals warm-up was here, and you guys are locals out here. Give us a little insight of when you have the Nationals coming to your track, are you guys bringing them in here after school or in between work and stuff? What kind of goes into the behind-the-scenes that we wouldn't normally see as just racers from all across the country?
Well, luckily this year, Austin turned 16, so he got his driver's license, and he got a little truck, so he's able to come up after school, while I'm at work and on practice days. race days he's able to come up early before I even get home. So, and when I do out of town stuff, he can still come and do what he needs to do. So, keeping his truck full of gas and his bank card full, just to buy the parts he needs, and But other than that, his mom, she's wonderful. She allows him to spend so much time up here at the track, and miss time. He missed school yesterday or the day before yesterday. He missed seating 1 yesterday because he had a test that he couldn't miss, and she still allowed him to get taken out of school to get up here and get it done. Couldn't be more proud of him.
Yeah, and I've known you and your boy for anywhere from 8 to 10 years right now, and he was probably only 8 or 9 years old, and it's cool to see him kind of work the ladder out there and do really good at the regional West Coast events up there, and now he's the TQ of the 110 scale Roar Off-Road Dirt Nationals at his home track out here. That has got to feel good. And just what an accomplishment. You like you said, you've touched on, you've been the backing for him as far as the wallet and stuff. And he's working on his own vehicles now. And he's just matured into such a nice young man. And that's awesome that you get to spend so much time with your son out here at the racetrack. It reminds me of my father supporting our motorcycle habits and our racing growing up, and my wrestling and stuff, and my father is now up in heaven, got the best seat in the house watching me take over here and do big things on live RC. I just think that's such a cool bond that RC really brings the moms and the dads together, and just creates that connection that you get to hang out with your kids.
Oh yeah, most definitely. And if you remember my other kids, Damon and Evan, that went through the rankings, they raced here at SDRC, worked here at the shop, and they did a little bit of racing before they got into real life stuff. But Austin's the one sticking with it a little longer, and he's got somewhere he wants to go with it. So I'm here to support him any way I can, as is his mother. And I can't thank, everybody that helps him out, and it's more than Matthew. The Raymonds, Chris Raymond, he's awesome. He's amazing. Really great friend of ours. He helps us out tremendously as well. Chase and Levi, they help him. So it's a family definitely in here. Kevin King, Chris Vaselis, the list goes on all the support that we all have for each other. So it's not just, these guys helping one kid or one person. They're helping everybody, and it's amazing. That's what I love about this hobby. That's what draws me to this hobby, is the family. And like I come up to your track, come up to Hot Rod and see you guys.
Yep.
Same thing. Any other track we go to, it's always the same. And everybody's willing to help everybody, and that's what makes this thing so special.
Yeah, well said right there. It's fathers and sons and moms and dads and everything come out here, and there's some lifelong relationships built in this hobby. Well, Rick, I appreciate you coming down here and hanging out with us and giving us a little insight right there, and it's been a pleasure to watch your son's growth over the years right there, and I know that myself and the rest of the SDRC crew are going to be cheering him on here come main events tomorrow. So thanks again for your time. I know you got a lot of wrenching to do. I saw you working on that new vintage truck.
Oh, yeah,
back
vintage
there.
truck all the way.
And we appreciate you coming up there and hanging out.
Chris Vaselis, one of the names I mentioned.
Yeah,
top
Chris
qualifier
Vaselis
right there. Jose.
Yep, Jose Newman 2, Ben Jones 3. You got Joshua 4, Rob Mooch Fine, and Nibbling 6. Well, cool, Rick. Thanks for coming up here and hanging out a little bit while we had a little bit of a time here. And we wish you guys the best of success here the rest of the weekend.
All right, thank you for having me. I appreciate you, Sean.
Absolutely, Rick. Thanks, brother. Oh man, that's so cool. I love when one of the dads of one of the fast racers come up here to hang out and just kind of give us a little bit of insight up here to hang out. And it's kind of cool to just hear from somebody besides the race directors and the commentators out here for the weekend. So it's always cool. I try and take a little bit of time to get somebody different up here and just give us a little bit of insight right there. I apologize to all the family members and racers back home rooting on that our first heat of 40-plus four-wheel drive. But Rick came over here, and we wanted to pick his brain a little bit right there. And a great interview right there, and just talking about the friendships and the camaraderie between the fellow racers and all the other youngsters that kind of come together as a band, if you will, and really produce some of the best racing out here on the West Coast. So thank you to Rick and Austin, his son right there. We're going to jump right in here to 40-plus four-wheel drive, a qualifier right here.
This is going to be good stuff right here. Big thanks to Rick for giving me a little breather right there. Looks like you guys had a great conversation. So definitely looking forward to getting this A sort of 40-plus four-wheel drive underway. This class is not yet settled. Brent Telke TQ'd the last round, and he really needed that one in a big way because right now Al Horn's got one in hand. And remember, all the way back to round number 1, it was actually a pretty long time ago, about 24 hours ago now, Andrew Swanson took down that first round. So it's been a long weekend thus far. We appreciate you folks that are sticking with us all the way. It is 11 p.m. Pacific time, which means it's past 10 o'clock Eastern time for those of you that are still watching. And we appreciate you staying up past your bedtime on a Saturday night. You can afford to be up an hour or two later past your bedtime, can't you, Sean?
Yeah, I'm a night owl. Now, it's weird. I'm a night owl, and I can be up late, and I can get like 3 or 4 hours of sleep and just wake up jolly as hell in the mornings. I'm a morning person, too. So, I mean, I guess that's probably why, this is a good fit for me, working RD and commentary and stuff, because this body runs off of very few hours of sleep, although I will make up for it when the races kind of end over the next few weeks. I'll take good 2, 3, 4 days and sleep in till noon and make up for it. But as far as being a night owl and a morning person, it kind of works for both right here, and it works well here in the RC industry.
Oh, it's good. It's good for the dirt events when you guys get those 800,000 entries and you're going almost around the clock. I'm sure you and Jimmy and the whole dirt crew get your workout and stretch those vocal cords. So just wanted to say first off, I've yet to attend a dirt event, but it's definitely on my bucket list. And you guys do it proper. The dirt does a fantastic job, and really wanted to give you your props on that. So congratulations to the whole dirt crew for everything you do.
Yeah, you let me know. You send me a message if you're coming out. We'll roll the red carpet out for you, Jared.
Oh, brother, that'd be fantastic. And of course, I'd be happy to help you guys take some of the workload off you. So for sure, we'll definitely be talking about that in the future. Al Horn, man, he just continues picking up where he left off. Back-to-back 15.6s here. He's out front at a 25.14. Just like we mentioned the last time. That Bryce Butterfield played the spoiler almost in the 13.5 four-wheel drive, making it 4 separate TQs. Right now, there's a chance of that happening as well because remember, Horn, Telke, and Swanson all have their own TQs. Right now, Nick Miller, Kevin King are the closest to pulling that upset. And Al Horn knows what he's got to do. I think all these drivers know what they have to do, Sean. Those top three, they've been doing this a long time. They're not stupid. They know that if they go out there and win this race, basically everything else takes care of itself. And Al Horn currently fastest of that bunch right now. But don't look now. 15.3 from Brent Telke last time. I cuts the lead down to 0.6 of a second.
Yeah, it's getting tight right here. We got Horn, Telke, and Swanson. And Swanson, Allen, Horn, and Telke are my 3 top qualifiers here. So it's going down here to round number 4. And just to make a quick let's just say adjustment, it is not just Jimmy and I over there at the dirt. Also, we are the 3-headed dragon, Kenny Brosh. Want to give a huge shout out to Kenny Brosh, man. Love that guy, and just what a great job he does. And don't forget, guys, he's looking for a little help at the Whispering Hope Ranch on Monday 8th. They have a huge event going on. And they're looking for volunteers out there. So if you guys want to go out and be a part of something more, it's to support Kenny Brosh and the MDA Camp RC event, and they're giving back to a lot of the kids at the MDA camp right there. And it's a real special thing that Kenny does out there with the younger kids, battling with some adversity and with some disabilities right there. And he's looking for some help. So not only did I want to give Kenny Brosh a shout out there, if you guys are in the Arizona area, you guys can hit up Kenny Brosh. He's looking for some help out there for some fellow racers for his event on Monday 8th, and you guys can go to Kenny Brosh's page right there and find out all the information right there on that.
For sure, and all the love to Kenny, too. I did not mean to leave him out intentionally, but thank you, Sean, for filling me in. And, yes, all love to Kenny because that takes it takes a village to make those races happen. I know that firsthand. Doing the Carpet Oval promotions as well over in the Northeast. So, yes, Kenny, all love and respect to you as well, my man. Minute 25 left to go. Al Horn, you can see him right up on the rear wing of Brent Telke. And right now, Al Horn is flexing the muscle right here. He just continues to show that he is the man to beat. But again, this is still not an easy position for Al Horn. You're trying to pace off of Telke in front of you, and you start playing a little head games. You see Brent drive back away a little bit, then he gets a little bit loose. It's almost like the yo-yo effect, and you want to try and keep it within that same real estate. And again, you can see Horn taking some risky lines here, trying to stay with Telke. Again, this is the race right here for the TQ. Swanson's fallen 5 seconds back, so it's really these two to settle it with 50 seconds to go. And you can see Horn struggling to keep pace. Telke definitely has picked up some speed here late in the going, Sean.
Yeah, you know what? It is on right here. Telke and Horn and Swanson. So our 3 TQs, the winner of this one is going to solidify that pole position here come our AAA mains tomorrow. Telke taking a swing at it. Got it down to 0.7 of a second. That's the good news. Here's the bad news. Only 30 seconds left in the race.
Yes, and just so you know, folks, Horn is that yellow, red, and blue car. He is actually the lead car, but he's behind Telke on the racetrack, as we've mentioned a couple times. Staggered start qualifying. So Al actually took off behind Brent, but at this point, Al's only got 0.2 of insurance left. Telke making a charge with 10 seconds left. This is for all the marbles, Sean. This is for the TQ. No more points, no more nonsense. This is heads up to see who's going to start on pole for the triple mains.
Down to 0.2 of a second here. Telke 15.5.
Lead change.
Horn 15.7. And we got 24 1,000ths of a second here. It's going to come down to the wire. Telke does have the fastest TQ time of the 3.
Who's it going to be at the end of the straightaway? Telke makes one more charge, 15.4. Horn, 15.6. Brent Telke from the clutches of defeat steals TQ away from Alan Horn, and that will be overall TQ for Brent Telke. When everything was stacked against him, when we were talking all weekend that they had him covered, he takes it away in the 4th round. Can you believe this guy, Sean?
I can. I can, Jared.
Oh,
he gets it strapped up here and goes out there. TQ's round 3 and 4. And he will be your official TQ.
Top qualifier, man. That is fantastic. Good for Brent Telke. He's going to sit on pole. Of course, all unofficial till confirmed by Roar, but Alan Horn goes second. 25-14, 19s for Andrew Kevin. And Nick and everybody else in that group was on 18. I'm going to let Sean Miller take this one here and talk to our man, Brent Telke, who just broke up the Al Horn party here with a TQ run and 4-wheel drive 40+. Over to you, Sean.
BT, Sean here on the One-Up Racing interview. Cam, you caught some wind there in round number 3. You go 20 lap 5:15. Round number 4, with 1 lap to go, it was 0.2 of a second across the line. You go 15.5. Al Horn goes 15.4. Man, what is going on inside that head right now?
Excitement, man. Excitement. I love it. This is why we do it. Races like that. Al and I have had multiple races closer than that, believe it or not. And I'm sure tomorrow will be the same way. All of us, we just want that chance to race for the win. And, yeah, excited. My B84 was pretty freaking dialed out there that time, and a lot of fun to drive. Got the J Concepts rubber. Still working with the team there, and really trying to find the best piece for each driver in each condition.
So I don't want to give the viewers or the racers, for that matter, any of your secrets right there. But you go out there and Swanson the TQ from round 1, Horn the TQ from round 2, and you found a little something in that race ride for 3 and 4. Can you give us a little heads up on any changes you made, or is it just tire, or just you just strictly put your head down and drove better?
A little bit of everything. I ran new tires in round 3 and round 4. Aiden Horn gave me a little tune-up on my wing wicker lip. Took a little lip off there, so a little bit more rotation. Ronnie Rivkin reminded me to put my driving gloves on, so that's always a good one. So, yeah, just a lot of fun out there.
Yeah, it's cool to see Ronnie actually messaged me a little bit earlier, and he's kind of cheering you guys on and messaging you guys and just doing his moral support from back home, and that's just so cool to see. Well, BT, man, super proud of you. Let's give a little shout-out to your sponsors, and you're going to be starting at the pole at the 110 scale Roar 2026 Dirt Nats.
Yeah, absolutely. We already talked about the sponsors. Thanks to SDRC for hosting the Nationals, and to Roar. You guys are doing a great job. The race is super consistent from an organization standpoint, and real proud of the hospitality that SDRC's had for us here.
Right on. We'll get a hot meal and get some rest, and we'll be cheering you on here from the Live RC broadcast booth while you're on the pole tomorrow for those AAA mains.
Thanks, guys.
Man, you try to, as media people, you try to make storylines like, oh, maybe BT's out of it this weekend, maybe he's been shut out, and he just comes back and grabs victory from the jaws of defeat. Of course, got to give Brent Telke a very, very healthy congratulations. That was very good stuff. He just walked by the booth, and we had to dap him up. That was just worthy of a dap up, Sean. So
dap it up, Jared. Dap it up, brother.
That was good stuff, man. Well, we're back to racing here with 4-wheel drive modified buggy, brought to you by who is our sponsor for 4-wheel drive? I just lost it.
Coyote.
Coyote Electronics, thank you very much. I was looking at my note sheet for the TQs. Thanks, Sean, for the cover there. And, man, Cole Tyler looking good. The man from Wisconsin running the Schumacher Coyote Protect back ride, of course, on J Concepts rubber. And he's doing a good job as of the moment. So it's going to be Tollard, Sontag, Sousa, Raymond, Lime, Aiden Horn, Zach Noya, Hero Nakaya, see, I'm even struggling too, and Billy Hayden in that 9th spot. And just going back to Aiden Horn here, like we had mentioned, he really triumphed in two-wheel drive, but he needs a run here in four-wheel drive in the worst way, because right now he has that one good run factoring in, but it's not still not very much insurance. He has a 7 and a 13. Ugh. This definitely doesn't want that 13 to count.
No, and, Horn's sitting 12 right now. So does he need a good run? Absolutely right now. Is the rest of the competition going to have a little something to say about that? Yes, sir.
The top 9, too, on the points are pretty solidified. If you look at it, very, very little turnover amongst the field in the first 3 rounds. You have Tom Raynerneck 9th with 13 points. So you very well could be looking at a 5 or 6 car race for that 10th spot on the grid. Levi Raymond 17, Chase Raymond 17, Horn 20, Tollard 20, Sontag 25. Really, you think from Sontag on back, they probably don't have a shot, but you don't want to count them out too quickly. But Cole Tollard doing exactly what he has to do right now. He is leading this race on a 25.06. He needs this run desperately, Sean, to give himself a chance.
Yeah, well, it's not going so hot right now, but there's still 2 minutes to go. And he's only 2.9 off the race lead and a 1.2 back from Chase right there. So he's still kind of in the hunt here, but he's really going to have to strap it up here for the final minute 45 here in this one.
If there's one guy that can dig and get you some laps, that's going to be Aiden Horn. He's done this so many times before, and he is making, hey, check it out, 15 flat, his fast lap that time. And Aiden Horn is on the charge, running down now Sousa and Raymond. So, again, you never count them out till it's over, and you never know how this next heat's going to go. Like we'd mentioned, a lot of guys that maybe are already locked in might try and throw something at their cars and go for the Hail Mary, and these guys are playing points racing right now.
Yeah, in the words right out of the horse's mouth, Aiden Horn, he's got to lock in right here with the final minute 10 on the clock as he has moved up to the 3 spot. That puts Raymond down to the 4, and then Camden Lime with that S-Works 6. And then we got Sontag, Zach, Billy, and Hiraki.
Once again, a lot of drivers here that are going to be feeling a little bit snubbed here for this B main. But again, you got to think Tollard, Horn, Sousa, Raymond, Lime, all these guys that are running here, even if they don't make that top 10, Sean, they have put in their absolute best effort this weekend. And as we've mentioned through almost every class, we've mentioned it at one point, there's going to be some people in the B main that probably shouldn't be on any other event other than the Roar 10th Scale Nationals. And we're going to find out here in about the next 5.5 minutes who's going to be in, who's not going to be in. But Cole Tollard, he's doing one thing and one thing only. He's controlling his own destiny. Go out, win the race, let everything else play out behind him. That's all he can do.
Yeah, and he does have a 9 as his best out of the 3 runs, a 14 and a 9 and 11. So if he can do something magical, maybe CFT going to kind of blow our minds up here a little bit and punch it into the A main right now, sitting 13th right now. But if he can turn a 9 and maybe like a 5, it's gonna be tough, but it is doable right now. He is only about 4 or 5 seconds off the TQ pace of what we've seen in the first 3 rounds.
Yes, and back against the wall, Tollard knows how to make it happen. He's not a former Roar National Champion for no reason. And we gotta believe too that there's going to be all these drivers racing for that 10th spot on the grid. That top 9, I'd be shocked if any of those guys get knocked out. But this race for 10th on the grid is going to be big. Tollard does exactly what he needs to do. 25.06, and look at this at the end here, Sean. Horn gets up a second. That could be huge for him in terms of insurance points. That 7 going to be carrying a lot of weight for Aiden Horn. Mark Sousa finishes 3rd, followed by Chase Raymond finishing 4th. Those drivers all on 20s, followed by 19s for Camden, Zach Noy, and Billy Hayden. 17 for Hero, and Tater out after 14. Gotta feel like Tater probably is mailed it in for the weekend. He's definitely struggled here. Tough break for him, but he'll have a couple mains tomorrow to try and, once again, like we said, go out and win them and show why he should have been in the show in the first place.
Yeah, this one's for all the marbles here in the next one. And I think Aiden did as much as he could there as he fell just outside the top 4 right there briefly. The best thing he could have done was jump up there and finish the top 2, because any worse than that, I think I think that, I don't know. I think that just wouldn't have got it done.
It's going to be close.
It's going to be
for
close.
certain. On the pole here, Chase Lemieux from Wauwatosa, Wisconsin. Again, everybody at Trackside Hobbies cheering on their native son there. Dakota Fenn going to be starting second. Again, from Michigan originally, now from Indiana, driving the X-Ray car. Davey Bada is from Victorville, California, in his Associated back ride. Spencer Rivkin, also for Team Associated, from Chandler, Arizona. Brandon Schimmel from Virginia Beach, Virginia, in his Schumacher ride. Ryan Cavallari from Huntington Beach, California. Just a quick hop and a skip down the road here in the Associated one-up back ride. Followed by Doug Lerviere in the 7th spot from Rancho Cordova, California. Tom Ritterneck all the way from Ankeny, Iowa, in that Schumacher machine. Followed by Levi Raymond starting in that 9th spot from El Cajon, California, Associated car. And Brock Champlin starting in 10th after his DNF from Salt Lake City, Utah, for Schumacher, Hobby Wing, Savox, and Jens Ace on J Concepts Rubber Sean. This is going to be fantastic.
Man, killing it, J-Dog. Killing it.
It's been a fantastic day. For all you folks that are still sticking around with us in the chat, thank you so much for staying to the very end. We are still up over 250 watchers here at the very end. That is fantastic, folks. Thank you so much for sticking around to the end. You're in for a treat right here. Four-wheel drive, modified buggy, presented by Coyote Electronics. Your final heat of qualifying, round number 4 at the Roar 10-Scale Dirt Off-Road Nationals, presented by Hobby Wing. We are live 5 minutes to determine our overall top qualifier.
So if our qualifying today has been any insight of what we're looking for here on a mains day, we are in for a treat. It does not get any closer than the action we have seen out here today. And this is just qualifying. Those main events, we may burn the place down, figuratively, of course.
Absolutely, man. It's been a fantastic run. Champlin's got 2 TQs. Chase Lemieux has 1. Right now it's those 2 to settle it. But again, Dakota or any of these other drivers can sit up there and play spoiler. Right now, though, Brock Champlin holds the heavy upper hand with those 2 top qualifying runs. Those first 2 runs definitely paying him a lot of dividends. But, of course, he wants to go out here and redeem himself for round 3. Does not want to deal with tiebreakers. He wants to win 3 out of the 4 rounds and once again reassert himself at the top of the field there in his Schumacher ride. You could see a little mistake there on the quad for Rinderneck. He's going to fall a bit ways down. Now he's going to go back down to P10. And Chase Lemieux, just like last time, starts off up front. Davey Bada in the 2, Fenn 3, Brock Champlin 4, 14-9 that time for Champlin, 14-8 that time for Schimmel. Jumps up to 6, that puts Rivkin 5, Cavallari 7, Raymond 8, Doug 9, Tom 10, 120 in.
Yeah, Lemieux right now a 1/10 of a second, and here comes Dakota Fenn now up to that number 2 spot.
14-6 from Fenn that time by. And again, both the X-Ray drivers jumping the quad, so they're experiencing no trouble. Coyote Rip for Fenn and Motive Rip for Chase. Of course, Father Paul running Motive, that business. They have always had some big horsepower, especially in modified. 1:45 gone and 3:15 to go. Lemieux with his fast lap the last time, 14.82. Backs it this time with a 15.3. Leaves the door open a little bit. Fenn drops to a 15.1. Bada 15.1. Top 4 are spread by 0.3 of a second back to Brock Champlin.
Man, 14.6 for Fenn right here. So he's got a little bit of work to do. He's sitting there right around second or third as they're flopping around. But they're getting a little mistake out of Chase, who has just been ice cold here in these qualifiers so far. Sending that big quad, really hitting his marks, and he's going to be tough to beat here, even though he started from that number 3 spot here.
You know, in motocross races, Sean, they usually deal with arm pump as the biggest deal that causes them to fade. You got to think the shoulders and the arms get tense when you're in a situation like this. How brave is Chase right now, sending that quad with everything on the line right here? I know he's fighting for behind, but you still have to think he knows that if he misses the quad once, it's over.
I mean, with the year he's had and the pressure he's dealt with, I think that he's just super poised right now to just absorb whatever hits that they're throwing at him right now. The guy's had an incredible 2026, and this guy is just so cool under pressure right here, and he shows he's got the pace to get it done, and it shows that he's got the mental capacity to fight whatever's going on inside that head, as he knows he's leading just by a slight margin right here. But Chase showing he can get it done right here.
Absolutely, and I'm not sure if you know much of his father Paul's heritage in on-road racing. There was a time there in those early to mid-2000s in modified touring car, he did not lose a race for multiple years at some of the big shows. And right now, Chase following well in his father's footsteps, this time on off-road, and doing an absolutely incredible job, leading his teammate Fenn by 0.3 of a second. Champlin 33 thousandths back of Fenn. Rivkin has fallen down 2 seconds. So right now, we're going to turn our attention to the top 3. Rivkin is 4, Bada, Cavalieri, Schimmel, Raymond, Ritterneck, Luriviere, but the top three have been this way all weekend. These are the three we're watching as we're following Fend over the big quad. He makes a little mistake exiting the quad, and again, Lemieux continues to stretch that lead out now over second place, Champlin.
Yeah, it looks like the apple didn't fall far from the racing tree with the Lemieux out there, and this is good. Brock Champlin 3/10 back right here. So Champlin has 1-2, and Lemieux has 1-1, and if he wins this one, it would be a couple zeros for those boys, and it would go down to the tiebreaker. Champlin, his best, a 25.01. Lemieux with a 25 flat.
And Lemieux also on a flat in this run as well. So right now Lemieux has the advantage on raw pace, and you better not count him out on that 21 lap pace. He just dropped a 14.8 to go to a 0.2 in this race. So we could see the first 21 of the weekend. Right now Chase is laying it all on the line. He's leading by 0.6. This is the biggest lead we've had for Chase Lemieux on the weekend. Can he wrap it up in the final 20 seconds? Leader through the center of the racetrack, up and over the hip check to the quad he goes. Ooh. Big send over the quad. He showed us the other side of the chassis from over here at the scoring booth. Do you think this kid's confident with 12 seconds left to go? I'm going to follow Chase all the way home. 25 flat 0.3, but Champlin's there. 3/10 back. This is the race for the win. They will be finished at the start-finish line. Can Lemieux hold it? If he wins, it's over. Tiebreaker to Lemieux. 0.2 for Lemieux. We're going to watch Champlin coming all the way around as he's making his way through the center of the racetrack. Up over the quad, he goes triple single. One more time for Champlin. Down the start-finish line. This is the race for TQ. It's going to be Chase Lemieux taking top qualifier in four-wheel drive modified buggy. He's going to do it off round 4. 25 flat 0.2. Unbelievable effort for Chase Lemieux. Of course, we'll wait for Road to confirm it, but at this point, off the numbers, Chase Lemieux snatches TQ away from the incumbent Brock Champlin. 25 flat 0.245 gets it done for Chase. It's going to be Brock Champlin going second, 25.01.1. Dakota Fenn, 25.01.3. 20.04.7 for Spencer Rivkin. Davey Bada, fifth. Cavalieri, Rinderneck, Schimmel, and Raymond. The only driver not on 20 was Doug Riviere, and that is an amazing way to wrap up our qualifying day. I'm shaking over here. I'm not even holding the radio. Unbelievable
What a call
stuff.
right there, Jared.
Chase
What a call.
Lemieux, thank you, sir. Chase Lemieux, at present, is your top qualifier in four-wheel drive modified buggy. Of course, unofficial to confirm by Roar. Right now, Mike and Clayton are debriefing on that. But at present, we're going to grab Chase Lemieux for our one-up race report to discuss an incredible run in four-wheel drive modified buggy, your top qualifier on the event. Chase Lemieux, my man. I'm sitting over here shaking, and I'm just holding the headset. I gotta feel like you're definitely feeling some nerves as a driver. But, man, you look cool as a cucumber. I'm telling you what, man, that was a fantastic drive. You once again go 25 flat. You win by 0.9 of a second over Brock Champlin. I mean, just there's no more words left to be said, but how are you on this incredible run right now? Obviously, we know the work that you put in, but do you feel it's more so just on your red hot right now, or what has come together these last 12 months to give you this incredible streak you're on right now?
A lot of practice, just a lot of wrenching on the cars. It's just everything, really. I mean, just the effort you put in makes a big difference, and that's what I've been working on a lot recently, whether if it's back home doing the prep for all these races. For this past 3 weeks I've been racing back to back, so I had a lot of prep to have to get done before these events. Otherwise it's trying to go practice at trackside, run on Mondays, and just a lot of laps and time. So yeah.
Excellent job, my man. I mean, you basically said it all right there. It all comes down to the work that you do on the workbench. It starts way before you get to the racetrack. So I just wanted to give you a chance to run down all the sponsors here. Of course, I'm sure you want to thank your friends and your family. The floor is yours to thank whoever you'd like to thank.
Yeah, X-Ray, Artis America, Motive, Hobby Wing, Hot Race, Hootie, Nitro Pro, FX Engines, Trackside Hobbies, 920 Designs, Gravity RC, Motive RC, and Colors by Crappie. Those are my sponsors I'd like to thank, and without those guys I wouldn't be able to do this, so really appreciate that. And then everyone back home watching, my dad, my family back home watching, everyone at Trackside, yeah, I really appreciate it, so thank you guys.
Awesome, Chase. Any strategy for tomorrow, or is it just hammer down and see what happens?
Hammer down, rip the quad, and don't crash.
I love it, man. Well, hey, congratulations. Go celebrate with your team and your friends. Congratulations. Well-earned TQ. Congratulations, Chase.
Thank you.
Man, what a way to finish off qualifying here at the 2026 Roar Dirt 10 Scale Off-Road Nationals here at SDRC Raceway. Chase Lemieux puts on a show for our fans here watching both in attendance and online. Sean Miller, I'm out of words. I need you to take it from me here for a minute. Just tell me what you think about this qualifying day. It started early for us in the morning. We were up here about 9 o'clock in the morning. And just give me your thoughts here as we're about 10 hours into our day. And we just saw some incredible racing unfold, but I want it from our color commentator's perspective.
It doesn't get any closer than that. We've had quite a few races finish within less than a tenth of a second of each other. And, I mean, it takes me two hands to count as many times as that's happened today. So I think we're all in for a real treat come AAA mains tomorrow and our lower mains. So I hope you guys all tune in. That wraps up our Saturday qualifying effort here at the 110 scale Roar Off-Road Dirt Nationals. And, dude, if today was any insight of what we're expecting tomorrow, I'm going to bring the popcorn and the soda because it's going to be a full feature film.
Make sure you make it a double order, Sean. Well, thanks again, man. You did a fantastic job today. The whole Live RC team, thanks you guys. I want to thank our whole Roar staff. Excuse me, Clayton Young, your president, race director, Cal Southworth, Josh Richardson, and Tech. Of course, I want to thank Mike Bronner at the track announcer. For all our Live RC team, Sean Miller on color commentary, Sam Rabarczyk in production, Travis Melton on the dynamic camera. This is Jared Barden signing off. We'll see you tomorrow, 9 o'clock a.m. Pacific time, which means 10 a.m. Mountain time, 11 a.m. Central, and 12 o'clock noon Eastern time. Make sure you join us tomorrow for feature mains at the Roar 10 Scale Dirt Off-Road Nationals presented by Hobby Lane. We'll see you tomorrow, 9 o'clock PST.